Hello. Good morning. Thank you very much for joining me. I can see we already have 5 viewers and more people on the website. It's 9 o'clock in the morning. Check the old barnet. There we go. Hold on, that side. It's all in reverse. No, it's this one. There we go. Perfect. Thank you very much for joining. I'm all set up. I've got snacks here. I've got a copious amount of notes. Got a sign behind me. And welcome to the Dementia Research Chatathon Live. I've even written a little script for myself to get us going. So I'm going to read through this to start with. Hello, everyone. It's 9 a.m. and we're live. So in my notes, it said, please bear with me while I check all the streams. But I've done that already and everything seems to be working. So we're live now on Zoom, where you can get the link. If you go to chatathon.uk, you can see the link there to Zoom, and it will ask you to enter your username. No, it won't. It'll ask you to enter your name and email address if you want to join via Zoom. I can see we have 11 people watching in Zoom right now. Hello to everybody. I can even see your names and everything. Hello, everybody watching via Zoom. We're also streaming live on YouTube, where you can watch as well. Unfortunately, it looks like people are going to drop in. I need to tell all the guests who are watching right now not to join until your allocated time. So please don't do that. So we're also live on Zoom and YouTube, and we're streaming audio only on Periscope. I did consider streaming video as well, but it causes us a few problems to do video on Periscope too. So hello, and thank you for joining me for the Dementia Research Chatathon Live. I'm Adam Smith, and for the next 12 hours, I'm going to be your host through what I hope will be an interesting day. In this marathon session, I'm going to be interviewing 56 researchers, 4 special guests, discussing their research and what motivates them, and how their work is helping people with dementia. The whole event is in aid of Alzheimer's Research UK. They're an amazing charity. They fund a significant amount of research. And through this day, we hope to raise £5,000, which I don't know if that is ridiculously optimistic. But that's our aim, is £5,000. And as it stands right now, we were currently at £784 already, and we haven't even got going. So that's really exciting. My first 9 a.m. guests are starting to arrive. So please, I do hope you will consider donating. The details on how to donate can be found on the website, which is chatathon.uk. That's the first time I'm mentioning that, but definitely won't be the last time today. All my guests are going to join in groups, roughly speaking, around their research field at pretty much half an hour intervals. Details on the full schedule and all the information on guests can be found on the website, which is chatathon.uk. Anyone can ask questions at any point throughout the day, and I'll put these to the researchers. You can do that in the Zoom Q&A chat at the bottom, or you can also do that in YouTube as well. I'll try to remember to remind everybody with us that I don't expect you to stick with me through the whole 12 hours. I think it's great if people can just drop in for a little time, see the people that they want to see, and then leave and rejoin again. That's great. We will be recording the whole day and releasing videos later on. It would be fantastic if you could share details of this stream on social media, tell your family, friends, colleagues, everything that's happening today, so that I'm not going to sit here alone come 9 o'clock at night. And here are my first guests. So settle in, get your coffees, and hello to my first guests. I've got to change pages now and everything. I can see Jane and Chris calling in from the International Space Station. Just by the background. And I've got Wendy from a comfy sofa in there in the lovely Yorkshire countryside. I'm delighted to be joined by three amazing people who I'm sure many of you will have met before. Hello to Wendy Mitchell. Hi, Wendy. And Chris Roberts and Jane Goodrick. Hi. Hello.
Hi. Good to be here. We've had to come on the same device because of internet access problems. We're on a campsite in the middle of Somerset somewhere.
That's brilliant. I'm very envious, although it's sunny in Oxfordshire as well. Wendy, you're muted. I don't know if you've noticed. You might just need to unmute yourself. That's okay.
That won't do, will it? Well, you probably would.
I can guarantee, Wendy, you won't be the first person I say that to today. Almost.
It's the phrase of 2020. You're on mute.
Oh, lovely to see you, Jane and Chris.
Good to see you. You're looking fabulous, Wendy.
Oh, so are you. It's lovely to see you.
I know. I always enjoy looking at your pictures, your photographs you take on social media, Wendy. Your pictures from around the town.
Yeah, they keep me going.
They keep us all going.
It gives you something to do, doesn't it? It gives you focus.
It does. Yeah, absolutely. That's what's got me through this strange time. Yeah.
Well, I kind of picked on you three particularly because I thought, first of all, it'd be nice to see three friendly faces during the first half an hour when I'm not quite sure what I'm supposed to be saying.
Yeah, you're looking very fresh at the moment, Adam.
Am I? Well, I don't know why. I've got a special T-shirt. Look.
Oh!
Special T-shirt, made a sign.
I noticed the sign.
So I thought I definitely want three friendly faces of people I know and worked with before as well to join me in the first sessions. And it's funny because I was worried that I won't have time to fill the whole half an hours. And then I realized half an hour is not that long when you've got so many people to talk to, actually. So we'll be good. And of course, raising money for Alzheimer's Research UK as well. I'm going to reorganize my things. I'm going to come to you first, Chris and Jane, actually. Cracking on. So I know I've seen you speak at various research conferences, and I know from my work that you're champions for joint dementia research as well. At what point did kind of research even come into your mind? Obviously, for anybody who I actually no. Do you know what? I forgot to ask you to introduce yourselves. Could I maybe come to you both first?
I'm Jane. I'm Chris's wife. I've been given a label of carer, but he cares for me probably far more than I care for him.
Yeah.
And my name's Chris Roberts, and I've got mixed dementia because I'm greedy.
And I'm Wendy Mitchell.
When Chris first had a diagnosis, though.
Sorry, you go.
Go on.
No, it was me. It was me.
No.
I was just jumping into the.
No, you finish your introduction. That would be great.
Yeah. So when Chris was first diagnosed, we were left in a state of hopelessness because the delivery of the diagnosis left us with no hope. It was more or less go home, fill the LPA, do the will. But what did give us hope was Chris became involved in a research project, and that's where we first found hope.
And I realised that I had this image in my head when research was mentioned of almost like Frankenstein and being strapped onto a bed and taking parts of my brain, and and I thought, no, that's not happening. And it's
you haven't done that yet.
Being involved in this project. No, they haven't. What I've got, I'm hanging on to.
Yeah.
I don't blame you. What about? Why can I ask you to introduce yourself as well, Wendy?
Yeah, I'm Wendy Mitchell. I've got mixed dementia too, although I only found that out by looking over the consultant's notes, because they told me I had Alzheimer's, and then one day I looked over the consultant's notes and it said mixed dementia, and I said, why has nobody told me that bit? Don't you think it might help me a little bit? Anyway, so I was diagnosed 5 or 6 years ago, something like that. And as Chris said, you're given no hope whatsoever. Yeah, the way the way diagnosis is medicalized, you just have all the negatives thrown at you and no hope whatsoever. And I wanted to be involved in research from the start because I saw that as the chink of hope, just as Chris said. Because you have to have something to cling on to when at the beginning you know nothing else. And just being involved in research just made me feel valued again and gave me that sense of, yes, I still have something to give here. And so that's how I started to be involved in research and have continued ever since, just like my lovely friends.
And when I found out that research didn't involve people being invasive and stealing your body parts, and that a lot of projects are just filling in surveys and questions and assisting that way, then I realised that that's something that I could do, and I could do quite well, because I could take my time, and it really does make you feel, like Wendy says, it makes you feel like you've achieved something and you're helping yourself, other people.
Yeah, I think social and technological research is equally important as medical, clinical research. You know, we have to find the best ways to live for those of us living with it now. And we have to find the best ways to care for those who can no longer care for themselves. And, you know, the technology is, I didn't use technology before dementia. So, you know, don't give up hope of learning technology just because you're diagnosed with dementia. Because everything I've learned since being diagnosed. I never had an iPad before dementia came into my life, and now it's sort of an extra appendage on me.
I've got one of them.
Yours is called Jane.
An iPad. Terrible people. But we can't. If we can do this, then and join in and help after a diagnosis, then anyone can, and everyone should be doing that. And I didn't realise at first that research also wants not people just diagnosed with dementia, but also healthy brains. For comparatives and stuff like that. So this is why we need money for research, and all the money at the moment's disappeared because of this horrible time we're in.
Yeah.
So now you're back at work. Give us the money.
That's right. Absolutely spot on.
Now more than ever, I mean, the big pharmas are all concentrated on going for the cure, the holy grail. As Chris often says, which one do you cure? There are so many different types of dementia. And as Wendy alluded to, the psychosocial research is enabling us to live to the best that we can whilst we can. Because the holy grail cure will not come in time for best benefit for Chris and Wendy and everybody else out there like them. And it is extremely important, but there's all the other pieces of research in between that enable us to carry on, to enable us to learn how to use the iPads and the technology, which has been absolutely, completely invaluable during this last 4-6 months, because the way the pandemic has affected people of dementia has been exponentially overburdensome. But this at least has given people with dementia hope and been able to reconnect. And also we've taken a part in research during the lockdown by having these the iPads and things.
Yes.
There's been lots of discussion in the past about what motivates.
Oh, I can't hear you, Adam.
You're very quiet, Adam.
Turn your volume up.
Oh, sorry. Let me tinker with my settings and make sure I'm coming out. Can you hear me okay now?
Nope.
Nope.
Switch to this microphone and see.
That's it.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll try a different mic.
Technology.
I've got. Do you know there are so many microphones? There's one on the camera. There's one here on my desk. There's one on the speaker. I think the motivations for people to participate in research vary. They're very personal, of course. Some people are you know. But what was interesting, I've been collaborating recently with various international registers, because of course, you know, in the UK we have Joint Dementia Research, and in the US they have lots, including Trial Match, and in Australia they have Step Up. And it was really interesting to find that there were so many commonalities across those, in so much as people's motivation to participate in studies is often in the first few months, particularly when they look at people who sign up. How quickly is it if they participate? So if they're going to do something, it's really at the start. And I don't know if that's what you found. I mean, you found it quickly. Does that, because it just becomes harder as time goes on, do you think?
Well, I don't think so. I belong to my peer support group is York Minds and Voices, and when I asked all them who wants to take part in research, no one put their hand up. And then I asked them who wants to change the way dementia looks in the future. Everyone put their hand up. You know, so it's getting an understanding of what research is to people that is key. And if only that happened early on for many people, because not everyone is like us and embraces it.
No.
You know, other people just don't, it's not, you know, they think they're not, it's not for them, it doesn't happen to them. So if only research was normalized in the clinical world for people with dementia, just like it is for cancer, then, you know, more people would understand the benefits and the what they can do for future generations and for themselves by taking part.
So one of the key messages for the 56 researchers I'm talking to over the next 11 and a half hours then is to, I don't know, do you think it's just to get better at explaining this? I mean, and to also encourage more people like you, I think, that do understand that it's not taking bits of your brain away, that to you know, getting those stories out there and better sharing what research really is from real people who've done it, not you know, somebody in a tie somewhere. Does that make sense, do you think?
But you don't know, you don't know, Adam, what you don't know. So unless someone informs you and gives you information about how long it's going to take, and get rid of all those misconceptions that you might have about research, and that it's not going to take you a great deal of time, it might just be 10 minutes a month even, then that will change people's minds. Then I think they need to have more information about how long it's going to last and how much input that they are going to have to do. They're not bothered about anything else. It's that is the most off-putting thing, because you then make it up in your head and you think, I haven't got the time.
I think also what you said about around the world, that you find with all the different projects, that people are people. The best time to get people involved is earlier on in their diagnosis. Because that's when, if you've been diagnosed with anything, that's when you're more likely to find out more about it. What is it? What does it mean? How can I get involved? What can I do about it? And a lot of the delivery of the diagnosis just leaves you hopeless. There is nothing you can do now. Go home and don't do this, don't do that, don't the other. And when Chris was working with the Welsh Government around the Wales Dementia Action Plan, he insisted that research be put in there, and they have made a commitment to research. Now, obviously, at the moment, all the funding's gone, you know, up in the air. But we need the commitments from the policymakers to get this research. It is really important that at point of delivery, or even beforehand, the people doing the assessments, the clinicians, are prepared to talk about research, are prepared to say, would you be interested? Do you think this might help? Because if nothing else, if you don't get a diagnosis of dementia at the end of it, you obviously have some cognition problems to be going through that process. If you get a diagnosis, then there is a whole world of research opportunities open to you. If you don't have a diagnosis, then research into, well, what has caused these problems. So although we're concentrating on dementia here, it's across the whole spectrum. The sooner people are introduced to the fact that they can be involved in whichever way, the more likely, the more invested they're going to be in that research.
Yes, normalizing talking about research, you know, make it normal. But also, I think the academics need to leave all the academia inside their world and bring normal language and normal talking into our world. You know, because lots of people are put off by the academic sounding of things, and they think, oh, I'm not clever enough to do this.
The big words.
Yeah.
the iteration of a project.
That's right. Whatever that means. So just use normal language.
And that's why I think, well, why joined, I mean, this isn't an advert for Joint Dementia Research, but that's why that came about in the first place, was exactly that reason, because there were so many. The first thing people often do when they go away from getting their diagnosis is, whether it's themselves or, you know, family members, is Googling.
Yeah.
You know, they're out there Googling to try and find out what treatment options there are, how is the disease going to progress, what should they expect.
But surely, Adam, you before this, you should be told all this. You shouldn't have to go and Google it. You shouldn't have to look for it, you know. And I would love to have heard more about research and what help I could be, even though I thought it was the end of my life and I was on the scrap heap. I'd love to have known earlier. I could have started earlier.
I found out that when I saw the consultant in the memory clinic, I found out after he discharged me that research was going on at that clinic. So I wrote to him and said, why didn't you tell me? And he just said, oh, well, I didn't think you'd want the burden of research when you'd just been diagnosed.
You know, that's exactly, that's a number of people I've spoken to that make that judgment call to say, oh, I don't think this person is right, or I do think that person is right. It's for
me to decide that I want to take in. Yeah.
I mean, I in the NHS's defence, to some extent, I know that services are busy and finding time to take that. But in which case, I think that there are other ways to deliver that conversation. You can shift that afterwards. Or I know some trusts are really good at this. I've been working with Lancashire Care Trust over the last few years, and I know that they're really good at this. They set somebody to one side. They have a volunteer who has this conversation, so it's not taking up nurse time or doctor time. That, you know, they have somebody who knows all about this. They've got a big list of all the studies going on in the area at that time. They talk about joint dementia research as well. I've got
they always put barriers in the way instead of thinking of the solutions. You know, they always sorry.
One of my favourite.
I'm going to remind everybody watching that they can ask questions, and then just before the end, I'll put all these questions to Chris, Jane and Wendy. So you can post your questions in the YouTube feed or in Zoom, or using hashtag Chatathon if you're listening on Periscope or all these various channels. I'm going to put some questions to you. First of all, we've got just a comment from Rachel Daly, who is also one of our researchers, who's going to be joining us later today to talk about her work at Dementia UK. She says, this is really helpful, Wendy. Thank you all very much. We all need to be better at that. So I will keep reiterating that message for you, Wendy. Thank you for that point, Rachel. Erin Partridge asks, what words draw you into participating and what turn you off? Go on, Chris and Jane first.
Right, the worst words are ones I don't understand. Don't forget, I've no health training, no ground in research or clinical etiquette, and to use words that I won't understand, I'm turned off immediately.
One of the things I noticed, as Wendy said before, not being offered research in at the clinic, when Chris received his diagnosis, we were prepared, you know, we knew what was coming. And I said, so what happens next? Nothing. All we got from the consultant was, well, you'll see me when you're 65. That's where she could have said, well, you could become involved in research. You could, would you be interested? Would you be interested in changing the future of dementia?
Would you like to help yourself?
Yeah.
Those words.
I think making research a standard part of the care pathway. The tricky thing here is that I think not every trust is doing research. I mean, there are lots of trusts across the country that aren't really doing much. And if they're not doing much, their interest in promoting it when it's not a study taking place there, I don't know if that's something that just doesn't then come up. But it should be a part of the care pathway. And if that trust isn't doing research, then almost certainly that somebody at the local university will, whether that's a PhD student or you know, or the neighbouring trust will, and sharing that. I'm gonna try and get through these questions.
If the trust isn't doing research, they should still be invested in the patients within their trust, and to give them the opportunity to do something about their condition.
Absolutely, I completely agree. Next question was from Claire Hannah, who asks, there's a difficulty in sharing enough information without overloading on a first conversation. How do people living with dementia want us to try and get around that? Go on, Wendy, maybe I'll put that to you.
Very simply, just tell me very simply what you aim to do.
Yeah.
I don't need to know all the technicalities and the other stuff. What do you want to do, and how can I help you?
And this is the one that would have given us hope.
Yeah.
If they'd have said, you can be involved in something going forward, you can be involved in research, would you like the information? That's all they have to do.
Sign me up.
That would have given us that glimmer of hope in what they left us in, a hopeless situation. And the situation did not need to be hopeless.
We don't need it. I do understand about information overload, because it really affects someone. It affects me anyway. But why can't to make it accessible, to put all the items that they want to get over in a bullet point, and it's so much quicker than giving us 36 leaflets, 36 pages, 50 pages.
I agree with both of you. And also as well, there is a lot of information to share, but I think that message about research is probably as important as all the other messages. So I think
the key is to be succinct. And academics sometimes have a problem being succinct because they're so used to having to write reams and reams of things.
Short.
So,
absolutely.
So sorry, Chris.
I've got some more questions, which I'm keen, because I know our next guests are going to be arriving in 2 minutes' time. I was worried that the time would take ages. This has flown by. Sandra Burley asks, how can we effectively share research locally? Give me one example, Chris and Jane. How have you promoted research in your communities? Just one quick example.
Social media.
Facebook particularly, though, I think for people with dementia more than Twitter.
Every town, city and village in the country, most of them now have their own Facebook page. You know, I live in a little place called Rivlin, which people have never heard of, and we've got our own community Facebook group. And it takes seconds. Wendy does it on Twitter.
I'm going to come back to my next question. Linda Baker asks, I'd like to ask her about research into PCA. Linda, join later on today. PCA will come up several times. If you have a look in the program, there is a specific session, I think, on PCA. Chris Norris makes the point that lots of money being spent on Alzheimer's, but needs to make other dementias as important too. I think, Chris, you'd advocate for that.
Absolutely. Yeah, there's so many others out there. Alzheimer's is just the one that's more relative to most people, but there's so many dementias out there, and especially the rarer ones. You know, PICS, FTD,
yeah,
and
absolutely.
PCA.
UCL, where I work, is great.
It's not all about Alzheimer's.
No.
Not at all. So coming back again, last question, Rachel Daly asks, should we simplify patient participation sheets I think you'd say yes to that, wouldn't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
And put a picture on. Have a smiley face of the researcher on every information sheet. You don't just want words. You want to see a smiley face that is welcoming and that you want to help them.
Absolutely. Thank you very much,
And I think the biggest, I forgot now.
I was just going to say thank you very much, Wendy Mitchell, Chris Roberts, and Jane Goodrick for joining. Honestly, we could talk all day. We've done podcasts. Go to the Dementia Researcher podcast. There's an hour-long podcast talking about exactly this subject. 2 half-hour sessions with Hilary Doxford as well.
But Adam, the thing I hear the most is we can't find them.
We're here.
When you've got an organisation like Deep who facilitate the setting up of groups, and you've got a working group across the 3 nations, we are there.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And we want to thank all the researchers for giving us that hope and ultimately one day giving us a better life. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
We can't do it without you.
Thank you, Jane. And I'll speak to you all again soon. Thank you all. So coming up next, we have Nathan Davis, Nuria Capelli, and Dr. Kellen Lee first from UCL and then from Southampton. I've got to take a moment now just to remind people to donate. So £10 buys slides for scientists to study 100 samples. The whole point of doing today is to raise money for Alzheimer's Research UK. You can find details on how to donate at chatathon.uk, which will take you through to our Just Giving page where you can make a donation. I also have a board here. Thank you very much. Hello, I'm going to introduce guests in a minute, but I've got a board to update. Look, I made a special board and everything. Is that reversed for you? I can see that the right way around. I had to go back and make a reversal. So let's have a look at our countdown timer. So our total is still 7. We started at 784. We're still at 784. Go make donations, chatathon.uk. That's the whole purpose of doing today. We're now 3 guests in and half an hour. Cool, only 11 and a half hours and 57 people to go. Brilliant. 8 cups of coffee, 1. Same 1. I haven't even had a chance to get one. So I might, when I've got you talking, I might get another coffee. Okay, and I'm moving on to sheet number 2. So, in this session, we're going to be talking about supporting carers and the importance of everyday objects. And I've got Facing the End here, but it's kind of end of life care pathways and things, isn't it, as well, which I think you work on. I'm just checking all the feeds to make sure everything's working. So I'm delighted to introduce Dr. Nathan Davies, who's a Senior Research Fellow, and Dr. Nuria Capelli, who is also a Senior Research Fellow, both from University College London. Nathan, you're on mute, just in case you hadn't noticed. And also Dr. Kellen Lee, who's a Research Fellow at the University of Southampton. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Hi, Adam.
Do I sound slightly hysterical? Sorry. The first session was a little bit complicated because I think lots of the guests who are joining later today clearly opened up their email this morning and went, I better just check everything's all right, and then joined. There are all these faces popping up, so any guests later today, don't join to test, please. It's a bit distracting. So thank you very much, everybody, for joining us and taking the time. It looks sunny where you all are. I'm going to ask each of you to introduce yourselves first. So Nuria, I'm going to come to you first. Could you introduce yourself?
Morning, Adam. My name is Nuria Capelli, and I'm a Senior Research Fellow based at the Marie Curie Palliative Care Research Department at UCL. I'm also an Alzheimer's Society funded fellow looking at family carers' experience of compassion and developing psychological interventions to support them. That's basically me, really. And I'm currently working with Nathan on a COVID-based study where we've developed a decision guide to support family carers when making decisions, difficult decisions, if the person they're caring for is suspected to have COVID or has COVID. And it's much more focusing sort of towards the end of life. So it sort of covers all the legal and the medical grounds for making those difficult decisions.
So that's quite timely. You've been very effective in quickly turning that around.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, it's definitely been a 4-month sort of, it feels like something like a marathon really, of trying to get as much as we can packed into a very short 4-month period. Yes, it's been very, very effective. We've actually now put it on the website, so it's widely available. We are still doing some dissemination work where we're trying to get it out there as much as possible to try and really get it to the people who really need it.
Thank you very much. Nathan, and I get you work with Nurea.
Yeah, so I'm a senior research fellow based at UCL as well, but I'm based in the primary care department and work a lot with Nurea and the team at the Marie Curie department as well. So overall, all my work focuses on the later stages of dementia or end of life. And so I'm also an Alzheimer's Society fellow, and I've got a fellowship that's looking at how we can support family carers with making quite emotive and quite difficult decisions around the end of life, or planning for the end of life, really, because we know a lot of people get to the end of life and there's not necessarily a plan in place, or people haven't always done the advanced care planning. People don't always want to have those difficult conversations, so a lot of decisions are left for family. So how can we best support them? And then from that, we've, like Nurea said, we've started this COVID project, which has been quite a whirlwind, and it's quite, I think as academics, we're used to having a kind of a long period of time and doing everything thoroughly and rigorously. And it's been a quick 4 months to get this decision guide to support family carers with those who are caring for someone with COVID.
That happened quickly. So,
yeah.
Kellen, could I ask you to introduce yourself as well?
Yeah, so
are you feeling better, by the way? I got an email from you yesterday saying, I'm ill. I hope I'll be okay.
I've got a kidney infection, so yeah, it's not great, and I can't get in the doctors. So anyway, yeah, so I'm a chartered psychologist and an aging and dementia researcher at Southampton University. My research predominantly looks at the objects that people have in care homes. So I wanted to know why, when you go into care homes, most people are sat in chairs waiting for things to happen to them, as opposed to treating the care home like a real home. So my research looks at how can we introduce everyday objects into somebody's everyday life in order for them to maintain their identity and demonstrate who they are.
That's fantastic. Thank you very much. Well, thanks everybody for joining. You two jumped ahead and started talking about your work already. But that's good. I assume that's because you're so excited about it. So I'm going to come back to you actually, Nathan, because you were, I've broken your flow there. But shall we talk first about, shall we pick up the COVID research first of all? Because I guess that's quite timely. So how do you go about something that quickly? I mean, as you said, research studies take ages to plan, then you have to consult with people, you have to get ethics, you've got to find funding for it in the first place, participants and ways to check this. How do you do something so quickly? I'm going to do whoever's most appropriate to ask, because I know you work on this together.
I think Nathan is actually probably the best person, because when this all sort of happened, Nathan was very much on the lookout for funding streams. I guess just before sort of like passing to Nathan, we're in a very lucky, when I say fortunate position, where we are within the research team that we're in. We already have access to people like Chris and Jane and other carers, current and former carers, who help us to feed into sort of development of research projects. So I think being in that sort of fortunate place meant that things like this could be done at a much quicker rate than, you know, the usual sort of slower paced that we do things at.
Yeah, so I think we were really lucky. So we applied for the UKRI ESRC funding, so the COVID.
Wait, because not everybody's going to get this. So that's the UK Research
Innovation. Is it innovation? So it's one of the main research funders.
Government funding. So one of the government's responses was to make a massive amount of money available to researchers, and they fast-tracked the scheme, didn't they, to say this has got a very short closing date. And it wasn't just for inoculations and for new tests, it was also, exactly as you say, for care and treatments and other things too.
Yeah, and how we can support better people better, really. And so instead of it being a 12-month process of funding, which is quite common in academia, it was a 2-week turnaround really to get us funded. So that was great. Ethics committees have been really quick as well and really good, and have prioritised a lot of COVID research. So that's been fantastic. And then, as Nureya said, we had a really good group of both current and former family carers, as well as Chris on the panel as well. And they've really helped us make sure we can get quick meetings and get feedback really quickly. And then we had partners with Marie Curie and the Alzheimer Society, so they both supported us, which was fantastic. And we've spoken to their staff then to see what were the main challenges that families were presenting with, or people with dementia were presenting with. And
just to pin you down a little bit here, what's the output of this research then? What is it? Is it guidance? Is it training? Is it what is it?
So it's a guide. So we've developed a decision guide. So it's a booklet that's available online and you can download it. And it provides from the UCL website. So it's at ucl.ac.uk/psychiatry. And if you look on there, we can send the link around as well and circulate that. It's on our Twitter. And it's basically a guideline about what are the kind of signs and symptoms of COVID, because it's not always the same with everyone. What are the difficult challenges you may face? So things like the care homes, as we're seeing in the news today, care homes are closing, they're not open for visitors. So what can you do? How can you still keep in touch with your relative? How can you still let them know you're around? If you can't visit, what can you do? But also thinking about if someone with dementia becomes unwell with coronavirus, they're likely to become unwell quite rapidly. And what do you do in those situations? And there was a lot of scaremongering around hospital admissions at the time as well. So is hospital the best place for someone? When is it the best place? The pros and cons of that. And so it really prompts people to think about what's the problem you're facing? What are the kind of solutions or options available to you? And it's quite interactive in the sense that you write answers in as well. So it gets you to think and write your answer down. But it also opens up a discussion and encourages you to talk to your GP, talk to your community nurse, whoever it might be, and opening up that discussion, thinking about what questions you can ask of those professionals as well.
That sounds super useful, and more people clearly need to know about that, I'd imagine. I mean, obviously, anybody listening, please tell everybody. I think that kind of guide right now sounds fantastic, and I think making sure the outputs of all this are shared are really important, because I think it's the dissemination that's always the tricky bit, isn't it? We can all go away and produce lovely guidance and booklets, and then you put it on a website somewhere and nobody ever looks at it and everybody can tick a box, and that's definitely not the purpose of this, I would assume.
No, not at all. So we're trying to work with dementia and carer organisations on a national but also on local levels as well, to really just share this as wide as possible.
And does that accommodate kind of, does it kind of look at different situations and things like people being resident in care homes, for example?
Yeah, so it covers care at home, care in the hospital, but also care in care homes as well.
Oh, well, make sure you send me the link, and I'm going to look at Kellen now, because Kellen, I happen to know, is the person who looks after the Enabling Research in Care Homes website, and has a big access to lots of care homes. So I think disseminating that for care homes to perhaps also share, because I think care homes as businesses and carers have tricky times too when families are making these decisions. So I think sharing that too, make some connections here. You can follow up.
Yeah, definitely.
She'll ask you for a blog. Well, that really is interesting. So that's ucl.ac.uk/psychiatry, was it?
Yeah.
Where you can access that guide, and I guess you'll continue to look at this and iterate this. Is there more funding available to continue this work to implement it as well?
So we've got funding for a few more weeks, but we will continue to kind of monitor the situation and see what we need to update within that guide as well. So it's a live document, so we'll continue to feed into it. Yeah. So
Nureya, tell me, what were you doing before that? I mean, that came along, you dropped everything and said, right, let's get on this. What's the normal day job?
The normal day job. So the normal day job is, again, it's much more around sort of supporting carers, but it's much more about psychological interventions and developing interventions that help support family carers to sort of manage day-to-day difficulties, but when I say difficulties, we're talking more emotionally rather than sort of your more practical side of things. So see, the COVID project that we've done is much more the practical, making decisions and thinking about sort of, you know, the questions that you could ask around those difficult decisions. Whereas my sort of day-to-day job really is much more about psychological interventions and understanding what we mean by compassion. And when we say compassion, we're not just talking about sort of compassion for others, we're talking about compassion for the self. Sort of some of my earlier work that I did show that a lot of family carers, despite the most amazing job that they're doing under such difficult circumstances, can be quite self-critical. They can be quite critical towards themselves. So they might think, oh, I'm not doing this right. I'm not doing it the way, you know, the person I'm caring for would have wanted it. So it's about trying to help them to manage through those sort of difficult emotions that are generated through those situations. I'm currently midway through my fellowship. So I'm just about to start a large survey study. I've actually developed a tool that assesses compassion specifically within the sort of the context of caring for someone with dementia. And I'm looking to survey that hopefully in the next work stream. Obviously,
who would, just picking you up on the tool, who would administer that tool? Who's it for?
It's very self-report. So it is somebody could actually pick it up and use it to assess themselves, to see how they're managing. It's much more sort of research focused. I've developed it in a way because what we want to understand is actually, are there interventions that can help people to minimize the amount of self-criticism they feel? And so the tool will be used as much more of an outcome measure. I don't want to use sort of very academic terms, but it's just to be able to assess, are there interventions that can actually address those difficult feelings? So it is a very research focused tool at the moment, but obviously later down the line, I'm hoping to do it a much more sort of like a much more of a usable tool that carers can use, and hopefully something that the Alzheimer Society might be able to host on their website.
Yeah, because you can see how then, particularly at the end, if it signposts you, so you know, it kind of points you to where you can get support if you consider if you perceive yourself in this way or that way, that there are, you know, guide and just, you know, even if it's just a virtual well done, actually you're doing a great job. I think it is true. I think carers find it difficult. I think, well, first of all, nobody defines themselves as a carer. I mean, they're just, that's my wife, that's my husband, they're not my carer until such time as you need significant help, you know, managing daily life. At that point, I think there's maybe a bit of a flip. Well, that's when it changes. But that sounds like fascinating work. Thank you, Nerea. And I'm sure actually that talks well to Chris and Jane and Wendy's point from before, pointing out that the stuff you can participate in as a member of the public absolutely isn't all isn't all drug trials. That designing tools like this, which then can be help people. So then when a GP somebody comes in and says, look, I'm struggling to care for my loved one, they can give them this kind of questionnaire and it will work out what's going on so that they can then provide the best support for somebody.
And actually, funny you should say it, because I was listening to your talk earlier with Wendy, Chris and Jane, and you mentioned about joint dementia research and sort of the way it sort of came about, really. And actually, joint dementia research has been absolutely amazing for my work, and I'm sure it will continue to, you know, coming sort of the next sort of work streams that I've got to do, especially at the moment where NHS sites are not able to recruit because they're, one, prioritising COVID studies, and two, they're restricting researchers going in. So from the sort of work I do, joint dementia research has been absolutely incredible.
That's great. That's great to know. If you're in the UK, you can register on joint dementia research at jointdementiaresearch.nhr.ac.uk. If you're outside the UK, there are lots of other registers in local countries that do exactly the same thing. I think you've got Trial Match in the US. You've got, as I said before, you've got Step Up for Dementia Research in Australia. Kelly, I'm going to come to you next. I think, did you say you had I'm recalling, did you say you had a video to play?
I have, and this is a video which tries to do exactly what Jane, Chris and Wendy were talking about. It's taking something that's can be quite an abstract concept, but turn it into something that is, that everyone.
Well, I know you said that was 4 minutes long, so if you want,
so it might just be too long.
No. You by all means, that'll give me 4 minutes to make a drink. If you want to share your screen now, this is the first time we've done this. So if you share, make sure you've ticked the box that says share sound, and hopefully
Share sound. I don't think I have that box.
it didn't come up when you...
I think you may need to give me host rights. I'm not sure.
No, you shouldn't need that. Who can share? All panelists. Who can share when someone else is sharing? Only the host. It should...
Should I try it, if you could see if you can hear it? And then if
Yeah, go on, press play.
Citizenship, functional objects for meaningful
I
life.
can hear sound.
Can everyone
Wait a sec.
hear it?
Yeah.
Right, okay. In this 4-minute video, we will talk about the importance of functional objects in everyday life and care planning for people living in care homes. Functional objects are any items used to perform a task to maintain routines. This could be anything from cooking utensils, cleaning equipment, or technology such as a mobile phone keeping people connected. These are objects that demonstrate identity and encourage activity. People living with dementia often move into a care home following a hospital admission or a crisis at home. The person with the dementia may not be involved in the decision to move. They are often moved without returning home and don't have the opportunity to select the items they want to have. Moving into a care home can be difficult, but retaining familiar items can make this transition easier. Access to functional objects support the person to maintain routines developed over a lifetime and give them the opportunity to live the lives they want to live. Functional objects are often overlooked when a person moves into a care home. The focus is often on items of necessity or comfort, such as toiletries, clothing, photographs or soft furnishings. And whilst these are important, we also use many other objects every day. Think about each item you have used today and how your day would have been if you didn't have these. Sometimes care staff can be overcautious with residents, taking items away. This can leave people feeling frustrated or agitated. Whilst this comes from a place of safety, ultimately staff can either encourage or prevent activity. If one person has an issue with an item, this does not mean the same issue applies to all people living in a care home. Without functional objects, residents can be left with nothing to do. This can have negative consequences and interrupt their usual routines. It is important for people to use functional objects to lead meaningful lives. Without functional objects, people can behave in ways care staff find challenging, such as continually walking, repeating questions, and distressed at not being enabled to take part in everyday life. Not having functional objects can reduce a person's independence, resulting in them becoming overly dependent on care home staff. If a person has a set routine, say making dinner at the same time every evening, breaking this routine can cause agitation and restlessness. Supporting residents to care for themselves maintains their identity and makes them feel more at home. Prior to moving into a care home, we can ask people about what objects they want with them. For example, we could find out what tasks they did at home, the objects they used for this, and would they like these objects to continue these tasks. This helps build a picture of how someone lived their everyday life and allows staff to have a deeper relationship with residents. Identifying the objects a person wants to have and how they use them can be included in care plans. Using functional objects can provide people with opportunities to participate in everyday life, doing things for themselves and helping others, resulting in living a meaningful and fulfilled life. So, functional objects are important to support people live the lives they want to live, enable people to demonstrate their identity, and reduce the disruption to a person's life. Thank you for watching. We hope you found this video useful.
Fantastic. Thank you for sharing. If you Oh,
That felt really long.
On the ball with us. No, that was the perfect length of time. I now have coffee. Although I realised I hadn't muted my microphone, so everybody could hear me getting coffee. That's fascinating. And it is
a project it's being funded by the Impact Acceleration Account. So it's built from a framework I built in my PhD, but I wanted to take it into care organisations. So I'm working with a care organisation to develop an online training programme, and that video forms part of that. But it's very much, if I talk in academic terms, I'm talking materiality, object-person relations, embodiment, you know, all these kind of words. And it's right, okay, so that's fine for an academic paper, but how do you take that language and make it accessible to everybody so that it's meaningful? So that's kind of what I'm trying to do with these videos. And
also as well, I guess this is clearly something that needs to be addressed on a policy level as well, with places like nursing homes where they have these kind of, and it comes in when you think about end of life as well, I guess, is that when you go somewhere that you can't take your stuff with you because it comes with the bed and there's the wardrobe, and it's more like being admitted to hospital, I think, than it would be just moving house. Is there work going on with that as well to try and change care homes' thinking on this?
So, I mean, it's going from sort of a theoretical framework to something that's in practice, and I think I need both of them to convince or influence other people that it's something, because care homes tend to work on a risk-averse basis. So the amount of care staff that look to objects, you know, a hairdryer as being hazardous, as being dangerous in the hands of a person with dementia, and it kind of goes to show how people are viewed, particularly in a care home environment. So it's really kind of change and reframe the way that people are viewed once they kind of walk over that threshold of a care home, to look at, you know, people can still do things. They may not be able to do everything that they used to do, or equally do it as well as they used to. However, that doesn't mean that it's hazardous or dangerous. And what tends to happen is it's based on anecdotal evidence. So somebody somewhere did something, so therefore nobody can do it, rather than sort of really looking at individuals as a person and enabling them to, you know, to develop those relationships with care staff as well that are meaningful, as opposed to just sitting watching TV.
So we're running out of time now. I need to remind everybody that if they have questions, you can post them. I think in YouTube, it looks like you have to actually post them in the comments underneath. And if you're watching via Zoom, you can use the Q&A button. And I do keep checking the Twitter to see if there are any questions there going with using the hashtag Chatathon. So please post those questions now if you have any. So while we're waiting to see if any of those come in, what do you hope to achieve in the next, what's your focus for the next 6-12 months, Kelly, COVID getting in the way aside?
So for me, it's collaborating with this care organisation to not only train staff in material citizenship, which I need to change that name because it's a very academic name. So it's embedding this training with care staff, but equally it's embedding the idea through the care home, because unless the care home are willing to change the way that they work, it's just another training program. And I think when we look at evaluating the impact of the stuff that we do, we really need to look at how the organisations themselves are changing in relation to how they're supporting staff, rather than it's another training programme. So, you know, staff know a bit more, but nothing's actually changed. So that's what we'll be working on over the next 6 months.
Thank you, Kelly. What about you guys, Nathan and Araya? What's coming up in the next 12 months for you?
I guess really trying to roll out and getting the decision guide out to as many people as possible. I think that's a massive priority. So we're going to be doing that over particularly the next month. And then for me, with my fellowship, so I've developed another decision guide. This is what the COVID one was based on. That's focusing on decisions at the end of life. And I'm currently doing a study with that at the moment. So we're trying to recruit family carers at the moment to take part in that study to test it. And so that's going to be a big focus for me.
You had a whole bunch of questions about end-of-life pathways and how they differ between acute care and that kind of emergency admission that I didn't get to ask. So I'm sorry. It would be great to have you back, though, maybe to do a podcast for us for dementia research, and that would be fascinating. Is that the same for you, Nureya?
Yeah, pretty
You've
much.
got your fellowship to finish as well.
Yes. I've got a year and a half left on the fellowship, so it's really just waiting for NHS sites to open and get back on testing the tool, really.
Brilliant. Well, we didn't get any questions, although given that it's 1 minute to go before the next session, I'm quite welcome of that. I need to get more time efficient as we move on. Thank you very much to Nureya Capelli, Kelly Lee and Nathan Davies for joining us over the last half an hour. That was interesting. And again, thinking about the diversity of research that's going on in this, we've got functional objects, we've got decision planning for carers and others at end-of-life care as well, and during COVID, which I think is fascinating, and 3 more great examples of what's going on. Thank you very much. I'm going to move on to tell everybody what's coming up next. Coming up over the next half an hour, the next session is going to be Living Well with Dementia, the importance of eyesight and what it can tell us. I'm going to be joined by Dr. Marianne Coleman from the University of Melbourne and Dr. Catherine Quinn from the University of Bradford. We've only got 2 guests this time, so hopefully we'll have a little bit more time to chat. Before we move on, I need to remind everybody once again that the purpose of today, as well as sharing information about some of the research that's going on, is to raise money for Alzheimer's Research UK. Rather annoyingly, I don't know if anybody else is finding this, but the website, I can see that there are donations coming into the website. Thank you very much, everybody that's donating. But the total isn't retotaling. So I don't know. I wanted to be able to give a new total every half an hour, and it's still stuck at 784. Despite that, I can see that we've had many donations over the last hour. They're just not adding up into the total, but hopefully maybe they refresh that every hour or so. So £20 will fund 1 hour of groundbreaking research. Please donate what you can, even £1 helps. Details on how to donate can be found at chatathon.uk. All the money is going to Alzheimer's Research UK today. As you can see here, we've got the reminder to donate. So thank you very much. In terms, I've got to update my board before I come to you both. Thank you, Marianne and Catherine, for joining me. I seem to have chosen a pen that doesn't like to be rubbed out. So we're now up to six guests. We've had 6 guests, and we're 1 hour down, and I'm on my 2nd coffee. Fundraising total, I can't update. I'll do that whenever they refresh the website, and I'll look up. I can't even add it up because some are anonymous. Thank you very much. Right. Okay, let's move on. Hello and welcome.
Hi, Adam. Hello.
10 o'clock. I'm going to move my piece of paper down to the next session. 10 a.m. As I mentioned before, coming up in the next half an hour, we're talking about living well with dementia, the importance of eyesight and what it can tell us. I'm delighted to be joined by Dr. Marianne Coleman, who's the person with the flowers behind them. Marianne is a clinical vision research fellow at the University of Melbourne, although we met when you were working at the University of Surrey, of course.
Yes, good evening from Australia.
I was going to say it's late at night there, right?
It is, but that's okay. I'm really glad to be here.
Thank you. And I'm also joined by Dr. Catherine Quinn. Fun fact for you, Catherine.
What's that?
Out of 56 researchers that are joining me today, 3 of them have the surname Quinn, and you're not even related.
It's a good surname, isn't it? You know, that's why, obviously.
But it's not even I mean, 3 Smiths, 3 Joneses, I can understand. Being a Smith myself, I can say that. But 3 Quinns, that's got to be unusual, right?
It's normally the opposite problem, which is the Catherine part. There's normally too many Catherines, so
there are a lot of Catherines in Catherines and Katies. There are a lot of Catherines and Katies in dementia research.
Yeah.
And Johns. I can say that because I work with lots. Thank you. We have Dr. Catherine Quinn, before I pick on you for your surname, who is a lecturer in dementia studies at the University of Bradford, where there's lots of research going on. So maybe, Marianne, can I ask you to introduce yourself first?
Yes, so I am a slightly different kind of researcher. I am an orthoptist, but you can call me an optimist if you like. Orthoptist literally means straight eyes. So I'm a clinical professional in eye care, and we specialize in diagnosing and treating problems with moving our two eyes around and using them together to see 3D. So what's that got to do with dementia? So because these kinds of problems with your eyes can happen at any age, it means that we are specially trained to assess eyesight for lots of different people, including people who may struggle with communication or may have some form of memory difficulty. So that's basically part of the reason that I'm here.
Fantastic. Thank you, Marianne. Sorry, I was checking the Twitter to see if there were questions, and there were last time that I missed. Catherine, could I ask you to introduce yourself as well?
Yes, I'm Dr. Catherine Quinn. I am a lecturer in dementia studies at the Centre for Applied Dementia Studies at the University of Bradford. So I have a great job because I get to teach people about dementia and dementia studies. I've been in the dementia research field for quite a while now. Before I became a lecturer, I was a senior research fellow. So, and I guess the project I'm going to talk to you today about is around living well with dementia, which, a bit like Marianne, sort of takes a bit of a holistic approach and thinks about, you know, all the different types of factors that might have impact on how people are coping with dementia.
Brilliant. Well, actually, while we're on the topic, then, we'll stick with you, Catherine, and could you tell us about your work?
So I'm going to talk to you today a little bit about the IDEAL programme. The IDEAL programme has been running since 2014. So this is a study that I've been with for longer than even doing my PhD. So 2014, so the IDEAL programme, what is it? It's a cohort study. So it's based in Great Britain, and it's a cohort study looking at living well with dementia. And when I'm saying living well with dementia, what do I mean? I'm talking about things that are linked to people's quality of life, their well-being, and their satisfaction with life. And it's a cohort study, which means we follow a group of people with dementia and their carers over time to look at factors that are linked to living well. So we take quite a holistic approach, which means we look at a range of factors, including psychological, social factors. We look at health. We have looked at eyesight. So look at broad range of topics that could be linked to people's ability to live well. And as I say, the study's been running for a number of years, which means we've been following people up over time. Currently, at the moment, we're just reporting on what we call the cross-sectional findings, which is the baseline data. But lots and lots of findings coming out of this study. It's involved quite a large sample of people at time one. So just over 1,500 people living with dementia and just under 1,300 carers taking part at the first time point.
Oh, there we go. And my research is at the complete opposite end of the spectrum in terms of numbers, because it was a relatively uncharted piece of territory when it comes to dementia research. So mine was a pilot study, and I would have liked to have recruited more people, but in the end, I had 24 people living with Alzheimer's disease, vascular dementia, or mixed dementia who took part. And it just goes to show that you have small scale studies to find out whether a research topic is something that you want to look into in more detail before you do a big study. And then you have enormous sample size studies like Catherine's, where we knew that this was an area that needed more work from things that had been done in the past, but it was just a case of looking at this over time in a big group of people in order to be able to, you know, take that research forward, essentially.
Yeah. So actually, Catherine, can I just come back to you? So that study, is that just happening in Bradford, or is that elsewhere across the country in the UK?
No. So it's obviously the study itself is led by Professor Linda Clare down at Exeter. So originally, at the baseline, we've got 29 locations in Great Britain. So England, Scotland, and Wales. So all over, it means that we can include people from rural areas and urban areas. And I think just the rationale for having such a big cohort study is because we don't do these types of studies in the UK. And it enables us to look at many factors and sort of put them all together to look at how they link to living well. So to build that sort of evidence base. But again, taking a very holistic approach, not just looking at things such as the impact of somebody's cognitive function, but looking at more broader things such as their psychological well-being, where they live, etc. So many, many different things we can look at.
And I've seen that is being prioritized, isn't it? I mean, I think this is something that you're hoping to be able to offer as part of an NHS care service.
I think it really highlights the importance, and I think about Marianne's work, just if you're looking at eyesight, it sort of really highlights to me this, you've got to take this very holistic approach at looking at many different factors and how they link to a person's living well. We've very much been dominated by a kind of medical model where we've looked at things such as how somebody's cognitive function or abilities might link, but we've not thought more broadly around, for instance, comorbidities. So if somebody's got issues with eyesight or hearing or other health conditions, how this has an impact on, their ability to live well, to sort of take a more broader look.
Yeah, which makes complete sense. Actually, before I come back to you, Marianne, we've got a question from Martin Cooper, who makes a good point, who asks, what's a cohort study? It comes up often. Does this term come up in academia? Do you want to explain that?
Yeah, so a cohort study is basically we follow a group of people over time. So it's a cohort. A cohort is a group of people. So, and we look at them, and as I say, we follow the same group of people over time. So we originally going to follow them up for 6 time points. It's a little bit different now with COVID, but that's the idea of having a cohort study. It's a group of people.
Yeah, and that could be it could just be a group of the general public, can't it? They don't all have to be living with dementia, for example. This could be a common one is all the people born in 1963, for example. So
there's some really highly influential cohort studies. For instance, in Bradford, we have Born in Bradford, but they're very important because they give us a big evidence base, and because it's longitudinal, you're following people up over time.
Longitudinal mean that exactly. You pick a group of people, you do some initial tests and gather some information from them, then you repeat that at a certain frequency for a long period of time that then allows you to compare. So if in 20 years time somebody does go on to develop Alzheimer's, for example, you could have a look at all the people that developed Alzheimer's and look back over all their information over a long period of time to see if there were any common aspects, like did they eat the same food, live in the same place, breathe the same air, have the same care, for example.
So ours is obviously starting off with people who had mild dementia, but yes, there are lots of cohort studies that have started off with people when they were born. They are very expensive studies to run because they need investment, which is obviously why we need research funding, but they provide a really strong evidence base. So at the moment, we've just got funding to look at the impact of COVID-19 on our participants. And that's really helpful because we've got a lot of baseline, we've got a lot of information about them before COVID came along, so we can look at the changes that take place, now that COVID's here, and how that is having an impact on our people.
Well, at least that's something to come out of the pandemic.
Well, I was just going to say that. And that's something that, because of course there are these questions about what might the long-term effects be on cognition, for example. Marianne, I'm going to come to you. So yours was a smaller study, and are you trying to upscale that? Go into more detail about your research.
Yeah, of course. So mine was also looking at change over time. So I had my 24 volunteers who had all been diagnosed with one of those types of dementia that I mentioned within the past 2 years. So they were all fairly recently diagnosed, which ties in with some of the stuff that Jane and Chris were talking about during the opening segment of this Chatathon. And I saw them for the first time, did a bunch of eye tests with them. They were all really non-invasive, really simple tests. They were adapted to accommodate the different levels of dementia that people might have. And we repeated those eyesight tests and a memory test once every 4 months. So I saw them 3 times in total. So it was an 8-month period that we were monitoring them, which it might seem like quite a short period of time. You think, oh, well, you know, what can you say in 8 months of monitoring? But actually, because it was what we call a pilot study, because people hadn't done research in this area before, this study is the first one to look at changes in eyesight specifically over time and looking at people's ability to judge distances, for example. It was better to do a shorter study to look at whether there was a change at all, to determine whether monitoring long term might be more beneficial. So the research essentially was looking at these changes over time for in eyesight, inability to judge distances, which is important to help us with how we walk, and also how we look at people's ability to do fiddly hand-eye tasks, their confidence in mobilizing to be able to locate obstacles and determine changes in height of, you know, how low down is that step, how high up is that curb, all of that sort of thing. So my research followed people for that 8-month period, looked at changes in their eyesight and their ability to judge distances. And actually, one of the key things to come out of that was that difficulty with seeing well should not just be put down to, oh, it's because they have dementia. So selecting the right eye tests and having a dementia-friendly testing approach is really crucial to confirm whether somebody has a visual problem. And by this, I mean being able to adapt your approach to the individual based on their level of dementia and what they find difficult, and choosing a test to accommodate that. Because we have lots of different ways to test eyesight that don't just rely on, oh, can you read this letter chart? Which thing is better, 1 or 2? We have lots of different ways to assess eyesight that don't just rely on the letter chart or the person being able to communicate. And so with those right tests and techniques, people living with dementia can participate in their eye test as much as possible. And actually, many of the people who took part in the research demonstrated a good level of eyesight, particularly in the distance. And changes that they experienced in their eyesight were mainly due to the presence or the progression of other age-related eye diseases. So things like cataract, which is where the lens inside the eye goes cloudy and it needs to be extracted in surgery, or high pressure inside the eye can also cause changes in your eyesight as well. So basically, poor eyesight is not necessarily because somebody has dementia. It can be because they don't have quite the right glasses. They might have some kind of age-related eye disease. They might not have as good lighting in their home. And I think there's a few things focusing on that later on, about the sort of environmental conditions and so on. And all these things can be just as important for living well with dementia, to ensure that people do have good eyesight, as best eyesight as they can enjoy as possible. My research did find that people living with dementia have difficulty judging distances. Okay, so we did know a little bit about that before the research was done, but with the testing and everything that we did here, we can be quite confident that the people who took part did have that difficulty. And so, because if you have trouble judging distances, it can increase your risk of falling. And obviously falling is not good, regardless of whether or not you have dementia. But for people with dementia in particular, having a fall can be really adverse, because if you have a hospital admission, that can then lead to other things that can cause later deterioration in your memory test scores and so on. So basically, the study emphasizes the importance of maximizing the level of vision in both eyes to ensure that you can use your eyes together as a pair as best you can. And that this should be something that is considered in every eye test that somebody living with dementia receives. And indeed, that perhaps people living with dementia should have an eye test routinely, as you know, once they have their diagnosis. So those were the main findings, essentially.
We've got a few questions in it, and Fiona confused us slightly there. Fiona, you arrived 15 minutes early, but thank you very much. Just popping in. Oh, and Leo's joining too. I just need to remind guests again that they should join at the time they're allocated, not early.
Adam, you might want to just check which microphone is being used by your system, because you've gone a bit quiet again as you did during the first session. So just double check your microphone.
Yeah, it's the correct one.
Good, excellent.
I'm going to pick up on the questions. We've got a question from Jill Keithley, who asks, what's the definition of living well with dementia if you're judging how well somebody is living well with dementia? Do you have a definition of that, Catherine?
You know what? It's a real so as a study, very specifically as a study, as a research study, we had to pick certain outcome measures. So these are ways quantifying how you measure it. So we measured it looking at well-being, life satisfaction, and quality of life. And these are very sort of measures about how people are getting on. So we as a study do that. However, I will also say that I have done some work which asks people with dementia, what does living well mean to you? To ask them themselves. And you get a lot of information. So a lot of people talk about having an engaged and active lifestyle. People talk about positive relationships with others, good living situation and environment. So there's what I'm trying to get across is there's obviously the way in which we as researchers sort of define it to measure it, but obviously that it's very personalized to that individual. What counts as living well to one person may mean something different to a different person. So individually, it's quite personalized into what, ultimately what people think are important to them.
That is tricky, isn't it? Am I a little bit noisier now? Is that better?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
That volume's good.
It is. That is exactly. It's kind of, I guess, you've also got to compare, I think, to what life was like before and after, because not everybody lives particularly well before their diagnosis. I mean, and I think you've got to compare to say that there is this I think you could maybe set some standards to say everybody, should have a certain level of life satisfaction, but not everybody is healthy and things before their diagnosis. It is a tricky one. Erin Partridge asks, you, Marianne, they're interested to hear what Dr. Coleman is able to bring. Interested to hear how Dr. Coleman is able to bring people along to understand why we need to understand eyesight changes for people living with dementia, fighting that perception out there that we've all heard, which is, why bother? Got dementia anyway. It doesn't matter if they can see or not or can hear. How do you fight that perception?
Yes, it is a bit of a struggle, especially in arenas outside of dementia care. So, for example, there is a movement towards encouraging people living with dementia who have cataract to have their cataract extracted earlier than you otherwise would do. So cataract is an age-related condition where the lens inside the eye becomes cloudy over time and it becomes really difficult to see through. As soon as you extract the cloudy lens and replace it with a new plastic one, you can see a lot better. But for the operation is normally done under a local anaesthetic with the patient awake during the procedure. So for people with more advanced dementia, it's much harder for them to cooperate during the procedure, which requires you to be very, very still. So I have encountered attitudes amongst ophthalmologists around the idea of just operating on the one eye. But if you have a blurry eye and a clear eye, then it's much harder to use your eyes together as a pair, which can throw off your ability to judge distances. So yeah, effectively, yeah. It can be really disorienting if you can't rely on the input from each eye. And so that can increase your risk of falling as well. So effectively, yes, it is a battle. It is a battle to change people's attitudes with regards to that, and to just be like, to try and stop people from saying, oh, your eyesight's not very good, but it's probably just your dementia. It's like, well, there's no reason why people living with dementia can't enjoy a good level of eyesight as long as a lot of these conditions are treated. I'm talking purely here in terms of how many letters you can read on an eye chart. Okay, so there are people living with dementia, and I can see a few questions related to this, who experience problems with their visual perception. And that is a completely separate issue.
FTD, we've got a 45-minute session after lunch today talking specifically about FTD as well. So Caroline, you might be interested in that session particularly. Should we take that question from Erin, Marianne, which is, what's the difference between because I guess picking up the point before, another way to do this is to, of course, do eye tests in people's own homes and not have to, part of the stress and agitation can be caused by having to go into town or go to an eye test and then sit in that darkened room, which we know can be quite disorientating. But there are other ways. So how do you do a dementia-friendly eye test?
I'm glad that you asked. So I am hoping that the lovely people at the Dementia Australia Research Foundation will fund some further work in this area. I've just submitted an application to them, which hopes to consult with people living with dementia, with carers, and with people who do eye tests, who are called optometrists, about what should be in a dementia-friendly eye test. So my own experience of working with people living with dementia, they will respond very well to testing if you are demonstrating to them what is required. And also to listen carefully to what they're saying, because it can be difficult for them to put into their own words what it is that they're seeing, in order to use your own clinical knowledge as an eye care professional to understand what it is that they might be seeing, and to adjust your communication to help them to tell you that. So we have lots of different ways of testing people's eyesight, as I mentioned before. And some of them rely on the person being able to tell you what they see, and other ones don't. Now, when you go and have your eye test done, you normally are asked to look at an eye chart, read an eye chart, and then look through a bunch of lenses and say, which is better, 1 or 2? Is this better? Is this worse? Etc. etc. But we have ways of assessing eyesight that don't require these things. So we can just look at how people's eyes move around to look to see whether they see something or whether they don't. The other thing that's important to consider as well is that sometimes when you're asking somebody to name a letter, they might not always name the letter that they see. So they might be looking at the letter and they can see the letter and they know it's a letter, but then when they try to say, oh, it's an O, it comes out as a 0 instead. And that was something that was quite common, that people substituting numbers for letters and things like that. And so these kind of considerations are important during testing.
Thank you. I mean, obviously, I don't want to ignore your question, Caroline, about FTD being frightened of heights and drops. But I think if you come back, and I will save your question for the FTD group of researchers from UCL. There are 5 of them joining us, I think, at 1:45 today. So if you'd like to join back then, I will put that question to them.
UCL also have some fantastic researchers that are looking at eyesight for people with posterior cortical atrophy as well. So perhaps they might be able to speak to that.
We got just one last quick question before I come back to you for final points. Terry Blatter asked, does Marianne have a strategy for the situation where visual acuity is relatively okay, but the condition of the diagnosis of Lewy bodies creates visual difficulties so that the reading is impossible and vision is generally problematic and the person can't understand? What do you do, Marianne? Do you stick a pair of glasses on somebody and say, is that better or worse? And I mean, if they can't even communicate, how do you deal with this in the worst of situations?
Okay, that's a really good question. Thank you, Terry. It is difficult, partly because we don't actually have a dedicated eye care pathway for people living with dementia. There's still an awful lot of research to be done in this area. Unfortunately, it's still very early days for this aspect of living with dementia, looking at eyesight and problems with visual processing. So in some kinds of dementia, you can, and in particular with Lewy body dementia, you can experience visual hallucinations. Those can be a really difficult problem for people with those diagnoses to live with. And in addition to that, again, we still don't know as much as we ought to about how the brain and the eyes work together and how this is affected in dementia. So it tends to be more of a holistic approach to the reading difficulties. Ideally, people living with dementia should be able to access certification for blind or partially sighted status, which can be done by an ophthalmologist if they have so much trouble with reading and so on, despite having normal vision. So say, for instance, they might have a visual processing deficit, then having that certification can help that person to access the kinds of services that are normally available for people with poor eyesight. So they can access talking books, they can access large print newspapers and books, and other kinds of more functional support with mobility and things like that. So obviously the person's ability to use these kinds of aids can be more limited, but there are numerous radios and audio recordings, audio devices rather, for people who have poor eyesight, which in turn, a lot of the button arrangements and everything are also quite conveniently designed for people living with dementia as well. So there's that to consider as well. But yeah, it is an issue. But now on the blind and partially sighted certification form, there is a box that you can tick to say that somebody has dementia, and that's a good development in the UK recently.
You can see how doing tests around somebody's own home, like can you reach and grab this or touch this, or can you see this in somebody's own home, might be a way to do that. Catherine,
yeah, you can adopt a more functional approach to assessing eyesight. Yeah.
Catherine, before we wrap up, I just want to ask what's coming up for you in the next 6 months over your research. How are you? What's the focus for the next period?
So the focus for the next period with IDEAL is that we have what's called the Include study running. So basically, we are now looking at the impact of COVID-19 on IDEAL participants. We've already started doing some interviews, some very interesting findings coming out of that. These are interviews with people with dementia and carers in terms of the impact on carer stress. So really, that is the focus of work.
To try and adapt the outputs to, yeah. Fantastic. Honestly, again, I'm really sorry we didn't get longer to talk, but we've come up to our 10:30 already. Thank you very much, Dr. Marianne Coleman, Dr. Catherine Quinn. Both, I should add, as I'm going to do, all of our guests' information on their social media, their Twitters is on the website on chatathon.uk. Meet the Researchers, I think it's called, is the section where there you can find details on all the people who are speaking today. If you had a question that you didn't manage to get answered, or you have any follow-up, please do go and reach out to them via Twitter. I know they're all very friendly people and will happily reply to you on there. And you can also find out more information about their work there too. So please do meet them. Thank you very much again, Marianne and Catherine. And I'll see you again soon. Coming up.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Coming up in the next session, we have the importance of communities and better health services. I'm going to be joined by Dr. Fiona Marshall from the University of Nottingham, Paul Brownbill from Richmond Fellowship, and Siobhan Riley from Lancaster. I'm slightly concerned now because do you know what, Siobhan? I went away to double check that I was going to pronounce your name right, and then I've written it completely on the wrong page.
Oh, don't worry.
That's fine. Coming up from Lancaster. So before we move along, it's at that half an hour point where I'm just going to update as well and remind everybody that the whole purpose of today is to raise money for Alzheimer's Research UK. £50 will provide access to specialist equipment for studying cells. I've been able to work out how to update our fundraising goal. So please, everybody, do consider donating. All the details on the Just Giving page are available at chatathon.uk. I'm going to update our board now. Ta-da! The board. So we're up to 8 guests, and we're an hour and a half, 1.5. And our fundraising, are you ready for the new total? I worked out how to get it. Our new fundraising total is 1,074.
Oh,
so
great.
25% of the way there. No, we're not. 20%, whatever, to our fundraising goal of £5,000 today.
Fantastic.
Well done. Donating. Once again, the details of the Just Giving page are available at our website, chatathon.uk, where you'll also find the schedule for all of our speakers today. We are also recording today's sessions as well, or we are now, because I forgot. We are now, because I forgot to press record earlier, where we will share the sessions as well later for anybody who managed to miss something. So yeah, we're moving on to the next session. So as I mentioned before, this session from 10:30 till 11 o'clock is the importance of communities and better health services. I'm delighted to be joined by, I was going to say 3 people, but I'm sure Paul was there a second ago. I'm delighted to be joined by Dr. Fiona Marshall, Research Fellow from the University of Nottingham. Hi, Fiona.
Hi. Hello.
We hopefully have joining us, he'll be back in a second perhaps, Paul Bramble, Insight Manager from the Richmond Fellowship, and Siobhan Riley, Senior Lecturer from Lancaster University, although not for very long. Siobhan, you're moving. Maybe I could ask you to introduce yourself first.
Yes, that's right, not for very long. So good morning, everyone. So yes, I'm currently a senior lecturer in the Division of Health Research at Lancaster University, and I've been here for the last 7 years. And next month, I'm going to be moving to a new role as Professor in Applied Dementia Research. So I'm going to be joining Catherine Quinn, who you've just been talking to, and the whole team there at the Centre for Applied Dementia Studies in the University of Bradford. So I'm really looking forward to that.
Fantastic. So tell us what's your just finishing up that introduction. What's the day job?
Okay, so what I wanted really to tell you about, I won't go into lots of detail now, but I wanted to tell you about a study that I've been leading for the last few years. So developing a core outcome set for people living with dementia at home in their neighbourhoods, and this was part of the Neighbourhoods and Dementia study, which was funded by the ESRC and NIHR.
Oh, and that was done in Manchester as well, wasn't it?
It was, yes. So it was being led by Professor John Keedy in Manchester, yes, and lots of other people involved in that.
Yeah, I did a podcast on this with Sarah, surname escapes me.
Campbell.
Campbell, that's right. Dr. Sarah Campbell from Manchester a little while ago. Yeah. I'm going to ask everybody else to introduce themselves now as well. Fiona, Dr. Fiona Marshall, could you introduce yourself?
Yes, hi. I'm a research fellow based in the University of Nottingham, and my main interest is rural ageing and older people care. And at the moment, I'm actually leading a COVID-19 study in care homes. But previous to that, I'd been leading a 4-year dementia study in rural communities, which I'm going to talk about today.
Fantastic. Thank you, Fiona. And Paul?
I work for an organisation called Richmond Fellowship, but this study was done, or is being done, at the University of South Wales and Glasgow University, and it's looking at community hospital care and decision making for people living with dementia. So it's looking, because there's been lots of research previously done, people will know, about the hospital care for people with dementia and how the outcomes are less for people living with dementia for the same condition going into hospital that people without dementia. So we looked specifically at the context of decision making within community hospitals. So community hospitals, for those who don't know, are sort of smaller, local, lots of the times rural hospitals, very, rather than 1,000 beds general hospitals, they usually are the ones that my study involved were 15, 20, 25 total beds, and it was about whether or not these local type hospitals, what are the benefits for those hospitals, what are the benefits for people with dementia, and are there any? And how we did that was we interviewed people that had experience of community hospitals, both people living with dementia and people that work in those hospitals. And I also did 10 weeks of naturalistic observations in 3 community hospitals across North Wales to try and get a sort of a better picture of how these hospitals function, or for people living with dementia. So we try, that's what we, and I'm at the write up stage at the moment of that. I've done all the field work, so to speak. I've done it before COVID, and now I'm at the final stages of the sharing
up. Yeah. I can't help but notice, do you think this is relevant that you're all northerners? And I pick on it, I'm proudly northern, but you're all working in communities and thinking about, particularly about rural communities. Do you think is this because there genuinely is a north-south divide about that feel of community, or is it just that the north is more spread out, and so that's why we have to look at this?
I would say that in the area that I did my research in North Wales, there is a significant amount of areas that are rural, and a lot of the times that there are the general hospitals, obviously, but there are pockets, or the quite substantial pockets of the area that the distance travel to a general hospital is also an issue. It's an issue for everyone, so maybe that's why it
is. So Siobhan, I'm going to come to you first. Could tell us more about your research. What's your research finding?
Okay, so So let's have a think. So where do I start? So, well, many of the studies that I've worked on have really highlighted the inequalities of health and social care for people living with dementia, and also people living with severe mental illness. So, but over the years, the goal of my research has really been to improve the quality of care and the evidence base for the delivery of health and social care services for these groups. So one of the things that researchers have to use when they're evaluating interventions is outcome measurement instruments. So ideally, the content of these outcome measurement instruments are going to reflect what the key stakeholders value. And subsequently, research evidence and then the changes in policy and practices will be responsive to what the key stakeholders value. However, unfortunately, in the context of dementia care research, for those still living at home, our work suggests that this situation is really the exception rather than the rule. So our study provides evidence for what I think many others will probably think is real common sense. So, which I think is probably a bit of a northern trait, isn't it?
But honestly, isn't half the time, I think one of the issues is a lot of research gets the evidence for what we know is already right to kind of prove it, because some people need persuading, right? I mean, so if you can get evidence for what you think is common sense,
absolutely,
yeah. You know, and when we talk about stakeholders here, I guess we're talking about people who living with Alzheimer's and dementia, living in these communities, and making sure that what you do is actually useful.
Absolutely, yeah. So our study provides a scientific basis for what many people have already experienced and really come to understand as they live with dementia. So research studies can often tend to be based on what researchers think are important. That's happening less so, we hope. But most studies, you know, in a recent review, focused on really the issue of cognition rather than emphasising autonomy and the social activities of people living with dementia. And a recent review found that only 13% of research measured quality of life, despite this being overwhelmingly what's most important to people with the condition. So what we set out, we completed a core outcome set study, and this really raises the proposition that trial-based research examining the effectiveness of interventions for people living with dementia really needs to be responsive to what key stakeholders, and in this case, people living with dementia, value. So I won't bore everybody with taking you through the different aspects of our research, but basically in the end, we identified 13 outcome items that distill the most important aspects of life. And they emphasize the importance of living well with dementia, communicating, keeping as active as possible, and having a laugh. And so I'll just show you, I don't know if you can, if I hold this up, I don't know if you can see that.
Not quite, but
not quite. No. Okay. Yeah. No, not quite at all. Okay. Well, basically, it's a cartoon that we worked with Tony Husband, who's a cartoonist, and he worked with us, and really to get our message out there, really, and he came to a lot of the sessions that we ran, and so basically, we've got these 13 items. And that, you know, include good relationships, communication, having a laugh, doing things you enjoy, keeping interested, and then what we've done is we've conducted a systematic literature review to look at all the outcome measures out there. It's recently been published in the Gerontologist, and this study, the other paper, has been published in Age and Aging in a few months ago. So basically, we searched all through the journals and did lots of database searching, and we have basically found that there are no measures that measure all of these 13 items. There are
You've got to come up with something new.
Well, there's a couple of measures that measure some of them, but not all. So in order to get all 13 into research, you'd have to use sort of 3 or 4 different tools, which really would create a lot of burden for people living with dementia, because they'd have to fill out reams and reams of questions.
And playing devil's advocate, if I was watching this and I was a person living with dementia, I think I'd be coming back going, oh, why do we need to measure this? Why don't actually you need to like come up with something that makes it so I can have more of a laugh? You know, and I know that the community's
absolutely
project was massive, wasn't it? I mean, you did all kinds of things to look at kind of how you make somebody, how somebody feels part of a community and continue to live in.
Absolutely, yeah. So Adam, you've hit the nail on the head there, because obviously we started out looking at outcome measures, but really we think these items will provide commissioners and service planners with information on what types of interventions are most likely to be highly valued by people living with dementia. So we as well as we hope the results of this study will ensure that researchers start to measure what really matters to people living with dementia, but we also hope that it helps the service provision, and that things will get provided that really matter most to people living with dementia.
Well, and so when somebody does come up with something and you can try it, whether that's, you know, like, oh, we've got a new cafe or we've got a new service here, getting the evidence to prove that that's really helped somebody, so then you can get the next town along or the next community space to consider the same things, and they're not just throwing money at something that actually nobody really wants. They're throwing money at something that people really want is important. I'm going to keep going around the table, otherwise we're going to run out of time, and I'm going to feel terrible that Fiona didn't get a chance to share.
Okay.
Fiona, tell us about your work.
Basically, my work took a very different angle in that it was a mixed method study, and I think it's one of the first studies that actually deliberately...
I'm going to pull you up on that, mixed methods.
Okay, it was a study that involved different perspectives and different types of research, in that we used geospatial research to actually look at where people, how they engaged in their community and the places where they went to. So it was very much how people connected across rural community and where they went to. And we measured that. And we found out where people went, how they engaged in their community. And we also looked as a qualitative piece of research with ethnography over time. So it was a longitudinal study as their condition progressed as well over 4 years. This, I think, was one of the first pieces of research where a formal diagnosis of dementia was not required. And so that was in recognition that within very remote communities, it's often very difficult to get a formal diagnosis of dementia. And the reasons for that, and one of those reasons is because there's a lot of stigma around having diagnosis of dementia, and often community connections are lost as a consequence of having a diagnosis. And indeed, in some communities, particularly farming communities, that can lead to a loss of employment.
Oh, really? I mean, in so much as that's it.
Even tenancy.
People lose trust.
They lose trust. They lose their work because there is no formal retirement among these communities, amongst farmers. So, you know, there's no such thing as retirement, and it can even lead to loss of tenancy of the farm as well. So approximately 30% of my respondents were members of the farming community.
That's interesting itself, isn't it? Because we can't just assume that every piece of research that some researcher does in Manchester or Oxford or London is going to apply when you're looking at specific farming communities. Or I'm later on, we're talking about ethnic groupings as well, in terms of different research and affecting different ethnicities.
So I mean, one of the things that I'm always banging on about, and I know that my colleagues get really fed up about this, is that often rural communities are seen as a homogenous population. They're seen as being all the same, and really they're very, very diverse culturally. Rural communities are not idols, you know, they're not chocolate box places at all. They're very, very hard places to live and work in. And I think we need to recognise that as well. And this was the same for services. We found that, you know, people live very diverse lives and they connect very much with the places and they enjoy living and working in them. And particularly as their dementia deteriorates and progresses, it's very important those connections continue and that they carry on making those meaningful contributions. And it's all about action. It's all about carrying on and contributing to those places. And that was one of our absolute key findings, was that it was continuing doing. It wasn't about going to a group, sitting around a table and having a little natter. And I'm putting it as strongly as that, because there was absolutely very little for the men. There was nothing for the gents.
Yeah, I mean, sporting
you know,
memories we've talked about before as well. I know that they're keen, that they pick on sporting memories. So so
it's about activities. It was about, you know, we had like groups for the Gritstone sheep farmers, which we adapted specifically for those with multiple cognitive and other disabilities that, you know, really thrived. And there were other groups, allotments, groups like that, which combined with those with other mental health disabilities as well, that really thrived.
So in a practical sense, Fiona, then, have you, so practically in terms of how this is helping then, so we discovered that farmers, men, particularly people who live in rural communities, won't engage in services in quite the same way. And so then how do
I think that we need to rethink.
So
we need to rethink this whole thing about labelling dementia friendly groups, etc.
So you work with Alzheimer's Society, the people that kind of manage the whole dementia friendly space.
I mean, sadly, over the 4 years, the services have been severed and severed and severed and cut back to the point that where there's very few groups now across the regions, because of austerity, etc. We've had community hospitals cut as well. And so I think that the only way forward really is to look for more very small localised services that will be delivered by very small third sector groups.
Keep it local. Wasn't that Cameron's big society? The you know, whether you like Cameron or not, the vision of a big society.
The issue is in rural communities, though, there isn't an army of volunteers. It simply doesn't exist. There isn't the capacity for an army of volunteers, and therefore I think we have to look at almost entire age-friendly groups that carry across the entire life course, that have that capacity to deliver, rather than dedicated dementia-friendly or age-friendly groups, so that there is that volunteer capacity. And I think that enhances this idea about intergenerational groups as well. So it feeds into that.
Well, I have an allotment, so we'll have to catch up afterwards, and you can tell me what I should be doing to make that.
Excellent.
Paul, I'm going to come to you next. Could you tell us about? So tell us what's going on in Wales. You're not in Wales now, though, are you?
No. The study took place. The study took place in Wales.
Is what Siobhan and Fiona resonate in your work?
Oh, without a doubt, yeah. Because I think the rural nature of North Wales and the part of my study was about sort of place and where a community hospital becomes more of a hub of a particular community, rather than just where you would go for healthcare. For instance, they began, and as my study started to come to an end, they began group work there. So rather than being on a ward, you would come on a day basis. So people with dementia would come, people living with dementia would come on a weekly basis to a particular group, because like Fiona was saying, that there are not the groups and there are not the wide range of facilities in a rural area, and this sort of started to become the hub of small pockets of groups for people with dementia, even starting off with just I don't want to use the word basic, but just starting off as a meeting group with no particular purpose in mind, and then it grew from there on in terms of making them more specific on specific days. So yeah, I do a lot of what Fiona said does resonate with the study and the people that I met when I was speaking to people.
So we've got some questions, but I'm going to come to next. So Erin Partridge asked, interested to hear more about the structure Paul Brownbill used to do the observations. Did you use field notes, for example, journaling, videos, audio, mapping?
Yeah.
What was the structure for your observations?
Yeah. The structure was, I chose 3 community hospitals within North Wales. Quite a wide range of hospitals as well, from a very, very small hospital up to, in community hospital terms, a large community hospital with more than 1 ward. And I spent 4 weeks at each community hospital, 5 days a week for 4 weeks at each community hospital, and took notes and spent time on the hospital, spent time talking to people. So it was a combination of sitting, watching, taking notes, and also, where appropriate, speaking to the staff there, speaking to the people there, speaking to the people that were visiting, different sort of professionals that came into the hospital for various reasons. So it was a bit of a mixture of also, it's very naturalistic. It was trying to be as inobtrusive as possible, trying to not get in the way, and really using the staff as a sounding board for whether or not I was, if they wanted me to leave, I left. If they wanted me to come back in an hour's time, I came back in an hour's time, making notes to ask questions later when the staff were less busy. They had 5 minutes to talk to me. So yeah, it was a bit of a mixture of all sorts of, yeah.
Thank you. We've got a question from G. Martin Cooper, who asking you, Fiona, what can you define a longitudinal study for us? Do you want to do that?
Yeah, a longitudinal study basically is one that is carried over time. So my study was actively recruiting and following families and providers over 3 years minimum. So I followed 35 families over a minimum of 18 months. So I actually went on to farms and different families who live in the Peak Park. And we went on walks. I rounded up sheep. I did all sorts of different activities. I went monthly to different groups and spoke with different groups and members. And I also went into hospices and different providers and some community hospitals.
So it's gathering data over a long period of time.
Over a long period of time. Yes, and comparing, and for some of those families, the progression of dementia was quite rapid. For others, it was fairly stable. Yeah, so it's over time.
Thank you, Fiona.
Okay.
We've got one more of a point than a question, but I think it brings us nicely to a summary, which is Gemma Townsend, BMG Care Coordinator, said, I completely agree. In Morecambe Bay, there are lots of voluntary organisations that are not dementia-specific groups, but many dementia people with dementia and carers go along to them. It's incredibly effective. I'm an occupational therapist due to start a role in later life and memory assessment. I'm very excited that there's lots of work to be done, and she's enjoying the Chatathon. Thank you very much for that. And I think actually this is the general takeaway message here, isn't it? You're 3 researchers that accepting that that not every community is the same, that different, whether that's dementia friendly communities or groups, need to vary according to realize the place that they're in and be of that place and of the the type of place. So whether that's farming communities or city, or whether it's dealing with men or women or both, and that these don't necessarily have to be dementia specific services, whether that's allotments or community groups, but these can be existing groups that adapt to accommodate different people that might use them too. That there are also different ways to communicate that. Siobhan's research around using signs and magazines and comics and different ways to communicate and share these messages to motivate communities to become more interested and involved and know what to do is clearly something that's possible. I'm sorry we didn't have more time to chat. Is there any final points that anybody wants to make before we move on? No? Siobhan, you're muted. Were you going to make a comment? Go. Great.
Sorry. Well, just to say good luck for the rest of the however many hours you've got left, and I hope you've got some honey and lemon.
I'm not going to pan across, but I've got a whole range of stuff. I've just slightly realised that as much as I've got a whole bunch of snacks at the side of me, I don't really want to eat on camera. I had a banana that I'm currently. Thank you very much, everybody, for joining us. Thank you, Dr. Fiona Marshall, Paul Brownville, and Siobhan Riley, and good luck in your new role, Siobhan. Anybody who wants to find out more about our guests as research can find them on the researchers section of our website, chatathon.uk, where you can also find details of how to connect with our guests on Twitter as well and post any questions you might not have had a chance to ask today. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Coming up next, our next guests have started to arrive already. We have, we're going to be discussing the role of art and technology to support well-being in dementia. Art, you say? What's that got to do with dementia? It's got everything, believe me. And if you only just listening, we released a pod. It's quite timely because we also released a podcast today for Dementia Researcher, which is talking about music in dementia. I don't know if music will come up in our conversation over the next half hour. But I'm joined by Brendan Kemain, who's a PhD student from the Royal College of Art in London, Dr. Kat Algar-Scaife from Bangor University, and Professor Marianne Lynch, who hasn't joined yet. She'll be our first professor, so this is a test. But I think she's our first professor. This will be a test for her, see if she can join the tech. Before I come to welcome my guests, I've got to remind you all again that the whole point of today is to raise money for Alzheimer's Research UK. £120 pays for some complex protein analysis, which is essential for the scientists working in laboratories to try and understand the fundamental cause of dementia. I'm going to update our board now. You can find out details of how to donate on our website at chatathon.uk. There's the link to the Just Giving page there. So I'm updating my board. I'm up to 11 now, right? That was 3. I think I'm up to 11. And I'm going to miscount here. So we're up to 11 people, and we're 2 hours in. Still only on 2 cups of coffee, but I did have a smoothie, but that doesn't count, does it? And I'm pleased to say our fundraising total is now up to 1,309.
It's great.
Thank you very much, everybody that's donated so far. We're going to be carrying on for the next 10 hours, talking to researchers from every possible field of research, hoping you'll give money to Alzheimer's Research UK. Again, the details on how to donate are on the website at chatathon.uk. Hello, everybody. Sorry, I'm going to move on to my 11 a.m. sheet. So, I'm delighted to be joined again. I'm just going to repeat their names. Dr. Brendan Kemain, who's a PhD student at the Royal College of Art in London. We've got Dr. Kat Algar-Scaife. Scaife. Who's a research fellow from Bangor University, and our very first professor of the day who passed the test of making the technology work. We've got Professor Marianne Lynch, who's a visiting professor of dementia care at the University of West London. Hello, everybody. Thank you for joining.
Morning.
Good morning. Well done, Adam. You're doing a great job. I'm exhausted already. I don't know how you're going to do 12 hours.
I'm starting to feel slightly guilty that some of these subjects deserve much longer than 5 and 10 minutes conversations. We could have gone on for 24 hours, I'm sure, but thank you, Kat. That's very kind of you.
Thank you for organising it, Adam. It's brilliant.
That's very kind of you to say. You'll have me crying. We're going to talk about the role of art and technology, and this was, some of my other groupings of people were a bit tricky because, when you saw Kelly earlier, for example, talking about functional objects and end of life, that didn't quite fit. But this was a really easy one because you all, in your bios, you all came back and said, yeah, art, we do art. So maybe, Brendan, just don't talk about your work yet. Could I just ask you to introduce yourself and maybe what your PhD is? Tell us about your job.
Thank you. Thank you. So I'm a PhD researcher, just starting my second year part-time at the Royal College of Art. I'm based in the School of Design. My PhD is both thesis and practice, so it's a bit of both, with an emphasis on design. It's human-centered design, which helps develop a deep and sort of understanding of the issues that people are facing, so you can be more focused on what they need. And obviously, in my case, it's the environment in care homes for people with dementia.
So this is designing better environments so people have a better experience of living there.
Yeah, better, more engaging environments, I guess, and environments.
So not practical, as in you should put a wall there and a door there and make sure the windows.
No. That, I mean, that is really important as well, but that's not where I'm sort of going.
I think, is it Stirling University do lots on that, or physical environment, don't they? Thank you, Brendan. Kat, could I ask you to introduce yourself as well?
Yeah, sure. So I'm Dr. Kat Algarscaith. I'm a research fellow at Bangor University. I've been a dementia care researcher for about 11 years now. First came into contact with Adam because together we joined dementia research to Wales. So one of my hats is coordinating JDR in Wales. But kind of my main research interest is around the role of the arts for improving and supporting lives for people living with dementia, and also those who support them both professionally and informally. I could talk forever about it, so I think I will stop there. But yeah, I have quite a few hats, but really excited to be here.
Brilliant. Sorry, Marion, your turn.
Hello, I'm Marion Lynch. My initial research as part of this was how do we use poetry and prose to teach medicine? And from that, which I finished a decade ago now, oh my goodness, started to recognise that clinicians start to get a bit of panic about art or the arts. They say, oh, I haven't got an A-level in English, or, I could never draw, and all of these things. And there's a currency there that seems alien to them, whereas in fact, it's nothing to do with that at all. And what I noticed in my research was when I used work from people living with dementia, which then started to become part of the curricula for general practice, people started to be able to equate what they saw with some of the thoughts they had about the utility of people. Like I say, that was 10 years ago. I've moved on since then, and now I'm looking at how we construct even the thinking of the design of healthcare, or even the legal system in relation to dementia.
Ooh. Well, I'm tempted to stick with you because you've got me interested now. Rather than go back around the circle, I'm tempted to stick with you now because you've got me interested. So to start with, I think the initial work about teaching medicine through those mechanisms sounds interesting. You could see how that could adapt. So how has it moved on now then? What?
Well, I started it almost 2 decades ago, and I was a nurse I am a nurse. You never lose being a nurse. I'm a nurse. I was working as one of the first medical educators in the UK. So I was bringing a sort of person-centered lens and nursing lens to the world that was particularly biomedical. And in order to have something that was neither nursing nor doctoring, I started to think, okay, what is neither? And what was neither was the arts. But there was a lot of interest in medical humanities, but not enough to fund a PhD or to get any kind of traction in conversations. So it was an uphill struggle. So the title was Challenging the Epistemological Basis of Medical Education. How do GP trainers use poetry and prose to teach? For those of you who've done PhDs, you absolutely know I can only say it like that because I've been completely socialized to not be able to deconstruct it at all. That's the title. And what was wonderful from it was when I started to move into dementia, which was my clinical area. I was working with some art that Mrs. Margaret Drake had done. Mrs. Margaret Drake was a lace maker, and her beautiful lace collar was shown by her husband, and he said he saw a flaw in it that the clinicians didn't see. And what surprised him was she didn't see it. And that was the diagnostic, this missed stitch, rather than a mini mental state or something. And her work continued throughout her journey in dementia and became changed. And what I did then was worked with him and the photographs he'd taken of her work and showed them as the journey through dementia, getting clinicians to comment on it and then explore what their comments meant. And what we saw was the diametrically opposed views of it. Clinicians usually saw something that had become childlike, less simple, etc. The family and others saw engaged in an activity, the person's identity still continuing, valuing the time. And so there was real interest to be able to show just through these artifacts the different lens that we took on what it is to be a human living with dementia. That work then became part of the GP training nationally as part of the curriculum to teach holistic domain, because one can only understand a holistic person and that kind of lens if you remove yourself from the language and the constructs that you've been socialized in medicine.
Yeah, that makes complete sense, doesn't it? I don't know how is that similar to you, Kat? I'm thinking about how you've done that in your work as well, because that sounds very similar.
Yeah, so actually I was going to talk about an artist residency project, but actually you've reminded the first project that I led after my PhD was called Creative Conversations, and that was developing an arts-based staff development program for care home residents, for care home staff. So we were using the arts to help staff understand the experiences of people living with dementia, and staff felt that this really helped them understand. So we were using music, film, poetry, lots about the topic of dementia, but also by people living with dementia. So yeah, really going to go and look at your work, Marion, because it links very well. I've been looking at some of the sort of medical education stuff as well. So that's kind of one side, but also I've been working with Cartrevi project, which is led by Age Kemry, and it's an art in care homes project where professional artists are leading residencies within care homes across Wales. And I've been the research partner for since it started in 2015. So I've been able to really help progress some of and look more in depth at some of the things going on. So the first evaluation showed significant improvements in wellbeing for the residents, but also for the staff who were supporting sessions, helped them understand their residents much better. Again, as you were saying, showing that residents were much more able than staff first thought, but also it encouraged care staff to engage creatively themselves outside of work. I've moved on to do a social return on investment for the project as well, to try and get more evidence, because although we've got some amazing results, the first evaluation involved 122 care homes, so we had some really big numbers involved. Yeah, I was for the most part, I was the only researcher.
Because care home staff change all the time, and you did you physically go to all those?
No, so that was a challenge actually, because my PhD, I was in care homes doing observations, and I really got ingrained, whereas for this I was having to ask artist practitioners to help do data collection as well as care staff. So that was very different, but I love this project because I've been with it for so long, and we're now moving forward. I've got a master's student who started today actually. She's actually one of the arbitrary artists who is now looking at how we can look at embedding the approach within social care, because it's been funded now for 6 years, which is amazing, but that's not going to continue. So we're now looking at it a bit more strategically of how we can look to embedding it.
The financial side of this is important, isn't it? Because I think that is, for me, is often something that's slightly overlooked from some of the research that we've talked about already today, and I think we'll go on to look at, is that when you publish those findings, coming with a balance sheet that also says, right, and this is because, let's face it, governments are often bothered about the bottom line, and if you're persuading the NHS to invest in, or local authorities or the government to invest in something, being able to demonstrate the value and what it will cost to really do the investment required is something that's needed and shouldn't be an afterthought. It should be right there, for me, right there up front. And even if that means bringing in some expertise from external people who are accountants and cost specialists. We're going to be talking to Martin Knapp, who's an economist, later today from the London School of Economics, about the financial aspects of it. So has that been tricky? And Marion, coming back to you, is that something you've had to look at as well? Is the cost, the cost proposals of this? What does it cost to do to help sell it? Well, sorry, I'll let Kat, you go first. No, go on.
As I said, I decided to, because I had a huge data set, I actually did a retrospective social care on investment, and I apologise, my dog is snoring in the background. Because I felt like we had this amazing result, but everyone was like, well, that's lovely, but it didn't feel like it was making the right impact. So adding that social return on investment hopefully will speak another language and add onto the current evidence that we've got.
And you make a good point. It's got to be thought of as return on investment, because of course because the value isn't necessarily that it saves 3 hours of staff time in agitation, and so that as a cost, a pound sign against it, it's selling that well-being. Sorry, Marion, I'm going to come back to you. Can you even...
Yeah, so return on investment, we really need to look at what kind of return are we looking at. So when we look at the arts, we talk about this being the fifth wave of public health. Firstly, we've had we sorted the water, we sorted the sewage, we've had vaccinations, then we did healthcare information, don't smoke, do running, etc. We're in the fifth wave now, which is showing that telling people what to do doesn't work. And this fifth wave helps us relate back to 2000 years ago, when we really started to look at when health was integrated into all of society, what's right, what's good, what's true. And those three elements, therefore, are needed if we're going to look at return on investment. So what's the right thing to do? The moral imperative in terms of care for people with dementia. What's true? So the evidence base behind things, we get, not everything is an RCT in terms of dementia, and this is where the evidence base that we're talking about, return on investment, looks at. What's beautiful? That's the other one. What's right? What's good? What's beautiful? What's true? What's good? What's beautiful? And the arts element is this aesthetic element is now what's coming into society. And we're building on that in terms of the way we look at climate change, we look at human geography, the way we look at other areas. What we're missing out is how we look at it in terms of health. We still have that biomedical model. So these are high-ranging concepts and thoughts, but actually we have to also look beyond the gross domestic product of health. It's not about the utility of the person. We need a social model of health as well.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And that's it. Well, and it's great that this is even being looked at. Brendan, I have got to come to you now because you're kind of still at the early stage of your career.
I am very much at the early stage.
You've been an art teacher. For anybody who wants to know, profiles on all of our speakers are on the website, and please do remember you can ask questions. If you post them now, I should have a chance to get to them before the end. So you were an art teacher before, and now you've come to your PhD. Tell us about your PhD project.
So my PhD project is looking at three key areas. It's looking at technology. It's looking at a soft textile item, which could be a blanket, a toy, a teddy bear. And it's looking at the visual environment. So what I'm trying to do is integrate those three things together. So I'm thinking about having sensors running through the soft textile item, which creates projections within the environment. And that will be, those projections will be come through from a very collaborative based research with family members, carers, obviously the residents, because they're the expertise on what their own condition. So yeah, and there'll be, from my point of view, I'll be running those art-based workshops as a co-researcher. I'll also be doing observations, discussions, questionnaires, and a lot of storytelling. When I did my MA, I did that with the carers of people who had lived with dementia, mostly husbands and wives, and the arts-based sort of research brought out lots of really interesting stories and facts, and I could see lots of overlaps and commonalities which everyone was going through as a carer as well. And I think you get a lot of information through that process of doing and participating in a very practical thing.
You should catch up with Kat, because Kat might know a few care homes.
Yes, that'd be great.
So we talked, we earlier on, we talked about this being about art, and I think we've talked a little bit about how art is providing some practical assistance, not only in terms of something to occupy the mind or something beautiful to hang around the, you know, to fill your life and space with, but also it has the practical applications in terms of the reducing agitation in residents, it seemed to do, and it's helped certainly in care homes. I think, I don't know if, because there was a push, wasn't there, Kat, I guess of probably 10 years ago now, that the idea of giving care home residents antipsychotic drugs and people who kind of were perceived as being rabble rousers, you know, kind of got sat in chairs, and this is all the push since then has been to try and make particularly nursing homes and care homes better places to be, that do have activities, that are nice places to be, and that have these, and you deal with that agitation in other ways. And that's what your research is kind of proving, and working with the resident artists. Sounds fascinating. But I wanted to bring everybody now back to technology. So this was talking about technology was in here as well. I don't who had technology in there. Why did I put technology? Somebody had technology in their bios that made me add that to the title. Is it Kat? Kat, you've got technology in yours.
No, I don't think so. I mean, I know of some great projects that combine technology, the use of technology in the arts.
Oh no, Brendan! It's Brendan using technology.
Me.
Come on, Brendan. How are you using technology?
Like I said, it's really a case of putting sensors through a soft textile item which creates projections into a space, and I want the resident to actually have that control through that soft textile item to choose what visuals they want in a space. So I'll be researching things like visuals of reminiscence, of nature, of landscapes, and looking at what actually makes them engaged and feel comfortable and at ease. And yeah, so
that makes sense. And you can see how technology has moved on. I don't know if you've seen recently, but using projections onto tables that project things that you can then interact with, pictures and moving images. And I guess, Marion, in thinking about poetry and language and the written word, technology's help. That dictation software has come on so rapidly to allow people's what they say to appear on a screen. Is that something you've made use of?
I think what I have made use of in technology and through the teaching, because I teach on the MSc for dementia, is the concept of robots as carers, or pieces of what looks like human body but isn't human body, as a way of something to calm people down. And I was particularly disturbed by my own reaction when I met Pepper, who is the robotic robot that I met it in Japan, and it's the robot that provides care in care homes. There's many of them around, and I thought it was going to be like talking to my laptop, and it wasn't. I actually did suddenly create a different kind of relationship, and I was astounded because it was just like my laptop, but it wasn't. It was talking back to me, and all I was playing was noughts and crosses, but I connected, and I was quite shocked about that. And the other technology which disturbed most of my students was something, it's called Nadine, and it looks like a human arm. It's a hand that and the skin, the way it's phrased is the skin feels quite lifelike, and it looks like an arm, and it's placed in a chair or a sitting area or a bed with somebody, so they feel as if they're holding someone's hand. And that concept creates many issues, because if you don't have enough humans to provide the care, how do we provide the care using technology? Not the narratives and everything, but a piece of arm or a product that creates a connection.
Disembodied arm. That sounds new. I don't know. I'm waking up in bed with a disembodied arm could be quite.
Well, and that's again, there's the lens. That's what we see. What the person living with dementia feels and has is a hand to hold. Yeah. So who are we to say that this is wrong? Because we can't have a person sitting there.
Well, I mean, it is, whether it's about art. I mean, I can see, and I haven't seen many examples of this, but the FTD people, I think, talking to later, is making more use of virtual reality, of course, which is coming in more now to kind of fill those spaces, because you can put on the gloves, can't you? And I've seen these. You can put the gloves on, you can put the thing on, and this isn't just something from a sci-fi Ready Player One movie. You can squeeze something and get the haptic response back that makes you feel like you're doing anything.
Absolutely.
The other side of me is going to argue, though, that is that just tricking is that tricking the brain into rather than living with the issue that this is something I don't know. moral question.
So let's move. And there's the moral. You know, is it right? Is it true? Is it good? There's the elements that we need to look at. So when I was working on visual this reality with Flix Films, who are based at Trinity Hospice, the work that they were doing showed that when people who had actual neurological damage, which meant they could not move their legs, whilst they were skiing in this virtual reality, they were automatically engaging their core. So that's manipulation, and that's tricking. We have a moral judgment that that's okay, yet what we're doing with people living with dementia isn't. And that's why I think all the elements in how we look at dementia need to go beyond a biomedical model or a social thinking, and really start to think, what is it? Why do we have an issue with doing something that tricks the body from a skiing accident, but not
absolutely right
with someone?
Be slightly more open-minded on this. We're coming up to the end of our last well, that's it, we're out of time. We haven't had any questions for you guys, but I think that's because you've explained your work so eloquently and concisely as well. I think you're all on Twitter. If anybody is interested in knowing more about Kat's work with resident artists and sharing and across this care home activity, or Brendan's PhD project, if any care homes in London are tuning in and interested to get involved, I'm sure Brendan's very receptive, and Marion as well, you're online. Oh, look, we've got somebody with a t-shirt. Thank you very much, Professor Marion Lynch, Dr. Kat Algar-Skiff, and Brendan Kemain for joining us in the last half an hour to talk about your work. It's really great. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Bye.
Okay, coming up in the next half an hour, our guests have already started to arrive, so you'll just have to bear with me a few seconds, guys, while I chuck out my standard messages. In the next half an hour, we are going to be talking about epigenetics, exploring the dark crevices of genes and links to Alzheimer's. Did you like my title for that one? I'm not personally planning on exploring your dark crevices, I promise. We just want to get that out there. I'm going to be joined by Professor Katie Lunyon from University of Exeter and Dr. Leonardis Schuras, I got that wrong, from the University of Cambridge. Before we move on to this, oh, somebody asked a question. Just too late, Gemma, sorry. £250 could pay for a genetic test that helps identify risks of dementia, and then from this we can use that, the findings of that. So the whole purpose of today is to raise money for Alzheimer's Research UK. They really do need the funding. Coronavirus has hit not just Alzheimer's Research UK, but all charities really hard. A lot of the fundraising events they use have been cancelled, and Alzheimer's Research UK fund a significant amount of research into Alzheimer's, and we don't want to fall behind. So every penny that you donate really will make a difference and help. So please do consider donating. All details on how to donate are available on the website at chatathon.uk. You'll find links to the Just Giving page, the schedule, details of all of our speakers as well, and links to the different live stream. If you're watching in YouTube or Zoom, it's available in YouTube and Zoom, and we are just an audio only in Periscope. So if you're going and getting in the car, you can just chuck it into Periscope and have a listen there. I'm going to update the board. So before I do, I should say hello at least. Hi, Leo. Hello, Katie.
Hi.
And we've got matching t-shirts, Leo.
Yeah.
Well done.
I forgot to iron it though.
I've learned a whole range of new skills in organizing this event. First of all, I've learned how to live stream. I built a t-shirt shop and designed t-shirts. It's brilliant. I really enjoyed organizing it. I'm only slightly manic. Okay, let's update. We've had 3 more guests. There were 3 in the last one, so we're up to 14. I've lost my pen. I've got spares of everything. I'm very organized. We're up to 14 guests, and we're now up to 2.5 hours. No, we were at 2.5 hours before. Did I get that wrong? Right, 2.5 hours down. And our fundraising total. Are you ready? I've got a drum roll thing. Are you ready? Hold on, listen. I've got a machine to make drum rolls. That's for afterwards. Our current total is 1,439. brilliant.
One of them for the lab.
1439. 1439. Thank you very much, everybody that's donated. We're at 28% of our total that we're aiming for today. We are hoping to raise £5,000, so we've still got somewhere to go. But equally, I've still got 9.5 hours to go. So I'm wasting way too much time talking about this instead of talking to you. I'm joined by, no, wrong sheet. I'm joined by Professor Katie Lunyon, who's a professor of dementia genomics at the University of Exeter. Hello, Katie.
Hello, how are you?
Very good, thank you. And Leonardis Shuras from no, I've said that wrong. I mean, you've told me how to pronounce this before because we've met many times.
Just leave out the C at the front. So.
Hulira. Why did I put that in my mouth? Who is a clinical lecturer in old age psychiatry at the University of Cambridge. And you're also jobbing clinician, right? Or were you?
Yeah, exactly.
And so you work in an NHS trust as well as the university, and research is how much of your time is research?
So it's 50-50. So 50% I work for the university and 50% for Cambridge St. Peterborough NHS Foundation Trust.
Fantastic. Well, thank you for taking the time to talk to us. In fact, actually, while we're on this subject, I'll come to you first. Could you introduce yourself, Leo?
So yeah, I'm Leo. As you already said, I spend half of my time doing clinical work, looking after people who are over 65 and might have any kind of psychiatric problem, including memory problems or dementia. And for the other half of my time, I do research studying nowadays epigenetics in Lewy body dementia.
Fantastic. That's and Lewy body, we should go out, is one of the rarer forms of.
Well, it's actually not as rare as we think. The latest evidence suggests that it's actually the second most common type of dementia in older people, and we often misdiagnose it. So clinically, we think it's much rarer than what we diagnose it. But when people study it in the lab, and when we look at the neuropathology studies, it's actually the second most common type of pathology after Alzheimer's disease.
Ooh, that's interesting because that's tricky as well, isn't it? I mean, one of the whole issues that comes up regularly is it's not just about timely diagnosis, but accurate diagnosis is important because the type of symptoms you'll experience and the treatments that are available and how the studies you can participate in vary depending on your dementia type.
Exactly. It's very important to get the diagnosis right as early as possible, even without having a disease-modifying treatment for the current treatment plan for the symptomatic management of the condition to have the right diagnosis. And that's why we do research to improve that and help people.
Thank you, Leo.
So a lot of people will have mixed dementia as well. So lots of people with Alzheimer's have Lewy body dementia as well. So it makes it even more complex.
Well, I was going to come to you now. Could you introduce yourself, Katie?
So I'm based at the University of Exeter. I'm 100% research, well, about 80% research, 20% teaching. And again, I'm looking at epigenetics, energy drink. I'm looking at epigenetics mainly in Alzheimer's disease, but actually more recently we've started to look at a bit of Lewy body dementia. So Leo and I are actually collaborating on a few projects, which is really nice.
Oh, really?
Aspects,
no,
yeah.
And I paired you up just by chance, but you were already working together. That's good.
Yeah. So one of my PhD students has earlier this year gone to visit Leo and do some work in his labs because he's got some facilities we don't have here. I think that's one of the nice things about doing research in the UK is that it's very collaborative.
So can I pick on you first of all, because we right back at the start, I don't know if you were watching at that point, but we had we were joined by 3 people who live with dementia every day, and they picked up on the use of jargon and things like this. So can you just very simply, for a wide audience, explain to me what epigenetics is and what genomics is? Are they the same? What are those two things?
So essentially, one way to think about it is every cell in your body has the same underlying genetic code, so your DNA, but different cell types and different tissues will produce different proteins and have very different functions. And that's because specific genes are switched on and other genes are switched off. at different times in development and during the life course. And essentially this is epigenetic mechanisms, and it's a reason, for example, why your heart cells do a very different function to your skin cells. So normally in your body, these epigenetic processes will turn on and off certain genes, and that's part of normal development. And what we're interested in is whether these epigenetic processes are on genes in people with Alzheimer's disease. They might be switching on the wrong genes, for example.
So when you're growing, for example, certain genes activate things to grow, and then when you reach a certain age, they say stop. And when you get older, certain genes suddenly activate and say, right, you should start to be awkward. That's like, you know, teenagers. No, I digress. I'm making a joke of that. But so what you don't know at the moment, I mean, we know more, increasingly know more, but it's whether there are certain genetic things that change in later life that mean that some people go on to develop certain types of dementias and other people don't.
Yeah, so we know that genes are really important. And actually, a lot of the research in the UK in genetics has highlighted a lot of risk genes, which we know increase your risk of developing dementia. We know that genes don't explain all of disease instance. So if we were to look at identical twins, in about 60% of cases, both twins will develop Alzheimer's disease. That means that 40% of the time, they've got the same genetic code, but one twin's developing the disease and the other isn't, which suggests that environmental influences are important. And that's where epigenetics comes in, because it essentially is that bridge between the environment and the genome or genetics.
Oh, well done. That well described there. I completely get that. So actually, well, let's move on. Why don't you tell us about your research, Katie?
So me or Leo, would you like to start?
No, you go first. We're with you. You go. Let's stick with you.
Okay, so essentially there's a number of different epigenetic processes, and what we're interested in is one called DNA methylation, which is essentially a chemical tag that's added to the DNA that can turn genes on or off. And most of our work is looking at the brain samples of people who've died with Alzheimer's disease and looking to see if there's altered levels of these chemical tags on specific genes. And what we found is that there are indeed altered levels of these chemical tags on specific genes, particularly in areas of the brain associated with, for example, learning and memory, or where we know that there's accumulation of the toxic proteins in Alzheimer's disease, such as amyloid or tau protein. Along these lines as well, we're looking in blood samples from people who have dementia to see if we can see any changes there, because then that could potentially lead to new biomarkers, which could be used to perhaps predict whether people will later develop Alzheimer's disease, which could be important clinically. And I think one of the important things about epigenetics, which I didn't mention earlier, is that these changes are potentially reversible. So you can remove these chemical tags. So if we were to find out that a gene, we need to find out whether these chemical tags essentially are causing the disease. But if we do manage to demonstrate that, then actually you could potentially remove these chemical tags and develop new treatments for the disease.
Well, that's exactly the point I was going to ask. So you find out somebody has a certain genetic makeup that makes them, of course, so it's agreed that there isn't going to be one gene that's the Alzheimer's gene, because as you said, some people can have some people will and won't. The environmental factors are still a thing. But if a gene makes up, say, a certain percentage risk, there is the scientific capability of being able to turn that off.
Yeah, and there was actually a really nice study last year which showed that actually people who had a high genetic risk for Alzheimer's disease, you can actually modify it through various environmental or lifestyle factors. So it suggests that, yeah, genes aren't the only thing explaining disease risk, and that a healthy lifestyle is also important.
And so coming to you, Leo, tell us about your work.
Well, thank you, Katie, for giving a very nice introduction and introducing the topic and make it easy. I mean, what we study here essentially, it's collaborating with Katie. We are working on Lewy body dementia, studying DNA methylation in Lewy body dementia. We do this both in blood samples from people who come to our clinics with a diagnosis of Lewy body dementia and other types of dementia. And we want, by studying their blood, to understand a little bit better things around their immune system and how perhaps someone with Lewy body dementia is different to to someone who has Alzheimer's disease, or how someone with a mixed type of dementia, what we can pick up in their blood, because that would help us having a more accurate diagnosis. But one of the other important aspects is obviously look into the brain and try to find new treatments. And we do that as well in people who have donated their brains. We have samples from those, and using a specific method called laser capture microdissection. Essentially, we go with a microscope and we can select specific cells that have the Lewy bodies or the pathology and isolate those specifically and compare them with healthier cells from healthy people and see how their DNA methylome is different.
So
and
sorry, no, carry on.
That will help us to find new ways of treating the condition. And as Katie said, epigenetics can be reversed. And we actually have a lot of treatments and a lot of drugs that do modify the epigenome, as it is called. And in other specialties, in oncology, for example, those drugs, the epigenetic drugs, are already used. So once we understand that a little bit better in the brain, we can perhaps use some of those developments as well.
So is it likely, do you think, that certain dementia types would have different genetic certainly have different genetic factors? You know, what I mean is it's a bit like cancer in that respect, isn't it? In so much as certain, trying to get the point I'm trying to make here, is there, if we don't know this yet, might we discover in the future that certain genetic factors are more influential for certain types of dementia than others, for example?
Exactly, that's what we are studying, and that's what the research is all about, try to understand that better. And as Katie said, some people might have, as we call it, pure Alzheimer's or pure Lewy body dementia, and some other people might have a mixed dementia. And there are some differences, either genetic or environmental or epigenetic, as our hypothesis is, and we try to understand that.
Katie, what's the exciting thing in the field right now? What's the you mentioned earlier that there was a paper published which already started to list out the genetic risk modifiable. And when we say modifiable, things you can change, genetic risk factors. People should go look that up. I'll put a link out there later on, because it is interesting that I'm slightly concerned myself, because I know that I fit many of those modifiable factors and I should change. So are these factors that are lifelong, or will they be, you know, are these things you don't have to worry about till you're 40? Can I smoke until I'm 30 and then I really should quit and lose weight only over 50, for example?
So I'm not a medical doctor, so I'm not going to give any medical advice whatsoever. But there are some which are fixed. So, for example, age increases your risk of developing dementia. We know that women are more likely to get Alzheimer's disease than men. But there's others that are modifiable. So, for example, the ones that were published this year show that a flu vaccination actually can protect you from developing dementia. And early life, lower BMI as well can protect you as well. So it does suggest that it's not just looking after yourself as you get older, but actually looking after yourself when you're younger as well. There's evidence now to suggest that the proteins that we see going wrong in the brain of people with Alzheimer's disease, these can be positive 10, 20 years before you actually start to get symptoms of the disease. So actually that is during midlife. So we should be trying to be healthy earlier in life as well.
Throughout life. And of course, there are lots of ways to do that. I mean, governments can influence that through their policies, through trying to make sure that people have good nutrition and good road safety and not, you know, or parks and recreation areas and things like that. And there are things that you can do as individuals as well. So that research is published. Everybody can go find that, and that's Exeter Dementia's website, I think, has certainly got that published, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think there's a link to it. It wasn't done by our group, but some other groups at Exeter were involved in it.
So what's exciting in your group coming up now, Katie?
So we're doing some genetic engineering at the moment. So we're essentially growing some cells in a dish. And where I said earlier, we don't know whether these epigenetic changes we identify are causing the disease or they're there as a consequence of the disease. So we can essentially use genetic engineering to add these chemical tags to the bit of the DNA that where we've seen the difference, and then see how these cells respond to the toxic proteins in Alzheimer's disease like amyloid and tau, which can help us to work out whether they're causing the disease. Some other projects we've got going on which are quite exciting is we're looking in the brain of people who had an infection at the time of death. So about 80% of people with dementia die with a systemic infection, so pneumonia or urinary tract infection. And what we're interested in is whether this might lead to increased inflammation in the brain, which actually might be detrimental and actually kill nerve cells. And then I suppose another project that we just started, which is quite exciting, is looking at psychosis in Alzheimer's disease. So where I say psychosis, it's not where you typically think of schizophrenia, but I think a lot of people who who know patients with dementia, they know that they often have delusions or hallucinations, so they think their carer might be stealing from them or that their spouse is having an affair. And we call this psychosis. And what we know is that individuals who have psychosis have a worse disease course and decline quicker with the disease. So we're trying to do some epigenetic studies now in the brain of people who had psychosis and Alzheimer's disease and compare them to people who didn't have psychosis to see if we can work out, you know, what genes might be involved in that mechanism, which then could potentially lead to new treatments, because the treatments currently used for it probably aren't very suitable.
So that's, I mean, this is great. I mean, this is something that I think everybody can understand is if we identify these things, there are known treatments that can actually do this. It's just knowing where to and how to and when to apply that but you've got to find the target for that genetic treatment first.
Yeah, and there's, I suppose, like science.
I mean, I might be simplifying there. It might not.
Well, science is very collaborative, so there's huge online data resources now, so you can essentially look at genes being expressed when cells have been treated with different drugs, and then you can perhaps look at how that matches to the changes you're seeing in the brain and perhaps use that to identify drugs that potentially could correlate with the changes you're seeing in the brain. So repurposing of drugs is quite an active avenue of research at the moment.
And we've got somebody from the University of Oxford later today talking exactly about that. So, Leo, what about you? Where's your breakthrough going to come? What are you most optimistic for right now?
Well, at the moment, as I said earlier, we have two avenues of work. First, we're looking into the blood samples of people with Lewy body dementia. We have been to our clinics, and a lot of them had a lot of brain imaging as well. And we are now able to pick up a signature in the blood relating to the immune system and the epigenetic profile of the immune system in the blood, and how this relates to brain-related changes from brain imaging studies that we have. So that's something very important in understanding how perhaps changes that are occurring in every cell in our body, in the blood, can give us information about what is happening in the brain. And the other thing that we are working on is isolating cells that have the Lewy bodies, have the pathology in the brain, and studying the profile of those and understanding why those cells are getting Lewy bodies while nearby neurons from the same person don't have Lewy bodies and function relatively healthy.
That is interesting in so much as, so we touched at the start about the difficulty in people being misdiagnosed with Lewy body dementia. How is that going to improve? I mean, it's part of the work we talked. So we should talk about biomarkers of we mentioned earlier. Why don't you tell us what a biomarker is, Katie, just for the people who don't know?
So probably should have asked the clinician rather than the researcher.
Oh, sorry, Leo, tell us what a biomarker is.
So a biomarker, essentially, it's something that we have from a living person, a biological measure, biomarker, that can tell us whether someone has a condition or not. Like, for example, measuring the blood pressure of someone and saying that they have high blood pressure, or measuring high cholesterol and saying that they have problem with their cholesterol. Those are biomarkers. And for example, measuring something in the blood of someone or in the spinal fluid and picking up a protein that can tell us whether someone has Alzheimer's disease or Lewy body dementia.
And there's a whole range of dedicated research to biomarkers.
Yeah, it's a very big field, and you might have seen recently there is a very new exciting test that can tell with very high accuracy whether someone has Alzheimer's pathology in the brain. I think it's going to reach the clinical field very soon, measuring the Tau protein. The first results have been very encouraging.
That's a whole research field in its own right, is biomarkers.
Yeah,
I know later we're going to be talking to somebody from UCL that's working on the blood-based, because that's the dream, isn't it? It's just having a blood test that would say, oh yeah, you have Alzheimer's.
But for example, people have mixed pathologies. So people with Lewy body dementia, about half of them might also have the pathology of Alzheimer's disease in their brain. So it might be very difficult.
So tell me, how do you diagnose somebody with Lewy bodies as opposed to another dementia? What's the difference?
So there are the consensus criteria for diagnosing that. So they are based on clinical criteria and biomarkers. Usually people with Lewy body dementia, when they present with the memory problems, they might have very similar memory problems to Alzheimer's disease, but they are more likely to have visual hallucinations. So they will see things that other people cannot see. Sometimes they see animals or they see other humans. And also quite common, they might have sleep problems. They might have a sleep condition called REM sleep behavioral disorder. So they will act out on their dreams. And another issue that people with Lewy body dementia might have is develop Parkinson's disease. So they have both memory problems and motor symptoms of Parkinson's disease.
So why do you think this is misdiagnosed? Is this purely because the standard belts and braces diagnosis doesn't ask the right questions, or people don't answer in the right way?
I think because not all people will present to their clinician with this constellation of symptoms. Once they have, as we call them, 3 core symptoms, it's very accurate to diagnose them. But what happens most often is that people start with memory problems. They are very similar to Alzheimer's disease. And later on, they start to develop those more distressing symptoms. And then we don't really know if that is behavioral problems, behavioral and psychological problems associated with Alzheimer's disease that are also common, or there is some other pathology in the brain as well.
That makes absolute sense. Just a reminder to everybody that you can ask questions. You can post those in the comments section on YouTube if you have a question, or you can use the Q&A box at the bottom of the Zoom if you're watching via Zoom. Please do post your questions for Katie and Leo, and I'll put those to them. I was going to come back to you, Katie. So you described the work that you've got going on there. What's coming up for you in the next? I mean, how has COVID affected your research? I mean, have you been able to carry on? Are you adapting to the new circumstances?
So we're back in the lab now. So we've been back in the lab probably for about 6 weeks. Obviously, it has to be very coordinated and very organised to make sure that people are safe in the labs. There was obviously a 3-4 month lull in being able to actually generate any new data. I suppose one advantage of working in the genetics area is that you generate vast quantities of data and you never have enough time to analyze it. So we've been quite busy analyzing data and writing up papers. So although we've had to put a number of new projects on hold, it's actually given us the opportunity in some ways actually to finish off some old projects from last year and actually get some data hopefully published.
Some catch up, and obviously you know, keeping working on this to hope for that breakthrough sounds important. And of course, money for Alzheimer's Research UK will find its way through to Katie and others working in this field to help. Leo, what about you? I mean, obviously, I assume you've been working in the
so as a clinician, I had to shift my work pattern, so I was working 100% clinically during the lockdown period to help out with staff shortages and all the rest. But now we are getting back to doing the research work, start to get our first participants coming back to the studies and trying to catch up with the lab work as well.
And that's a concern, isn't it? I think from my day job, of course, I'm not doing this as part of my day job. This is just me doing this, but is a concern that people will be staying away from memory clinics, that they will be afraid to go into their GP surgery and get that referral. And I know diagnosis rates have dropped over the last few months, and so it is encouraging people that it's safe to go back, and it is really important that people do get.
We try to take every precaution and make sure that people who come in, it's safe to do so. And obviously we've changed all of our protocols and the way we do things to ensure that when we recruit someone, it is safe to do so. But it is a concern in the long term. A lot of the memory clinics are now take place remotely, and it is difficult to get people to research.
And Katie, I assume do you use tissue from brain banks and things like that as well? If you mentioned before about looking at infections that were in the brain present at death.
So yeah, we're using tissue from about 6 of the UK brain banks at the moment. Actually, some of our projects are currently on hold because we're waiting for obviously some clinical staff to be able to come back to the brain banks and actually for them to start operating again. So there is a slight delay on that for some brain banks, which I suppose have clinical staff.
Yeah. And that's something, so there are a few things that people can do. The Brains for Dementia Research Project is a real thing. If people would like to participate in that, you can find it often gets abbreviated to BDR, but if you Google Brains for Dementia Research, you'll find information there on how you could possibly donate, which would help the work that's here. I think Leo would advocate that anybody that's having symptoms to make sure go to your GP, don't delay, do get checked out. We do have a couple of final very quick questions. Gemma Townsend asks, can a test be done to see if you're genetically predisposed to Alzheimer's disease?
So it's a bit of a difficult question. So to keep it short, yes and no. So there is the early form of dementia when people develop it early on, and they can ask their neurologist or psychiatrist to arrange for a genetic test to help with the diagnosis if they get it early on in their 50s or 40s. So there is a small number of people who get it. But for the most common late onset form of dementia or Alzheimer's disease, the genetic tests are not very accurate yet. So there is very little use of doing them to predict whether someone will get it or not.
Thank you, Leo. I think hopefully that's answered your question, Gemma. Terry Blatter asks, how do we measure the importance of administering medication for Parkinsonism symptoms in Lewy bodies when there could be implications with cognitive factors?
So there are treatment guidelines. There are treatment guidelines, and obviously we have to look at it on an individual basis. So whether the balance of risk and benefits to the individual patient is worth to do so.
So there's no standard answer to that, is there? I would say. Somebody who hasn't put their name in. My husband is in care with BV-FTD. How can we become involved with any research that might be ongoing, particularly blood samples through Leo and Katie's groups? I'm going to suggest, first of all, you go and, if you have a look at joindementiaresearch.nhr.ac.uk, many of the studies that are looking for physical people to participate will try to find them through that service. So if you register on Join Dementia Research, you'll register yourself, or you can sign up somebody else as well if you can act as their representative. That will be a way in, and do have a look for Brains for Dementia Research as well. They are always looking for people, particularly with the rarer forms of dementia as well. Thank you very much. We're out of time. Thank you, Katie and Leo. It's been fascinating, and thank you ever so much for finding time to talk to us.
Thank you for organising.
That's all right. Thank you. So I'll let you go. We've got our new guests have already dropped in. So the next session from 12 to 12:30, we're going to be talking about getting behind some of the causes. Oh, we're coming back to genes again. We've got sleep, genes, weight, and more in 12 to 12:30. So I'm joined by no, I've thrown away my other piece of paper. I'm joined by Christina Toomey, Juliet Ozcan, and Gemma Lace from the University of Salford, from UCL, and also UCL. You're both from UCL, and yeah, good. I've got to remind everybody to donate. So thank you very much, everybody, for watching. What's my next reminder? £2,500. It costs £2,500 to buy synthetically made amyloid, which allows us to study study that and to better understand the hallmarks of dementia. Every penny you give today will help Alzheimer's Research UK and researchers to find new ways to help. So please give what you can. All the details on how to donate are on the website at chatathon.uk, along with this full schedule of guests that we're going to be talking to over the remaining 9 hours that we have left. I'm going to update our board. Oh, wow, we were so close. Our fundraising total is now up to £1,499. Thank you very much, everybody that's donated.
Hey, well done.
We're up to, there were 2 people last time, right? So I think we're up to 16 people, and we're now at the 3 hours down. And I've got a Red Bull now, I have to admit, so I should probably tick off another coffee, right? Does Red Bull count for 2 coffees? Probably 2. Thank you very much, everybody, for joining. During this next session, there is a fair chance I might, if someone's going to talk for a long time, I might quickly turn off my camera and eat something so people don't have to watch me eat. But thank you, everybody, for joining. So I'm joined now by Christina Toomey, who's a postdoctoral research associate at University College London. And we were just talking about brain banks.
Yes, I was listening, and I could add some more on that if you need to.
Yeah, for your work there. And Julius, am I pronouncing this wrongly? Julius Oskin?
It's Güliz Ozcan.
Güliz Ozcan. Yeah. Oh, God, you know what? I'm useless with it. Anybody who's listening to the podcast will know that. Who's a postdoctoral research associate at also at UCL. Do you know Christina?
I do.
Yeah, we know each other. Yeah, we're both on the Alzheimer's Research UK UCL network. So we work together with that.
And there are so many people from UCL joining today. They've been amazing, my colleagues from UCL. And we've got Dr. Gemma Lace, who's a senior lecturer and lead for public engagement and outreach at University of Salford, representing the North.
Yes, Northern.
Well,
nice
I
stuff.
don't know if you saw earlier, we've had 3 researchers who were all talking about community. They were all from the North as well.
Excellent stuff.
Not that we're introducing a North-South divide in the life.
Absolutely not. We would not be encouraging that at all, would we?
Just me. I'm going to go round the table and ask you all to introduce yourself. So, Gemma, as we talk to you, could you go first?
Yeah, no problem. So, yeah, my name's Gemma Lace. I'm from the University of Salford. I've got a dementia research group, and I'm also head of public engagement and outreach. So, as well as doing the research thing, I like to go out and speak to the public and help bust some of the myths associated with dementia as well.
Fantastic, thank you. And Christina?
So as you said, I'm a postdoctoral research associate, and I'm actually based at Queen Square Brain Bank at UCL. So it's a fully fledged brain bank, and we use the brain donations to look at the different types of pathology that are occurring in the neurodegenerative diseases. And I also look at the proteomic profiles, so the proteins present in these brains and the different levels and how that relates to pathology.
So you don't just collect samples to give to researchers, you perform research in your own right as the brain bank?
Yeah, so we have 2 aspects of the brain bank. So we have a diagnostic side, and anybody around the world can also request tissue from our brain bank. So it's not just us doing research on the brains that are donated to us, but we also have a team of researchers that are doing research themselves on the brain tissue as well.
Fantastic. And Julius?
So I'm quite different from the previous panelists, I think, in the sense that we do basic research and we work with zebrafish. So I'm a postdoctoral researcher in the real lab, and the focus of our lab is sleep. So we use zebrafish, which is a small fish, as a model organism to understand the different genes or neurons involved in regulating sleep. And my particular project is about understanding how amyloid beta, the protein that makes the plaques in Alzheimer's disease brains, might be linked to sleep.
Fascinating. And they are, so I have to apologize because I did you know, when I looked through the list of people that had offered to speak and tried to group people up, there were certain people that just were quite hard. And I have to say, you were the only person who came forward who said they worked on zebrafish, which made you quite difficult. So, but also super fascinating. Can I come to you first to talk to you about work? Explain to us as well, because I know we've got about 90 people watching us between Zoom and YouTube right now, and a few on the Periscope who might not quite understand the relevance of zebrafish to Alzheimer's. Can you
so sure. So
talk us through it?
So from human studies, we can learn a lot, obviously, and they're directly relevant to the human condition. But we cannot always find we cannot always do mechanistic or causative studies. So it's important to have model organisms to go back to the genes and neurons that may be helpful to uncover mechanisms. And actually, I have prepared some slides that I can share. Let me see if I can share.
Oh, yeah. We're okay with slides. That I might eat a half a sandwich while you do that.
Yeah, sure. You can do that. Let me see. View. Can you see my slides?
I can. Can everybody else? Perfect. I'll turn off my camera for a second while you're showing these.
So basically, I will just give a little bit of background on Alzheimer's disease because there are different causes of dementia. Alzheimer's disease is the most common cause of dementia. And as we know, it has symptoms that includes memory loss, problems with thinking or language. It's a physical disease that affects the brain, and it's defined by this extracellular amyloid beta plaques and intracellular tau tangles. So amyloid beta is basically a small peptide that builds up. And importantly, we can think of Alzheimer's disease in 3 phases. The first phase is the preclinical phase, where amyloid beta, the small protein that is thought to be one of the major drivers of the disease, starts to accumulate, but patients at this stage have no symptoms. And the second phase is when tau protein starts to aggregate and cell death starts to occur. This is known as mild cognitive impairment. And the third phase is Alzheimer's disease, where neurodegeneration starts to occur. And at this stage, the pathways and neurons might have been destroyed, and maybe this may not be very reversible. So it's important to kind of focus on these early stages, which may provide us with a window for early intervention, which may be successful before any irreversible damage is done. So I started to work on this project based on a few intriguing observations. One of them was about half of Alzheimer's disease patients had sleep-wake problems, and this was one of the early problems. So the number changes based on the study from 25 to 60, or 65. So let's say half of them have sleep problems, and this can be excessive daytime sleepiness, sleep fragmentation, and reduced sleep at night. So another intriguing observation was that physiological changes such as the sleep-wake cycle can alter amyloid beta levels in the brain. So this is actually human data, and I'm showing basically that the more time you spend awake, the more this amyloid beta starts to accumulate, and after sleep, its levels dissipate. And another observation was that sleep-wake regulatory neurons are lost in Alzheimer's disease. So people have come up with this hypothesis that if you have reduced sleep, you have more amyloid beta, and if you have more amyloid beta, your sleep is destroyed more. So there was this vicious cycle. So, but one of the missing pieces here was that sleep problems were actually one of the earliest symptoms, probably way before any major neuronal loss was happening. So we wanted to test whether amyloid beta's effect on sleep could be an acute function, and if so, what is the mechanism? So I'm not going to go into a lot of detail, but we can do these kind of more causal studies in model organisms such as zebrafish, and zebrafish has the advantage of giving us hundreds of eggs, so we can look at 5 to 7 day old zebrafish, we can track their behavior we can put them in these, in these 96 well plates and track them by a video camera and look how their sleep and wake patterns change. And because they're at the stage their brains are transparent, we can also directly observe how their brain activity changes. So basically, I've done this work, and what we found is actually this vicious cycle was not as simple as originally proposed. We found that depending on the structure of amyloid beta, if it makes these small structures, it could reduce sleep. But if it made the longer forms, it could induce sleep via another protein that is actually involved in other neurodegenerative diseases called the prion protein. So I'm just going to summarize. So we found that amyloid beta can either increase or decrease sleep. And this is important because this suggests that accumulation of amyloid beta may be the underlying cause of the sleep problems in patients. So actually the pathophysiological pathways may be linked with the sleep pathways directly. So because this is sleep problems are an early symptom, this can give us a handle, like a time frame where we can intervene and be successful at that. So and again, preclinical basic research can help us uncover such mechanisms, identify new therapeutic targets, or link, or help us uncover the mechanisms that lie behind phenomena that we observe. So that's all, and I'd like to thank AR UK because this study was actually funded by AR UK for 3 years. So we're really thankful for them to helping us to do this. And yeah, that's what I'm going to say. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. I mean, I think you very eloquently there shared why zebrafish are important, which I don't think people necessarily would. I think it was quite a jump from there to people, but if it identifies those targets, and sleep has come up so often in the last 12 months about too much sleep is bad, not enough sleep is bad. You've got to, it's a bit like the Goldilocks thing. You've got to have the perfect amount of sleep to make that you offset that with other risk factors. Gemma, let's come to you next. Can you tell us about your work? Is sleep important? Does that come into your research? Oh, you're on mute. Sorry. Oh, you got it all set up perfectly as well. That's okay.
I think she lost connection at one point.
Oh no.
That's why.
I'm still muted. I tell you what, while Gemma's doing that, while
apologies everyone, I got booted out of I can't hear the audio. I got booted out while the last speaker was talking, so I'm going through my phone. Good old technology. Yeah, specifically sleep doesn't relate to my research, but a lot of the research I do is associated with understanding risk factors. And when we think of dementia and the variety in dementia that we see when we look, for example, at people's brains, what I'm really interested in is firstly, why do brain cells die in people with dementia? And how can we maybe interfere with that process? What we know is that you get the buildup of junk in the brains of people with dementia, different kinds of junk associated with different types of dementia. And that doesn't happen in someone without dementia. So I'd like to think that me and some of you guys don't have a load of abnormal proteins clogging up our brain cells and causing them to die. And what my research is focusing on is why that happens and how that varies in different types of dementia. And what we found so far that is essentially, if you look at the different diseases that cause dementia, it's different waste disposal systems that are affected and give rise to this buildup of junk. If you think about your own kitchen, you might get the buildup of waste because no one bothers to put the rubbish in the bin. It might be that you get the buildup of waste because people start putting stuff in the wrong bin. I've got 3 bins in my kitchen and 5 bins outside my house. Sometimes the bin doesn't get put in the right place. Sometimes the bins overflow because the bin men don't turn up. And so what our research has found is that within different types of dementia, it's a different issue. And that's really important therapeutically, because it means that we need to be thinking about personalised medicine approaches rather than looking for a magic pill that's going to cure dementia, we need to really be thinking on a personal basis about different risk factors. So things like sleep, things like obesity, smoking, how all these things come together upon with different genetic backgrounds to kind of create this recipe for dementia, and how we need to think about it on a individual basis.
And that's because there is general agreement now that there is no one single thing that is going to be the silver bullet or that causes Alzheimer's. It is going to be a collection of things, is what the evidence is showing so far. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we know that there are about 12 risk factors that we can actually target as individuals to lower our risk, and only about a third of people understand that you can lower your risk of dementia by targeting things such as midlife obesity and, you know, hearing loss, diabetes, hypertension. But I'm making you feel bad now. Have you just eaten 27 bars of chocolate when you were behind them? It's all about balance, Adam. It's all about balance. But yeah, people don't understand that actually you can reduce your own dementia risk, and it is thinking about this kind of recipe. You've got your genetics, which influence, you've got the environmental factors, you've got your own lifestyle choices that you make, and all these kind of come together to impact your dementia risk. So some of them we can affect, some of them we can control, some of them we can't. That's good. And then, so having identified the risk, I suppose it's then changing society to act upon that information.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I think one of the things with dementia is for a long time people were under the assumption it was just an inevitable part of aging. It's just something that happened when you got older. But actually we know now that dementia is caused by a number of different brain diseases, and just like any other disease like cancer, or we can treat it if we understand more about it. And that's why Alzheimer's Research UK is so important. It has funded my research, it's funded most of the research of the people that are involved in today's session, and you know, we need that funding to keep research moving forward.
Absolutely. Thank you, Gemma, and thank you to everybody that's donated so far today. Christina, let's come to you now. So you work in the brain bank, so that's got to be a fascinating place to be. Why don't you tell us about your work?
Yeah, no, it's definitely a fascinating place to be. People are always wowed when I tell them that I work with human brains, but it's such a valuable tool that people do give their brains to us, because as the other researchers have kind of alluded to, there's so much we still don't know yet about Alzheimer's disease and what happens, or any other types of dementia. So we can use this brain tissue to really look at what's happened in the brains of people that have had it. And at present, going back to the last session where they were talking about the misdiagnosis between people, because there's so much clinical overlap between symptoms of different types of dementia. We can only at the moment look at the pathology under a microscope to determine exactly what disease the person had in life, definitively. So part of my research is to look at the proteomic profiles of these brains and determine whether there's any signals, like protein-wise, that we can use to see in life what would lead to a certain pathology later in life. So brain material, without brain material, we wouldn't be able to do a lot of that research at all. So it's definitely a really valuable tool.
And do you use brain material, Gemma?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, that's why I'm nodding enthusiastically. I use brain. I've used human brain tissue my entire scientific career, and it is so useful for capturing that complexity of what is going on in a given individual's brain at any one time. I use cell-based models as well for my research, which is really good for trying to address very specific questions. But when you think about an individual and their entire life, everything that they've been exposed to, maybe the drugs they've taken, their lifestyle habits, their other comorbid diseases that they might have, as well as having dementia, you can get an idea of that from human brain tissue. And you know, the Brains for Dementia research program it just helps out so many researchers with respect to making progress and looking at things from that bigger picture.
Because that's the valuable part of this, right? Is somebody doesn't just get given a piece of brain tissue and then there you go, figure it out. That every sample comes with history. I mean, you come with potentially decades worth of history to go with it to understand. Do you capture things like what people were eating, what medications they're taking, other conditions that affected their life, lifestyle, exercise? I mean, how much do you capture? What goes with that piece of tissue?
Yeah, we get a really detailed clinical history from all of the donors that donate to us, and a lot of them have been treated at UCL, National Institute for Neurology, and they have a real big workup done on them, so that basically we have all the information that we can possibly have about these brains that we do get given to us. And basically one of the projects that I'm working on now is looking at pathological aging. So there are some cases where people will have some of this buildup of Alzheimer's type pathology in their brains, but they never get any symptoms during life. So they're actually termed as healthy when they die. But it's really interesting why they do still have some of this pathology in their brains. And we're looking back at all the records, all of their past medical records, and seeing if we can make a correlation between something that these patients have had that has led to them still being able to live a healthy life,
complete sense,
versus those that do go on to get dementia symptoms.
And that's why you collect brains from people that don't, not just people with dementia, but without as well.
Yeah,
so
very important.
You can collect all that. I mean, give that to Gemma, who, as well as doing your own research as well, and you can look at, start to unpick this. We've got some questions, and we've only got about 4 minutes left, so I'm going to whiz through these questions. Okay. Gemma asked this actual question was put to the previous researchers, but I'm going to ask it to you because I think it's relevant. Have you found difficulties getting funding because of COVID? Have you?
Yes. So
fine if you're a COVID researcher, right? If you could suddenly turn your hand to COVID research, there's been lots of research for COVID, but not for the stuff you were doing anyway.
Absolutely. It's important to acknowledge that COVID has had a huge impact on families with dementia, living with dementia. For someone not living with dementia, it's been quite an isolating experience at times. And so for families impacted by dementia, it has been difficult. And so we still need to be pushing to fund to keep things moving forward. An example is I got told that one of my projects was in the fundable range, and it should have really been getting the money through, getting the staff through. Now September, October time, I'm still waiting now because everything's had to pause. Everyone's had to take a breath. Everyone's had to have a revisit of the funding.
Yeah.
And it's a shame because I know a number of researchers who are desperate to carry on their work, but the funding is disappearing. So yeah, we've definitely been affected.
I was about to apply for fellowships. So for those that are listening, when you start to gain your own independence as a researcher, you need to apply for fellowships to get your own funding. And it's an important part of building your own career. And a lot of Alzheimer's Research UK, Alzheimer's Society, all of the typical dementia research funders have had to pull their funding for that type of grant because there just isn't the funds at the moment due to the current pandemic, which is really unfortunate. But hopefully in the future, through events like this and things like that, we can get more funding again.
And the Brain Bank, of course, I'm assuming the Brain Bank's been able to still collect its donations or not?
So they weren't for a while. They did have to stop as well because the mortuaries couldn't actually process any of the brains because they were dealing with obviously a lot of COVID patients. But they are back up and running now. We are collecting again, and we're back fully functional. So it is getting there again.
Yes, we've got a different question, Julius. We've got a different question for you because we've only got 1 minute left, and you've had a specific question asked. So I'm going to take it. It's tricky for you too. I think. Is that fair? Just nod. Yeah. Everybody's okay. Inma asks, "Hi, a question for Julius. Is there any biomarker in blood, CSF, brain in people that do not sleep?" Difficult question, I know. Brackets. You're on mute.
So I think there are some. I think they can detect, for example, orexin peptide, but I think you can have. So the problem is, again, with sleep, we don't know all the pathways or proteins that are involved with it. So so I'm not 100% sure whether there is one biomarker that can detect all the sleep problems. I don't think there is.
No. So last point. So Lucy Sharple says, "Hi Julius, thank you very much. Good talk." Thank you very much. Rebecca Daly, who's going to be talking later on from Dementia UK, it's a great way of explaining it, Gemma. I completely agree as well. I thought you all did fantastically well at explaining because you all are highly technical, highly professional people at working complex things, and I think you did an amazing job at explaining your work really succinctly in a way that I understood it, so I'm sure everybody else did too. Thank you very much. And just to make a point, so you are all now back to work and continuing and as best as you can.
Yep, I'm in the lab right now.
Well, thank you very much to all three of you for joining us over the last half hour. I'm really grateful for you taking time to share. As I've mentioned before, for everybody else, all the details of our speakers can be found on the website. There you'll find details of their Twitter. Go give them a follow. And if you have a question that you wanted to, you didn't get a chance to ask today, or if you're watching the recording of this later on, after the 7th of September, please do reach out, make contact through Twitter, and I know they're all very approachable and very helpful. And if you're interested in finding out more about Brains for Dementia research particularly, and you'd like to donate, they've got a website, and I know that they have, we should add, I know you mentioned UCL, but Gemma, the brain bank is there's a brain bank in...
Yeah, we use the Manchester Brain Bank, and also we work with Sheffield Brain Bank as well. So
there are brain banks all over the country, overseas as well, if you're not watching in the UK, and certainly in Scotland as well. They all have different criteria for who can donate, but I think it's very valuable. So please do take a look at that. Thank you very much, everybody. I'll let you go as our three next guests have arrived.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so it's 12:30, so I'm going to introduce our next session. In our next session, we're going to be talking about neuropeptides, cells, and I've suddenly lost the ability to read. Say it. Come on, you know your session. What's the name of the session, Sarah?
I don't remember the name of the session.
Neuropeptides, cells, and dipeptides.
Dipeptides, that's it.
Adam, I think you're allowed though, because have you even been for a bathroom break yet? Have you got a lot?
Do you know what? I was really pleased when Julius offered to have slides. So we've got Dr. Do you know, I'm not going to go to that first. First of all, let's do an update on our board. So our fundraising total has now reached 1,519. Slowed down a bit. £20 in the last half an hour. Please remember to donate if you can. All of this event today is in aid of Alzheimer's Research UK. It costs said that one already. It costs £5,000 to study live cells in state-of-the-art imaging systems. And so every penny you give today will make a big difference. So please do donate what you can, even if it's just a quid. Everything helps. Details on how to donate, the full schedule for today, and details on all the speakers can be found on the website, which is chatathon.uk. Alzheimer's Research UK are fantastic. And even if you can't give money, please do just go along and have a look at Alzheimer's Research UK's website. There are other ways to help as well, which aren't financial, and I know they'd appreciate all the support you can provide. So our total is 1519. We're up to, there were 3 guests that time. So we're up to, I can add up, it's 19, right? We're up to 19, and we are now 3.5 hours in. Yay! I haven't lost the will to live yet. Good. Right. 12:30. It's not time for wine. I'm joined now by Emily Maguire. Can I say Maguire? It's Maguire. Emily Maguire, who's a research associate at the UK Dementia Research Institute at Cardiff University. We're probably not going to talk about the DRI enough, which we should say. The UK Dementia Research Institute is an amazing network of institutions in Cardiff, UCL, Imperial, and Edinburgh as well. They're all over the country. They're amazing places that are funded. Alzheimer's Research UK is one of the organisations that funds those, along with Alzheimer's Society and other organisations as well. And we've got quite a lot of researchers from the UK, it gets abbreviated to DRI, but it's the UK Dementia Research Institute joining us. Emily, I think you're the first from there joining us from Cardiff. We've also got Dr. Sarah Ryan, who's an Alzheimer's Society Research Fellow at the University of Manchester. Oh, and you just, of course, missed, do you know Gemma from Salford?
I do, yes. Yeah. We've done a lot of AR UK events together, actually, in Manchester and Salford.
Fantastic. And we've got Dr. James Quinn, the second of our 3 Quinns. I picked up on this earlier. We had 3 people with the surname Quinn joining us today, which seemed remarkable to me. Who's a neurology research fellow at Massachusetts General Hospital at the Department of Neurology in the USA. I'm guessing, is it 7:30, 8:30?
Yeah, you made me, and it's Labor Day today, so it's a
bank holiday as well.
Bank holiday as well. You really treated me this morning, but it's fine.
So James is from the UK, but you've been in the US for what, about 12 months now?
Yeah, so I moved out here in May 2019. So. And
you were at Manchester, so do you know Sarah?
Sarah sat behind me.
In fact, James actually kicked me off with my desk when he arrived and took my desk, and I had to move opposite. That's how closely we work together.
Sorry, Sarah.
It's a small.
I'll let that go one day.
And we did get him up early, so we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Although he's got dressed, I see, so that's a bonus.
I know. I thought I'd dress up at least.
I think Marianne was in a dressing gown earlier. I didn't want to say. Marianne she was in Sydney. No, Melbourne though. Okay, so neuropeptides, cells. We're on another science subject, which is interesting. The last couple of sessions on this have been really fascinating. So, Emily, I'm going to come to you first and ask you to introduce yourself.
Okay, well, so I'm at Cardiff, and I mainly work with stem cells. So I don't assume that we have a fundamental understanding of stem cells. Essentially, they're a cell type that can you find in the body and that can differentiate or change into any other cell type in the body. So we use these to study dementia. The main way that I do this at the moment is, so as was talked about quite a lot today, a lot of genetics kind of studies on lots of people with Alzheimer's and without Alzheimer's has meant that we've found quite a few genes or changes in the genetics of people that makes people more or less susceptible to developing Alzheimer's disease and other dementias. And one gene that I work on was found to, like, if you have this change in your genetics, then you're less likely to get Alzheimer's disease. So, sorry, yeah.
No, so that's great. We'll come back and talk about that some more. Sarah, could you introduce yourself as well?
Yeah, so I also work on genes that cause dementia. Well, I guess it's the opposite of what you just said, genes that do cause dementia rather than genes that protect from it. I work on frontotemporal dementia, or FTD for short, which I think we've heard a bit about this morning already, but there's going to be a focus session on it later on today as well. So I won't go into too much detail about sort of the clinical side. But I'm based in the lab, like these guys, rather than working with people affected. So I also work with cells in a dish, and I'm trying to understand how a particular genetic error causes FTD.
Fantastic. And James?
So my project is looking at neuropeptides. So these are signaling molecules in the brain and how they become dysregulated in dementia. So we're looking at them in the brains of patients with dementia, as well as the cerebral spinal fluid. I don't know how much discussion we've had on CSF, but I can talk about it a little bit later. And basically trying to study them as a potential biomarker, so a way of diagnosing people living with dementia, and a way to kind of stratify different types of dementia, as well as look at how maybe as a potential precision medicine based approach. So I know Gemma kind of just mentioned that, but I wasn't able to tune in for too many of the presentations earlier.
Oh, that's fine. So you all work with cells. You all know your way around a microscope. Yeah, is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Oversimplifying. I'm going to come to back to you then, Emily, first of all. So first of all, you talked about, so you work in stem cells. Yeah. And so we've got about 100 people watching now. So we should be clear. When we talk about stem cells, there was this thing that immediately jumps into many people's heads is oh, they come from babies, right? The thing that's not the case any.
No.
So why don't you tell us what are stem cells and where do you get them from?
So generally, now you can make stem cells from any other cell type on the body, but we have a few kind of ones that we like to use because it's more efficient. So the stem cells that I work on at the moment were taken from just someone who's alive, their skin cells, like 30 or 40 years ago, and then we put some proteins on to these skin cells, well, someone did 30, 40 years ago, that made them turn into stem cells. And then once we have these stem cells, we can change them into other cell types in the body. So we don't use. So
why from somebody 30, 40 years ago? Does it take that long?
No, it doesn't take that long. They just, so, in the same way you have certain kind of types of mice that are like well established as models for Alzheimer's because they're well characterized and they're really well understood.
Yeah.
It's the same with this particular line of stem cells that was taken ages ago. So, and now loads of people use this same line as a basis for their studies, and that means that they can all be compared very easily.
So you could just use your own, but you don't because everybody uses the same one.
Yeah. So it's like a good kind of a background, right? So you know that all of the other genes are kind of similar in that cell line and in other studies that have been done using this cell line. But you can also make more. So at the moment, we've got some blood samples in from some people who have Alzheimer's disease and don't have Alzheimer's disease, and we're making those into stem cells. So you can make more as well.
We don't make anything, but this is a standard, and this comes from some kind of company or something that supply these things that you make into stem cells.
Or get it from another lab.
That makes sense. Honestly, I think I do feel that is important to say for people out there that are understanding how stem cells you make them. So you put proteins on them. They can come from anything, but you use them from a particular place, and then having created that stem cell, you can make that into anything.
Yes. So what we do, because
now tell us how you use that in your work. Then go on.
Yeah. So obviously, in Alzheimer's disease, a big cell type affected is like cells in the brain, and specifically, like the immune system and immune cells in the brain. So what we do at the moment is, so it's been determined that if you throw like a certain combination of proteins onto the stem cells, they will change into these brain immune cells called microglia. And what we're doing is comparing the microglia, which have, as I said earlier, this kind of protective genetic change, and ones that don't, to kind of see how the protective change affects the way that your brain cells work at like a cellular level. At least that's the idea.
Microglia. So Gemma referred to this earlier as this people with Alzheimer's have a load of rubbish that builds up in the brain, and it's a bit like your kitchen, and sometimes it might have just not got put in the bin. And microglia are essentially the housekeeper, right? They're the cleaner.
Yeah, that is definitely one of the main things that microglia do, and in fact one of the so this change that protects cells that we know from patients, one of the ways that it seems to be changing the function of the microglia is to be increasing this engulfment or this taking up of the kind of debris and bad stuff.
So if you can test and prove this works, how might that be used? Would this be something that you could activate in everybody else, or something you'd put into somebody? Or
well, okay, so obviously, well, maybe not obviously, but because these studies are very early days, right? So, and it's a cellular study, so down the line, it's very far off if it could be used as a therapy. But I do think that the idea sort of ultimately would be, so we know that this change increases the activity of the protein that we're looking at. So the idea would be maybe we could add activators of this protein, and that might have some positive effect on Alzheimer's brains. Although, as I said, it's very like basic research at the earliest of stages. So we're not
even at the point of doing this in mice or something like that yet. It's still
mice at the same time. So I work with another postdoc on my lab, and I do the experiments on these human stem cells, and he does the experiments on mice with the same mutation. So we work very closely together. So we're doing it in mice at the same time.
So if this proves to work, then you'd move this on to some very limited testing in actual brain tissue or in people.
I think the next stage would be to find out a bunch of molecules using like chemical modeling that we think might be able to activate or increase the activity of this protein, and then to test those kind of like in batch to see what ones have good effects on the function in a way that we think might be positive. Does that make sense? So that would be the next stage. And then if something seemed really promising, then maybe you would move that to other animal models or to clinical trials. But I do think that that's quite.
So we're talking, it's quite far down the line for now, yeah. But that kind of underpins that there's no quick fix to this, that this is going to be, and also kind of highlights the importance of the whole chain of events, like later on today when we talk about a blood test for diagnosis. If it turns out that people you need to test this in are people at a very early stage, preclinical, you can't do that if you can't find who those people are, but you can if you've got a blood test that identifies people who have a bigger risk in their 30s, if that's when you want. Yeah. Sarah, can I come to you next? So can we tell us, tell us about your work?
Okay, so I'm interested in a particular type of FTD, frontotemporal dementia, that is caused by a genetic error. So there's a faulty gene, and we know that people who have this faulty gene get FTD. So it can be passed down in families, or it can sort of occur spontaneously. And my job is to try and figure out, why does having this faulty gene cause brain cells to stop working properly, eventually to die prematurely, and that's what ultimately leads to the symptoms of FTD. So why does having this gene lead to the disease, basically? I've been working on looking at a series of proteins that get made from this faulty gene, and trying to figure out how they're involved in disease. So if you think of genes as being kind of like the instruction manual for flat pack furniture, like IKEA furniture, but instead of building a wardrobe, you're building a protein. So your cell's reading your genes, and it's using that as instructions to build particular proteins. And in the same way that from IKEA you can get a bedside table or a wardrobe or a chair, your genes are instructions for lots of different proteins that are different shapes and sizes. And the shape is really important for how that protein functions. So if the instructions are wrong, and the cell makes a protein that's the wrong shape, that could mean that the protein isn't able to do its job. And that could have really disastrous consequences for the cell and how the cell functions, and stop it from working properly. The gene that I work on is actually a little bit unusual, because instead of having a little section of the instructions that's garbled and making the protein sort of incorrectly, what you actually have is a huge extra section in the instructions that's not supposed to be there. So you have a huge extra section of DNA in that gene, and it's making protein, but it's not supposed to. So you actually have 5 completely abnormal proteins being produced in the brains of people with FTD that aren't normally supposed to be there in healthy people. And we know that these proteins clump together, they stick together and form clumps inside brain cells, a bit like what Gemma was talking about before, with sort of junk building up in the brain cells. And if we look down a microscope at the brain of someone who lives with FTD of this type and donated their brain to science after they passed away, we can actually see the protein forming these clumps inside the brain cells. So we know they're there. We know they're probably not good for the cells, but we don't know exactly how or why they're getting in the way of things. And that's what I'm trying to work out.
So do you then look at why they're produced in the first place, or do you move? Would somebody else look at how you might get rid of them, for example, as opposed to, or you do try to avoid them trying to ever be made?
Yes, so there is a lot of work. That's not what I do personally, but there is a lot of work going on in parallel around the UK into ways to stop the gene producing protein in the first place, which would be fantastic, because that would be a really promising therapeutic option. But I think it's still important in the meantime that we're trying to understand the effects that these proteins are having in the cells. In case that doesn't work, we need to be able to design other therapeutics as well. So that's where I come in. So I use cells in a dish, and what I do is I treat them with artificial DNA that I've made in the lab that kind of copies what you get in the faulty gene that people have, people with FTD. And I can trick my cells into thinking that that's their own gene and making protein from the artificial DNA that I'm giving them. So the cells actually start to make the dementia proteins, they're pumping them out, and I can look down the microscope at my own cells and see that, like what we see down the microscope, if we look at the brains of people with FTD, my cells are also producing the protein. It's also clumping together, and you can see that very clearly. So we know that we've got a good sort of model system that mimics what's going on inside actual people's brains. And then I can then look in those cells and see, well, what other processes are affected? What other proteins are these abnormal proteins interacting with? How are they getting in the way? And the idea is, if we understand that at that level of detail of individual proteins and molecules and cells, that we can try and design really specific targeted treatments to intervene in those disease processes and stop them from happening.
I think that makes sense to, and even the, people who really don't get science so well, is being able to reproduce that what's going on in the brain to start with is the most important thing, because of course you can't study in exactly the same way as when people are living, right? I mean, you can't go
exactly.
Not today. James, can we come to you next? Is this relate to your work as well?
Yeah, a little bit. I'm very predominantly kind of looking, using the data that we're pulling out from the cerebral spinal fluid, as well as the data that we're looking at from brain tissue, where we've shown that these neuropeptides, these are signaling molecules. So I'm sure many of you watching will know about neurotransmitters. So these are your serotonin, your dopamine, etc. Neuropeptides are very similar. They act as signaling molecules. They are important in kind of the function and sending messages across throughout the brain. And all of this is like super important, but they become really dysregulated in neurodegenerative diseases, so dementia, as well as psychiatric diseases as well. So we have some really interesting data looking in brain tissue and cerebral spinal fluid to show that these neuropeptides are severely dysregulated, and they are a really good marker of cognitive decline. So we've got some good data on that, and essentially I'm trying to push this as a potential biomarker, as a potential way of kind of diagnosing people as early as possible, and also as a way of, as a marker of cognitive decline. I think that's the most important thing that we really need to get, because I mean, we have the Tau test, we have the amyloid tests, which are really good for saying, yes, that person's got dementia. We don't have too many good correlates of actual damage that's happening in the brain. We have neurofilament light, but it's an extremely messy protein for diagnosis. because it's upregulated in any disease. It's upregulated in COVID, for example. So you can get so many kind of confounding factors. So we've got some really interesting data on the neuropeptides. So I'm really trying to study them in better detail as a potential biomarker. So I'm doing lots of kind of experiments in the lab. So I'm producing the DNA in the lab, producing the protein in the lab. I'm doing functional studies, expressing them in cells, trying to work out why they're becoming dysregulated. So I'm really trying to unpick the mechanistic understanding and understand why these are becoming dysregulated.
And right at the start, you mentioned CFS, so this is cerebral spinal fluid, and you collect that from the spine because that's the same fluid that floats around in the brain.
Yeah, so it's the same fluid that floats around through the brain. So the proteins can transfer from the brain into the cerebral spinal fluid, so we can get a really good understanding of what's happening in the brain. You can also look in the blood, but the concentration in the blood is significantly lower than in the cerebral spinal fluid. So there have been some developments recently to look at tau and amyloid in the blood, but the neuropeptides are just at extremely low level in the blood. So we'd have to look at developing ultra-sensitive ways of detecting them. And we have in my group, so we're the Alzheimer's Clinical and Translational Research Unit. So we have a full clinical arm of the lab. So we're doing cerebral spinal fluid tests regularly, MRI scans. So this makes it a really good place to do the research that we're trying to do, because we have access to all of the clinical diagnosis, as well as all of the information we can get about the patient, because that's the most important thing. If we want to develop a precision medicine based approach, is that we understand the person fully. We have the cognitive assessments, we have the MRI scans, we have the EEG recordings, we have the blood tests, we have the cerebral spinal fluid tests, because we're not going to understand this disease looking at one thing. We need to look holistically, and this is what the Dementia Research Institute is trying to do. This is what we're trying to do here in the US, and is what needs to be done in order to find treatment and cure.
Great to have a place where all that is combined into the same place. And I can't help but I think anybody who's watching this would look and say, you know, all three of you are working on very different things, but in that space. And could you all be right and still all be connected, or is this just different? Is this just different approaches to look at this? I mean, or could you all be right and then the treatment will fall out of the back of all three of your work?
All angles need to be investigated with dementia because it's such a complex disease. So all of the scientists, all of their contribution is vital, I think, if we're going to find a cure for it. And some of us will be wrong in the avenues that we choose to pursue. But at the end of the day, you don't know what's right and what's wrong before you start. So all of the avenues are essential to find a cure.
Exactly. And you've made exactly the point that I was hoping to make. Exactly, is the importance of that you can't close off any one line of thought, that you have to continue. So, you know, Sarah's approach to looking at this in there, and James's and yours is all slightly different, but it's all fundamentally contributing to that body of learning. And do you all, I mean, as scientists, you don't develop too much tunnel vision and end up in your own space? Do you all continue to look at each other's, to look at the work and that research that's been published? Is that why publishing is so important?
Yeah, I think that's really important, because often you could go to, say I go to a conference and it's a general dementia conference or neurodegeneration conference, and I work on just FTD. So in the lab, maybe my blinkers are kind of on because that's what I focus on, but going and hearing what's going on in the world of Alzheimer's disease or vascular dementia, that might give me a really good idea of, oh, well, maybe that actually could work in a similar way in what I study, and can I maybe apply that? And like Emily was talking earlier on about the role of microglia and the immune system in Alzheimer's disease, I think that's probably really important in FTD as well. So I'm looking at that. So, you know, we have a lot of links between us that I think are very important.
And that's where I think like Alzheimer's Research UK, who have their research, their local networks as well, do facilitate that kind of cross-pollination of ideas and learning from each other as well, through bringing particularly early career, because you're all early career researchers, and bringing early career researchers together to come up with those ideas, and funding not just one thing but a whole range of research. We've got some questions and we've got 3 minutes left. So the first question is from G. Martin Cooper. who asks, he doesn't put this to any one person, so let's see. How does the function of microglia reconcile with the concept of tau protein tangles?
Well, I mean, I'm happy to.
Go on, Emily, you take that one.
So it's quite early days, right? We don't fully understand the link between microglia and tau, but a lot of groups are working on it at the moment. One way it could be affecting it is because, as it's been talked about previously, microglia take up kind of debris and things in the brain. And it's been suggested that microglia could stop or help stop the spread of tau by taking up the tangles and breaking them down. But at the same time, tau can activate microglia or make them like more energetic. And in a way, this can be damaging to the brain. So there's lots of potential intersection there between tau and microglia, but we don't fully understand it at the moment.
Fantastic. Thank you, Emily. I hope that's answered your question, Martin. We've got a question this is to you, James, from Rachel M, who asks, how can we make CFS tests that can be carried out without spinal taps, as surely this needs to be done if we're going to use it as a regular diagnostic test? A nicer way to collect that CSF.
I don't think that's possible, unfortunately, but from what we've done in our lab, we've done lots of studies on CSF, and I know there's work in UCL with some of the genetic trials for Huntington's disease, for example, where they're taking CSF regularly between every 2 and 4 weeks, and they found no issues associated with that. So I just want to come here and say that a CSF test is very much perceived as being invasive. I've said that I'm more than happy to go get a CSF test done. And it's very much like, it is not as bad as people think it's going to be. And my boss does them extremely regularly, and they have really good kind of a rate of people coming out with this very minimal issues, and the majority of issues is generally just a headache or a little bit of pain associated where the needle went, which is what you'd get from getting a blood test done. But that's the point. It's like, we really want to be developing this into a blood test. CSF is great because you get such a good understanding of what's happening in the brain, but then translate it into a blood test.
And there's other techniques as well, aren't they? But I agree. I think clearly there could be more done to not just about CSF, but about all the different diagnostics that are used to communicate what it is you're gathering, and to kind of improve public awareness and understanding of what it's like to go through that diagnostic process, whether that's CSF or not. Yeah, clearly that's something that needs to get better. Our next guests have joined us. Thank you ever so much. Your work is all really fascinating, and I do feel sorry, I know you didn't have slides. I feel like I could have had slides from you, and that would have, but all three, James, Sarah, and Emily, have all contributed to podcasts on Dementia Researcher before, and blogs as well. So you can find out more about their work on the website, which is chatathon.uk. You can also find details of their Twitter names there as well, and I know they all tweet about their work and their publications and things, so please do go and look them up and have a look on the website as well. Thank you, Emily, Sarah, James, for joining us.
Thank you.
Enjoy your afternoon. Thank you, James. I'll let you go back to bed or do whatever you're going to do on your holiday today. Thank you. Great. Okay.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Okay, we're 1 o'clock. So the next session we're going to come into is living at home independently and making technology help. I'm going to introduce our three guests in a moment, but in the meantime, hi, Monica, Clarissa, Sarah, hello.
Hello.
Thank you very much for joining. So before we move on, I'm just going to do our regular update. I mentioned it before, but again, just a reminder, all of today, the whole purpose is to raise awareness about some of the research that's going on, but also to raise much needed funds for Alzheimer's Research UK that will spend that on much needed research. You can find details on how to donate on our website at chatathon.uk, and that'll link through to our Just Giving page. I've got an update on what next. It costs £15,000 a year to support a PhD student to go through, and I know AR UK support can't remember, it's 30, 40 new students every year through some of their funding. And so if we can reach our £5,000 goal today, it will contribute towards a third of a year of a PhD student. So please do give what you can.
It's a bargain, that 15,000 for a PhD student, bargain.
Yeah, and if you can't give, please do visit their website as well. There are other ways to contribute too. We're going to update the board, so the number of guests is now up to 22, and we're going to be talking to 60 people across the day. We've had 56 researchers and 4 special guests. We've already had the 3 special guests at the start of the day, and I think in the next session I'm going to be talking to somebody a little while who's a special guest, and we're up to 4 hours. So we're a third of the way through already.
Well done.
Time flies. And our funding totals have taken a nice little jump. I haven't had a look at individual contributors because I don't want to embarrass anybody mentioning them. But thank you very much to everybody that's contributed so far. We're at £1,729. So that's
well done.
Awesome. Thank you. Oh, I'm having to lick my thing, which is probably.
I like your old school style approach, Adam.
I was gonna have an accumulator, you know, like with a big a thermometer.
Yeah.
I couldn't figure out it. So we're up to £1,729, which is about 34% of our target of £5,000. Please do continue to give what you can. That is really grateful. So we've had a couple of sessions which have been really getting behind the basic science, and we're moving on now to not services and science, but we're moving away from cells and what's going on in the brain to talk about how people can be supported to continue to live at home independently, and how technology is helping that as well. So I'm delighted to introduce Dr. Clarissa Glebel, who's a research fellow from the University of Liverpool. Hi, Clarissa.
Hello.
We have Sarah Wallachuk, who is a PhD student at the Karolinska Institute in Sweden.
Hello.
Hi, Sarah. Everybody is immediately going to recognize, if they're like me, that you don't have a Swedish accent.
No, not at all.
And we have Monica Leverton, Leverton or Leverton? Leverton. Monica Leverton, who's a PhD student at the Division of Psychiatry at UCL, and we've already had some people from the Division of Psychiatry at UCL earlier today. So hi, Monica.
Hi.
Thanks very much, everybody. So we've got 25 minutes, thereabouts. I'm going to start by asking you all to just briefly introduce yourselves and kind of your work. So Clarissa, you go first.
Okay, so you've nicely introduced me already. So I'm Clarissa Giebel. I work at the University of Liverpool. And so my research looks at how we can support people with dementia and the carers live independently at home for as long as possible. So I used to look a lot at daily activities and how people are actually performing daily tasks. But now I'm looking at how people are getting the right access to services that enables them to stay at home for as long as possible, but also looking at who doesn't get the services. So if people live in more rural areas or they don't have the money to pay for these services, that's my research in a nutshell.
Fantastic. Thank you, Clarissa. We'll come back and go into more detail in a little while. Sarah.
There's a lot of overlaps between me and Clarissa. I look at everyday technology, and I'm an occupational therapist. At the moment, I'm very focused in on what's happening in rural areas. So I don't just look at how technology helps, but I also look at how it hinders in everyday life. So for everyday technologies, we're also thinking about kettles, toasters, but ticket machines in public space, for maybe ATMs for banking, how we're going to pay to get on public transport and things like that. So trying to assess the whole landscape of technologies for people living both with and without dementia.
That's a good point. I think there's a lot of research I've seen that talks about how technology should be embraced and how it's helping people, but not as much looking at how it's quite awkward, actually, maybe. Yeah. And Monica.
So again, my research is also really similar to Clarissa's. We've also had quite a lot of crossovers, so we meet up for cups of tea every now and then as well. So yeah, my PhD research has been all about looking at how people with dementia can stay independent at home with the support from home care workers. So it's my research is purely qualitative, so I'm not working with any numbers or figures. It's all talking to people, watching what people do, and seeing how the role of home care can keep people as independent as possible at home.
Fantastic, thank you very much. So I'm going to pick on a few points to start with. Is it assumed that the default is that once people get their diagnosis of dementia, that they want to stay at home absolutely as long as possible? Is that a generic picture? Because I certainly know I've spoken to some people that are kind of like, actually, do you know what? I don't want to be, I don't want to kind of make life hard for my partner, and I'd rather move to. So generally speaking, I assume your work is about encouraging people to be wherever they want to be, rather than kind of, because, you know, the governments might say, oh, we want people to stay at home longer because it's cheaper than care homes or whatever.
Yeah, I think it's also about, particularly with dementia and the cognitive deficits, that people enjoy for as long as possible staying in their familiar environment. So if you imagine they are then suddenly being moved into assisted living or into a care or nursing home, it's completely different setting again, where are the toilets, where's the dining room, and getting adjusted to that. So I suppose it's supporting them have a good quality of life and then feel safe as well where they used to live.
Absolutely. So actually, while we've got you then, Clarissa, tell us about your research first. Let's talk about your work.
I've briefly touched upon it already. So I suppose COVID has kind of thrown a bit of a curveball with everything. So I was working on a number of projects before COVID, for example, with Maastricht University, looking at how people are accessing care in both countries, so in the UK and the Netherlands. Has Adam just dropped out there?
Maybe he's taking a comfort break.
Maybe.
I was just taking a bite of a sandwich that I didn't want to.
All right, fair enough.
I was taking advantage of your talking. You carry on. I promise I'm still here.
That's all right. So before COVID, I was working with Maastricht University, for example, and we did a big national survey, and we spoke to people. What are your barriers to getting the care that you need? And then kind of COVID happened, and we kind of had to, this particular study is put on hold for now. But then we kind of shifted our focus and looked at, we have all these public health restrictions in the UK and globally. So how are people still accessing the care they need in their own home? So we've started back in April, and we've spoken to people with dementia and carers, and we've done a longitudinal online and telephone survey where we explored the experiences of people in terms of, do you still access any care? How do you access it? Is it remotely? Is the remote support any good? Do you still get the right support? And some of the really sad things we've noticed so far is that people seem to have, first of all, they don't really get any support much, and the remote support isn't that good, but they seem to deteriorate faster just because they don't have that social engagement at the moment and that stimulation and going outside anymore. So it seems to have had a really, really bad impact on the lives of people with dementia.
Yeah, I think COVID clearly has. I mean, it certainly seems to, from the conversations I've had with early career researchers, particularly who've been trying to carry on, or those working in clinical services, it certainly pushed forward the use of technology, which I don't think has been a negative. I think there are lots of positives to be found in this, providing that they're, used properly. I don't know if I'm making the point here that I wouldn't want to assume that the use of telemedicine or remote cognitive assessments or all these things is universally better. It was certainly better than doing nothing during what's happened over the last 6 months, but I think it does needs to be understood, because it's definitely not been helpful to everybody, has it?
No, and I think also we have to consider that many, particularly older people, they don't have access to internet necessarily. and they don't really know how Zoom might work, for example, or people with dementia, particularly if you have some certain subtypes like PCA, they have visual deficits, so they can't really engage with the visual side of having a support group via Zoom. So there's all these limitations there. It's good in some ways, but not helpful for everyone.
Yeah, Anna Volkman's going to join us at the end of the day, and I know from talking to her a few weeks ago, some of the speech and language therapy sessions have been quite interesting, because being able to do that for those that were technologically enabled, not having to bring somebody in who had to then use public transport, have the anxiety of public transport coming into clinic, lots of sitting and waiting around, and then added to their tiredness, that by the time they then got to the point of their assessment, it was influenced by their experience of the day, whereas when you could assess somebody remotely in their own home, they didn't have that. So that was one positive, but equally, as you say, that's great for the person that's got internet and not for the person down the road that doesn't have internet. Sarah, tell us about your work.
I think it's very interesting, your point about the internet and not having it, because I think one of the things that comes out in my research is that even landline telephones and televisions can be more problematic for some people, and particularly when you're thinking about people with dementia who are living alone, perhaps in more sparsely populated environments, and that's even more of a threat. People are really looking to rely on a service that they can access on a regular basis and that's easy to use. And so when you start to get service disruptions in there, perhaps due to things like the weather or whatever it might be, that can really upset somebody's everyday life and their confidence to live at home for as long as they want to live at home. So people I'm finding in my research that people are getting communicated to by their experience of using their technology. Every time they use it, they're getting a sense of confirmation back at them. Am I feeling competent today, or am I feeling a little bit more restricted, potentially more isolated because of what's going on? And when I think about the early days of COVID, that was when my research seemed to resonate most with just sort of ordinary people, because suddenly we were all struggling to get online, and suddenly we were all faced with technologies that should be simple, that weren't working, and that was affecting our ability to interact and to be with other people and to get on with our daily life. And I think what we find in our research is that that's just so much more common for people living with a cognitive impairment.
And you can see that there are, this question about living at home independently, that there are so many influences on that, whether somebody is living alone, for example, or has somebody there day to day to support them. Practical things, whether they live in a bungalow or they've got stairs, because let's face it, they most likely will have multiple other health issues as well that could be influencing this. And then, as you say, is the physical environment around them capable of supporting them? Do they live in a remote rural location where you can't get to place anymore? Monica, tell us about your research.
So I don't have a particular focus on technology. Mine's more thinking of people within their social context. So just to come back to your first question of, is it that once people get a dementia diagnosis, do they all want to stay at home? I think most people do want to stay in their own homes. It's where their whole lives have been. It's where all of their belongings are, all their memories are. And I think up until a certain point, people can continue as they had been, maybe with a bit more support from family carers, or, some people don't like the term family carers, but family members or neighbours or friends. But then there comes a point where that becomes a bit harder, and then home care comes in. And home care workers can really extend the time that people with dementia are able to live at home. But it does have a number of changes. People need to be accepting of receiving home care, which takes a bit of time. But so the work that I've been doing, I firstly interviewed, I think, 82 people overall, speaking to people with dementia, family carers, home care staff. And then I observed a number of home care workers as they did their work and they supported people with dementia to live at home, and sort of seeing the ways that they could support independence, but also what the challenges are and maybe what training is needed for care workers to enable independence for people with dementia. Because I think sometimes because there's short visit times, a lot of different clients to see with travel in between, there can be the sort of mentality of I'll just do it for them because I'll get it done quicker. But I think home care models are trying to move towards the more doing with, not for approach. So that's the work that I've been looking at, sort of how can you do with? And I think the term that I'm focusing on is interdependence. So thinking of people in their social context and how you can facilitate changes and adaptations to enable people to live independently as much as possible with the support of others at home.
And that's beyond as well, just the immediate family, like the family care. I mean, is this looking at kind of the whole family unit or the people around them? Because I think that, that kind of contribute. And sorry, just a second question was, is there any differences in different cultures that you've looked at, whereas this is better, this model is better delivered in certain cultures than in others?
Yeah, so I think the focus has been on home care. So sometimes, people don't actually have a family member at all. There is no one. The home care worker is the only contact they have. And then you sort of start to see those really close relationships that people form with their care worker. Looking at the sort of relationships that the care workers have with the family members and a sort of united team all working together to support the person to live at home. And culturally, I think the difference there is people's willingness to introduce home care. We just, not my PhD specifically, but another sort of side study of the project I work on, the NIDA study, we looked at the views of South Asian carers and people with dementia. And, the difference there is a sort of care and support stays within the family. You don't bring in somebody else to do the care work that you're expected to do. So I guess more so than what actually happens when home care is introduced, it's starting off that introduction of care.
And you can see how there are good ways to go about that and bad ways as well. When that happens as part of a planned approach that's thought through, it's likely to be more effective than something that happens because of a crisis or an emergency or sudden change of circumstances.
Exactly. And I think sometimes when it's, as you said, when it's rushed and it's in response to an emergency, the care workers that I worked with were sort of saying, they wish they knew the person before they got to this stage so that they could know what they were like as a person and build a relationship before it got to the point where they are just doing what the family carers are asking. They're not able to get the perspective of the client with dementia.
So how much, is there a general rule here? I don't know if you'd all agree with this or not, that planning, as much as I know, because I can imagine if this was me, I'd probably be one of those people that would probably bury my head in the sand about this to some extent. I'd be wanting to put off thinking about that and getting ahead. But is it generally better to think and plan ahead as much as you can? And we'll talk about whether that's thinking about the future and whether you're going to need a nursing home and which are the best ones and how's it going to cost, but also about has the person you're living with potentially their symptoms worsen that preparing yourself is getting a preparation. It's got to be right. A good thing, I would assume, all your research has shown.
Definitely. I think it really has, it should happen right after diagnosis, but then we have the huge issue in terms of diagnosis itself. This can sometimes take several years and then the person has progressed and all these things. But as soon as a diagnosis is made, the person with dementia should sit down with the family or friends and kind of make these decisions whilst they're hopefully still have capacity and then can express their wishes. But in terms of home care, obviously it'd be preferable if the home carers would know the person prior to an emergency of need. But I think sometimes there's also this element that family carers or unpaid carers want to provide as much as possible and not have any strangers in the home. So they just want to do everything themselves.
So yeah, so kind of going out there and seeking some training for yourself, perhaps, to help you prepare for what's to come. So just a reminder to everybody watching, you can post questions, which I will put to our guests. You can post those in the Zoom using the Q&A button at the bottom or in the comments section on the YouTube. I will try and check Twitter as well, although it's quite hard to pick out the questions because there's quite a lot of tweets using the hashtag. So apologies if I miss those. So coming back to just going around the table now with your advice. So what's your research showing in terms of what is the advice that would help people to live at home as long as possible well? Let's go to Sarah first.
Well, I think when I'm thinking about the research that I've done in terms of how people see their technologized lives, you've got some people that do feel that their out-of-home lives can be compensated for using technology. They've got access to the internet. Maybe they want to do their shopping, their banking online. Maybe they've got somebody at home to help them. So that can be something that goes into place. But for somebody else, a kind of shrink back in terms of the technology also coincides with a shrink back of places outside home. So it's taking into account this much bigger picture with the person and really listening really keenly to what somebody has to say. If they're trying to sort of communicate, what they'd like to do is be on a bit of a graceful retreat away from technology, or if they would like some support to be able to keep using technology. And I think there isn't enough sort of interventions and support and ideas for how to promote people's continued use of the technologies that they already have and use and are meaningful to them. And some pitfalls in that if we don't really listen carefully to somebody, particularly if you're a significant other, we call them in our department. If you're a significant other who lives away from the person with dementia and your person with dementia lives alone, if that person's trying to tell you, look, I'm not sure that I could use a computer, you need to pick up on these cues rather than trying to fight it maybe, or think that this is going to be a way to fix a problem, because it really might not be. Technology can be an added complication in the mix that maybe there isn't the support or the context that's available to make that work.
So that's the tricky one, Sarah. So when you, I mean, this doesn't just count for people living with dementia. I think it counts for,
absolutely,
parents and grandparents and others. So when somebody says, no, I don't want a computer, do you press on that and say, well, actually, let's get you a tablet, it'll work? Or do you just say, okay, fine? I mean, I guess
I could tell you the number of tablets I found in the airing cupboard. I mean, one of the things that we found in this as well is that if a person receives the technology, there's a reciprocity in this. It's give and take. You don't just get to help and the other person doesn't get something from this. So when a person receives that help, it's quite a complex thing too. They want to be recognized for the fact that they've received your help and what they're bringing to the picture as well. So they want to be appreciated for saying, yes, thank you. We've all got unwanted gifts that we don't want and use, we've all got that, but they then get this meaning to them. There were people who could tell me stories about the technologies that they didn't use or couldn't switch on, but they knew that a particular family member had given it to them. So it meant something to them to bring it up and to have the conversation. So it still worked, but just not in the way that the technology or the person giving the technology intended it to be used. So,
I mean, it comes back to that point. I think communication is clearly key between family members. Even if you live in the same house, don't just assume you know the other person and what they're thinking. You've got to talk about these things. Communicate. Yeah,
because in the worst case scenario, it really kind of can undermine trust. And somebody's wanted to show you that they trust you and they're willing to accept your help and they want to accept your help and they want to build that relationship, but they actually really worry that they're going to let you down and that that's sort of vulnerability, and again it can undermine confidence. So it's treading really carefully.
Monica, what's the kind of pinning you down, synthesizing down all of your research into a couple of things that's really helpful to people? What advice would you be giving? What's your research showing?
I guess just as an overall, to be accepting of home care, and like you said, to just have conversations early about what the person wants, if they want to stay at home, because some people feel really lonely at home and no amount of home care can make that better. So it's individual choice with families, but I think from my research, it's sort of for home care and family carers and people with dementia, the take-home messages are I guess from speaking to everybody, to value who the person with dementia still is, and not to think of it in a black and white way of they can't do this anymore. It's okay, well, how can we facilitate that so that they can still do parts of that, even if it looks slightly different to what it used to? So, I mean, this.
I'm noticing perhaps the difference between can't do something and doesn't want to.
Mm-hmm.
Because I can completely understand that as you progress, you might just, you know what, I just don't want to do that anymore. I never really did enjoy doing the ironing. I don't want to continue to do the ironing. So get somebody to do the ironing for me. But I agree. What about you, Clarissa? I'm sorry, we're so rushed. These time sessions go so quickly.
It's fine. You've got 56 researchers today. I don't know how you do it.
What's your outputs? Because you've been doing an amazing amount of work on COVID as well. I think anybody who's interested in Clarissa's work on COVID, do have a look on her Twitter feed. I know you've been looking for people to do.
Join our webinar next week.
Look for that. Yep.
I think what came out both in pre-COVID work and in COVID work, in terms of independence and staying at home for as long as possible, if people indeed want that, is that having a family carer or family member or friend that is there to support them is such a vital ingredient to receiving support, not only in terms of them providing them support at home, but actually knowing and going to activities in the community. Because we've been talking to people with dementia and family or unpaid carers, and it's usually them being so proactive with the carers in finding these groups and activities and taking people there. So if you can imagine someone that has dementia and is living by themselves, they might not be aware of these services or support groups. So
absolutely. And I don't want to jump and assume that they're always there, because we know that there are places in the country where access to services is harder. But you know, don't give up. Do keep looking and try to access those. Thank you very much, Monica, Sarah, Clarissa, for joining us today. As I've mentioned many times already today, details on all the panelists can be found on the website chatathon.uk. Also details of their social media, their Twitter feeds, if they're on Twitter. Please do follow the guests and have a look at their work, and they do tweet all the time about the stuff that they do, and I'm sure they'll also take questions. Coming next, sorry, I should say goodbye properly. Thank you, Sarah, Clarissa, Monica.
Bye-bye.
Well done, Adam.
Enjoy your afternoon. Coming up next, we've got Tim, who's already here. Tim Parry, in the 1:30 to 1:45 section. But before we move on, there were a couple of questions we didn't get to there. So apologies, MBG and Dominic McGrath, for your questions. I've got to update the board, Tim. But before I do, let me refresh this page. So we're at 1:30. Number of researchers is now up to 25. So 25 researchers, but we're not halfway through the day, so I must have more people this morning than afternoon. We're up to 4.5 hours now, and our fundraising total is 1,744. So we've gone up a little bit in the last half an hour. Coffee, I haven't had any more coffee. I have had a sandwich though.
Not counting me as a researcher, Adam, are you?
So before we move on, just a reminder, the whole purpose of today is to share information about research, to also raise money for Alzheimer's Research UK. And as I've said many times, you can please take a look at our website. Details on how to donate are all there, and how to access the different live streams as well, if you're having problems with YouTube or Zoom. So for the next 15 minutes, I've got Tim Parry, who's the Director of Communications, Engagement and Brand at Alzheimer's Research UK. Hi, Tim.
Hello, Adam. Are you receiving me okay?
I am. I love your living room. Look, that log burner looks awesome.
Thank you very much. Obviously, I've taken you to the most glamorous room in my house. But thank you. Now, I would, speaking about decoration, I should be wearing one of your t-shirts as well, which I did order.
It's not, as in, not right. Do you know what? I had a quick look last night and saw that they were all just showing us. They literally just turned to dispatch today, and I thought, oh no.
Well, I'll wear it with pride next week.
Sorry. Yeah. So I mentioned before I got t-shirts made. So Tim's joined us because, of course, as everybody knows who's watching today, the whole purpose is to raise money for Alzheimer's Research UK. And this kind of event came about because I think anybody who's on social media or even seen the news, to be quite honest, knows that the devastating effect that COVID's had across the board on charities as well. Much of the fundraising events have been given, and I've still been working, but I wanted to do a bit, so I'd done some cycling for Alzheimer's Society, but I didn't want to keep cycling. No, I did want to keep cycling, but I realized you can't keep asking people to give you money for doing the same thing over and over again. So I wanted to do something a bit different. And I'd been doing some webinars for Dementia Researcher and NIHR, which is my day job, and then decided to see if people thought this was a good idea. And I got such an amazing response from researchers that I had to make it happen. Alzheimer's Research UK is a charity. So Tim, thank you very much again for joining us.
My pleasure.
We've got like 100 people watching. It's good. It's been varied, it's up and down. About 500 different people have watched so far today. So thank you everybody for us watching. Tim, could you introduce yourself?
I can actually, before I introduce myself, can I just immediately say thank you, Adam, for, you could have just done a sponsored gaming session. Decided to do 12 hours of interviews, which is pretty hardcore. We're really blown away. And obviously there's so much discussion chipping in on social media. So there's a lot of people that have that you've definitely intrigued about your fundraising today, but we're grateful for you supporting Alzheimer's Research UK in this challenge. But who am I? I'm, like I say, I'm a Director of Communications, Engagement and Brand, Alzheimer's Research UK. I have reached just about my 12th anniversary of working for this charity. So I've really grown up with it. I've been working there since I was about 9 years old, and huge amount has happened in the time that I've been at AI UK. Well, I mean, I'm sure we'll talk in the next few minutes about the impact of this situation, but it's been a fantastic period of the last few years of growth for AI UK. Each year has been like, what amazing new initiative can we get going this year? How can we increase provision, and what more can we do? And it's been a real privilege to be in that position for so long of thinking about opportunity and possibility. And I very much hope, as I'm sure everyone that you talk to today hopes, that those days can come back as quickly as possible.
I mean, that's a tricky one. I suppose it is nice to be in that position of going from, having sufficient funds to be able to think about what new things you can do, what needs funding, to be able to do extra work beyond what you did, and then tricky to go back, because nobody ever wants to say, oh, we're going to put in less money this year, right? I mean, everybody wants to always say we progress. Is this the first time in the last decade that you've potentially had to look at winding back rather than going forward?
Yeah, absolutely. We were taking really big leaps forward. Well, just for a bit of context, I suppose when I joined in 2008, I think we were about maybe £4 to £5 million charity, and we only response mode funding. So we're only doing one grant round a year with a limited number of programs. And I think I was probably the sort of 15th or 16th person through the door at Alzheimer's Research Trust, as it was then. Fast forward 10, 11 years to just before this situation, and we've got a £40 million charity now with a huge variety of reactive and proactive programs, supporting institutes, supporting hundreds, thousands of research scientists in this country, and increasing overseas as well. Investing in the Dementia Research Institute alongside Alzheimer's Society, our drug discovery programs, just incredible things we've made possible over the last few years. So yeah, absolutely every year has been ramping up, and incredibly exciting, important new initiatives have been kicking off every year. So this is absolutely the first time that we've had to, look at what we can do, and then unfortunately, as
it'd be unfair to say you're not still doing everything, are you? Because I think from what I've seen is you just looked at how you can tighten your belt to continue to fund, internally looking at what you can strip out, not externally, which is brilliant for a charity, not, you know.
Yeah, well, a bit of both, Adam, I suppose. I mean, of course, you know, you look at your budget for the year and you immediately look at anything that was perhaps a bit more discretionary, and that gets pulled. And, you know, we have absolutely prudently looked at our cost base in terms of how we operate as an organisation, and we've used the furlough scheme, as I know, you know, many charities and several companies all over the country have done. So we've done everything within our power to try and, you know, protect the organisation, and then in turn to protect the provision that we can make towards our research programs. I think in terms of what we are funding, you know, our absolute, what is of paramount importance is protecting the programs we've already got underway and are already funding, and looking after the things like our drug discovery institutes, to which we have big obligations, and the DRI as already mentioned. But, you know, we have had to make some difficult decisions, and of course we're not alone. There are plenty of other charities that have had to make incredibly difficult decisions, you know, the really worst decisions when it comes to their actual existence. So we have had to, unfortunately, cancel the planned funding round or response mode funding round for this year, and we won't be doing one in January either. And all eyes are on, you know, how quickly we can reinstate those response mode funding programs, because that's where all the fantastic ideas and new talent and new blood comes from the research community. And we want to get back there and support as much of it as we can.
And how has the government responded? Because obviously I saw you know, the government's been pretty good at supporting other industries like catering and service industries, and, you know, self-employed people, and the furlough scheme. Has the government put its hand in its pocket to keep this going?
Well, in as much as we benefit from the furlough scheme, and that helps with our cost base, and that keeps the charity healthier, which means in turn we can keep as much money as possible going to the research programs. But there's nothing specific from government around protection of dementia research as it stands. And actually, there's a lot of talk about this on social media and the news at the moment. And we had a letter published with our friends at Alzheimer's Society. We did a joint letter that was signed by, well, lots of people actually that will be appearing on your podcast during the course of the day, who signed an open letter through to the government, imploring them to continue with their dementia moonshot. So this was their promise, or the Conservative Party's promise, which they brought into government, to aim for the moon. You know, to really try and make
doubling. Was it doubling? I can't remember the commitment in December.
Yeah, more. I think it was more than doubling the funding actually, but the details of what that funding should cover, and you know, how that money would be best invested and what programs would best benefit from it are not yet clear. So, you know, what we're doing is making sure that pledge to bring that increased funding is not forgotten about in the first instance, but also Alzheimer's Research UK are doing a lot of work around recommendations on really where that government investment could have the most benefit.
I'm continuing to hold into account, because I guess that's the risk, isn't it? I mean, with the economy, you know, having taken a big hit off the back of COVID, I guess the concern is, and I asked Alzheimer's Association this at their conference a couple of weeks ago, saying, "Oh, are you worried about funding?" And they were, "No, it's fine. It's committed. It's government funding. It's promised." I felt less certain in the UK. I got a feeling that, you know, if some things didn't go well, that funding isn't definitely coming. I mean, manifesto commitments are.
They're 100% certain, aren't they? Manifesto commitments. But look, I understand what you're saying, and it's you know.
Well, what I can say, I think you're doing an amazing job with the money that you have got, and well done for keeping at least, you know, you've not taken any money back from people. Anybody that had been promised, you've managed to meet those commitments, and that's great. And if the government can kind of help out because what we don't want, I guess, is a year of missed. All the funding rounds that would have come out this year would just be and that would be a year missed, right? I mean, it'll put us a year behind.
Yeah, well, it's more than a year, isn't it? Because I think
yeah, exactly. I mean, great that they've funded all the COVID. I mean, we've had quite a lot of people who've suddenly turned their hand to dementia and COVID, so it's great to see that funding coming through. But that's not helping here. So what other stuff does AI UK other than give money to researchers? You do a lot of things in yourselves as well, don't you?
Yeah, well, obviously research is is our primary focus. It's our middle name, Adam, as you know. But so my teams are involved in helping publics to understand what goes on in dementia research in its entirety, and even getting them involved in studies themselves through initiatives like Joint Dementia Research, and we run an info line that helps people to understand what goes on in clinical research, and to get the public involved themselves. But a large part of what my team does is liaising with the media to make sure that when dementia research is reported in the press, we try to be the voice of evidence and the voice of reason in terms of what findings are being shared by the press, because sometimes they can get a bit excitable about the outcomes of particular research studies. So we have a role in commentating on those. We also run large numbers of campaigns ourselves, all directed towards helping the public better understand the nature of dementia, the diseases behind it, the impact that these diseases are having, and what role the public can play in overcoming them.
That's brilliant. Well, honestly, I know you're busy. I'm really grateful for you finding time to talk to us. I mean, the whole purpose of today, obviously, is adding to what you do in terms of sharing information about research. Hopefully, maybe some of the people watching will realize that it's not, as Chris said right at the start, that researchers don't just want to take a piece of his brain and experiment on it. There's a whole range of different types of study, and we've got people represented from all different areas of science today. So hopefully it'll persuade some of the public to get involved, perhaps. But also, importantly, as I think we've highlighted, the money that you give today will really help Alzheimer's Research UK. Thank you very much, Tim. 15 minutes goes so quickly.
It does, doesn't it? Thank you, Adam. You're a legend.
Thank you very much for joining. And everybody, this is Tim. There were a couple of questions which I'll put on Twitter to you, Tim. Thank you very much for joining. And everybody who's donated so far, our current total is 1,814. Hopefully we'll go on to meet our target today. And I hope you can make use of it, Tim. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you. Okay. 1:45 already. Oh, Teams suddenly full. YouTube's trying to work out how to deal with so many people. Thank you very much. Tim, who's just left from Alzheimer's Research UK. Sorry, Terry, that we didn't get round to putting your question to him. I think it's fair to say that for those who don't know, Alzheimer's Research UK do fundamentally fund mostly basic science research and to understand the disease. I think a lot of the work on research into care and other things is funded elsewhere within the NIHR and Alzheimer's Society and things like that. So people do take their, each of the different charities fund things in slightly different ways. But and COVID's dropped on the middle of that and it's been funded by everybody. So thank you very much to Tim, who's just gone. Next session coming up, we're all about frontotemporal dementia. It's come up so much today. We've had Leo telling us it's actually the second most highlighted dementia, not vascular. And I've saved some questions. We had some questions for you before. So we're going to be talking about FTD next. But before we do, I need to remind you again, as you've just heard from Tim, Alzheimer's Research UK and other charities have been really hard hit by the coronavirus. Cancellation of things like the London Marathon has made a massive difference. They have had to cancel funding calls this year and in their January as well. As a result, this means is that there will be research in this next year and beyond that won't be happening because there isn't funding there. Every penny you give today will make a real difference to helping Alzheimer's Research UK to continue the work that they do. Please do consider donating. All the details and links to Just Giving are on our website at chatathon.uk. Thank you very much. That was the serious reminder there. And thanks very much to everybody that's already made a donation, no matter how big or small. Everything helps. Thank you very much, everybody. I've got to update my board. We've got 45 minutes, so you've got 15 minutes extra, but there are 2 more people. So let's see. I'm going to update my board now. We're up to 4 hours 45 minutes. No,
how can you do that, Adam?
4 hours. I've lost the ability to think now. 4 3/4 hours is just too many hours. And we've had one more person, so we're up to 26. But you're going to take me over the 30, so well done.
Great.
I'm going to hit refresh again, optimistically hoping it's gone up in the last few minutes. So we're at 1,814. So look, that's gone up loads in the last bit. Thank you very much, everybody that's donated. So we're up to 1,814 against our target of £5,000. So please do keep giving, everyone. Ah, right, that's that bit done with. So introductions. I'm delighted to be joined. Oh, I'm going to read from my sheet, not around the screen. We've got Imogen Swift, who's a research assistant at the UK Dementia Research Institute at UCL. Hello, Imogen. Hello. Hello. We've got Dr. Lucy Russell, who's a research fellow at the Dementia Research. Do you all work really at the same place? Because some of you said, like, I'm in the Institute of Neurology, somebody else said I'm at the DRI, somebody else said I'm at the Dementia Research Centre. But so do you all work within the Dementia Research Institute, which is part of the Institute of Neurology? No, it's not part of the
It's complex.
UCL.
We work together. We all work together.
At University College London.
Yeah.
Well done. And are you all funded as part of the UK Dementia Research Institute? No. Some are, some aren't. But that goes to show how interesting and varied the DRI is, in so much as the way it delivers its care crosses over. Its care, its work. So we've got Dr. Martina Bacchetta, who's a senior research fellow, also UCL. We've got Mika Clark, PhD student from UCL. Somebody earlier said, well done for having PhD students on. Like they probably don't know anything, but we've got them anyway. Your PhD students are brilliant. They're loads more interesting than everybody else. So thank you, Mika, for joining as well, and Atina
Aitana Sogor.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Aitana,
my name is not easy.
We've got Aitana. Hi, Aitana. I love you've got planets on your top.
Yeah.
That's cool. Thanks very much, everybody, for joining us. And so the session coming up is all about frontotemporal dementia, and that's because UCL is kind of. Are you going to argue that you're the best place, the best, most focused place in the country, or even the world for FTD? Is that the case you would make?
Well, we lead.
You're all too modest.
We lead an international frontotemporal dementia project. So it's coordinated at UCL, but we work with many sites across the UK, Europe and Canada. And the difficulty with frontotemporal dementia is that it is quite rare. So by collaborating with all these different research institutes, it allows us to gain more data and gain a better understanding of what is actually going on. Because currently we don't have any treatments for FTD. So the main bulk of our work is to move towards helping pharmaceutical companies to develop treatments.
Brilliant. Well, so you jumped ahead of me there, because you're the only group that seems to have actually coordinated with each other, and you've planned ahead, haven't you? You've decided who's going to talk on what, which is great, because then I can put up my little "I'll be back in a minute" moment and eat something crunchy that I don't want to eat in front of everybody else. So in the order we've got down here, I got was that you, Lucy? I'm going to come to you first to ask you to introduce FTD. Yeah. Your research projects, clinical trials, and your support groups. Is that what you've just done?
No, I can give a little bit. No, I can definitely do more.
Okay, great. So, Lucy, why don't you give us the you do your bit of the first.
Sure. So FTD is a rare form of dementia. It affects individuals' behaviour and their language instead of their memory, like you have in Alzheimer's disease. And we don't really know much about it at the moment. So we've got 2 longitudinal cohort studies. So that means we see participants over a long period of time, over many years, to try and find out how the illness progresses and who it affects and why it may affect them. And these 2 studies we have are, the first one's the longitudinal investigation of frontotemporal dementia, also known as LIFT. Now this project follows people who we don't know why they have frontotemporal dementia. And the second one is the Genetic Frontotemporal Dementia Initiative, and also known as GEMFI. And this follows individuals who have a family history of FTD. So that means that either their parents or their grandparents have had frontotemporal dementia, and it means that their children are at risk of developing FTD at some time in their life, so a 50% chance that they will develop it. But this gives us a really valuable opportunity to follow these people before they develop symptoms. So we can see at what age they may develop symptoms, and it gives us a window into a period of time that we often miss in research, where the symptoms are very mild, and it's not until later on, where the symptoms are becoming very problematic in everyday life, that they present at clinic. And this period is really important for clinical trials. If we want to treat this form of dementia, it might be better that we start treating it at the earliest stage possible. So the work of my colleagues here today are going to talk to you about how we're trying to do that. We've got various measures that we use in these projects to assess these things. And we are making progress. We currently have one clinical trial up and running. It's an international trial, but we're also running it at UCL. Looking at a particular form of FTD, a familial form that's passed down. And we've got a couple of other clinical trials that are in the pipeline to be rolled out within the next 2 years or so. And this is the main focus of our work, to find out how we can move towards these therapeutic treatments.
And your study participants, so you're obviously, as we said, you're at UCL, which is in London, but your study participants don't all just come from your hospital in your area, do they?
No, not at all. We have people from all across the country. We either have people coming from Germany, if they're based in the UK, but currently living overseas. We also have people from Ireland coming over. So we like to see people from across the country if we can.
And you, when you talked before about the GEMFI study, so people who carry this particular gene are 50%, there's a 50-50 chance that they'll go on to develop that particular.
Yeah, that's right. So FTD is extremely complex because there's multiple genetic factors and different genes that can cause FTD. So we're not just treating one illness, there's multiple causes, which makes it very difficult to develop treatments. And I think Imogen and Atana are going to talk a little bit more about the genetics of FTD a little bit later.
Absolutely. Well, that leads us quite nicely into Martina's, because that's the, I think you're next on my list here to talk about the genetic initiative. And can you tell us about brain anatomy, MRI?
Yes, I will. So first of all, I'm funded by Alzheimer Society, who is one of the greatest charity who are doing lots of amazing work to help and support research to help people living with dementia. So as Lucy said, we don't really know what is causing frontotemporal dementia, but what we know is that the only known risk is genetic. And about 30% of people living with frontotemporal dementia do have a mutation. What it means is that they are born with this problem in their genes, and at some point in their life, they will develop cognitive or clinical symptoms. So someone might develop some changes in behavior, some others might develop problems or difficulties in language. And the problem is that we don't really know why some people might develop one form or one type of symptoms and why others may develop different things. But what we know is that the reason why it's so variable is because different parts of the brain are affected. So we tend to consider the brain as just one single thing, but actually it's not. So the brain is formed by different areas and different structures, and each of these structures have a specific role. So for instance, if someone starts developing problems in their language, it means that probably there is some pathological processes going on in the area that has a link with language. Or if they start developing some symptoms linked to changes in behavior or problems in showing their emotion, then there is another part of the brain that is affected. So what is possible to investigate in people with a mutation is to look at years before the onset of these symptoms. And it's possible to measure what is going on in their brain. So we can try to understand and link what is going on in the brain and link with the type of symptoms that they will develop further on.
So, I mean, is that right? So when you said before, the only known risk of FTD is this genetic one. So some of the other ones that they've been identifying for Alzheimer's, for example, some like the gene, around sleep and things like that. So those don't, I mean, clearly nobody's not going to not act on those modifier risk factors because they might affect your Alzheimer's, but they're not known to also affect FTD.
No, so there are things that might kind of suggest to be linked with development of dementia, frontotemporal dementia, but the only clear cause is genetic.
And can you have FTD and another type of, when people have talked before about mixed dementia, could you have FTD with something else as well?
You have to be really unlucky, but yes, it's possible.
I think one of the biggest connections between two diseases is frontotemporal dementia and motor neuron disease. So in about 15% of people who have frontotemporal dementia, they will also have symptoms of motor neuron disease as well. The combination is linked at the genetic level. So some people will have a certain genetic mutation which will cause both diseases, but it's also the pathology. So by pathology, we mean what's going on in the brain itself. So what proteins are showing problems in the brain. And that's the biggest known link. And there are some other motor diseases, we call them, so that affect mainly the body rather than just the mind or cognition or thinking alone. But they are rarer than just FTD.
Oh, well, motor neuron disease can hit people very early in life. Is FTD then the same?
That's a good question. In very rare cases, there have been patients that show symptoms at much lower ages, but that's incredibly rare as well. So while frontotemporal dementia is the second most common early onset dementia, so by early onset we mean before the age of 65 normally, it's the second most common form, and very rarely it might affect people as young as their 30s or 40s, but most of the people we see are between the ages of around 50 to 65.
And are NHS memory clinics and services good at spotting this? I mean, are they, and referring, because is FTD still, would that still go through that kind of psychiatrist care pathway of to a memory clinic, you see a consultant psychiatrist and psychologists and you get diagnosed in that way? Did they diagnose in the same, or do you suddenly find yourself in neurology?
Well, I think that's a really good question, because we'll talk a bit about what the symptoms look like in FTD, but a huge part of those symptoms are behavioural symptoms, and typically people don't associate problems with your behaviour as having a form of dementia, and rather as having a form of psychiatric illness. So you will hear stories of lots of people with frontotemporal dementia have gone through quite a tricky path to get to a diagnosis. Often as they might go to psychiatric services for mental health problems before they're identified as having a degenerative disease, which means essentially a dementia. Parkinson's
and things as well. Sorry, did I jump ruin the flow of questions?
No, not at all. We're not rigid.
Well, we've got a moment there. Just a reminder to anybody, if you do have your questions, you can post them. You have to post them as comments in YouTube, or you can use the Q&A button in the Zoom live stream as well, or I will have a look on Twitter at #Chatathon. So let's did you add anything? Are we coming to? Did you have anything to add, Martina, or do I?
If you want, I can talk about what is the aim and the plan for my fellowship.
Oh yeah, do that. Let's listen.
Okay, so I'm trying to measure what is happening in the brain of people with a mutation for FTD. And in order to do that, I'm aiming to use magnetic resonance imaging, which is a not invasive methodology, which help us to have kind of pictures of the brain. So we can have three-dimensional pictures or in black and white. And it's really, really useful because it gives us lots of information. For instance, we can measure which part of the brain are affected by loss of neurons, if there is something that is widespread, if it's localized just in one area. And we can also measure if two regions of the brain are communicating well to each other, or if there is a problem in the connection of this. If we look at several follow-up visits, we also can measure if there is a change in progression. So if there is a fast or slow rate of progression and atrophy in the brain. So what I'm planning to do is to accurately measure where we can start seeing changes in the brain, when this is happening, and how fast this is going. And I think this is really important because we don't know yet a clear picture of what is going on in the brain. If we don't have a specific and very accurate way to measure that, then we will have two problems. First of all, we cannot tell individuals with a mutation on what to expect in the future. So we need to understand and make a clear description of what is going on. And also the ability of designing clinical trials will be difficult and challenging. So the idea is to have a clear description of what is the pattern and the normal progression of what is going on in the brain of these individuals, because then we can have sort of a reference point to see whether a drug is working or not, whether the drug is kind of slowing down the progression of what is considered to be the normal evolution in the brain. And I have to say that I will be able to do that really thanks to Alzheimer Society, who is supporting my research, and really thanks to the GEMFI initiative, because this is a fantastic initiative bringing together 27 centers around the world. And it started in 2011, so we have several visits, and we really need to thank all the participants and their family to contribute and give them their time to help us in trying to find and understand FTD better.
And is there a particular, so anybody who's watching who has a family member or knows somebody with FTD, is there a particular place you'd like to signpost them to get more involved in research? Because that comes up quite a lot. I'm telling everybody to sign up to join dementia research at the moment, but I know the numbers of people with FTD on there are relatively small. Where would you, are we sending them to your new, because you've got a new website, right?
So, yeah,
am I jumping ahead again? Should I? I'm gonna move on. I'm gonna come to and we'll come back to those questions afterwards. So I'm gonna move on to Mika. You're gonna talk next.
Hi there. So my name's Misha. Sorry, I hate to correct pronunciation, but there's never a good time.
Do you know what? I'm getting well known for mispronouncing people's names. Okay, Misha.
So yeah, I'm a PhD student as part of the same lab as all of these guys, and I work mainly on a different type of brain imaging to understand changes in the brain. Essentially what we do is take the images that Martina looks at and we add colour. So the type of imaging we look at is called PET imaging. That stands for positron emission tomography. But in short, what we do with PET imaging is we give participants an injection prior to the scan, and then they enter a similar type of scanner to an MRI scanner. And this allows us to look at proteins inside the brain. So instead of just looking at brain structure, we look at brain function as well, and how proteins are different in people with a diagnosis of frontotemporal dementia in our case, compared to healthy people. So the kinds of proteins that we're looking at the moment are proteins involved in inflammation. So much like when you have an injury anywhere else on the body and your body has an inflammatory response, so cells that try and help out that site of injury, we think that perhaps the same thing happens in the brain with dementia. So we want to understand that a bit better. And we also look at other types of PET imaging that allow us to look at the connections between brain cells as well. And PET imaging is very valuable because it's the only way to look inside the brain at what's happening in kind of real time, if you like. And that will be hopefully very valuable for clinical trials going forward to see how disease is progressing or hopefully not progressing with treatments as they emerge.
And that, I had a question then, which I'm just trying to recall. So if you image somebody who well, first of all, how can you be certain somebody has FTD as opposed to something else?
Well, I guess the real crux of the issue we have at the moment is we can't, unfortunately, until post-mortem, which is essentially until the brain is analysed at autopsy. And that's the only way we do it at the moment. We're developing lots of different markers, which Imogen and Aitana will talk about in blood or other tissue that we want to look at during life to make a more certain diagnosis. But the only way we know at the moment is if someone has a genetic form, and then we can tell exactly what type of disease they have.
So you can do the genetic test and then combine that with what they can tell you about their symptoms, which makes you be able to. So the PET imaging itself you can't see from a PET that somebody has this, but you can see what's going on in the brain with people who previously.
Yeah, I mean, as it gets more advanced, hopefully we will be able to, because we'll have what we call tracers, so these injections that allow us to look at very specific proteins that are only involved in certain types of disease. So one of the proteins you might have heard about in earlier talks today is Tau, and the Tau protein is the protein that's gone wrong in quite a few forms of dementia, including frontotemporal dementia. And I think as time goes on and we get a better tracer to look at that with PET imaging, hopefully we can be more sure of what we're looking at in the brain. But at the moment, it's mainly done by where in the brain the problem is. So if it's in those frontal and temporal regions, which is where the name frontotemporal dementia comes from, that gives us a clue as to what disease we're looking at.
And so because this is happening in a particular part of the brain, then are there some unique symptoms associated with FTD over other types of dementia?
Yes, and that leads me on very nicely to the cognitive section. So cognitive markers are essentially the symptoms we see, so the problems in thinking that we see in frontotemporal dementia. And as Lucy mentioned, frontotemporal dementia is very mixed, if you like. We see lots of different symptoms. The main symptoms are either language symptoms or behaviour symptoms, but they're very diverse. So we, in our research studies, do lots of psychology tests, which allow us to look at different aspects of thinking. So language tests might include naming tests. And if somebody's got a problem with naming, we say that's a problem with semantic knowledge, and that might give us a clue as to what type of FTD they have. We do memory tests, so recognition tests, and then we do behavioural tests as well. This looks at a person's ability to inhibit certain responses, so to hold back certain behaviours and responses, because one of the biggest symptoms that we see in FTD, which is a kind of hallmark symptom of FTD or behavioural variant FTD, is when they have trouble inhibiting certain behaviours that you might expect someone to inhibit in everyday life, so things that might be deemed not harmful but inappropriate. And
so this is saying something out of place, or is it? It's not a motor thing. It's not doing something. It's not kind of a glitch in so much as suddenly throwing out your arms or something, or is it that, or is it just?
Interestingly, they can show some kind of motor behaviours like tapping or repeating actions with certain things, but typically we look at behaviours in things they say or things they don't say in certain situations, and a huge element of that is how they behave socially, so what we call social cognition. Actually, Lucy's done a lot of research in social cognition in FTD.
So typically they find it very difficult to process others' emotions. So, you know, if you were feeling happy and smiling, they may have real difficulty interpreting what you mean by that behaviour. Or as another example, they'd be very socially distant. So they themselves show very few social emotions. And so it can be very hard to interact with them because they're not giving off any social cues that we use in everyday life to make conversations happen or allow us to, you know, just be around one another, even if it's without speaking. Those social, physical cues that we give off, they don't tend to have. And then the other side of it is their ability to be able to think what other people are thinking. So we have a a couple of tasks that look at this. And, you know, if there's a social situation that they're meant to do something as a response, or understand that somebody's done something wrong, they may completely miss that. And of course, then their own behaviour is inappropriately placed.
And I guess these, I mean, are these things subtle changes that might happen over time, or do they happen quite quickly? Because from what you've said, if the changes, if the differences are that significant, you'd expect that diagnosing this would be easy. And it's not, right? I mean, people don't get diagnosed easily. So these must be quite subtle or hard to spot, which means you need rather sensitive tests.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And like Nisha said earlier, they often present as other conditions, particularly depression or anxiety, where people become very withdrawn from the environment. But it does happen gradually over time. And currently, a lot of the tasks that we have aren't sensitive enough to detect these changes. And so we are trying to develop tests that are more sensitive to these changes prior to an official diagnosis, to help us with the clinical trials. And I think we've touched on that right at the very end. We've got something.
Yeah, and disseminating those, because it's great if these can all be done at UCL, but of course not everybody's going to be at UCL. Yeah, and we are starting to get a nice little, quite a lot of questions coming in for you guys compared to everybody else. So I am going to go to you next, Imogen.
Hi, so I thought I was going to talk a little bit about a day in the life of kind of a dementia researcher, because my job is, well, I do quite a lot of little things. I actually work at 4 different buildings, which proves difficult to walk between them, which makes sense with the whole DRI versus DRC, all these complicated things. But one of the key parts of my role is actually to do with samples, and that is kind of blood samples or spinal fluid samples, which I know you mentioned previously a little bit, and also urine samples. So these are really useful for loads of different things. Tana's going to talk a little bit about how we use them for fluid biomarkers. But another really useful thing, for example, is that for the genetic side, we use blood to actually work out someone's genetic code and whether they have these genes or these issues in the genes that cause FTD. So as we've said, genetics is obviously a huge part of the disease, and it's something that we really want to work out more about, so we actually know kind of the different types of disease, because as you know, it's super complicated, but also each person has a very different form of symptoms and a different genetic code. And so ideally we can give a kind of personalized treatment at the end of it. So that's a really important part. So when someone comes in for a visit, these amazing participants come from all over the country, and it's really great that they can come and visit us. And they take a blood sample and a spinal fluid sample, and they give us a urine sample. We can then use those samples in the lab, and we can sequence them through our amazing lab at UCL as well, and we can work out individual things about that. So that's a really useful thing. Another really useful part of the samples is for spinal fluid. So I know there's been some discussions earlier in the Chatathon about spinal fluid and how it can be quite invasive. The good thing is that it's quite a kind of common clinical procedure, and it's super useful for us because it is a window into the brain, because it's literally the fluid that your brain sits in. So super handy. Also, the blood is super useful to combine them together. So if we can work out what goes on between the brain and the blood in this disease, it can support all the psychology stuff and the imaging stuff as well, and we can create a really great picture of what's going on. So we're really grateful to everyone who helps out with that.
I think people just want you to find a mechanism of getting that doesn't involve a needle.
I can understand that, because it can be quite daunting, I imagine. The good thing is that all the people that I've met who have done it are amazing doctors, and full trust that they will do it amazingly.
Have you all had one? Anybody?
I haven't yet. I'm quite tempted to be honest. I'm very intrigued about what goes on in my spinal fluid.
But I have, only because I donated to the Anthony Nolan Trust, for the bone, and they collect as part of that to put you on their bank. So yeah I know what it's like. Although I'm also I'm old enough to be in the PREVENT study, which Craig Ritchie's PREVENT study, which is probably being talked about right now. I should have mentioned, I think their conference finishes shortly. There's a conference going on in Scotland today. But I didn't, having given to the Nolan Trust, I then didn't want to do it again.
Okay. Well, yeah, I do understand.
So all your patients come to you would have come through a specialist referral pathway. So I'm just trying to get my head round, for those that are watching, somebody who's living in Bedford right now goes through this diagnosis pathway. Maybe their psychiatrist thinks, you might have FTD, but then they probably just get sent home, right? I mean, I'm being told you might have FTD. How does somebody end up at UCL getting this amazing treatment and this chance to participate in things that you do? How does that happen?
I think there are many different routes. I'm sure kind of Lucy can go into a bit more detail, but basically people come from all different kind of routes. So you can go straight to the clinic and you get referred to, for example, John Rohrer, who's our boss, and he can then tell you about the research. But there's loads of amazing scientists and researchers and clinicians out there. There's also amazing websites like our FTD Talk website. So I think it's knowing where to look and having those good clinicians to tell you. But
yeah, I think if an individual's gone into their local memory clinic, they've been diagnosed with FTD, there's one of two ways they can go about being referred to us or coming to see us. So that's first off by the neurologist or the psychiatrist that they've seen. They can send a formal referral to the National Hospital for Neurology and Neurosurgery and the Cognitive Clinic. One of the neurologists there will be very happy to see them and refer them into our research projects. The other way is, I think it's still active, but we have the Dementia Research Centre has a research email account, and they can personally send us an email saying that they're interested in participating in our work, and they can come via that route as well.
I think that's the point, isn't it? That this is to participate in research, because we haven't talked about this, but just like other forms of dementia, there isn't currently a treatment for FTD.
No. So this is all cohort studies, as Lucy mentioned earlier, which are a way of following people over time. Normally people enter the study and stay for a couple of years in the study, and we see them once a year. And this really gives us a good way of knowing how things change over time. And of course, an important part of that as well is having healthy people in our research as well. So we have people who are the same age, and I'd say the reason we haven't had the lumbar punctures ourselves is because we don't qualify yet. Yeah, we're too young. But we have lots of healthy people come in and have the exact same procedures as somebody with FTD would. And this gives us a way of knowing really what's abnormal, because you'd never know until you have something to compare to.
Of course.
And just touching on the healthy controls there, we actually recruit our controls from Joint Dementia Research platform. So please do sign up if you're interested.
Another reason. So did somebody mention before that there is you have got one trial running right now?
Yeah, so we have a clinical trial running at UCL and internationally it's running, and that is looking at a type of frontotemporal dementia that's caused by the gene progranulin. And at the minute, it's still in early stages. We're just coming to the end of the phase 2. All seems to be going well. And hopefully we'll know a little bit more about whether the phase 3 trial is going ahead in the next 6 months.
Yeah, I know early drug trials are always so difficult. I'm not going to pin you down and start asking if it really works. Otherwise, you'll certainly get a wave of people. We have got a lot of questions. So Aitana, I'm going to come to you next. Could you tell us your bit so I can then get to all my questions?
Yeah, so, well, I'm the one that takes care of the last part, the last piece of the puzzle here is the fluid biomarker.
So Imogen collects, you don't collect it, but you go chat to the person and keep them company while somebody collects it. Or do you do?
Yeah, no, we
no,
receive samples.
Imogen collects.
No.
You deal with it.
Yeah, so we receive the samples and Imogen processes them. And well, the focus of this project, our research, is to find fluid biomarkers for the diagnosis of FTD. And well, I think it was mentioned before, but the biomarker is basically something that we can measure in the body and can tell us what is happening, in our case, in the brain. So biomarker can be imaging biomarker, as Misha and Martina were saying before. But in our case, is fluid biomarkers, because it's something that we measure in human biofluid with cerebrospinal fluid or blood. And these are mainly, well, mainly proteins, but we can also measure lipids. And we focus on those that are changing in FTD. So the thing is that, as all of them say before, FTD is a very complex disease or pathology. And our focus is to try to find specific proteins or lipids that tell us that the person has this condition. So the process is a very, very, very long way. So first of all, we need to find on the literature about the mechanisms that underlie in the brain, and then we select candidates that will be possible to measure and can tell us something that is happening in the brain. And then the next step will be to develop what we call assays to measure them in blood or CSF. And an assay is a test in which you can measure the quantity of this molecule in the sample. And then once we come up with an assay that is able to measure that, we need to validate it for a diagnosis of the disease. And that means is that we have to measure it in samples from persons with FTD, but also controls, but also other disease or other dementias. So we can make sure that this protein is specific of FTD and can serve as a diagnosis for it.
Wow, you're so busy, and we should add that, I mean, you're just a handful of a much larger team as well, aren't you? I mean, I've seen the pictures with John's. There are so many of you there working in so many different ways, which is why I jokingly talked about at the start about this. I know there is working FTD going on elsewhere in the country, but the UCL is definitely got lots going on. I'm going to go to the questions. Is that all right? We've got 6 minutes left, so there might have to be short-ish answers. I'll let you decide who should take it. The first question is from David Whelan, who asks, is there a link between logopenic primary progressive aphasia and Alzheimer's? My wife of 63 was diagnosed with LPPA about 3 years ago, but the symptoms seem to be moving into other aspects of her capabilities.
Shall I take that one?
Yeah.
So the logopenic variant is a tricky one, and it is one of the language variants of frontotemporal dementia. So there are 3 language variants that we classify, and the logopenic variant is one of them. But the tricky thing with the logopenic variant is that it's often caused by Alzheimer's disease pathology. So pathology, we touched on earlier, is essentially what's happening in the brain itself, and the proteins that are involved in Alzheimer's are different to the proteins that are involved in frontotemporal dementia for the most part. And again, we don't know until we can look at the brain itself, what protein's causing the disease. So although it can look very much like frontotemporal dementia, it can look like both. And it's an unanswered question at the moment. The thing that they can do is look at cerebrospinal fluid biomarkers, like Aitana's talked about for Alzheimer's, and you would know whether it's an Alzheimer's or FTD variant. The one last thing I'll mention is that with all forms of dementia, as the dementia progresses, it does tend to affect other areas of thinking or other areas of cognition. So it could just reflect different areas of the brain being involved, whereas in the early days, only there's one main symptom presenting.
Great, thank you. Next question, Lucy Sharples asks, what kind of post-mortem markers are visible in FTD brains?
I can answer that. So it's as we were speaking about the presence of some proteins in the brain. So FTD can be caused by the presence of Tau or another type of protein that is TDP43. And actually, it's not just one type of TDP43, but you may have up to 5 different types of TDP43. So it's the actual presence of abnormal protein when you check the brain.
And you can't get those proteins until you've got a brain post-mortem.
there's lots of research going on in trying to develop ligands to be able to see them on PET.
Yeah, as well as fluid biomarkers, but for now. So for example, in the case of Tau, now it's used for Alzheimer's disease, but it cannot discriminate frontotemporal dementia.
Yeah, I understand. That answers that question. Let's moving on to the next one. Rowan De Silva asks, can one reliably select clinical Pick's disease patients for trials for experimental therapy targeting 3-repeat Tau?
So that's some nitty-gritty detail on the types of Tau protein that we see, and within frontotemporal dementia alone, there are lots of different types of Tau involved, and Pick's disease is one group of Tau pathology cases, so people with Tau protein pathology in the brain. At the moment, again, we don't have markers that specifically tell us which type of Tau is involved. However, as Martina mentioned, we're looking at different ways to look at different types of Tau using PET imaging, and hopefully as we go forward with fluid biomarkers as well.
I guess once you've got a therapy, you're going to have to find mechanisms by which to decide who to give that therapy to, and if you haven't, you'll end up giving it to everybody and then seeing who it works in and who it doesn't.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for that question, Rowan. So, I'm going to go to a question on YouTube, which was Lottie Swift says, great to see such an important topic being worked on by such smart people. What led you all to become interested in FTD? Go on, you're going to have to take that one quite quickly because we still have more questions. I'll pick on, does anybody have a particular passion that they want to say, that they want to pick on?
Nobody really knows my answer because I'm pretty sure that's my sister, but if someone else wants to give a go.
I think there are lots of unanswered
questions.
It is
yours. Yeah, you've got the same surname, right?
I think the number of unanswered questions about FTD and just how diverse it is as a disease, it makes you, kind of keeps you wanting to know more.
Yeah,
I understand.
That's why research is so important.
And honestly, you are all inspirational. I think any young people out there that are doing undergrad right now or just finishing at university, we definitely hope that they'd be inspired to consider dementia as their follow-up subject. You don't go working in cancer and other diseases, come work in dementia. That's where we really need you. Alice Sharajda asks, are people with FTD more likely to experience depression and suicidal ideation? If so, what care or support is needed, particularly at that diagnosis? Are they more likely to experience depression?
Yeah, I think with those that are particularly at risk and they know that they're at risk of developing frontotemporal dementia, it can be very challenging. And one of our colleagues, Caroline Greaves, is doing some work around support for those individuals and looking at depression and anxiety within that group. And sometimes with the behavioural variant frontotemporal dementia, it can often look like depression. We don't believe that it's necessarily depression. It could just be the social withdrawal, but there is that overlap there where it may be. And also in those with semantic variant frontotemporal dementia, they often find things very difficult and can become quite anxious and
I understand. And your FTD, this is a good chance to plug your FTD Talk website. Do you want to just quickly do that?
Yes, we've got a new website just launched with loads of fact sheets and support for everyone really, from researchers to individuals with FTD and their families and their carers. So have a look on there if you're interested in learning more about frontotemporal dementia and what we're doing as a lab with our research. We've also got the Rare Dementia Support Group, which is run at UCL, and that covers a variety of different dementias from PCA to FTD and familial FTD. And
Adele Lute makes a good point on the chat as well, which is reminding us that AFTD Awareness Week is this month with Rare Dementia Support taking part. We hope that you're promoting, she's suggesting that she hopes you're promoting this and talking about this on your website as well. Will you have materials that you can share to link to your Just Giving page? Yeah, if anybody wants me to link to that, I can just from our page as well.
And
just working hard to try and raise awareness of rare dementias and BFTD.
And just one other thing to link to on that note, we're one of our other PhD students has currently got an app out at the moment called Ignite, and that's IGNITE. You can download it from the Apple App Store.
iPad. You've got to have an iPad, haven't you? I did it.
Yeah. So we might, if that's okay, Adam, send you the link. We're looking for healthy volunteers between 20 and 80 to take part. I've got to try and get to 1,000. So
that's right. Somebody's asking if you're using artificial intelligence to look at accessibility of analysis and to I guess look at things like NHS records and stuff like that as well. Anybody doing AI work in your lab? No?
Not really.
Not yet. Maybe if somebody would like to suggest it and put a proposal together, they'd be very interested in
yeah, very welcome.
AI. And the last question was from Pauline Ross, who says she accompanied her husband to hospital 3 times during his journey through FTD. Semantic. She found the hospital didn't know or understand FTD, and even though he was finding it hard to express himself, and recently signed a petition for NHS dedicated dementia wards. Do you think this is a good idea? I'm sure you'd all advocate for trying to improve NHS clinician and NHS services awareness of FTD and the symptoms to try and get that more reliably diagnosed, right?
Yeah.
Is there a policy element, somebody in the UCL working on, you know, specifically on FTD in a qualitative sense, like we've looked at with some of the others? I know you're all labs people, but is that something else that another part of UCL is looking at?
I'm sure there must be somebody looking at it. The Rare Dementia Support team look at lots of important things like access to clinical care or care home support for those with dementia, and specifically frontotemporal dementia, as it presents quite differently to some of the other types of dementias. But there's still work to be done for sure. And we just hope that with more awareness in the public, as well as within clinicians of any background, we can get to a diagnosis and one day to treatment quicker.
Thank you, Misha. Did I say that wrong? Right, again.
Misha.
I put a H. Look, I wrote a H. Means a H in it. Thank you, Misha. Thank you, Martina, Imogen, Aitana, and Lucy. Thank you ever so much for joining us and talking about FTD. If anybody wants to know more, I would highly recommend you go to the FTD Talk website, where there's all the information about their research, and please do reach out. You'll find information on all the panelists and their Twitter feeds on the Chatathon.uk page that's got information on our researchers. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you for having us.
Good job. Thank you.
Bye.
Ooh, it's Andrew who asked that question. It's FTD Talk. If you Google FTD Talk, you'll find that. Thank you, Andrew. Okay, sorry to keep you all waiting. It was, but that was so interesting. We had so many questions that I didn't want to skip ahead. I'm just coming up next, over the next half an hour, we're going to be talking about making care homes great places, providing great care and great homes. And we've got 2 sessions on care homes because over the last few years, care homes have been improving. I think they've still got more improvements to make, but they're certainly improved over the places they were many years ago. And much of that is down to the fantastic work of researchers in trying to identify better ways to provide care in care homes and nursing homes. And so that's going to be some of what we're going to talk about over the next half hour with these 3. So but before we go to that, we're just going to update on our donation. So a reminder again, the whole point of today is to raise money for Alzheimer's Research UK, who much need the funding that you might be able to provide to help to continue to fund the research that they do. It costs £20,000 to send information leaflets out to every GP surgery and library in the country to help to reach thousands of people who might have concerns about their memory, and to encourage them to go visit their doctors. Every penny you give today will go towards the science that we've talked about, the research and initiatives like that to raise awareness for Alzheimer's Research UK. So again, the details on how to donate are on the website, chatathon.uk. If you click on the donate or just give page at the top, it'll take you through there. We'll just go, and anybody who's interested in participating in the research that we were talking about before, join dementiaresearch.nihr.ac.uk has information on all the studies you can participate in. And as we go in to talk about care homes, there's another website which is enrich.nihr.ac.uk, which has lots of information on care home research, the studies going on, and how care homes might get involved. Hi everybody, sorry, I'll get to your page. We're going to update our board. I'm going to refresh the page, optimistically hoping maybe we've reached 2,000. Where are we? £1,119. So that's brilliant. We've raised another 100 quid in the last 45 minutes. So thank you very much, everybody that's donated. We're at 1919, 38% of the way there. So please do continue to give what you can to help reach our goal of £5,000, which feels a long way off. I just had 4 people there. I had 4 people, right? Yeah, 4. So that takes us up to 30.
Well, hey,
that's halfway on people, but
that's
not
amazing.
Quite halfway on time. And
you're good.
We're up to 5.5 hours in. So still 6, not quite halfway. Thank you very much, everybody that's watching. We had a point there where there were like over 140 people watching, so that's quite exciting. And right now we've got 100 people watching still. So
wow.
Thank you. I'm delighted to be joined 8 minutes late. Oh, sorry. To be joined by Leah Hewer Richards, a PhD student from the University of Southampton, Dr. Rachel Daly. Daly, who's a professional and practice development facilitator for Dementia UK, and also Dr. Alice Griffiths, who's a senior research fellow at Leeds Beckett University as well. Hello, everybody.
Hi.
So we're going to talk about care homes. Maybe, sorry to rush things along because we're short on time. I've introduced you all already, but what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go around and maybe pick on you first, Rachel, to tell us about your research.
Okay, so
I'm going to get a drink. And
okay, good plan.
I've got. Do you know what, I've made sandwiches. They were easy. Pasta salad, no chance. You talk about your work, and I'm just gonna.
You eat away. Put yourself on mute and eat. So my research was based on shared decision making for people living with dementia in care homes. So I observed shared decision making interactions, and I also asked people to share stories about decisions that they'd made with care partners, and that was staff and family carers. And I asked them how they made the decisions themselves and what decisions were important to them in their care homes. And that was looking at everyday decisions. So things like what time to go to bed, where to sit, who to be with, when to go outside. So yeah, just those everyday decisions that actually seem really important in maintaining some sense of control over your daily life.
And that's tricky, isn't it? Because I suppose, is there this sense of giving up control when you move into a care home?
So certainly people's perception was that people living with dementia weren't making decisions. And if you ask people seem to think that they hand over control as they walk in the door. But actually, I have 15 people living with dementia, and some in quite late stages of dementia who participated in my research and I interviewed. And they make up to 20 different decisions every day and participate in those decisions. And that's really important to them. They really want to be part of the decision-making process.
And I suppose is it decisions that control their lives or decisions over how they'll spend their day? You know, like, do you want to watch television or not? Do you want to eat from this on the menu, as opposed to the decisions about, you know, the kind of bigger decisions, I guess?
Yeah, so in terms of the decisions that I was looking at, they were the everyday decisions. But interestingly, they had more control than perhaps you might imagine. So some care staff particularly would limit choices when they felt that a decision was overwhelming. So if they felt it was too big to make a decision about any breadth of things, then they would limit that down to, say, 2 or 3 choices that would make it easier for the person to make the decision. But sometimes they would just give them a choice of absolutely everything available to them.
I can see how actually being a resident in a nursing home or care home, you might end up with more choice than you would at home, because your partner, you know, particularly if you've got support of a family carer or husband, wife, that they wouldn't give you their choice, because they just dominate over that thing and go, here you are, here's the soup I've made you for lunch when you said soup. Whereas in the nursing home, you might get a choice of, do you want this or that, or how do you want to spend your day? I mean, maybe, I guess nursing homes, care homes can be more empowering than continuing to live in your own home, but in a different way. Or am I talking crap?
No, you're not. If you know, when you look at the research that's available, that there's a lot of research out of Australia that's looked at people who are community dwelling and their shared decision making, and also out of America. And sometimes care partners can just make the decision for that person, and that can happen in care homes too. But the staff and care partners in care homes seem to be working really hard to empower those people where possible and to give them choices.
Yeah, I can understand that. And of course, what I always remind myself is to not assume that somebody's life prior to a diagnosis or how they lived prior to moving into a nursing home might have been quite hard, and actually moving into that new residential setting might actually be an improvement on their life. You know, they could have had problems with damp in the building before, or furniture, or noisy neighbors, or, you know, I don't know, various things that actually moving into a nursing home made it better. Leah, can you tell us about your work?
So my work is, again, looking at care homes. My background is working in care homes, and I'm a carer, really. But I'm looking at specifically the relationships that are developed between care workers and the people they're supporting, and how these are impacted by things like fecal incontinence and fears of contamination. And it seems to be quite a big thing that in society in general, if you go to someone and say, oh, you know, I'm a carer, and everyone will go, oh, that must be so hard. I couldn't do that. I couldn't clean up poo. And that's the one thing that everyone will say, no, I can't do that. That's why people don't want to do the job. So what I'm really interested in is if care workers are really constantly being told that that's the negative part of their job, how they internalize that and how it might potentially affect their relationship with the people with dementia they're supporting, who might have difficulty forming relationships anyway. It's become particularly prominent at the moment in light of COVID, because there's the additional fears of contamination and the additional stresses that are being placed on care staff. I mean, there's been reports of care staff being sort of abused in the streets because they might be contaminated and they might be spreading COVID. So it's quite a growing area.
So that, I mean, this is a cultural thing, isn't it? In so much as trying to improve the perception or perceived value of carers, which has come up before. It wasn't the government was criticised with this view as to what constitutes an expert or a professional on who can come and live in the country, and that carers were undervalued in that way. And this is all the way from the top down to the person at the, you know. It's
completely systemic, the way we devalue carers. And the problem is that we're putting such little value on the work they do that they have no value in themselves. And that's going to directly relate to the people with dementia that are being supported by them. So there's constantly in the news that care workers have, failures in care homes and massive case reviews because things have gone wrong. But if we're constantly telling carers that what they're doing is worthless, then they're not going to take any pride in their job. And the people that are going to suffer from that,
the family care is not getting financially compensated properly and things like that. And you can imagine then that there are no massively quick or easy fixes to this. I mean, you've got some wacky ideas, you know, you introduce, I don't know, take it up under something else, you know, make it into that professional service that's been promised in addressing social care challenges for so long, is making this into another arm of the NHS that is a professional service with proper training and proper compensation, and
it's very difficult.
Standard uniforms. If a nurse or a doctor had walked into a supermarket over the last few months, they were getting clapped as being amazing, and then when somebody who's a carer goes, they just don't get the same respect.
No, exactly, and that's sort of a big thing that I think really impacts the way people with dementia are cared for, because they are, I mean, research suggests that people with dementia often feel stigmatized themselves, and if the people who are supporting them are also stigmatized just because of their job role, then it's these sort of two groups of people that really aren't doing very well and relying on each other.
So before I move on to Alice, I'm gonna try and finish this up with you. So what's the research showing? What?
Well, due to COVID, my research got quite severely delayed.
And I gather you can't visit care homes right now.
No. So unfortunately, I had to spend a lot of time sort of rejigging it to try and make it social distancing friendly, and so I wouldn't go into care homes. So now I'm looking to start interviews with care assistants shortly. So I've finally got ethical approval.
Do you think money will make the big difference, or it's more than just money?
I think it's more than just money. It's societal attitudes. It's just a matter of value that we place on people. And like I say, everyone says, oh, I couldn't do that. The amount of people I've said when I say I'm a carer, they look at me and go, I don't know how you could do that.
And is there another part in the world that we should be inspired by?
Well, I know that in Asia and things and places like that, I've read a lot of research coming out there that it's quite an honour to provide support and care.
I heard a BBC Radio 4 programme about people moving relatives to nursing homes in, I want to say Thailand, was it?
Yeah, I think that's
like that, where it was, and they were getting amazing care, and it was less expensive.
Yeah, so it's definitely a cultural thing. We just got to get down into the nitty gritty of that and try and plan something from it.
Thank you, Leah. Alice, sorry for the delay in coming to you there. Well, Alice and I have met a few times before because Alice has done podcasts for us and written blogs. I can't remember, maybe not blogs. Tell us about your work, Alice.
So I guess at the moment, I have a secondment 1 day a week to something called Niche Leads, which stands for Nurturing Innovation in Care Home Excellence, I think. So basically, it's working with a care home. So I'm based there 1 day a week, although not at the moment, to take kind of questions that staff and relatives and residents have and answer them through research. So like take things that people find difficult when they're delivering care, or as a relative, what's hard, or something that residents maybe struggle with, and find out how can we improve the evidence to help them do that better, or is there already evidence out there that can tell us what best practice is so they can put that into place, and if not, do the research that can help identify that.
So that's quite a big topic as well. That's quite what was because your PhD was on something different again, wasn't it?
Yeah, so that was on mental health problems in care home staff, and kind of how there's huge turnover issues that we're aware of, and actually could we identify kind of factors that predict mental health problems that could help people stay in employment and have less sickness due to mainly depression and anxiety.
And that links to your work, Leah, as well, I guess, into the training side of things. So, I mean, I'm gonna bit of an idealistic question, but based on your research and the outputs, because of course one of the challenging things always is translating what you learn into something that works and is used. I mean, there are over 300,000 care home residents, is it? 300,000 people living in care home residents, and translating that, and they're run as businesses as well, which are obviously, I think, I'm going to defend them to some extent and say I'm sure they all set out to provide first-class care, whether they all, or certainly homes for people, whether they do or not is another issue, and the same goes for family carers who want to do the best for the person that they live with. But what's your research? Give me something from your research that you'd like to see if you could wave a magic wand and get it implemented. Well, I'm going to come to you first, Rachel.
Okay, so my research was all based on best practice and what's already happening and all the good things that are already there. So things that we just need to be able to.
So for you, it wouldn't necessarily be what's something new, but what would you consistently like to see?
Yeah. So one of the things. Yeah. So one of the things that I saw regularly and that I would like to see across all care homes, and actually I would imagine lots of care homes are already doing this, is how carers use multiple senses in enabling people to share decisions. So, for instance, when asking somebody what they would like to drink, showing them either pictures of cartons or letting them smell the drinks, showing them the colour of the drinks, sometimes plating more than one dinner for them if they're asking them what food they would like to eat, and then actually showing it to them on the plate to see. Sometimes people with dementia and communication difficulties can't equate chicken salad or fish pie. The words don't necessarily make sense to them in the same way, but if they see it on the plate and they can smell it, it helps them to choose. And I saw that in both the care homes that I worked with, and some carers just do it as a matter of course, and people don't recognise the good practice that's going on.
And you'd think, I mean, it's so frustrating, isn't it? Because you'd think something like that would be so obvious that once one facility learns about this, that the next that would be replicated and copied. But I think because the structure of the way care homes are delivered as businesses in this country and the way care home manage, I mean, I think it's. Am I right in thinking that the majority of care homes in this country are still those, like the big old house at the end of the street that's somebody, you know, it's a business, it's kind of somebody who's turned, you know what I mean, owner, manager, rather than part of a company. I mean, I'm sure they all have policies and standard things and provide care because they have to for CQC, but I'd imagine it's quite hard to keep on top of because the research is so fast and turning out outputs so quickly. Keeping on top of what is the latest best practice guidance on one thing or another is quite hard. Is SCI still a thing? The Social Care Institute of Excellence? Is that? Go on, Leah, you were going to say.
I was just thinking, in regards to what you're saying about research coming out and then implementing it, I think that's a massive, massive issue because care homes spend so much time writing their policies for one specific thing or writing their protocols for one specific thing. And then the research change, what's best practice changes. Communicating that from the people up here to the people down here on the floor that are actually delivering the care is almost impossible in a way that makes sense and is practical. So getting the research out is great. Getting the research actually to a point where it's practically usable is the difficult part.
But other industries do this quite well, don't they? I mean, you know, taking something, other industries are used to implementing new standards and those being applied quite quickly. I don't know if maybe we need to learn. Later today, we're going to talk to Claire Durrant, who's a Race for Dementia Fellow from the Jackie Stewart Foundation, who's brought together Formula One racing to see what that could learn from research. And you can imagine that creating more links between other industries and care there's some things we could learn about how to better pass these things down.
I think we have a lot to learn from other companies and the way they work. I really do. But one of the things I think is difficult for carers is can't speak, sorry. As we were always saying, everyone with dementia experiences their dementia differently. So what works for one person doesn't work for another. And then you're working for a company that will have these blanket policies that are supposed to apply to everyone and they don't. And I think that is a really massive difficulty for carers.
And have you found it, how easy or difficult have you found it to encourage care homes to open their doors to research? Because I think there was this concern that opening yourself up also opens yourself up to scrutiny, and you might find something wrong and they're concerned you might, so it'd be easy to keep you out. Have you found that, or is that
I think it's a really scary thing, but in my experience recently, people are being much more open to actually we need to learn. And the more, you know, we might be making mistakes, but it's as long as we acknowledge those mistakes and learn from them and move on, then actually we're getting somewhere. We're not perfect at the moment. We probably never will be, but at least we're trying and we're moving forward.
So just a reminder to anybody, if you have any questions, we are going to have a minute or so at the end to put those to Alice, Leah and Rachel. If anybody has them, please post them here. Paul Brambles just reminded me that scie.org.uk does exist. So Sky as a website does still exist. And I think they publish a lot of case studies and things like that on there as well, which nursing homes might find. Alice, what are you going to change with your magic wand?
So I think what I'd like to change is just allowing staff to realize that they are the experts and that they do know stuff, and just because they haven't got necessarily a university degree does not mean that actually they have nothing to offer, because so often they're just like, when we're like, what do you struggle with, what can we help you with through research, they'll be like, oh well, all the stuff I struggle with is practical, and like, that link isn't there. So they just don't see themselves as experts despite having skills that most people don't have, and like expertise in understanding, like Leah was saying, people experience dementia so differently and they're able to provide personalized care to 30 different individuals, but can't see that as like incredibly skilled and just see themselves as kind of low skilled workers who just happen to care, if that makes sense.
I completely agree, and I don't think they necessarily realize that they do research every day, day in, day out. You know, when they kind of decide to just try working a bit differently tomorrow, let's just try doing lunchtime half an hour earlier because everybody's getting a bit grumpy and hungry by 1 o'clock. Can we try and bring that's a type of, lots more of that A/B testing research, I think, is really quite helpful in that setting, and is something that they can do for themselves. I mean, it might not get written up and published in that way, but I think trying to create those communities as well, where care home, just finding the time. I know when I've organized sessions for care home managers to come and get information, and I think Adam Gordon and the research network in East Midlands are really amazing at, you know, kind of encouraging research to come and share their outputs. Just finding time though to just take an hour out of your day to go and do this is just not, people don't have the time for that, do they? They're busy people doing lots of other things. Martin Knapp's just joined us. Martin's going to be talking about the economics of all this soon. And I think the whole financial aspects around care homes is an interesting question. We've got 1 point from Paul Brownbill, who was on the show earlier today. He said he found that in his research that recognition of skills is often undermined by others. We had dementia care practitioners on the wards whose activity room was often used as a storeroom, which just kind of shows the value of that they placed on that, which gives a certain impression.
Yeah, or no one can find the key. That's like so frequent. Like people can't find the key to get what it is that someone wants, or there's no batteries in things, like,
or there's equipment in the way.
Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you very much to Rachel, Leah and Alice. We were slightly shorter because FTD overrun, but thank you very much for joining us and talking about your work today. Care homes is going to come up again later today in part 2, when we've got Alice, we've got Claire Sir joining us later today as well, and a few others as well. So thank you very much, all three of you, for joining. As I've mentioned before, details on all of our guests is available on the website, which includes little profiles on everybody and what they work in, and details of their Twitter feeds. I would encourage you to go away, find them on Twitter, follow them, and if you have any follow-up questions, please do post them there as well. Thank you very much to you three.
Thank you.
Thanks, Adam.
Have a good day. Okay, before I welcome Martin and Danielle, who are joining us, our next guests, I'm just going to remind you all that today, the whole purpose of today, other than sharing information about research, is also to raise much needed funds for Alzheimer's Research UK, so that they can continue to do the work that they do, as they've been hit quite hard by the coronavirus, and their fundraising has taken a hit. And so anything you give today will be very gratefully received, no matter how big or small. And if you can't give financially, please do visit their website, because there are lots of other ways to help as well, which I've mentioned before, include signing up to things like Join Dementia Research if you want to participate in some of the studies that people have been talking about today. Coming up next, we're going to talk about the economics of dementia and finding new treatments in old drugs. I'm going to update my board first. Hello, Martin, Daniel. I should acknowledge your presence and say hi first. I'm going to update our board.
Hi.
So we're now up to 33 out of our 60. We're probably going to be talking to 60 people over the course of the day. And we've now hit 6 hours, which is the halfway point. Yay! Halfway down. So we've reached the half point, I guess. And very excitingly, our fundraising total half an hour ago was 1,919. And now we are up to £2,069. Thank you very much, everybody that's already donated. We're nearly halfway to our goal. It'd be great if over the next half an hour we reach 2,500, which would be the halfway point, just as we get past the halfway point in the Chatathon as well. But thank you, everybody that's already donated. Okay. And if you're catching up or just dropping in for a short while ago, we've talked about care homes today, we've talked about cells, we've talked about microglia, we've talked about the arts, and we've got lots more of that coming up over the next 6 hours as well. But coming up in the next half an hour, this is probably my fault, and I should make a confession. First of all, I'm joined by Dr. Danielle Newby, who, have I pronounced that right? You're on mute, by the way, who is a postdoctoral researcher in the Department of Psychiatry at the University of Oxford, and also Professor Martin Knapp, who is a Professor of Health and Social Care Policy at the London School of Economics. And I have to confess, for this being a slightly odd pairing, if you like, I tried to group people according to their work, and then I came across people who were quite unique. So I tried to come up with some tenuous links, and the tenuous link I had in my head between both your work, which is you're trying to find, I don't want to say what you do, but so the title as it gave away was Finding New Treatments in Old Drugs, which has got to be cheaper, right, than developing new ones. And Martin knows all about the value of things and the cost of things. And that was the tenuous link I made.
Yeah, no, it's a good link. It's a good link. No, I agree. Like you said, like,
I'm not sure if that'll play out as we get talking. Martin, could I ask you to introduce yourself?
Okay, yeah, I'm Martin Knapp. I work at LSE, as you said. So I was once, I guess, an economist. I'm still an economist. I think in company of today's Chatathon, I'm probably the most economics-y person, probably the oldest, probably the greyest, and so on. And I do work across many different things in the dementia space, not just on economics, but particularly policy-focused, I would say. And then I think probably the overlap a little bit with Danielle will be, obviously, we've done some work on different treatments and support services, people with dementia, and we look at the economic aspects of them in the UK and elsewhere. I'll stop there.
Thank you. And Danielle.
Okay, so I'm an early career researcher from the Department of Psychiatry at the University of Oxford. I've only been in like the dementia field for about 4 years, so I kind of class myself as like a data scientist. So I've got a kind of a very varied background. So I've like a bit of machine learning. I used to work in the pharmaceutical industry many years ago, and then I kind of got more involved into the computational side of it and the data analysis side of it. So yeah.
So brilliant. Well, actually, that leads us on quite nicely, because the title of this about finding new treatments in old drugs. I saw a talk for the Alzheimer's Association International Conference a couple of weeks ago with trying to explain for people who are watching this who aren't technical, what do we mean by repurposing drugs?
Yeah, sure. So basically, there are drugs that are on the market already. So, for example, drugs that are used to treat high blood pressure, diabetes, all that sort of stuff. And they're already on the market, but they've been used to treat those diseases. So what people are now doing is thinking, okay, can those drugs be used to treat other diseases? So we call it repurposing, because we're basically taking a drug that's already on the market, being used to treat one disease, to see if it will treat another. And there's loads of examples of that that are already happening. And the most common one that I kind of use is Viagra. because basically originally it was supposed to be a cardiovascular medication, and it had some interesting side effects, and then it became used for erectile dysfunction. So it's basically, this is now a new kind of era of like pharmaceutical industry, is that they're trying to find these kind of how I put it, old, you know, finding new uses in old drugs.
And you can say, I mean, that's first of all cheaper, right? I mean, although saying that though, is it, I mean, I guess it's still cheaper, because there's an awful lot of work, I imagine, still, even in repurposing, to take a drug that particularly if you haven't already kind of got a list of everything it affects. I saw, are there ways, how do you work this out? I mean, it's not just all coincidence that somebody who's over 65 on a blood pressure medication suddenly came in and said, oh, my memory's getting better, and then that finds its way through and people realize there's a, as you said, you're a data scientist. How does data allow you to target that?
Yeah. So we can use data. We use existing data. I only use data that's already available. I don't generate new data. So again, that's a cost-effective way, because we basically use data like GP records. So when you go to a GP, it'll ask you like what symptoms, and then it'll diagnose you, and that will get recorded in any sort of medications. And what we can use that information to see if there's any relationships between certain drugs and certain outcomes. So things like, if you take a blood pressure lowering medication, does that, for example, reduce your risk of dementia? So we can look in the data, see the people that are taking those sort of medications, and see if they have a lower risk of dementia. And that's a very simplistic kind of like way of looking at it, but that's kind of what we can use the data that's already out there to kind of provide evidence that can then potentially be taken forward to like clinical trials.
And I understand, I mean, I guess there is some fundamental underlying biochemistry underneath that, in so much as they'll know certain medications are treating, you know, working on certain cells or parts of the brain, so that they'll look to those first, perhaps.
Yeah, so basically, because again, like I'm interested in dementia prevention, so I'm interested in basically seeing if I can stop dementia occurring in the first place, or slowing down its onset. So what we can do is look at these kind of risk factors. So you always hear risk factors, they're all in the newspapers, and we look at like things that are modifiable, so things that can be changed, so things like blood pressure, things like your exercise and things like that. So we can kind of get an idea of these risk factors, and then kind of use that information to then see if we can use drugs or drug medications to see if they can kind of modify those risk factors, and therefore the idea is then prevent dementia.
I had an image then of a mental image of there being some kind of like super drug where you combined all those things, you know, like you get the things to reduce cholesterol and the drugs to reduce that, you combine all those in one, and there you go, there's your risk reducing Alzheimer's treatment in a single daily tablet.
Yeah, so there are well, no, what I'm saying is that they're, for example, cardiovascular, they do have that, and it's called a polypill. So they basically take like combinations of drugs and then use it to like treat the disease. And there is like this consensus, not necessarily just for prevention, but actually for treating Alzheimer's symptoms, where they use combinations of drugs. So what you're thinking is actually right, is that it's not just one, it's not going to be a one drug hit wonder, it's going to be a combination of hitting those kind of like modifiable risk factors. So yeah.
Sorry, coming to you, Martin. And I mean, we often see, I know it's an often quoted statistic looking at Alzheimer's Society and ARUK's website about, oh, if we could just delay the onset by 1 year, it would generate this much of a saving to the economy and things like that. How do you look at these things in your work?
I mean, I think this, I was going to follow up directly on what Danielle was saying, because I've been watching some of the Chatathon. I'm not sure, have you spoken to Nahid Muqaddam yet? Or is she coming on a bit later on?
Later today. Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to steal her thunder very, very slightly. So with Nahid and Jill Livingston and other colleagues of mine at LSE, we've just finished a paper. It's coming out soon in Lancet Healthy Longevity, which is looking at midlife risk factors for dementia and looking at interventions such as for high blood pressure or for diabetes in midlife, and looking at the economic arguments for intervening in midlife to then reduce the risk of dementia in late life. And so some of that cost saving, if you like, will come about because it will delay the onset, or it may in some cases completely remove the dementia happening, and that can be quite a substantial saving. So I think even though doing things in midlife might not have a benefit for 25, 30, 40 years in some cases, the economic impact can still be quite large, and really does show that doing things in midlife is economically sensible, as well as, of course, health sensible in terms of health and quality of life. So I think we can't, you've had lots of clever people previously on the Chatathon talking about risk factors and what we know about testing early for risks and so on. We're a long way from having a very precise science in that. But I think anything we can do to just delay that onset would make quite a big difference in terms of the demands on health services, social care services, especially the demands on family and other carers. So it does make a lot of sense to do it, yes. It's not all pounds, shillings and pence. It can be, a lot of it is, I would say the carer element is particularly important. So it's not always cashable savings, but it is an important impact.
And I mean, it's a bit of an old thing. I'm thinking about back to old Yes Minister episodes and things like that. I mean, I was always, at the start, I made an argument for saying you could see how every study that needs to have somebody at some point that understands the economic impact of these things. So when you publish, that you could, if you were to share the costs of doing this alongside with your published results, it might make it more implementable or make people sit up, because quite often the publications come out, they just say, oh, we should make this change, and then they just disappear because they don't come. I think it's Jill Livingston's work particularly I thought was impressed when I saw her give a presentation at an Alzheimer's Society thing recently, where the last slide was, right, and this is what it costs. And that's the first time I'd seen that happen anywhere. I mean, would you advocate for more research coming with, or does that get worked out later on by somebody? Is there somebody in government somewhere that sits and goes, are we going to fund this? What's the real value?
Well, firstly, somebody in government will do that. I think now I would say that the big funders of research, and I would say the responsible funders of research, will almost certainly insist that there's an economics component to any evaluation, any clinical trial. Why on earth would you do a clinical trial and not look at the economics aspects of it? I don't understand why you would want to do that, to be honest. And funders recognize that. And it's such an easy, it's a very low cost element to add into a study. When you've got a study going on already, adding in the economics question doesn't divert it or complicate it really at all. It doesn't cost very much to do. So I've done lots of work jointly with Jill, for example, where we add the economics component into trials that she has designed and managed and led. And that will happen across all the different areas now. So NIHR, Alzheimer's Society, research councils, they would always want to have the economics component in there as well. So it's, even if the decision maker says it's not important, we're going to ignore the cost side, it's better to give them the information in the first place, and then they can decide whether they might want to override it and go with something else as more important.
It's interesting because you'd imagine where pharma companies, where you'd imagine the bottom line is key on that, are also then the first to, I guess, not worry too much about what the costs at the other end will be, because if if Biogen, for example, is the first one to come up with a treatment that costs tens of thousands of pounds, will people pay for it? Do you think they worry?
I think that, well, there's two or three issues there, and I think one would be in normal circumstances, we have a constrained budget, and the reason why we have this body called NICE is to help us to prioritize where we're going to spend our money. And I always say about the NICE process is that they do an enormous amount of work reviewing evidence, doing new modeling, having lots of engagement with patients and citizens and so on, and then they produce their report and they make a recommendation. But that's not the final stage. The final stage is what happens the next day, which is when they get slagged off on the front pages of the newspapers, where the newspapers will say NICE condemns women with breast cancer to early death or something like that, because NICE have said it's just not worth it given the constrained budget we have. So it gets into quite difficult territory. My position has always been, I would much rather, well, you know, I'm biased, of course, but I'd much rather the information was there. And then people say, actually, this does look expensive, but we think it's definitely worth doing in terms of keeping people alive or improving their health or their well-being. And in relation to Danielle's work, you know, if there's repurposing of medications, it maybe that's an expensive way to do something, but if it does mean that somebody has an extra 1 or 2 years of life without very severe dementia, we as a society might say that's really worth doing. Let's go with it. So.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can see the biggest thing that's is probably not so much in drugs right now, but it's probably going to be in social care, isn't it? Where the costs of redesigning social care versus the value is a controversial issue. Is that something you've, I mean, obviously a lot of the stuff you've published in the past is to look at that. How is your research being used at the moment? That's my question.
Well, certainly we do a lot of work on, I mean, you mentioned earlier about the sort of project the future costs and so on. We have done some projections of numbers of people with dementia into the future. Alzheimer's Research UK, Alzheimer's Society now used our projections for their publicity. That's a little plug for our work. But we didn't, but sorry, apologies, not too blatant. But I think, but what we're going to try and do is say, okay, so what are the costs if we don't change anything in our care and support system? What will those future costs look like? And they look scary. So then we say, what could we do which is better today than we're doing at the moment? So if we think that the new drugs are better, or that the existing drugs are better and should be made more widely available, or that, you know, reducing blood pressure is a good idea in midlife and that will have payoffs, we're then trying to say, if we're going to do that, let's do it for the whole of the eligible population and then see what the costs would be, the cost savings would be, and the well-being gains will be, and then feed that into government decision making, government discussions. And, you know, I think we do have influence. I mean, at the end of the day, I can point to beautiful research we've done in the past which has been completely ignored, and I can point to let me use the right adjective, crappy research we've done in the past that's had a big impact. So you can't control, you know, how people use it. So
some of your work is commissioned, I guess. Some other researchers come to you and say, we want to do this, and others is self-driven.
But I mean, go back to Danielle's work. If Danielle does, you know, well, this, you know, using the big data and so on, which you need, I'm sure, to understand what might be relatively small effects. If those come out from your analyses, Danielle, and it looks like there's some promising findings there, then somebody somewhere in the system is going to say, okay, so what's going to be the cost of that, and what might that do in the longer term in terms of changing the profile of numbers of people with dementia or different types of dementia, and how might then impact on the care system or on carers. So I think, you know, that the economic stuff can follow on from other people's work, but I think, you know, it's often just helping decision makers to see the full picture before they make a judgment, if you like.
So Danielle, I'm going to come back to you now. So are you now working on a short list? You know, have you used the data and you've got a short list? And also as well, are you limited by, in terms of data, is all the data available to you on what different treatments are and their compounds and things like that?
Well, it depends on what sort of data there is available. There are some data that's freely available, and there are some data that isn't. You have to pay a small fee or you have to pay a larger fee. So the data isn't just available for like anybody to use. And it also depends on like what sort of data as well, because we have different types of data. So things like you've got your GP records, so when you go to see your doctor, and then there's also hospital records. So yeah, because we've, like I said before, we've looked at kind of like we're understanding kind of the risk factors. We also want to kind of like also what like Martin and Jill have been looking at is kind of like the life course, like midlife to all the way through to as you get older, and like how the impact of like these other diseases feed into it, what other medications people are taking as well, and also building all of these kind of like models to see what the relationship between a potential drug that could reduce dementia and one that doesn't. So we do have kind of like things like, it's all of these risk factors like diabetes, like hypertension, like, you know, and lots of other things like inflammation. Like we look at, like they think that like inflammation of the brain could be a potential risk for dementia, so potentially anti-inflammatories. But what sort of anti-inflammatories? Because there are the ones that you can get over the counter, like ibuprofen and that sort of things, but there are other sort of inflammatory diseases as well. So it's now looking at the different types of inflammation and then seeing if that kind of affects risk.
That's a question which is quite timely, actually. I'll put this to you now. Terry Blatter asks that if a pre-existing medication is recycled for a new treatment, how would this not impact on the original condition for which they were originally administered? So I guess this is a few double negatives in there, right? Could be the way I've read it, but I get the point, which is it's that trade-off, isn't it? Every drug has a side effect, so you give something to somebody, how is it not balancing against what it might cause somewhere else?
Yeah, definitely. And so that's kind of, at the moment, what we'll look at, the data that we'll look at is the person that's taking that drug at that dosage for that condition. And all we're kind of doing at the moment is providing that evidence to go, okay, at that level of drug, that dose that you're taking for that condition, there seems to be a reduction in risk. Then that's when it has to go back and be looked at for example, in academia or the pharmaceutical industry to try and find that kind of the correct dosage, which then won't affect other side effects or the condition that they've already got. Because the idea is, like, you know, if they don't have the condition, that you're looking to treat the new condition. But then you're right, what happens if they have the condition? Would they have to take what sort of dosage would they have to take to get the benefit of treating the old condition and treating the new condition?
Yeah. And
that's something that you have to kind of go back and find that kind of the correct one. And that, I don't know if that's something I can do. I'm not sure.
But these also sound like something that must take quite a long time, because I mean, some of the effects of these drugs, they don't have an instant effect, right? I mean, you know, these have long-term effects, so you have to give these treatments to somebody in their midlife, but you won't know until they're older, unless there's some data modeling to work out from the first few years of data the long-term effects. But
yeah, it really depends on it depends on the data source and how long they've actually. So electronic health records or health records have been around for years and years and years, and it's only recently, I say recently, like in like the noughties or whatever, is that they've become electronic. And then we've got to think about how, you know, what is that good amount of data that we can then follow somebody up from the time that they started the GP, and then how long have they been in that GP practice. And it really, again, it depends on how long. So some people can be in there for a couple of years, some people can be in there 10 years. And also I say the problem with the UK is that somebody can leave a GP surgery and go and register in another one, whereas in certain other countries, once you're registered, you get followed round. So it doesn't matter where you live, they follow you round. So that makes it easier to kind of like follow somebody throughout their life.
Is there also an issue with the data set that you collect? Because of course somebody can be on a medication, and then whilst they should get, I guess, regular follow-ups however many months or years afterwards to make sure they should still be on that dosage or that medication, that if they're not, for example, taking the measure that you'd really like not everybody's going to get a cognition test every year, but actually if somebody was on that medication since they were 50s, you would have quite liked them to have had a cognition test, so you could have looked at that. Is that so? When you,
that's always a problem. That's always a problem. Is that this is the thing with, like, ideally, like when we do we call it observational research because we're looking at data that's already there, so we're looking at it. What we kind of want to do is kind of like not replicate but mimic kind of a clinical trial. And the problem is for observational data is like people leave, people don't take the drugs that they're supposed to. That's one of the problems, is like a lot of people don't, even though they get a prescription, they don't actually take the drug. And these are the things that when we've written up our results to then be published, is that we have these limitations, and like we have to kind of be very specific and say, you know, we call it adherence. So is a person actually taking a drug? Well, we don't know, because when you, for example, when you buy a prescription, you don't know if the person is actually going to take that drug.
Yeah.
And there's loads of all these things. And the one thing I would say about the stuff that I do, the main thing I have to do is think. I have to think about the data and can I ask the question from the data that I've got? And if I can't, then I have to kind of go back to the drawing board. It's really, you have to be so careful, because you don't want to kind of publish something and it not actually be right, because the data that you've used isn't the right data.
And I guess that's where things like, I mean, the UK is really fortunate to have organisations like the Biobank, for example, and Dementia's Platform UK that are collecting up these massive cohort data sets from and combining them and looking at clever ways to search and use those. And then I saw a presentation a couple of weeks ago as well, how they were starting to use artificial intelligence to fill in the gaps or run virtual drug trials. So you didn't even really, because the computer model worked out that you'd have so many dropouts and you'd get this and this is the symptoms, and you could almost run a virtual drug trial without it really. And Martin, is AI and data science a big part of your work? Maybe not AI. Is it coming in?
Yeah, it's coming in. I mean, I think you mentioned social care earlier, and I think the challenge will be, particularly in relation to dementia, would be to then get access to data, which is not just about healthcare, health and healthcare, but social care needs, links into carers again. And I think we are, we're quite well positioned in the UK in terms of data. We don't necessarily get our data sets to talk to each other as well as we would like, so they need to link up a bit better. But I've got colleagues at LSE, particularly Jose Luis Fernandez, doing lots of work on data science. He's got lots of very clever young researchers working with him on data stuff, AI related stuff. I don't understand it, but I'm pleased they're doing it. So
no, me either. And I guess, although then of course the inevitable follow-up question that comes from that is concerns about use of data, doesn't it? I mean, it's that how will combining those various data sets are really fascinating. The results is the common one that comes up. I know I work with for Professor Martin Rosser, who I know you work with, Martin, and he often talks about things like shopping habits from loyalty card schemes and things like that, and your work. And if you can combine that presents some interesting opportunities. And I guess for you, I guess Danielle, it would start to look at maybe if the people are buying the drugs and using them, whether they are having the effects, because you need to look at lifestyle factors. Because I guess just because somebody's on a drug, and then if they also change their diet all the time, you don't know it wasn't the.
Yeah, it depends. Again, it depends. It's kind of, we call it triangulating evidence, and it's quite one of those terms that you put in a grant application because it sounds fancy. So basically, you have all these different types of data, and they're good for certain things and good for others. So the data that comes from DPUK, they kind of have not so many people, but they're very they talk about how much exercise do you do, what sort of things do you eat, like UK Biobank, how much butter do you have on your toast, all those things. They're very intensely kind of written down, and they can kind of be used. You can do a model in, you can do like an analysis in that, and that will kind of give you one answer, and then you'll do it in another type of data, and that will kind of give you another answer, and you'll be able to see if both of the answers give you the same kind of conclusion. And that's what we do. So yeah.
We haven't got much time left, but there is a reminder that we are taking questions. So whether if anybody's got any, you can post them in the boxes. Martin, before we finish up, I did want to ask, I can imagine it must be quite difficult, because there must be some research that you finish up and then you take one look at that and go, nobody's going to buy that. That's too expensive. Is that, do you find some of your work a bit frustrating in that respect? Because you can just see, do you go away and say, look, can we make this work?
Well, not for us. I mean, I guess I'm a citizen, a taxpayer, and I view what we do from that position as well as position as Getting lots of feedback there. Okay. Spooky hearing your own voice many times over. No, I mean, I think that the key for me, and I think it's the theme coming through the whole Chatathon, I think, is that people that are joining you today, Adam, are very enthusiastic about their work, and they want their work to go in there and to help to kind of stir into the mix. As a society, we're trying to find a way to, find a cure, find a preventive mechanism, find a suitable care response, and so on for people with dementia. And more is better. I'm a believer that more is better, and hopefully people will use the information and the research findings.
I hope so too. Thank you very much.
One more thing from me, Adam, says thank you enormously, Adam, for doing this, and I hope you can keep going for another, whatever it is, 5.5 hours. So
not too bad. It's honestly, I think the amazing thing is all the researchers I've talked to, and you guys as well, have made this really easy, because it's easy to, the time has flown by, because I think the passion that comes through from everybody I've spoken to, in so much as they really do care. This isn't just a job to anybody I've spoken to. This is something that they really care about, and they do want to make the lives of people living with dementia better, and to try and deal with this disease. And it really does come through in everybody's talks. Thank you very much, Martin and Danielle.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Good luck continuing to make your cases and finding new treatments. Thank you, Danielle.
Thanks, Adam.
Thanks, Martin.
Thanks.
Okay, we're coming up on the next half an hour. This is another slightly tenuous link. We've got the empty chair, and we've got Amanda Hasselgrave. No, that's unfair. We're going to be talking about NHS Care and the science behind getting a reliable blood test. And before we move on and I introduce the next guests, so we're at 3:30, cool, 6.5 hours down. Where's the time gone? It's just flown by. So a reminder again, half an hour in, the event is to raise awareness about some of the research that's going on across all different fields of research, but also as well to raise much needed funds for Alzheimer's Research UK. It costs £20 to fund 1 hour of research. So even if you can donate £1 or £20 or however much you can give, will make a massive difference. Details on how to donate are available on the website at chatathon.uk, and that'll link you through to the Just Giving page. Remember to use the gift aid if you can, because all that extra money adds up too. Also a reminder that while I'm talking to guests, we will try to make them answer your questions. So please do ask any questions you might have. You can post them in the comments box on YouTube or in the Q&A box on Zoom. And if you have to leave your screen, we are on Periscope as well. Although I think I've seen 3 people listen in on Periscope all day looking at it. So if you're getting in the car, you can listen on Periscope as well. So coming into the next half an hour, 3:30 till 4 o'clock, we're going to update the board. But before I do, I'll just say hello. Hi, Amanda. Hello, Josie. Thank you very much for joining. I've got my red pen.
Hello.
Do you know, my cloth is looking great, and I keep licking it. So this pen doesn't rub off like the other one does. I need to swap for my black. I will. I'm going to swap for my black pen. Okay, so we're now up to 35. And you are number 36 and you're number 37. So we're up to 35 researchers, I believe. And we're up to 6.5 hours. Yay.
Amazing.
We're over the halfway point. And in terms of our fundraising, I'm going to hit the refresh. I set everybody a challenge trying to reach halfway. I don't think we've quite done that. But thank you very much, everybody who has already donated. We're up to £2,169. Thank you very much. That's another £100 in the last hour.
Amazing.
169. Thank you ever so much for everybody that's donating. Please continue to give what you can. Chatathon.uk. They'll really use the money. I still haven't had more drink. I need to drink more. Keep reminding me to take on.
Have a drink, Adam. Have you got a drink there?
No, I haven't. I keep forgetting.
Get a drink.
I may need to find a couple of minutes during this. Somebody needs to talk for a long time, so I can eat the rest of my pasta. No challenge.
I'm sure Amanda and I can help. You can nip out and get a drink.
Okay, I'm going to introduce, and this is another slightly tenuous link one because you are both unique again. I'm joined by Dr. Amanda Hasselgrave, who's a senior research fellow at the UK Dementia Research Institute. Another UK DRI people. Who's doing well for the DRI today at University College London, and Dr. Josie Jenkinson, who is a consultant. You were Jenkinson before, didn't you? No?
Sorry?
recently, or am I confusing you with somebody else?
No, you're confusing me with someone else.
You're still Josie Jenkinson, who is a consultant psychiatrist for older people at Surrey and Borders Partnership NHS Foundation Trust. And you're a jobbing frontline NHS psychiatrist and a researcher.
Yes, I am. Yes.
Okay, so why don't we, Amanda, could you introduce yourself first?
Yep. Yes, so I work at the UK Dementia Research Institute, which is part of UCL and part of the Institute of Neurology. And the fluid biomarker lab is where we work, and that's now been running for around 8 years. I think it was set up as part of a big drive to improve research into neurodegeneration at the Institute of Neurology, funded by a large grant. And so we set up then, and we have kind of two arms to what we do. Firstly, we work with clinicians or clinician researchers at the Institute of Neurology who see real life patients and run research studies, and they collect samples from these people. And what we do is biobank them actually in our lab. And it's only, I guess, a small biobank, but it's got examples of pretty much the whole spectrum of neurodegenerative disease. And then secondly, we work with those people at UCL, but also with people across the globe, measuring large cohorts, measuring different biomarkers in large cohorts to help kind of push forward research into neurodegeneration. So in a nutshell, that's what we do.
So am I right thinking then, so are you validating other people? So when they come up with a new biomarker, do you test that for them? Am I misunderstanding that?
Well, I mean,
on the blood-based one. So is this about the blood?
Well, I mean, basically, if you're interested in a biomarker, and there are established ones that we know very much tell us about diseases such as, I mean, Alzheimer's disease, the most accepted biomarkers for those is amyloid beta and tau. And those things are actually measured in clinical labs as well. But we can measure that in big cohorts for people as a kind of confirmatory thing that we think that biochemically these people have Alzheimer's disease. But what we also do is measure, like if people find new biomarkers, we work with people to do discovery studies. So this is where, so say you're a clinician and you see every day people in your clinic with frontotemporal dementia. I know you've spoken quite a lot about that today. And so you take samples from these people and then you look in, say, their blood or maybe their cerebral spinal fluid, and you look at all the proteins that you find in these fluids and compare it to people that you know definitely don't have the disease, and you can find different proteins. So that's the kind of start of the biomarker process, where then we say, okay, so this protein is different in this person who we know has a disease to the one that we don't. So this protein could possibly tell us something. We need to try and work out what it's telling us, but then we can go on and perhaps it might be a diagnostic marker. It might be just a marker of damage to the brain, and we have a number of those. But we would try, if there isn't a test available for it, we can try to actually develop one.
So that brings us nicely onto this question. So one of the hot topics in the last few years has been this blood test for Alzheimer's, which, because of course so many people struggle through often for long periods of time trying to get a proper diagnosis. Josie, we're going to come to you. This is my tenuous link between you two, because I think Amanda's one of the ones that's obviously trying to work on better ways to get that kind of diagnosis. And in fact, actually, let's come to you next before I make this point. So can you tell us about your work, and would you mind, just for the sake of this, for those people that are watching who don't know, could you just give us a quick romp through what does the standard care pathway for a dementia diagnosis look like in the UK?
Yeah,
So
sure.
do the first bit and then do your research. Go on.
Okay, I'll do my best. So I'm Josie and I'm a consultant psychiatrist for older people. And I work with a psychiatric liaison service in the northwest bit of Surrey at St Peter's Hospital in Chertsey. So liaison services are services that support physical health hospitals, so acute hospitals with mental health support. And a big part of the work I do is supporting people with dementia. And I also have research interests. So I've done a PhD in health services research and I'm Deputy Director for R&D here at Surrey and Borders. And we do a huge range of research here at SABP. So a mixture of commercial studies, interventional studies, homegrown studies, evaluations, surveys, a whole load of things that we do. We're actually part of DRI as well, but we're part of the Imperial DRI in Care Research and Technology. So we have a big project here called TIHM, which is about using technology to support people with dementia living in their own homes, staying in their own homes. It started out as an initial study here and has developed into a monitoring service. So it's a good example of research turning into actually practical application. So it's great to be involved in that. So from the point of view of the question of how do people get dementia diagnoses in the UK, there is variability across the country, but I can tell you how it works in Surrey. And it will depend a bit on how the person first presents with a problem with their memory. So probably the most common scenario is that someone will go to their GP, or a family member will support someone to go to the GP or seek help that way, and they'll get referred to what's called a memory clinic. And these memory clinics are usually, not exclusively, but usually run by mental health services, specialist mental health services for older people. Something that's happening more and more is integrated care systems, so integrated care hubs, where you don't just have mental health providers looking after people with memory problems, but you have a mixture of different professionals, so GPs, geriatricians, occupational therapists, mental health practitioners, psychiatrists, etc., all in one place. And that is something that we have in my bit of Surrey that I work in. We have an integrated care hub. So in my patch, people get referred by their GP to a memory clinic, or they may be seen in one of these integrated care hubs. Another thing that might happen is somebody might be in general hospital for another reason. So say they've had a surgery or an infection, and they might pick up that there's some problems with the memory whilst they're in hospital, and then they would get referred to a team like mine, where we would come and support them and do a bit of an initial assessment and try to signpost them to the best services once they've left the acute hospital. We don't usually make a diagnosis of dementia for somebody whilst they're in the acute hospital in the midst of having other things, but we pick up that there's an issue and signpost on to either the memory clinic or to integrated care hubs. And you'll probably get similar systems or similar pathways up and down the country. Adam, did you nip out and have a drink?
No.
I was hoping that you had some dehydrated. Oh, you had a crunchy instead.
I am mini crunchy.
I'm afraid I gave a very long-winded answer to your question.
No, I'm glad you did. I was hoping I could see you were giving me the benefit there. I'll talk slowly so we can go. And so diagnosis at the moment, why do we find, I mean, we've had questions about this from people today, is obviously one of the reasons why it's so hard to diagnose people is like, first of all, I guess that is there a reluctance to be too quick to say, oh, you have Alzheimer's, because there are so many other issues that could present with those same symptoms. That's right?
From my point of view, definitely we're very worried about giving somebody a diagnosis of dementia too soon, particularly if they've been experiencing physical health problems because of something called delirium, which I don't know if anybody's mentioned yet today, but is a big research interest of mine. So delirium is an acute confusional state that can have many different causes, and it usually fully resolves, doesn't always completely resolve. People with dementia are more vulnerable to getting it. We're still learning a lot more about delirium and long-term effects on the brain. But what we don't want to do is diagnose someone with dementia when they have a delirium which could resolve completely. We would want to follow them up, though. We don't want them to get missed. So we want to make sure that people who have delirium, who have confusion during a physical health issue, are not missed. So follow them up to make sure that their cognition is okay, that things have fully resolved. And I think, unfortunately, that's not always done that well, and there's a lot of work that needs to be done around dementia delirium pathways, because there is so much overlap between the two conditions and people that experience them.
I suppose that's the concern. And I was going to come back to you, Amanda. Go on. You were going to say.
No, I was just going to say that actually we're involved in a few studies with delirium at Royal Free and actually Belfast as well. So, I mean, obviously there are people looking into this.
Because finding a reliable biomarker that to distinguish between delirium and Alzheimer's would make a big difference, right? I mean, if you could.
I think, yeah, one of the things that biomarkers is so important for, I think, is differentiation. I mean, all the different dementias that we look at are not going to have the same cure. And so a diagnosis of dementia is fine, but if there's a treatment that's going to work, a disease modifying treatment, we need to be putting the right people in the right place to get it.
And that's why important that these two areas of research go in parallel, because if a treatment for one particular type of dementia does suddenly become available, but you don't know who to give it to, it's important that these two things work in parallel, so you can distinguish between different types of dementia reliably. So I've heard some people make that argument of, well, what difference does it make whether somebody's got one type of dementia or another, because there's no treatment anyway. I've heard that. I'm not making that argument, but I've heard it used.
Yeah.
And that's exactly why, right? Because
yeah. I mean, a drug won't get past the trial stage if you're not putting the right people in the trial.
Yeah.
And that's, yeah.
And there will be treatments.
Yeah, there definitely will be.
There will be, and we need to be in a position to get those treatments to the right people as quickly as possible when we get them.
And that's been some of the pharma companies. I've seen their presentations when some of in the news when drug trials have failed recently, is not necessarily thinking that the drug failed, it's that they gave it to the wrong people.
Yeah, and this is where the blood biomarker thing actually is such a big thing at the moment, but for Alzheimer's certainly, because the promising results that were seen recently they seem to say, I don't like to be too sure about things because I'm a scientist, aren't I? So I have to say, but they definitely point to the fact that we can say if someone has a disease that's Alzheimer's disease just from a blood test. And in that case, you can then do the blood test in a big way. You could do it at primary care and then push people into the right pathway, rather than having to send people for lumbar punctures and stuff like that when they don't need to, because what they have isn't Alzheimer's disease. So, I think.
And we're not just talking about potential treatments either, we're talking about potential prevention options as well, I guess, because if you know somebody is on a certain pathway, that there's, like statins for cholesterol, if these drugs work out to be expensive or to start with, you're only going to be able to afford to give them to the people that really need it. So having that right diagnosis again is. Yeah.
And because, it seems that the marker that we're looking at the moment shows very early, that's what we need. We need people, even if you can delay the onset by 5 years or something, that would make a massive difference.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, to people's quality of life and continuing. So tell me, Josie, I'm sure wants to know the answer to this as well. So how close are we to a reliable blood test for Alzheimer's disease? I mean, by close, I mean like something ready to cost up and say, right, can we afford to even give it?
I mean, I would say 5 years. I would say that, because what we need to do, I mean, obviously we've had these really exciting studies and these really good results, but we need to standardize it across all sort of all countries that are going to do this. So, I mean, and that takes some time, and it takes a lot of effort, and it takes a lot of samples. And I mean, we are just starting to kind of scale up what we do, in that rather than a small study with 100, 200, 300 samples, we're looking for thousands at a time, so that the results that we can give, we can then start to kind of really take some meaning from across populations, rather than, and also the other thing is we need to do it across different ethnicities and those kind of things as well, which is something that's always, or not always, but it is forgotten, that that's what we need to do before we can say something for everybody. So so there is, I mean, there's a lot of work to do, but there are a lot of people who are very excited by this and trying. Part of what the Dementia Research Institute is collaboration and working together, rather than all trying to win our own little prize. We want to win the big one. So you know, so that's, collaboration will make this quicker. And but I do think we are getting towards,
and this is where I think NHS services need to play in as well, because when, you know, whether that's a new infusion-based new therapy that has to be given via infusion, or whether it's a blood test to diagnose, NHS services have got to then be ready to give that. Can labs perform that test? Who's going to collect it? When would you give it? When would you perform that test on somebody? Is that, you know, I think these are all the questions. So, and I think the NHS and the health system in the UK as well is getting better at preparing for things, rather than waiting till some, oh, by the way, we've got a blood test you can give, and then having to work it out. They're working out in advance how to use things. I don't know. Do you see that on the front line, Josie?
I think attitudes are definitely changing. Increasing awareness that we have to be, when we're planning our services for the future, we need to really take into account what's the current situation with research. It's easy to become stagnant and complacent because we haven't had major developments for such a long time, but we are hoping that we will have developments, and we need to be able to respond to them quickly. I think it's going to be really important for researchers as well to be aware of what is happening with memory services and the bigger picture, how things are going to be likely to be far more in an integrated care setting. So it's not likely just to be mental health trusts in isolation doing these sorts of diagnoses, but it's going to be more primary care based with specialist input. That is going to have an impact on delivery of any new treatments. So actually may have been a bit easier if you just had one system to deal with, like a mental health trust, but now it's like more complex, because the healthcare economy that we're working in is kind of becoming ever more complicated and networked and integrated. So I think it's very important that the two worlds stay in communication.
And I would say that I would really, really enjoy it more if we were able to work with our NHS colleagues that in the diagnostic labs and stuff like that, because we've got different expertises that we can share, but working together is very difficult to do because of all the different rules and regulations between, you know, so that's quite frustrating at times.
Yeah, I guess that's where the ARCs come in, isn't it? The applied research collaborations and trying to bring clinical services and academic institutions together a bit more, but it's not easy.
I've not actually heard of that, so that's how.
Well, yeah, so that's a part of the National Institute for Health Research of the the ARCs, which are supposed to support implementation, right? I mean, they're supposed
Yeah.
to think.
So applied research collaborations across the whole of England, definitely. I'm not sure about the wider UK. We've just had a new ARC, in fact, set up in Kent, Surrey and Sussex, a brand new one that started late last year, which we're all excited about. So there's money coming into Kent, Surrey and Sussex now for applied research, which is really good news.
Okay.
And this sort of work is going to be so important going forward, and bringing new treatments and tests to people who need them.
And rapidly be able to make use of them when they come around, that this shouldn't be a new test that then takes us a further 6 years to work out how they're going to use it, but to be able to use that quite quickly. Because I know, you can't help but see on some of the questions we've already had today, some of the comments on Twitter and on Facebook, because I posted this on Facebook last week, that the anxiety around getting an accurate diagnosis in the first place is important to people, just so that they know also what to expect as well down the line. And that, as you see with delirium, that they're not missing out on a treatment because they've been told they have Alzheimer's, when all the time they could have been receiving a treatment for something.
Well, actually, it's probably more the other way around, Adam.
Yeah, I know.
Prevented from getting the dementia diagnosis because people are reluctant to give it. I've, in fact, just had a conversation with someone about needing to have a discharge planning meeting for one of our patients who at St Peter's, who's in a horrible position of having had repeated episodes of delirium, and we haven't been able to get a dementia diagnosis, and the family is struggling around that. So that is a not uncommon scenario for people to be dealing with when they are experiencing repeated episodes of delirium, and we think there is something else going on, but everybody's too reluctant to diagnose it. So
yeah,
and incredibly helpful there.
Yeah, I completely agree. And why, of course, as well, I think there is that hesitancy for people for these online cognition tests that you've seen springing up, the number of apps that have sprung up in the last few years. Because if I know this from doing some marketing work on dementia, joint dementia research and things, that one of the most commonly used search terms in Google is how to get a dementia diagnosis, have I got dementia? These are terms that come up, and there's a concern that people will go away and just try to deal with this themselves. We do still have a minute or so for questions. If anybody has any, they can post them in the website there. And Josie, we haven't really talked much about because you finished a PhD as well quite relatively recently, which was looking at healthcare systems as a...
Yeah, I looked at specialist continuing care services for older people. So it's quite a niche area. So looking at outcomes for people during a period of service change. But yeah, I'm very interested in health services research and how to get the best care most efficiently to the right people. Moving on to more of dementia delirium pathways now, and trying to look at how we improve them and evaluate them in our bit of Surrey.
And that health service evaluation and health care research actually is one of the few areas we don't have that many people talking about today, I have to say. So if we repeat this, I'll make sure that that's covered more in the future. Somebody else asked a question. I don't know if this is particularly one that either of you can take, but somebody just posted a question on YouTube. David Key asks, are you aware of any researchers seeing the disproportionate impact of dementia among LGBTQ plus seniors? He thinks there's very little funding in that. Is that anything that you've come across?
Say it again, I couldn't quite understand.
Are you aware of any researchers studying the disproportionate impact of dementia amongst LGBTQ?
Oh, yeah, no, I'm not actually, but it would be a very important area. I think there probably is, but none that I am aware of, sadly.
I know Alzheimer's Society have got a specific work stream looking at this as well, particularly because also as well the number of people from this community coming forward to participate in research is quite underrepresented as well.
Yeah.
We're out of time. Thank you very much, Amanda Hazelgrove from UCL and Dr. Amanda Hazelgrove, rather, and Dr. Josie Jenkinson as well from Surrey. Thank you very much for joining us both.
Thanks very much for having us.
Thank you. Well done, Adam. Make sure you get a drink and donate, everybody.
Oh, the doctor.
Money.
Keep up the good work, guys. Thank you ever so much for joining.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Okay. So coming up in the next half an hour, we're back on the hard science, and we have doctors. I'm going to come back to you about a second. So we're going to be having a romp through the science onto the underlying causes and research on what causes dementia and help to beat it. That is a quick and easy way of me saying I didn't really understand what either of you do, so I'll get you to do it, which is why you ended up being a romp through the science. And well done. Somebody else, I should have mentioned that Josie just had a Chatathon t-shirt as well. Thank you very much. Okay, but before we get to that, back to the serious half-hourly reminder. Apologies to anybody who follows me on Twitter as well, because in advance of today, I scheduled a whole bunch of tweets to remind everybody what was coming up. So coming up in the next half an hour, we've got Sam Moxon and Professor Louise Serpell, Dr. Sam Moxon. We're going to be talking about a romp through the science, researching the underlying causes of dementia and how to beat it. But in the meantime, it would be fantastic if you would consider donating to Alzheimer's Research UK, who and sponsor us today, because that's the whole purpose is to raise money for them. It costs £120 to do complex protein analysis, and Louise does lots of those, I imagine. Lots of, no, maybe not hundreds, but there's lots of complex protein analysis needed, and it costs £120 every time to do that. So every penny you give today will make a big difference to helping dementia research. So please do consider giving what you can. All the details on how to donate is on the website, chatathon.uk, click at the top of the page to take you through to the fundraising bit. Honestly, even if you can only give a £1, it would all help. It's really grateful. And if you really can't afford to donate, do go along. There's other things you can do. You can sign up to join dementia research to participate in a study, and go to ARUK's website as well, where you can help campaign or do something yourself to raise some funding. They have lots of standard walks and cycle rides and things like that you could do to raise money yourself. So thank you very much. I'm going to update the board. Before I do that, I should say hello. Hi, Sam. We've got Sam. Hi, Professor Louise Serpell. Hi, Louise.
Hello.
I've got my black pen now, which actually rubs out. We had two. Were there two people then? There were 2 people. Yeah. So we're up to. What was that?
Sorry, it's my. Oh, I thought I'd switched it off so that it wouldn't ping, but it. Oh.
That's all right. We're up to 37 people, and we're now up to 7 hours out of 12. Cool. Where's the time gone? Honestly, this has just flown by.
That's halfway then.
And I'm going to refresh this page. Hopefully, our fundraising. So half an hour ago, we were at 2,169, and now we are at 2,169. The same in the last hour. Thank you very much to everybody who has donated. No update for that, but we're really grateful for everything you've already given. Okay,
Adam, you must be exhausted, aren't you?
I'm doing okay, actually. I might need to open another Red Bull this half hour. I'm surprised at how little coffee I've had. It's because it makes a right racket, and I need you to talk for a really long time.
Well, I listened to you this morning, and you said how pleased you were that somebody showed some slides. So I've made some tiny movies. It won't take very long, but to give you a tiny break. That was my idea.
Let me introduce you both first, and then because I do need the bathroom as well. Actually, nobody needed to know that.
But they probably guessed.
Well, we're down to 60. Well, we've only got 60 people right now. Oh no, wait, there's the other one. 70 people. So they won't mind. So I'm joined by Dr. Sam Moxon, who is a research associate at the University of Manchester. Hi, Sam.
Hi.
I realised, out of everybody who's presented today, I know a lot of people already. And I've never met you before. I don't think we've.
Yeah.
I've not dragged you into any of my other stuff that I do. So.
Well, I think it's because I tend to go to different conferences to a lot of people. So, like, yeah, I know you've met other people from my research group, like James Quinn, who was in my research group for a while. But because I come more from a material science side with a bit of biology as well, I tend to to go to different types of conferences, which is usually where you meet people and that kind of thing.
Well, I've got my hooks into you now, so we'll be getting you on to do podcasts and webinars.
Sounds good, yeah. I love a podcast.
So I should add that for anybody who's watching this who didn't already know, so the day job involves trying to support early career researcher careers as well. We have a website called dementiaresearcher.nhr.ac.uk. They're very kindly letting me use their YouTube channel today to stream this. So any early career researchers that are watching that are interested in getting involved in that community, there are lots of resources there and lots of podcasts and webinars and blogs and things as well that you might find interesting. I'm also joined by Professor Louise Serple, who I do know. We've met a few times now.
Yeah, hiya.
Louise is a professor of biochemistry at the University of Sussex and is also wearing a brilliant Chatathon t-shirt.
I'm delighted with it. It's been much admired today. I've worn it all day.
Two as well, haven't you?
I have it.
One to wash and one to wear. Thank you very much both. Well, I tell you what, Louise, you said you'd made something for us to watch. So is this talking about your research?
Yes, I mean, I could show you some movies about something else entirely if you like, but no, I have got.
That sounded ominous.
I
thought you have to wait till after 8 and I've opened the wine for that.
No. No, so I because I work on protein folding, and as you said at the beginning, you weren't all that sure about what we did. I thought it might be good to explain it a bit.
Well, I was either that or I was going to pin you down to try and explain this, because I'm sure I've seen your pictures from standing on soapboxes in Brighton and things. So I know that you're amazing at explaining the science in a way that everybody can understand.
I'll do my best on that one.
But yeah, well, go ahead. Let's
Well, I do that, and then you can have a tiny break, you poor thing.
We'll hear about your work, and then we'll come to you as well, because I'm interested in Sam's work too about that, because I've not heard anything like that before.
Yeah, I promise not to take up too much time, Sam, and I am obviously looking forward to hearing what you've got to say. And actually, yeah, there might be something overlapping. Anyway, shall I start? I'll just, yeah, I'm going to share my screen. Hopefully this will work. Here we go.
If you've got sound, you might have a box appear to say, do you want to share your computer sound? You might have to tick that.
Okay, here we go. Hopefully that you can see that. Quickly, can you? All right, here we go. So I was listening earlier today, I think it was about 11:30, something like that, and people were talking about proteins, and we in dementia, I think you've heard quite a lot about this today, is that you have proteins that misfold. And so I thought I'd mention that proteins fold, and someone earlier today said, you know, this proteins fold into a very specific structure. So this is an example of a protein that folds, and this is its structure when you solve its structure, and this allows it to fulfill its function. This protein is actually lysozyme, so it's an enzyme, and so really what I wanted to talk about was what happens when proteins misfold. And so what happens in Alzheimer's disease, you've heard about amyloid beta and you've heard about tau probably, and you've probably also heard about other things like dipeptides, C9orf 72 in frontotemporal dementia, and what happens is that these native protein structures misfold. So instead of folding into the correct structure, they fold into the incorrect structure, which involves self-assembly. So we've got one protein chain here that self-assembles with another one, and so on until it forms what we call an amyloid fibril. And just to confuse you all, we use amyloid plaques to explain what happens in Alzheimer's disease, but actually amyloid is loads of different proteins. It's actually just a definition of a protein that misfolds. And so I wanted to show you what I mean by self-assembly. So these are some little peptides in a box. If you give them a little bit of a shake in silico, then what's happening to these peptides is that they like to stick together. And so the odd one you can see on its own here, but every now and then it starts to assemble, and you can see that it's quite organized the way that it assembles into these structures. And this is really to depict what's happening in terms of amyloid. So what is amyloid? Well, we've talked about amyloid beta, which is in Alzheimer's disease, but actually amyloid forms in all sorts of different diseases, and not just neurodegenerative diseases, also in things like type 2 diabetes in the pancreas, and also in the heart in a disease called amyloid light chain amyloidosis. And basically this is a disease where you have an overproduction of antibodies and they deposit as amyloid fibrils in the heart muscle. So you can see here a normal heart, and on the right hand side you can see a patient who has a collection of this amyloid structure. And this is a very high magnification picture of a bunch of amyloid fibrils. So you can see these long filaments that are made. So if we talk about it in terms of Alzheimer's disease, which is what I'm here to talk about today, we can sort of imagine it as a collection. Somebody called it earlier, and I'm trying to remember who it was, but said that it was like a collection of rubbish. Yes, it was used as a metaphor of a kitchen where you've got loads and loads of rubbish, and how do you clear out the rubbish? And so what we have is a collection of these amyloid fibrils in amyloid plaques in Alzheimer's disease. And then if we zoom in and have a look a bit more on these at higher magnification, we can see these protein fibers that are made. And what we're really interested in is what is the structure of this protein fiber. And so this is a still picture of what we think it looks like. And you can sort of imagine it like a ladder. And you could imagine that each one of these rungs of the ladder is an individual protein. And so they've stacked up to form this really, really very, very stable structure that can't be cleared by the body. And lots of different proteins, in this case amyloid beta, but in lots of different proteins, can stack up and self-assemble and form these structures. And so my last little bit, and I hope Adam has had his little break, so that's hopefully I've given him a break because he must be exhausted. This is a movie showing the structure of an amyloid fibril. And in a moment, what you'll see is these protein chains going across the fiber axis, and these little black dots are hydrogen bonds that are holding the whole thing together, making this really, really stable structure. And looking down the axis of this fiber, you can see the individual amino acids, so the individual components that make up the proteins that interdigitate, so they stick together to form this very stable fibril. And what's happening is that we get a big collection of these amyloid fibrils in the brain, but also in other diseases, as I mentioned earlier, in the heart and so on. So I'll stop sharing now, and hopefully he's back. Did that give you a moment? Oh, you've gone all quiet.
Yeah, I think
Adam, you're
muted.
I did, and I even made my machine make a bunch of noise while you're away. So that's interesting. So I hadn't, the whole question about, because that comes up a lot, is amyloid. So am I right in thinking that either you can have amyloid in your brain and not have Alzheimer's? Because
yes. Yeah, so I think a few people have mentioned that I think that the link between amyloid and Alzheimer's disease, amyloid beta and Alzheimer's disease, is sometimes a bit controversial, because there are people who are discovered with lots of amyloid fibrils in their brain, but they don't appear to have any symptoms. The thing is, though, is that Alzheimer's disease is basically diagnosed as having amyloid beta in your brain. So without it, you don't have Alzheimer's disease. You may have a different sort of neurodegenerative disease, which involves a different protein, but unless you've got amyloid beta in there, you haven't got Alzheimer's disease. You've got a different neurodegenerative disease, if that makes sense.
A lot of the drugs that are being developed are targeting the amyloid, aren't they?
Yeah, they are, and I think that's been a real problem, because amyloid beta seems to be probably the first thing that happens, and maybe it happens really early, way before we know what the symptoms are, or we've noticed any symptoms in a person. And so that creates a real problem, because how can you treat somebody before you know that they've got the disease? And so we're still trying to understand how amyloid beta is involved in the disease, and whether it's maybe a trigger that leads to tau aggregation, which then causes the neurodegeneration. Maybe tau's a good target, and so on, but we don't know. But understanding the structure of these things is really important, because we know that in all of these different diseases, the neurodegenerative diseases like Parkinson's and Huntington's and frontotemporal dementia, and then also things like, heart disease and other sorts of amyloidosis, we get this insoluble protein structure. And so we need to know how to get rid of it or how to stop it from happening. And we need to know the structure. Yeah.
And that's why I guess we haven't got many people talking about this today, but obviously astrocytes and microglia have been such a big thing that have been talked about in conferences over the last, honestly, I don't think I'd even heard of astrocytes being talked about until about maybe 2 years ago. I'm sure they were getting research before, but they've become a massive focus of conferences in the last 2 years particularly.
I guess it's about appreciating how complex the puzzle is, and it's not just about looking at one single thing. And actually, it's a summation of many things.
And hopefully, the people who are watching today who have, found the link on Facebook or somewhere like that aren't from a science background will have an appreciation that this is the reason why there isn't a new magic treatment is because we're still fundamentally understanding it. It's not even been defined as a disease for that long compared to other things. Sam, let's talk about your work. Tell us about your research.
Yeah, well, actually, it does link in to what you were talking about a second ago, and the fact that a big problem with trying to find any form of therapy is the fact that by the time someone gets diagnosed, it's really too late to get an effective therapy. And so we're quite interested in trying to develop better systems in the lab to try and model the early mechanisms. And then by doing that, try and find new therapeutic targets. But one of the issues is the fact that a lot of the models we have at the moment have a lot of shortcomings. So there's been a lot of very useful data that's come out of things like animal models, but it often doesn't translate into good clinical data because obviously things like mice and rats don't naturally get Alzheimer's. The amount of mutations you have to give them to get that sort of phenotype is far beyond what you would see in a person.
I agree. How many times have you seen a news headline saying that we can now cure Alzheimer's in mice? I mean, that's 10 times.
And what they're essentially saying is we can cure them of something we've given them. And so what we're quite interested in is actually taking stem cells from patients who've got Alzheimer's and growing those in the lab and studying the differences that they have with stem cells from a healthy person, because you can take a sample of skin from somebody and via various different reprogrammings eventually yield brain cells that have the same mutations that are present in the patient's brain. The problem is...
Well, I was just going to say, I can see the value of that as well, because using that means... Because, diseases develop over time as well. So using samples from people who have the disease now could look different to people who had the disease 50 years ago. Because if we're being told that pollution and environment factors and diet and things like that have changed, even in the last 10 years, some things have gotten worse and some things have gotten better. So testing on the current population, not using samples from a while ago, must be useful.
It's about us getting as many patient donors as possible to get an understanding, because it's a spectrum of mutations and changes. But the problem is, usually when people work with these cells, they grow them in, I've actually got physical aids, they grow them in something that looks a little bit like this, which is basically either a plastic dish or a flask or a plate. And I think it doesn't take a lot to realize that that's not representative of a brain. And actually growing cells on something like that is kind of like, I sort of liken it to taking a car apart and placing all the parts of the car on a mat and saying that that's a functional car. And it's not really. What you need to do is build it into its three-dimensional structure for it to actually work. And you can get some useful data out of growing cells on plastic, but a lot of the things that we're interested in, particularly with what you were talking about with protein aggregation, can't take place on something like this, because any protein that a cell produces just basically dissolves up into the liquid media above it. So what we're trying to do is actually look at the brain itself and think, how can we build something three-dimensional that we can put cells in that then gives them an environment that's more close to the brain? And I can quickly show you a couple of images in a second, but this is a visual representation of it. So the idea is this would realistically be about the size of a 5-penny piece, but it's this three-dimensional sort of jelly-like structure, which is a lot more similar to what the structure of the brain is, that is then populated with these sort of plastic ideas of neurons, brain cells. And so if I can quickly share my screen for a second, I can give you a little bit more detail on that. So it's this idea of...
to everybody, if they have questions, post them as well, and I'll put them to Sam and Louise afterwards.
So you should be able to see this. So it's the idea of looking at, this can look quite complex, but this is essentially the different proteins and sugars that make up the actual brain. So the solid piece of, we call it the matrix, but the actual physical nature of the brain is made up by these different proteins and sugars. And so it's all about looking at what makes up these networks of materials, and then saying, how can we design our own 3D gel that allows us to put in our patient brain cells and actually get them to mature and develop into this active network of cells that can communicate with each other. So I've got a little video here of these are cells within one of our gels that we've designed. And if you can see the little flashing images, I'll let this loop around again. These are actually firing signals to each other. So we're building this three-dimensional active network. And if we apply it correctly, we can actually start to get to a stage where we can start to see these green blobs are actually what we think are amyloid plaques starting to form within these structures. And this is without any genetic modification from us. We're taking patient cells, putting them into a suitable three-dimensional gel system and starting to see those disease pathways unfold. And by doing so, we can then try and look at some of those earlier changes and try and find some of those potential therapeutic targets. So that's just one side of what we do in our group. There's a lot of other things as well, but for myself in particular, that's what I tend to focus on, because that's my background is around those materials and how to apply them to make better models of how we can study diseases in the lab before we then go into clinical trials, try and get better data before moving into clinical trials. So I hope that summarized it well enough.
It did. Sorry, I was desperately trying to find the unmute. That's fascinating. Louise, is that, how do you sit on trying to do things in a different structure than in a dish? Because is a lot of your work in dishes?
Yeah, a lot of our work is in dishes. Yeah. And I mean, what we always want to do is to make our model systems closer and closer to what's actually physiologically happening in a person, of course. I mean, if we could use a person, it would be ideal, but obviously I don't think anyone's volunteering for that. And I think what's really interesting about what Sam said is how do you make a matrix that is a bit like a brain in which you grow the cells? So am I allowed to ask a question?
Yeah,
what do you make it out of, Sam? I mean, or is it a secret?
No, it's not a secret. It's something you can buy on any science warehouse for a very low sum of money. And I can send you a paper if you want to send me an email that we published on one of these matrices. There are lots of different options, and actually, I think that's one of the reasons, because our lab also does a lot of work in dishes as well. This is just a branch of the research we do. I think it can be overwhelming because there are so many options, and some of them can be very expensive. But actually, all we do is we look at what's in the brain, look at some of the common components, and then look at materials that are structurally similar to that. So there's a sugar or polysaccharide in the brain called hyaluronan, which you can make a gel out of, but it's extremely expensive. But because I've done a lot of work on different materials, we actually use a sugar called alginate, which comes from seaweed, and it's very structurally similar to hyaluronan. So you can very easily make a gel out of alginate, and through a very simple modification, get brain cells to attach to it and form these networks. So that's one of the materials we use. Another one is something called gel gum, which you might have in your food cupboard at home. It's a vegetarian alternative to gelatin. You can also use that for these kind of applications. There's a whole spectrum of different materials that you can look at to give you the right response. And you can very easily tailor them to give you the right properties to suit the cell type that you're interested in. So it's just a case of looking into the literature about what other materials have been used already and starting to sort of have a little bit of a play around with different ones. But like I said, if you want more details, I can send you a couple that we've already published that seem to work quite well, which is always a good starting point.
So I mean, technology is progressing quite quickly. I mean, during the time you've been researching, Louise, as the new technology for things that's coming along helping? I mean, is tech going to help in the lab?
I mean, from my point of view, it's been amazing. I have been working in this field for quite a long time, as you referred to. Thank you. That's okay. But I mean, specifically from the point of view of some of our early work. So we we use electron microscopy to look at the structure of proteins, and there's a method called cryo-electron microscopy that allows you to basically freeze the proteins and gives you loads more information about the, you know, the positions of the atoms in the protein. And in the last 20 years, there's been an amazing advance in these applications, so that now we can, people have solved the structure of the tau filaments that have been isolated from Alzheimer's brain. And so we do know now what these things look like. You know, we know where all the atoms are. And that has happened, you know, because of really impressive advances in scientific technology. So I think somebody was saying earlier about, you know, where funding should go, and, you know, should you put it into one place or another place? And actually, sometimes you just get new, you know, new advances in particular technologies that you didn't expect. So it just seems really important to not be sort of closed down, but to be very broad. And, you know, funding is really, really important. And you were saying it costs £120 to look at a structure, and that would be quite a low estimate, really. And then, you know, I think the most important thing about funding actually is the people, because, you know, Sam's just talked about his own input into how they're growing these stem cells, and if without him doing that, then obviously there would be no stem cells growing. And I think it really is about the researchers. That's, you know, where most of the money actually does go, is investing in people.
Absolutely agree. I mean, you can buy some big expensive pieces of kit, which are nice as well, but if you know, and we all know it's a stat that's commonly used. Both charities use this about the number of people working on other diseases compared to Alzheimer's and dementia is you know, not, you can't even compare the two. There are far fewer people working in this, and this year the charities have not been able to put those funding calls out, which means that there are going to be a few less PhD students and people with their fellowships funded in the first part of next year as a result of this. So keep the donations coming, everybody. There's a session later on today that you might both find interesting. We've got Claire Durant from University of Edinburgh, but we've also got Eric Dine from Kent State, who I introduced before, who's working on nanomedicine and magnetothermal reactions. Again, when we start to look at these kind of clever new innovative approaches, he's on at 6:30 today, if anybody's interested in coming back or joining us or sticking with us for the next 2 hours until we get round to Eric at 6:30. So what's we haven't had any questions. Actually, we've had a comment. Hector Perez says, very interesting, Professor Circle, thank you for presenting. Where's the next innovation coming? Where's the next kind of breakthrough coming through? Are you close to something that what's exciting you most right now? Sam, we'll continue first.
Well, I mean, there's a couple of things, but one of the things that's caught my interest in the last couple of years is taking the 3D side of things to the next level with the 3D bioprinting. And by doing that, because this is something I worked a lot on during my PhD, what we have at the moment is a single cell type in one gel, one material. But actually, if you look at the brain, it's a lot more complex than that. There's layers of different materials, different cell types interacting in very specific locations. And so the next step is to try and, using something like bioprinting, make structures that are different. They have gradients in terms of the biology, in terms of the materials. And by doing so, generate something that's essentially a mini brain. And then by doing that, try and probe it for different things. So I think it's interesting to talk about technology. I think that is the dictator of something like this, is actually having the technology to make something that is that specific and precise. And I think just something like that would be really exciting to have.
3D bioprinting, you preload with your stem cells that can, I mean, how exciting would that? I'm quite into my sci-fi. I listen to a lot of sci-fi audiobooks, that
we have
already exists in sci-fi.
Yeah, we have got a little bit of preliminary work. We have been bioprinting some of these cells, but it's just finding the right application at the moment, because what we would like to do at the moment, the technology is not quite there to get that resolution. So we can do some stuff, but not quite what we want to do just yet. But it's getting there, which is exciting.
What about for you, Louise?
Oh, well, I suppose just the idea of taking into account, people's lifespan. in a way. So going from, you know, some tiny structure, but broadening out to thinking about what is it that actually triggers Alzheimer's disease. We know that some people get it genetically, but most people, something like 95% of people, get it for no reason we know. And sort of taking it back to that early stage where something has happened that triggers the disease. And by incorporating the sorts of things that Sam's talking about, where we actually are using human cells, that seems really important to me. So I think that's where we're going to see things changing.
I agree, and I mean, Danielle made that point earlier about, you know, looking at the brain post-mortem, the number of people who have, was it Christina, I forget who, about what infections are in the brain post-mortem and things like that, and looking at whether that triggered a more rapid deterioration and things.
Yeah.
And because all that will add to that, you know, the number of, I've got family members who will say, oh, well, so-and-so smoked all his life and lived till he was 110, and in the end, there's always that one example, isn't there, of he's the people, you know, that standard person is the person we need to research to understand what they did.
Yes, yes, plenty of gin.
Thank you very much, Professor Louise Serple and Dr. Sam Moxon from Manchester and from Sussex for joining us over the last half an hour. It's 4:30, so it's time to move on to our next guest. Thank you very much, both.
Thank you. Good luck with the rest of the stream.
That's all right. Thank you. Okay, coming up in the next half an hour, we're going to be talking about risky genes and unlocking cells. Genes have come up a lot today. There's a lot of genetics work going on, and cells as well have been talked about a lot. Before I move on to introduce our next guests, I do just need to remind you all once again, please give what you can. You just heard then there that the funding people and the technology all costs money, and every penny you give today will make a massive difference to helping fund the gap in research funding that we're going to experience from coronavirus this year. But also, even if we hadn't had that, this money is put to good use by employing people that are doing some amazing work. So please do give what you can to Alzheimer's Research UK. Details on how to donate are on our website, chatathon.uk. If you click the fundraising page at the top, I think it takes you straight through to Just Giving, where you can make a donation, and please do tick the tax box to give the gift aid as well. Hello.
Hello.
Hazel, Mark, how are you? It's great. I've been surprised by how many people have been joining from home as well. I thought everybody's back in work now, and so many people are still at home keeping safe.
I'm at work.
You are at work. Right, so before we move on, I've got my standard board update to do. This will only take a moment. So we're up to 39. Hold it here. We're up to 39 researchers, or 39 guests. We're going to be talking to 60 people over the day, 56 researchers, and our 4 special guests. Our 4 special guests have obviously already been. So the next 21 people are all researchers we're going to talk to over the next 5.5 hours. And the number of hours is now up to 7.5. Yay, that was easy. I didn't really need to work that out to do that, did I? 7.5 hours down. Ooh, and now I've got my sound machine, which I feel like I've not really used. We've got all kinds of things on this. Let's update our fundraising total is £2,249. 2249. Brilliant. It's gone up in the half hour. Thank you very much, everybody that's donated already today and in the last half hour. 2249, nearly at the halfway point, just 51 quid short of a halfway point. Our target today was £5,000. £5,000 funds 1/3 of a PhD student for a year. So £5,000 was a target, but honestly, if we could make more than that, every penny would help. So please do continue to give what you can. As I mentioned before, we're going to be talking about cells and genes in the next half an hour. So please do tune in. And if you're watching this on the recording, you can still continue to donate through the website as well. I'm delighted to welcome Dr. Hazel Hall Roberts, who's a postdoctoral researcher at the University of Oxford. Hi, Hazel.
Hello.
And we've got Dr. Mark Dallas, who's an associate professor in neuroscience at the University of Reading. Hi, Mark.
Hi, Adam, and congratulations on so far. That amount raised is a really good amount, and hopefully it'll continue for the rest of the evening until you sign off.
I hope so too. I have got some wine here. I'm just deciding what time to open that. 4:30 still feels a little bit early to be cracking open a wine. Maybe I'm going to save that. I'm not going to open a wine unless we get to our target. Sorry, I missed out questions. They came just a bit too late. Anybody who's asking questions needs to ask them speedier. So if anybody does have questions for Hazel and Mark, make sure you post them throughout the talk. Don't save them up to the end. Otherwise, we might not get a chance to put them to you. So Mark, can I ask you to introduce yourself first?
Yes, thanks, Adam. So I'm Dr. Mark Dallas. I'm an associate professor in cellular neuroscience at the University of Reading, as Adam pointed out. And I also wear the hat of the Alzheimer's Research UK coordinator for the Thames Valley Network. So that's a collective body of scientists from different institutions across the Thames Valley coming together to try and foster new research ideas. And it's great to be joined by Hazel today as well, because Hazel's part of that network as well.
Because I was just thinking this, where we've got the Thames Valley now, because I live in Oxford as well, and this is coming live from Wantage. Hazel, maybe if you'd like to introduce yourself as well.
As you said, I'm a postdoctoral researcher at the University of Oxford. It's coming up to 4 years that I've been here. So I have met Mark a couple of times through our network events. I'm in a collaboration between two groups. So I'm funded by the Alzheimer's Research UK Oxford Drug Discovery Institute. So indirectly, I'm funded by the Alzheimer's Research UK. And that's in a collaboration with Dr. Sally Cowley at the Dunn School of Pathology in Oxford. And she runs the James Martin Stem Cell Facility. So I'm here doing stem cell research.
That's great. And also as well, what you've handed me a gift there, which is to highlight two of the other ways that Alzheimer's Research UK put their money to use. It's not just funding PhD students and tests and MRI scans. They also have a great network across the country that's funded to bring researchers together to continue to collaborate and share ideas and support each other, but also as well, of course, the Drug Discovery Institute. Before we go on to talk about your work, maybe Hazel, could I pick on you to tell us a bit about the Drug Discovery Institute?
Yes, so there are 3 of them funded centrally by the AR UK, and they act as a sort of bridge between academia and industry. That's the main purpose, is that in industry, they often find that it's quite difficult to identify new targets for drug discovery. And traditionally, they've not been very efficient at doing so. Whereas academics have all of the brilliant new ideas, they're working really at the forefront of basic science, and that's where you get your new drug targets from. But they often don't have access or links to industry to progress their ideas through to the drug discovery process. So what our institute does is that it forms different collaborations with academics. So ours obviously mostly collaborates within the Thames Valley area and around Oxford. And if an academic has a really good assay in cells that they want to develop into a sort of drug discovery pipeline, then we might take that on and sort of build it into sort of what we call high throughput screening, which is where you miniaturize everything and do it in a way that's highly reproducible. So that's one thing we do. Another thing we do is investigate new targets that other people have suggested or that we've found, and develop enough assays around that to say whether it's a good enough target to drug or not.
I might be making this up, but I'm sure, did I read somewhere as well that when something's discovered through that kind of collaborative partnership as well, it ends up being that there's a cost benefit to this. They don't charge the full kind of whack that they otherwise might have done, that either there's some investment back in the institution that invested it, or they get it cheaper because they create generated the original idea? No? Am I making that up?
I don't know. I'm not an expert in things.
Question for some of our previous guests.
But certainly it would have a cost benefit to industry. Obviously, the Alzheimer's Research UK is throwing quite a lot of money into this sort of thing, but it's entirely necessary.
And that brings together, and I suppose it makes it economical, because we've seen those nasty headlines in the last few years of big pharma companies just deciding this is too hard and too expensive and we're not making any money, so we're going to just stop researching this altogether. Whereas bringing in funding and academia and charities as well is they'll continue to invest and we can continue to make progress rather than not.
Absolutely. I think the most important thing is sort of building of networks and people actually communicating with each other, and it can sort of stop us from duplicating efforts and unnecessarily wasting resources that way.
Absolutely. So Mark.
Yeah, I think that's one thing that's maybe changed in the landscape in terms of dementia research, certainly over the last decade, is the collaboration building between industry and academia. I think previously it was maybe viewed as us and them, but now it's very much a case of actually working together to get the best ideas as quickly as possible into clinic and through to the people that really need it at the end of that kind of journey of discovery. And I think that's really one pivotal place that sort of the Alzheimer's Research UK has certainly helped to model and change, and the Drug Discovery Institutes, as Hazel mentioned, are a key part of that kind of strategy, and really give us as academics access to that kind of network and the kind of sort of initial conversations that previously were never being had about, is this a good idea, or is this actually something that's worth taking forward, or really interesting conversations to be had. And that can really tell you how clear your kind of discovery is in the grand scheme of things, that we're all wanting to make a new medicine, but we've all got little ideas and which ones are green lights, which ones are go, and which ones are, let's maybe put that one on the back burner for a rainy day and maybe come back to that once we've got a clearer idea of what that cell does or what that gene does in a cellular system.
And it helps it keep it affordable and maintains everybody's interest and the number of targets that people can continue to look at going. And the fact that this isn't also just one institution, that it's spread out across the different universities as well is fantastic. So let's talk about your day job. So I'll come to you first, Mark. So what tell us about your research and what's your work?
Yes, I guess. So our research is really starting to focus on, I guess, always known as the other cells in the brain. So these glial cells. So we know that the nerve cells are the ones that are lost in dementia. But what happens to the other cell types that are resident within the brain? So in essence, we've got about, for every nerve cell, we've got one kind of glial cell, and they're a collection of cells that contribute to what makes a healthy brain. So initially thought of as the kind of glue that sticks things together. We now know a lot more about these different cell types and how they actually integrate to, one, keep the nerve cells alive, but also actually contribute to how your brain lives throughout your lifespan. And there's two particular cell types that we're interested in here at the University of Reading. I don't want to maybe steal Hazel's thunder, because I think she might be talking about microglial cells, but in essence, we're looking at astrocytes. So these are star-shaped cells within the brain. And we as cellular scientists are interested in what changes in these cells as someone then progresses towards dementia. So one of the key sort of models that we look at is looking at changing the levels of oxygen that these cells are exposed to. So why do we think that's key? Well, we know from human data that people that have strokes, so that is episodes where oxygen is starved to the brain, so there's a period at which your brain is lacking in the normal amounts of oxygen, these people are more likely to go on and develop dementia. So we're looking at that at a cellular level. So trying to recapitulate what in essence happens in a human brain by changing the levels of oxygen that our astrocytes, these star-shaped cells, see. And then we can start to look at the functional effects. do these cells no longer contribute to that which is a healthy brain? And one of the key things that these astrocytes are involved with is actually then mopping up some of the chemicals that these neurons or nerve cells spit out. And we know now through our studies that that actually is compromised in dementia or Alzheimer's disease. So if we can start to look at some of, we talked about some of those targets for new drugs, we think that these other cell types, these glia cells, are a much more valid and important target, rather than thinking about these nerve cells who are very susceptible to change. And in essence, trying to drug them might be kind of fighting a losing battle, because in essence, those are the ones that we're losing. Can we then start to then target these other cell types which could contribute to brain health in general? And also, one of the key things that we're interested in, well, why we're interested, is we think that these changes occur well before someone heads off to the clinic to get that memory test, or someone's taken into the sort of the healthcare system to be cared for and managed with living with their dementia. So if we can spot these early changes, we might be onto a winner in terms of then starting to actually identify these individuals and formulate one, potentially a diagnostic criteria, or indeed thinking about how we can manage that individual as they then maybe progress on to dementia, with the classic hallmark in terms of the memory deficit and all the MRI scans that you've talked about previously.
You're on mute, Adam.
I think you're muted, Adam. I hope it wasn't a good question.
No. I was just saying, it's complicated, isn't it? Because then having identified those, trying to understand and work out what triggers that behavior, or how to stop that behavior triggering, or to make more of something else is the tricky part.
Yes, yes. I think the talk of a magic bullet, certainly from our perspective, is something that is not going to be as easy as one thinks. I think it's going to be a multifactorial, a combination of elements coming together, whether that be lifestyle interventions, whether that be pharmacological interventions, drugs or medicines. I think it's going to be a package of elements that's going to come together to prove that change.
And different treatments, where this is a treatment for somebody who's already got to the point of progression for the next period of time, and at the same time as prevention methods come into place as well. Hazel, tell us about your work. Are you working in a similar field? Did I pay you appropriately?
Yes, well, Mark mentioned microglia, and that's primarily what I work on. And there's a few of us now at the ODDI working with microglia. But I'm based here at the Dunn School so that I can use stem cell models to model microglia in the dish, because we think that we can get the most authentic version of a microglia cell through that route. I think I heard one of your other researchers talking about stem cells earlier, but basically I could sort of do a kind of brief version of how we get from stem cell to microglia.
Yeah, please do, because I mean, I not everybody I think will have watched all day either.
It may not be.
But you mean
Yeah.
that everybody's sat here for the whole 5 hours so far? No, please do go through it.
Yeah, so I think some people still live with the misconception that we're using embryos or aborted babies, and that's certainly not the case. We work entirely with cells that were derived from living humans who donated their cells freely. And mostly through skin biopsies. So some healthy adult male gave a bit of skin to a clinic somewhere, and then skin cells were isolated, and there's a procedure to what we call de-differentiate these cells, so reprogram them back to stem cells. And stem cells are really special because they can turn into any cell type in the body. They have this magical quality called pluripotency. But these are induced pluripotent stem cells, and we can freeze them and thaw them. We can grow great numbers of them. So they're really useful tools in the lab. We can also insert genetic mutations that we're interested in studying, which is what I've done with a gene that I'm interested in. And then in the dish, we can direct them down a particular cell lineage that we want to produce. So we're making microglia by causing them to ball up into sort of mini, like fake embryos that then spew out precursors of our microglia lineage. And then I plate these out and I do assays on them. So I want to know how well they function with a mutation that's linked to Alzheimer's disease compared to without that mutation. So I look at how they can perform basic functions that they would perform in the brain, like this thing called phagocytosis. So in the brain, microglia have a sort of housekeeping role, keeping neurons healthy. And one thing that they do is that they clear up waste and any foreign invaders by pretty much just eating them up. Phagocytosis means cell eating. So if you give anything to our cells in a dish that's small enough for them to engulf, they will pick it up, take it into themselves and try to digest it. So I can do assays for how quickly they do that with the mutation versus without the mutation, for example.
So so yeah, I'm just trying to think about if I were to ask, somebody would ask, so can't you just put more microglia in the brain then? To eat up the bad stuff that's growing that can keep Alzheimer's?
No, that would be pretty difficult, and we may not want to. So what my role in the ODDI is more of a sort of basic science role. I'm not so much involved with the drug discovery, but there's this problem that we have in our field, which is that we know that microglia have dual roles in Alzheimer's disease. They can protect against Alzheimer's disease, they can worsen Alzheimer's disease, and it seems to depend at what stage of the disease we're talking about. Early on,
by worsen, you mean stop functioning or overproduce, or
so what we think is happening primarily is that when they can't do their job well enough and there's a lot of amyloid in the brain, so later in the stages of Alzheimer's disease where you're starting to get plaques and things, amyloid plaques, they get activated, and this would have a functional role if there was, bacteria invading the brain. They're trying to recruit the rest of your immune system to help. But in the case of Alzheimer's disease, it's not helpful to get activated and what we call inflamed. It's neuroinflammation.
Because they can't eat the
plaques. That actually damages the neurons further, and it also increases the amount of amyloid that is produced. So we're talking about a vicious cycle that worsens both the production of the thing that's creating these amyloid plaques and also the cell death that's associated with that.
So I mean, that makes complete sense in that sense, doesn't it? They have a role to serve early on, but if they come to later, they just add to the confusion and the, was it Gemma at the start of the day likened the brain to like being your kitchen that's gotten full of garbage and some stuff's not going in the bin properly, and it could be that the cleaner's not turned up and things like that. Well, then you have 10 cleaners all arrive at once, but there's no room for them to work or anything for them to clean. Mark, how does that make sense? I mean, is that something you're looking at too? How they clear?
Yeah, so we've kind of touched on astrocytes earlier, but we're also interested in the cells that Hazel works with, these microglia, and similar to what previously Sam was mentioning about building appropriate models. So trying to recapitulate what's inside your head in a laboratory is one challenge that science serves up for us, but we have to try and see what are the appropriate models for, and that really boils down to what kind of questions are we asking. And I think, are we looking at how these cells respond to stimuli, whether it being drug treatments, or how are they looking to interact with other cells? And one of the growing fields is how these microglia actually interact with the other cell types of the brain, those astrocytes that I mentioned, and also the neurons and the nerve cells, and how they integrate as a trio of cells to try and then actually bring about functional change. So we know that there's some structural changes that you can see on MRI scans. How can we see that at a cellular level in a dish or in a laboratory? And I guess maybe just picking up on your final point, and thinking about when's the right time to introduce a drug or a pharmacological agent? Because as Hazel says, there's this kind of dual role, the good cop, bad cop, if you like, of these cells. And it's thinking about, right, would one drug wouldn't work for them in the good cop, but it would work when they're the bad cops. So it's thinking about what drug, when, and who to give it to, I guess, is the next thing, I guess, in terms of that kind of personalized medicine, and thinking or trying to future-proof any kind of drug target or medicine down the line.
So they're the big questions, and they've come up so many times today. So what's going to happen in the next kind of 12 months? Where's the next breakthrough coming that's going to be meaningful? Hazel, I'll come to you first.
I wouldn't say I'm on the verge of a breakthrough, because actually my time at Oxford's coming to a close this year.
Oh, no.
So in 12 months, I won't be working on the exact project that I'm working on now. I have been mainly focused on a couple of quite well-established risk genes for Alzheimer's disease, such as TREM2. And that's been good, but it's getting quite a crowded field. I'm hoping to continue working on stem cell models of microglia, because it's very interesting and I really believe in the model. But I think research is more going towards what we call polygenic risk. What happens if you combine risk factors for Alzheimer's disease, which is more likely to happen in a patient. For example, TREM2 with apolipoprotein E4, which is a much more common variant that increases risk for Alzheimer's disease.
Which puts us back onto the prevention agenda, having more likelihood of success than treating later stage. I mean, again, for the public that weren't watching, that for quite some time that's been the is that the view? I can't remember. Alzheimer's Research UK's mission statement is it a disease modifying treatment, but they don't talk about that. The expectation of that increasingly sounds like that will be very early on, when that modifying treatment needs to come in before people have symptoms. Not
definitely, it has to be well before people are getting symptoms. So although I'm not involved with biomarkers, I've heard you talking with the other guests about them. Definitely we need to identify people early, but we've also got to accept that not everyone's the same, and this idea of personalized medicine is going to have to come into play at some point. And that's where it's really important to do a bit more of this basic research into real human genetics and accept that everyone's different.
And those big cohort and longitudinal studies again, I guess, going back onto those, and the importance of why the research that we've been talking about in care homes and care, which I think where is our next session, is back to care homes as well, which is that this is such an amazing field, and it's really exciting today for me to be able to bring people from all these different fields of research together, because scientists and people working on microglia will go to conferences like that. It's not very often you'll get care researchers and different people coming together, and why all these things need to be pursued differently. What about for you, Mark? What's going to be exciting the next year? If anybody's got questions, please do post them now. We've got a little bit. Oh, we've got one, actually. I'm not going to come to you. I'm going to ask you the question, because I've only got 2 minutes. How do you feel about, you'll have to decide who's going to answer this. Chris asks, how do you feel about the primary cellular theories of aging? Example, cellular senescence, mitochondrial dysfunction, telomere damage, proteastasis, and how might these link into dementia specifically? This is about general aging, isn't it? Primary cellular aging.
Yeah, well, I'll maybe start, and then I can pass the baton to Hazel, and then see if Hazel wants to pick up on.
Hazel looks really pleased about that. Go on, Mark.
Or she can contradict me. We are scientists. Yeah, so no, I think in terms of the aging process, we know a lot about how our brains change over the lifespan, and how they become more susceptible to disease the older you are, and that's just part of, unfortunately, the aging process. But what we really need to understand is that Alzheimer's disease isn't part of that normal process. Something's going wrong here. Something that your brain would normally do as you would age, hopefully gracefully, doesn't start to actually function correctly. In terms of some of the things you mentioned, mitochondria, so they're the batteries of the cells producing energy to keep those cells carrying out their vital functions. Yes, we know that they are disrupted, certainly in aging, things tend to slow down in terms of that energy production, but also in terms of dementia as well. We know mitochondria are very important. Thinking about the cells that myself and Hazel are interested in, there's even more interest in mitochondria and these glial cells, and particularly surrounding those communication hubs between the two nerve cells. Those junctions are very important in terms of communication. And we know that astrocytes are involved in protecting those communication hubs. So I think there are elements that are common in terms of the aging, but in essence, dementia or Alzheimer's disease is something way beyond what we see in the normal aging process.
Yeah, I just wanted to add briefly to that is that the way I see aging is that it's part of that environmental effect on your risk of getting Alzheimer's disease. So you've got the genetics, you've got the environment, and Alzheimer's disease is age associated because aging is the biggest risk factor. But if you've got aging mitochondria, you may never develop one of these neurodegenerative diseases if you don't also have a genetic risk factor that affects a protein in mitochondria that helps them function. So there's that interaction. It's like the genetics could like the touch paper to the which is already there, but it may not spark at all if the genetics are not there to support it.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mark Dallas, Dr. Hazel Roberts, for joining us today. That was fascinating. Thank you very much. Keep up the good work in Oxford and Reading. And Hazel, I do hope, as much as you might be changing, I hope you stick with dementia. I'm going
to stick with dementia.
Thank you very much, both, for joining us. Enjoy the rest of your evening, and I please do hope you can stay with us and watch for a while.
Yeah. Thanks again, Adam.
Thanks, Mark.
Thank you very much. Keep up the good work.
Thank you. Okay, so it's 5 o'clock, and our next session is going to be, we're back to care homes. So you recall earlier on today, we had a session called Making Care Homes Great Places, Providing Great Care in Great Homes, part 1, and this is part 2. But before I do that, I am going to remind everybody once again, the whole purpose of today is to raise money for Alzheimer's Research UK. It costs £500 to pay for a brain scan, which helps scientists to track dementia as it progresses. And but this isn't all in the lab. Researchers are also looking at how to best care for people to live in their own homes for longer, or how to respond to anxiety and stress, how to reduce reliance on antipsychotic medications. All these are things that researchers up and down the country are looking at, and your funding today will make a big difference to help fund all the different kinds of research we're talking about today. Details on how to donate are on the website at chatathon.uk. If you click on the fundraising bit at the top, it'll take you through to the Just Giving page, and please do tick the tax bit if you are a UK taxpayer. Hello, Victoria, Claire, Laura. Before I introduce you properly, I'm going to update the board again. I'm going to refresh my page and update this. So we're now up to 41 people talked to. We're going to be talking to 60 people over the course of the 12 hours. And we're now also up to 8 hours. Wow. So only 4 hours left. That's 2/3 of the way through. The day is nearly over. And so many of these conversations, I feel, could have gone on for much longer than they have, because you're all doing such fascinating work. I want to thank everybody that's donated so far, but also all the researchers that have really generously taken half an hour out of their day to find time to come and talk to us, and made the technology work and escaped from labs and offices and everywhere else to talk to us. This is great. Our latest fundraising total, I'm hoping we reached the halfway point. We haven't quite. It's £2,469, but that does mean we raised another over 200 quid in the last half hour. So that really is brilliant. Thank you ever so much to everybody who's donated throughout the day and over the last half hour. 2, 4, 6, no, 2, 4, 6, 9. Great. we're nearly halfway to our fight. I do feel, you know, when we set this target, I wasn't sure how much to set. I'd done a bike ride and it raised a few £100. And I did an email out and I said to everybody, I said, oh, what do you think we should set the target at? And everybody came back and said loads. I went, oh, really? I don't think we'll raise that much. So honestly, we've already raised more than I ever could hope, but please do continue to give. Chatathon.uk, and the full schedule is also available on the website. Even if you just want to drop by later today and just watch half an hour, that would be brilliant. Okay. 5 o'clock to 5:30. Sorry, I kept you all waiting. I'm delighted to welcome Claire Sir, who's Professor of Dementia Studies at Leeds Beckett University. You'll recall we had Claire's colleague Alice here earlier today. We've also got Dr. Laura Bowie. Bowie, that's right pronunciation? I'm being bad with pronunciations today. Boo?
It's okay, you're allowed to. It's boy.
Boy.
You're going to pass, Adam.
Is a research associate at the Population for Health Science Institute at Newcastle University, and Dr. Victoria Shepherd, who's a research associate from the Cardiff University. We've had a few from Cardiff today, a couple from, and not so many from Newcastle, I think, maybe. Oh no, we've got somebody later. We've got Fiona later today from Newcastle.
One more.
Thank you very much. So, I mean, I think, would you agree it's quite telling that whilst some of the other subjects have been people working on similar things, that care homes has got so much research going on now. We were able to have 2 sessions, and we've only touched on this. I mean, there are so many other people working in this, which is great because it highlights. We've had a lot of scientists talking about cells and things, but highlighting that along with treatments and prevention goes care, because some people sadly are not going to be able to benefit from a drug treatment or from the prevention because it's too late.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where your work comes in. Victoria, maybe if I could ask you to introduce yourself first.
Yeah. So Vicky. So I'm a researcher at the Centre for Trials Research in Cardiff University. It's a clinical trials unit where we do clinical trials and other types of research in lots of different populations, conditions, health and social care settings. And we have done quite a number of trials in care homes. And my other sort of strand of research is thinking about how we can include people with dementia and other conditions who lack capacity to consent in research. So thinking about some of those ethical challenges, the legal challenges, and then working around how family carers can help make decisions about research on behalf of people who lack capacity to give their own consent.
Consent comes up a lot, doesn't it? I mean, because I think both in terms of it can be a good thing, because when it's done really well, it kind of helps explain things properly and make sure somebody gets off on the right foot to participation, and it can also be done badly.
Yeah.
When it's not done, and the problem is for every time it's done badly, it kind of hinders things. So it's brilliant to see that that's the focus of your work. Claire, could I?
Yeah. So I'm Claire Sir, I'm Professor of Dementia Studies at Leeds Beckett University and the Director of the Centre for Dementia Research. So as Adam mentioned, my colleague Alice Griffiths was on earlier today. At our centre, we do research in the care area, covering dementia care and services, and then work around the arts, sport, physical activity, and those areas of dementia care. Personally, my own research is largely in care homes and other formal care settings like hospitals. So I've done a clinical trial in care homes of the type that Vicky's been talking about. But one of the main areas I've worked on is workforce development. So how do we make sure the care home staff workforce have the right knowledge and skills and qualities to deliver good dementia care, because they're often the forgotten about group of staff. So obviously the NHS do a fantastic job, but often a lot of the resource and recognition goes to NHS staff, and care home staff are actually doing a very difficult job. Caring for people with dementia is very complex. They have complex needs to do with their dementia, but they might also have lots of physical problems as well, because this is an older, frail population, and care home staff often have access to very little training and development, and yet are caring for this very complex group of people. So my my work's particularly looked at what does effective training and education look like, and how can we help staff to implement things in care homes that could possibly make care better.
And Laura, I'll come to you in a second, but I think that's one of the important things, which I find great. But I think care home research has been far more successful at this than many others, which is translating research findings into genuine frontline services and action. These are things, I mean, I know you've been involved before, Claire, in dementia care mapping and things like that, which is now massively used all over the place, isn't it? And you know, your work on consent, Vicky, has really helped shape kind of and give researchers the guides they need to get better at taking consent for people. I love that about this field of work. And Laura, I'll come to you now.
I have to follow after those two. Good. So my name is Laura Boy. I'm an Atlantic Fellow with the Global Brain Health Institute, and I'm also a founding member of the World Young Leaders in Dementia. But like Professor Claire, my own research has a lot to do with marginalized populations inside long-term care. So I look specifically at the mostly migrant women workforce who delivers direct care in these settings. So a lot of my work has to do with how to bring marginalized populations into research and help to get their voices and experiences heard. So building on what Claire said, to help educate this workforce to deliver the best dementia care and also to protect them as well.
So it was somebody, oh, do you know what, I feel really bad now because I've spoken to so many.
You've talked to a lot of people
it's
today.
Yeah. It was Leah from Southampton in the last session who was talking about carers and this kind of lack of recognition or even societal kind of lack of acknowledgement of the importance of that role. What's your research telling us, Claire? How can that situation be improved? I'm going to turn my camera off just for a second.
That's all right. I think it's what our research, I'm sure Laura and Vicky will agree, tell you is care homes are extremely complex environments, and there's not a simple solution to how we work through all of this. There's a lot of the complexity lies in the fact that we've got a workforce that hasn't had access to education and training that it might need, so they come in sometimes unprepared. We do have quite a migrant workforce, so people who maybe English is a second language, who have different cultural perspectives and understandings of dementia. We have a very high turnover as well within care homes, so you might expect that about 25 to 30% or more of staff in a care home will leave during any year. So, and quite difficult challenges in recruiting for care homes. So it's a very changing environment all the time. So actually putting things into practice like training or consent or engagement in research or helping staff to feel more confident are always challenged by that fact that you've got a very changing workforce who often need to access the basics rather than necessarily thinking about some of these higher level issues. So certainly my research around dementia training and education showed that you really need to invest in the time and effort to do that, and that can be challenging. And so you've got to think, how can we get the best quality dementia training on the topics that people really need to people who are delivering care. So people wanted face-to-face training, which is obviously extremely challenged by the current COVID situation, but also by the fact that that takes longer to do and more resources. But actually it's much more effective to get people in a room together and talking about things, because people often aren't confident learners. So it's really a balance often of, if you want to improve things and get the best outcomes, sometimes that requires more resource than can sometimes be feasible. And so how do you balance those things to get the best outcomes? And it can sometimes be a vicious cycle. So you find the care homes that are performing better are able to do more. And the ones that are struggling really struggle to do the basics, and then that's where they get higher staff turnover because people aren't happy. And so I think we need a lot more focus on the homes that are struggling and how can we really help them to improve and to make those small steps forward, because going in with big interventions or big ideas is not going to work for them. And that's certainly what my trial of dementia care mapping showed. The best homes at the top could put it into practice, but the others just didn't have the resources to make a start. It wasn't that they didn't want to and didn't want to deliver good care, they just didn't have that staffing and skill and confidence and resource to be able to put that into place.
You get a sense that that career then is going right back to the start. Well, first of all, is to think about that as a career rather than a job, right? Because I mean, this is how do people commonly get their training when they work in this setting? Is this on the job? I mean, I'd like to think that there's some professional qualification that people decide I want to do that as a job, and they go get their qualification, then apply for it. But that's probably not how it commonly happens, is it? People come to this work through some other some other means.
Often out of necessity for needing to retool and have an actual job. And another reason is that sometimes people see it as a healthcare stepping stone. So instead of nursing, I can't afford that. I don't have the privilege to be able to go to school for that long. So I'll try this. Or it fits into their schedule. They're a single mother and this doesn't need that much education to be able to do. But then along with what Claire said, it's an entirely stigmatized role. So the actual role of what care aides do or direct care providers do in long-term care is unknown. So this massive backbone of the healthcare system and dementia care specifically, society doesn't know what they actually do.
And a lot of, I guess, the larger care homes and the big corporate groups will fund staff to go through their, and I don't know, are they NVQs and things like that? These trainings. But I only know personally because I know that I know two people who previously worked at a nursery school who then went on to work in the local care home because the money was better. But I don't think that they, certainly when they went to that job, they weren't professionally trained carers. I guess their employers offered that as part of the job. But again, depends then on which company you go and work for. As to the quality.
And what jobs are available locally. So care homes also have the problem that somebody might open a supermarket or something near to a care home and actually they pay more than the care home does, and so people move there instead. So you've got quite, as Laura said, if the people coming in who they don't necessarily have a qualification, as you're talking about, Adam, it's not a role where you have to have a formal qualification. It's a very mobile workforce, and so they will go into different roles depending on, it's seen as much easier and less stigmatized work to go and work in the local supermarket than it is to provide this very difficult and intimate care for people who are older and very frail. So it's, you really need to as well want to do that. And there are a lot of staff who are there in care work because it's actually their vocation and it's something they get there and they go, do you know, I just love this job. This is when I see the residents' faces and I know I've made a difference to them, that's what makes my day. And that's, I think, really drives a lot of care staff to continue working, sometimes under very difficult circumstances, delivering really good care, because it's just something they're passionate about.
It's certainly what keeps them in the job, isn't it? Because, I mean, as you say, when somewhere else opens that's better paid, they will do, it's certainly a vocation.
Better paid and also physically could be less demanding, and also the trauma that care aides see or direct care providers see in long-term care can definitely lead to real serious mental health repercussions. So it all depends on the situation of the individual.
So your research identified kind of ways to not only to what those individuals need to do when they're doing their day job to make their care better, but also kind of what might persuade them to consider this vocation and then stay with it. I mean, what do we need to change? Is that it's not easy.
Big question, Adam.
It is. And I think it's different for different people, isn't it? I think there are lots of different groups that you might want to target. So there are, migrant workforce, but then there's also younger people who are coming out of school and college, and we want to attract them into seeing social care as a really good career choice and a valuable job to do. And I think we've got a big job to work within our schools and colleges to be selling that, as well as with our sort of more mature adult population, to see, if you're looking for a career change or looking for a job, that this is something that is a positive job to do.
Getting a good salary to start with, making it paid enough, that getting it well paid, and then of course that isn't necessarily going to attract the right people, but then of course doing the work to attract the people into that and thinking about
Until
this.
the government puts more money into social care, I think we're always going to be, I mean, money isn't the be all and end all and the final answer. And if you just throw loads of money at it, it's not going to suddenly change things, but it would certainly help. And I think the government is going to have to bite the bullet and decide how it's going to effectively fund social care. And successive governments have avoided that conversation because it's a difficult one. The money's got to come from somewhere. So do we charge more taxes to people? Do people have a private insurance like we do in other countries? So there are no easy answers to solving the social care scenario really, but it's got to have some more money that's got to come from somewhere if we want to pay staff more.
Yeah, absolutely. Victoria, I'm going to come back to your work on consent. So I think one of the challenges with as some of the things Claire mentioned at the start, this changing workforce that changes quite a lot, and English isn't necessarily the first language of the staff, of the people working in care homes. How does that impact on the delivery of research studies in this environment and taking consent from people and supporting studies to be delivered? Does that make it harder to work in that environment as well?
Yeah, definitely. So care home staff play a key role in research in care homes, really, in terms of helping us as researchers to say whether the care home is suitable to take part in the study, to help us identify which of the care home residents are eligible to take part and suitable to take part in our research, and then introducing us as researchers, perhaps supporting residents to access the information about the study and helping that consent process as well. So think about how we assess capacity, but also how we can support residents to maximise their ability to give their own consent. And language, of course, plays a key role in that, really. So, but also their knowledge and their confidence. There's a lot of concerns around including more vulnerable residents in research. Those sort of ethical concerns. So what we do find is that perhaps they're more likely to go to residents who have capacity, who perhaps have less medical healthcare problems, to involve them in research rather than actually getting a representative group of care home residents who probably around 70% of them lack capacity to give their own consent, across all types of care homes. So care home staff play a key role in that. And informing, supporting, educating, training, but building relationships actually is the key part in that whole process.
And from talking to some of the care homes that I've met many care homes, because obviously I've worked on setting up the Enrich program in the first place 10 years ago now, is making that case that the research you want to deliver brings some value to the care homes, because I think, as we've just said, when care homes are places that are stressed, they've still got to make ends meet. They're looking at occupancy rates and staff changing and just trying to deliver, and particularly at the moment while they're also trying to deliver care during COVID, and then somebody else comes along with a research idea and says, oh, by the way, could you ask all your staff to fill in this 10-page questionnaire for me? And they just, no. So designing, I think any researchers that are listening, the studies that you take into care homes have to kind of have some tangible value that the care homes can see the usefulness of. Are care homes getting better at, are care homes coming forward and talking to you and saying, these are the things that we want more guidance on?
So a couple of years ago, I did a research priority setting study with care home staff, going to them, engaging with them, and moving that from doing care homes where a place where we do research, that we do with care homes rather than in care homes. And their research priorities were around person-centered care, so a lot of Claire's work, and around how we can recruit and retain staff, so things Laura has already talked about as well. And so enabling them to see that they already are doing research, but also because they're experts in the care, they're the ones best placed to identify where more research is needed. And that felt like a real shift in terms of empowering them to take part in research. And they all said how much of a valuable experience that was, because they view care homes as very much the sort of Cinderella of the sort of care sector, if you like. And as care home staff, that people go to them and tell them what they should be doing better without saying, what do you think needs more research? So actually engaging them in that process felt very valuable.
Yeah, And Laura, I mean, I asked this question to the group before as well, but coming to you, have you seen, is there a model elsewhere in the world that we can look to and say, hey, we should be trying to replicate that? I know there's an awful lot of aging care research in Australia. I work with Yunhee Jean, who works in Sydney, who works on aged care and facilities and things, and you get a sense that this is delivered, care homes are delivered differently in different places. The Netherlands always comes up, doesn't it, as being a model for, I've heard that as being a model. Have you come across any that you think are good we should look at?
I think this question should be batted back to Victoria and Claire, but I will answer it, and it's part of the reason. Because I'm Canadian.
Is the system in Canada better?
No comment. No, but I think that every country that I work with researchers and advocates will say there's pockets of good examples of care, home models of care, but there is no one country that's doing it across the board terrifically. And Victoria and Claire, do you have the same or different answer?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's about the people in the care home. So, you know, you could say we're doing this model or that model, but actually, if you've not got the right care home manager leading it, and if there's not an organisation support for that, and then the right staff who can work with that manager, it doesn't matter what model you say you're doing or putting into place. It's those people that are really important, and getting the right people, and particularly the right care home manager and that leadership in the home is the key thing, the key difference I've seen between different homes, and they are so important, and the job a care home manager does is incredible. And you know, they again, there's not necessarily, there are NVQ level qualifications, but they've got to be everything from a leader of people and a manager. They've got to manage the budgets, they've got to do assessments for residents coming in and deciding whether they can support particular residents. They've got to liaise with families, they've got to make sure they've got the right orders for toilet rolls and various, you know, it's like everything under the sun. And it's like
dished up at 12:30.
I just don't know how they do the job they do. They are incredible people, and they are so important in how a care home functions.
I'm just suddenly thinking about hotel managers, whether there's a similarity between, well, without the kind of care aspect of it. But thank you very much. We've got a couple of questions. Morgan Daniel is an MSc student at UCL who we're going to be working with in the next year to tell her story as she does a dementia MSc. But she's asked a question, outing you there, Morgan. My dissertation research was very similar to the research that Professor Claire Sir mentioned. Do you feel that, in particular, in terms of lack of training for staff, training in how to manage some of the ethical concerns associated with dementia care, such as how to manage moments of confusion, hallucinations, how to handle care when nobody can provide consent, is lacking? So is there a lack of looking around the ethical concerns to dementia care during those moments?
Yes, and I think there's a key, that's one of the biggest challenges. Wherever you go, staff will say the biggest challenge is when people are distressed and anxious and, you know, maybe at the door saying, I want to go home, where's my mother, I've got to pick my children up. How do I deal with that situation? And I think that the challenge with dementia care is it's not like you can say, oh, well, if you just do this, it'll work, because every individual person is different and they might be different on different days. So really what good training in dementia care does is tell staff there might be a few different approaches you could use. You've got to have the confidence to have trial and error, to think through, to assess a situation, and to have a broad sort of toolkit of skills and approaches that you can use and try, and then communicate that with colleagues. So really that's where challenges of things like e-learning come in, because just going through things online that's just a list of information doesn't teach them those skills and that confidence really to, you know, if you've got somebody who's really distressed in front of you, you've got to be a confident person as well to know how to approach them and to try and calm the situation down, and to not feel worried if the first approach doesn't work and you try something else.
And keeping that compassion at the heart of that. I absolutely agree. I think you can, places that are amazing because they're driven by one passionate, caring individual that puts in all those hours, and they never keep their 9 to 5. They always work longer than they have to do because there aren't enough hours in the day. They're stepping up and filling in shifts as well when they need to, and they're present. I mean, they're there, they're doing all the jobs themselves as well, aren't they? It's difficult. There was one last question which Chris asked, so maybe anybody can take this with a quick answer. What's the best technology innovation you've seen in a care home, pandemic or otherwise? Have you got a quick technology innovation that you really like? Laura, Victoria?
Unfortunately, it's
technology and care homes don't often go hand in hand, do they?
No, it does.
Putting reliable, speedy Wi-Fi in care homes.
Exactly. Just get the Wi-Fi down. We'll work on the rest.
Get the Wi-Fi in there will make a massive difference. I remember a study from Cambridge saying that care homes managers didn't even have computers. There'd be one computer somewhere in the building, I think.
It's still the case, yeah. There's one computer that might be shared by the manager and an admin person, and the staff don't have access to that. So yeah, just things like iPads, I think, have made a massive difference to care homes because there's so much you can do around reminiscence, play music and lots of things. So I think quite basic technologies can make a big difference. We don't need to be all singing and all dancing.
I think COVID has also seen a rise in the number of iPads being used in care homes. So maybe there's an opportunity there as well to...
We need Jeff Bezos and Apple to get together. Let's give everybody an Amazon Alexa and get some decent Wi-Fi in care homes, for goodness sake. Thank you very much, everybody, for joining. Thank you, Victoria Shepherds, Professor Klesser, and Dr. Laura Boy.
You got there in the end.
You did good. You did good.
Well done, Adam.
Bye, Claire. Thank you, Adam.
Bye.
Thank you. Well done, Adam.
All for joining us. All three of our guests here today are all on Twitter as well. You can find all the details in the researchers section of our website. Please do go follow them on Twitter, and if you've got any questions, look up their work. They're all doing fantastic work in care homes as well, and have all published lots of stuff that you can read and will find it interesting. Thank you very much, all three of you.
Thanks.
Bye.
Thanks. Bye-bye. Okay, the next half an hour. It's 5:30 p.m. In the next half an hour, we're going to be talking about how research is making visits to hospital a better place for people living with dementia, which is a nice kind of stepping stone from having just talked about care homes to talking about hospitals, which of course we know, sadly, people living with dementia often end up at short notice, often from care homes as well in the middle of the night. So we're going to talk to you guys about that research in just a second. So hi, Emily and Courtney. So before we move on, I'm once again going to remind everybody that the purpose of today, I'm halfway through over the last, from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. today, I'm talking to 56 researchers and 4 special guests, hoping that you will sponsor me and make a donation to Alzheimer's Research UK. They're a fantastic charity that fund a great deal of research into helping understand the causes, to find new treatments, and to help people living with dementia. Alzheimer's Research UK really needs your funding right now. It costs £15,000 to fund a PhD student, and if we reach our target today of £5,000, we'll have funded just 1/3 of that. So every penny you give can make a difference. All the details on how to donate can be found on our website, chatathon.uk. Even £1 would help, but if you can't donate financially, you can sign up to Join Dementia Research, which is a way for you to participate in studies. But I really do hope you can give what you can. We're going to refresh. I've got my drum roll machine ready. We're going to refresh our total. Half an hour ago, we were at £2,469. I'm going to get the board first. Wait, let's update the board. Got my pen. Ta-da! Okay, so we're now up to, that was 41, 42, 44. We've spoken to 44 people over the last 8.5 hours. And our fundraising total, we were at 2,469 half an hour ago. Let's see what we're at now. I'm going to refresh my page, 2,469, and we are now at 2,494. Oh, so close, 2,494. 9.4. That's so close to our halfway mark. I'm starting to feel slightly like £5,000 today. Might be slightly beyond our reach, but please do continue to give what you can. Let's raise as much as we can, even if we don't hit our target. But let's hope we do. £5,000 would be amazing. So please do continue to donate at chatathon.uk. Okay, so as I mentioned before, we're going to be talking about how research is making a visit to hospital better for people living with dementia. And I'm delighted to welcome our next two guests. I'm joined by Dr. Courtney Genge, who's a program advisor for the National Research Council of Canada. And you're coming to us live from Canada.
From Canada, yes.
We had Laura from Canada earlier, but she's in Newcastle.
Well, I made the hop back over the pond.
So we have people from how many countries? So we've had somebody from Australia, we've had Sweden, we've had England, we've got Scotland later, Canada, and I've got somebody from the US at 6:30. So we've got, is that 6 countries? Let's say 6 countries represented. So it's amazing. Thank you very much for giving me your time. And I also have Dr. Emily Oliver, who finished her PhD last year and is now a consultant admiral nurse for Dementia UK, which we haven't talked about enough today. But Dementia UK, of course, are also an amazing charity that fund admiral nurses up and down the country who are helping people with dementia all the time. Actually, well, let's come to you first, Emily. Before we talk about your work, can you tell us about Dementia UK, putting you on the spot somewhat? I'm sure you know what dementia, because you know, it's not a charity I work with a great deal. So can you tell us a bit more about Dementia UK?
Yeah, of course. That is on the spot. I hadn't prepared that, so thanks, Adam. No, that's absolutely fine. So Dementia UK are a national charity. They were set up by the Levi family, who looked after their dad who had dementia. So Joseph Levy, he was their dad, and he loved sailing. So he was called Admiral Joe, and that's why we have admiral nurses. So I always like to start off with that. So we support nurses in a range of settings. So hospices, hospitals, community services, prisons we're branching out to. We have learning disability nurses, and they support families living with dementia. And that's sort of from peri-diagnosis through to end of life and into bereavement as well. And we've also got our national helpline that is, sort of funded by donations. And that's there for anybody who is looking for support with dementia, whether that be people with dementia themselves, whether that be families, whether that be professionals who need some more support. So that's staffed by dementia specialist admiral nurses.
So that's great. So I'm not particularly raising funding for them today, but it's an amazing cause. So also, please do head over to Dementia UK, have a look at their work. Admiral nurses do an amazing job. And Emily herself being, so you are an admiral nurse, but you play a slightly different role there. Could you tell us what you do? Let's talk about your work.
So my role, there's 8 of us in my team. So we're consultant admiral nurses, and our role is to support new services with the first 6 to 9 months up to a year. So when new nurses come into post, we help them sort out the sort of clinical logistics of the service. And we also, do dip into research in our roles. That's not predominantly our role, but we do sit on advisory panels. We do write papers about admiral nursing. And we also sort of do media inquiries, things like that.
So that's quite a tricky role to set up. I mean, do you also then have to do some of the, we were talking earlier about how hard it is to keep on top of the latest research and the latest thought processes on how to care most effectively. Is that part of your job as well, to keep on top of that and share that?
So we do have sort of a designated professional and practice development team. So similarly, again, as 8 of the professional and practice development team, and they work really hard, tirelessly hard, to support the nurses with the latest evidence-based practice. They put on webinars for the nurses. They provide professional development afternoons, clinical supervision. So their role is to support the nurses to ensure that they're at the top of their game, up to date with the latest evidence base. So I can't take credit for that, I'm afraid.
No, so tell me, and this will segue me nicely to talk to Courtney in a moment, which is, how do admiral nurses fit in with the NHS?
Yeah, so they don't just work in NHS organisations, they work across sort of private, public, voluntary sector. But they provide what we call tier 3 level support. So you've got the tier 1, which is sort of advice and guidance, tier 2, which is bespoke, so community psychiatric nurses, and then tier 3 services, which is where Admiral nurses sit. So they provide support to families who really need that or going through that complexity. And then what they do is they support nurses or healthcare professionals in those other two, so tier 2 and tier 1. So it's a whole systems approach, but the direct family work is at that tier 3 support.
So just thinking about the pathway and access then. So somebody comes through, they go to their GP, they then go on to a memory clinic, they may or may not get a timely diagnosis, as we've talked about, or an accurate one, as we've talked about various points today. And then, so where then does the Admiral nurse sitting, I mean, what practically would an Admiral nurse do with a family? Are we talking about now to put in place a power of attorneys, or are you talking about really going and helping people get out of bed? I mean, what?
Yeah, so it's really dependent on where the nurse sits and sort of what the support needed is in that area. So for Courtney, I know that your work is based in acute hospitals, for example, similar to mine. So an Admiral nurse in an acute hospital potentially could work across every division. They might focus on acute accident and emergency, they might focus on the other end, so they might focus on discharge, and they will get a referral either from the people with dementia themselves or the family themselves or from professionals. And if they just need that higher level of support, it could be, they do absolutely anything. So it could be they need support with discharge, or it could be that they need a package of care. So it's sort of that case coordination role. So they bring all the services together to provide that support.
And they can signpost people back. And Courtney, I'm going to bring you in now because I think that I was working up to this. So your research was looking at acute hospitals. Tell us about your research.
Yeah, so my research was focused specifically on the emergency department, that transition from being in the community to potentially needing care in the inpatient setting. And it's a fantastic segue because you jumped right to one of my conclusions, which is you need Admiral nurses in the emergency department.
Well, I was working up to this because I was going to say our Admiral nurses in that place. Go.
Yeah, so my work was focused specifically on that emergency department setting, and it's sort of the emergency department is usually thought of as a place where people sort of transit. It's not a place where you spend a lot of time, especially with the 4-hour targets in the UK. Unfortunately, people with dementia do tend to spend a longer time in the emergency department. And when they're in the emergency department, they're at a higher risk for accidental injuries, for deterioration, and also for delirium, which then complicates their discharge and their ability to return back to the community. So my research was really trying to identify some of the patient characteristics and patient profiles, and also the staff and environmental context that sort of led to those poor outcomes, with a view to identifying opportunities to improve the quality and safety of care. And spoiler alert, one of them is having highly trained Admiral nurses or other, dementia specialist nurses based in the emergency department, because they have this unique ability to organize care in the community and to identify the needs of that patient and the family, and then get them back into the community without needing admission to the hospital, which is an ideal scenario in most cases.
And I'm guessing Admiral nurses aren't sat in A&E waiting, but if they end up with a situation, is that where nurses can find themselves?
In all the hospitals that I worked in, there wasn't an Admiral nurse working in the emergency department, but they liaised very closely with the frailty team that was based in the emergency department. And that really close connection, either to the Admiral nurse based in the community or in the inpatient acute care setting, really facilitated, admissions avoidance. So that close working relationship between the emergency department staff and the care in the community, whether that's through Admiral nurses or the frailty team, was absolutely essential.
Yeah, helping navigate that system and move them through, because A&E, because I previously worked on MRSA and things like that as well, and you just know that people are vulnerable to pick up infections and things as well. And so not having them there if they can't. And Admiral nurses have a great role to play in moving people through so they're not in the same place. So what were the other findings of your work, Connie?
So I was able to identify.
It was just you, right?
No, I always do that. It's team thinking.
Take credit for it.
I found that there was a particular profile of patients that were a higher risk for experiencing a poor outcome of care. And that included people actually who had more moderate dementia and who were mobile. So, typically we would conceptualize people with more severe dementia as being higher risk, and they are for things like delirium, but the most high risk patients were the ones who were disoriented and mobile. And they were most likely to end up with an accidental injury in the emergency department. We also, similar to what Professor Claire was saying, the staff just didn't feel like they had the right training to provide holistic care, and that in a lot of cases the organizational culture, the way things are done in the emergency department, it doesn't support the holistic care that people with dementia really need. So came up with sort of a framework and a model of what dementia-friendly emergency care might look like, and that has the 5 pillars of care in the community, enhanced clinical protocols that are geriatric specific, an organizational culture that supports safety first thinking, better education and training, and involvement, changing up the physical environment just to make it a more safe and more comfortable environment. I mean, nobody likes hospital trolleys, especially not for hours on end if you're not comfortable and you can't understand why you have to stay there. So that's sort of high level. There's opportunities for improvement in all 5 of those areas.
And I'm right in thinking, so Health Education England play a role in providing that kind of all-round generic dementia training, right, for all staff. Is there an expectation, I think, since the old Prime Minister's challenge on dementia, that everybody should have, when you talked about tier 1 and tier, I don't know if it's the same tier system, Emily, but everybody had to have tier 1, right? Even to work in the NHS, you had to have tier 1. What kind of tier training do people in emergency departments have? Is this something they volunteer for? Is there a requirement that they must have done more?
So everyone is required to have tier 1 training, and the overwhelming response from A&E staff was that wasn't enough, that they were interacting with people with dementia who were often in crisis, either physically or in some sort of a mental health crisis, and the tier 1 awareness was not sufficient to address the needs of that population in that setting, and they were desperate for more hands-on training. And in fact, they were quite specific that they wanted simulation-based training. They wanted preceptorship and mentorship programs, especially for the nursing staff, where they could learn from more experienced nurses about effective ways to de-escalate behaviors and, achieve the outcome that they're looking for. In many cases, actually conducting diagnostic tests to understand what is going on, which isn't possible unless they have that training.
So finding time to do and what are the other, Emily, I don't know if you've looked at this, what are the other, what's the difference between tier 1 training? How far do the tiers go?
Yeah, sorry, Courtney, go on, you're going to...
No, you go ahead.
Emily on this.
It's like your basic, and then as it goes up, it gets more complex. So, tier 2, you might be looking at sort of bespoke management of dementia or diagnosis, and then tier 3 would be how to de-escalate managing behavior. Actually, Courtney, what you said, the things that the A&E staff is at sort of tier 3, which is, like you said, it's unlikely that the nurses would be getting that as a standard. It's usually when an Admiral nurse or a dementia specialist nurse is the catalyst to put on those training days, and that isn't always possible. And another thing what I found interesting from what your research said, so my research was quite similar actually, so I looked at medicine for older persons wards and nursing staff capacity for good care there. And what I heard from the nurses was that you get a lot of training potentially because those wards meant to be more specific for that patient population, but actually transferring what you learn in the training room back to the wards is one of the hardest things. And that was what came from my research, was that actually, even if you had the best training in the world, the culture in which the organization sits doesn't allow you to practice in that way, which was very interesting.
Well, that's tricky. I mean, obviously, there's often this kind of comment that if you don't get to use training very often, it won't be helpful. But I get the feeling in this instance that there are so many people living with dementia, going through acute care pathways or on wards, that any training they get, they're definitely going to get an opportunity to make use of. So what did your PhD research find, Emily, in the end? Or tell us about your PhD project. You do that for a minute while I have a drink.
Oh,
while I make another coffee. I'm going to turn my camera off for a second while you tell us about your PhD project.
Okay. Yeah, so as I said, my research was looking at nursing staff capacity for relationship-centred care on medicine for older persons wards. So as Courtney was saying, there's a real understanding that dementia care in hospitals isn't as good as it can be. There's a lot more that needs to be done. But there wasn't always an understanding of why that was, sort of what was the catalyst for that. And especially on medicine for older persons ward, because there was this expectation that actually that's your bread and butter. You should be, providing the highest level of dementia care, because actually 1 in 4 or 1 in 3 beds are occupied by somebody with dementia. So I did some observations and interviews with nursing staff, and yeah, a lot of what I was saying, really, there's like this pull between what the patient needs and what the organisation needs, and the pull of the organisation is always stronger than the pull of the patient. So actually nursing staff are in between a rock and a hard place, really. And one of the things that really shone through in my research is that actually we talk about relationship-centred care as the gold standard for dementia care, but nobody can really articulate what that looks like. It's not a tangible thing. So when we put things in place in hospitals which are target driven and measured, relationship-centred care isn't one of those things. So nursing staff will always do the things that are like visible to the organisation, which are, pressure ulcer prevention. If somebody's got a pressure ulcer, that can be recorded. If somebody got sepsis, that can be recorded. If somebody's blood pressure wasn't done, because again, you can record that. You can't record whether someone delivered relationship-centred care. So within a hospital organisation where the priorities are the things that they measure, of course, nursing staff are going to find it difficult to do the things that aren't measured when they're already struggling to do the things that are. So a lot of things came out of my research. One of the things is that actually we can't implement interventions without looking at the organisational culture. We can't implement interventions that don't look at what the nursing staff routine is. So there's no point implementing an intervention that requires the nursing staff to do additional things when they're already struggling to do the things that they're doing. And a lot of it came out about team dynamics as well. So there's a real sort of cultural difficulty in healthcare, because the medical nursing hierarchy has diminished, and now the hierarchy's in the nursing teams themselves. So we've got nurses that are now turned into managers, we've got healthcare support workers that are as trained as nurses. So there's almost a bit of complication about whose role is who, which also causes some difficulties in providing good care. So I don't know, did you look at nursing staffing in your work, Courtney? Yeah,
definitely. It came up quite a bit in the instances where people were talking about where safety incidents, fairly serious safety incidences, had occurred. There was often a lack of clarity about whose responsibility it was in that particular moment, or when there was different staffing ratios in the A&E, or there was tensions between the different levels of nursing. That was often when you saw people falling out of beds, or medication errors, or people not being fed for 12 hours because there was no clarity about whose responsibility that was at that time in the shift, which obviously it has catastrophic impacts all the way through a hospital stay if you've not had anything to eat for 12 hours when you're 90.
Mine was almost, it wasn't a negative thing. Like the nurses and the healthcare support workers were trying to help each other. Delivering the chocolates. We're trying to help each other, but in doing so, we're sometimes rushing through their tasks with the patient to help their team members. So it was a positive thing, but it had negative consequences.
Yeah, I think with that one of the hospitals that I was working in was having a really hard time with their A&E, and it was sort of under a lot of supervision from regulatory bodies and everything, and there was this feeling at the time that there was a lot of criticism and not very much understanding of the context of the work. And so if you were ever to step outside of your role to try and do something extra for a patient that wasn't technically designated as your own, that you could be criticized for that. And there it became this sort of culture of, you know, don't touch anybody else's patients, don't work anywhere other than what you're supposed to do, because even if you're trying to help, you'll get criticized. And that culture was extraordinarily challenging, and it was really causing a lot of distress for the staff because they felt like they were having to disregard their natural instinct to care.
That's disappointing, isn't it? That's when you would hope that regulatory bodies would have the flexibility to understand the differences there. So I'm going to ask this question. So having you both finished your PhDs last year? No, Courtney, yours was longer than that.
2018, October.
2018.
Yeah.
So has your work gone on? Obviously, I know you've both gone on to continue in dementia research or to continue in dementia in your own way. How hard is it to take what you learn, which is these really valuable, useful lessons from your PhD project, to then give them to somebody to act upon? Were you both funded by Alzheimer's Research, Alzheimer's Society, or NIHR, or?
I think
NIHR.
NIHR.
I was Alzheimer's Society.
You are Alzheimer's Society. So the funders have this. They want you to give the results back, right? I mean, that's part of the funders are getting good at that. But
yes, it's hard for me because I fled the country. I submitted and then I left, 3 days later. And I'll be honest, it's been a struggle to kind of get reestablished in Canada. There hasn't been very much uptake. I'm still working on that. I think it's a real shame that it hasn't gone further. There was a lot of enthusiasm about this idea of working towards dementia-friendly emergency departments right at the time that I submitted, and it's kind of faded a bit. And
COVID has realised that the world has become that much smaller now, hasn't it? I think I've got a colleague who's about to be working from an entirely different country because it needs must, and so I think being able to continue your work and spread it in that way, if you've got the connection, should be there. And we do still have a little bit of time for questions. If anybody would like to post a question, you can use that. Use the Q&A button in Zoom, or you can post in the comments box of YouTube, and I'll put your questions to you. So, thinking you've just got a new job as well, Courtney.
Yes.
In the time. So, how is because your new job is still related to aging. What's your new?
Yeah, so I'm sort of shifting gears into policy-based work. So I'm working for the National Research Council of Canada. They are starting a challenge program, which is a 7-year program of sort of concentrated work in a particular area. So the work is on aging in place. So for the next 7 years, we're going to be, working with the best of technology and industry and academia to really push forward advances in technology and also in society that will enable people to age in place. So I'm one of their program advisors. And I'll be helping to sort of steer what that looks like and help to bring in, the perspectives of older adults and hopefully keep dementia right at the very forefront. Just providing some alternatives to nursing care and trying to create a system where people are able to stay at home longer.
That's brilliant. That sounds an exciting new job. Oh, we did just have a question come in. Chris says, how do researchers engage with Admiral nurses for expert advice?
Yeah, great question. So my email is on there. So please do send me an email. If not, we've got a research and publication team, so all the information is on our website. We would be absolutely delighted to sit on any research panels. And we also do professional development afternoons, which we have had researchers come and talk and sort of ask for advice. So please do get in touch.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. The arrival of our next guests marks the end of this session at 6 o'clock. Thank you very much, Dr. Courtney Genge, for finding time to join us all the way from Canada, and Emily as well, Dr. Emily Oliver, for joining us both. Fantastic work, and please do continue to do what you do, and thank you very much again for joining. Thank you.
Thanks for doing this, Adam.
Okay, it's not 5:30, it's 6 o'clock, which means that we're moving on to the last quarter of today's chatathon. Coming up next, in this next half an hour, we're going to be talking about improving research through and ensuring ethnicity does not impact diagnosis and care. And you got a little sales pitch earlier, Naheed, because Martin was keen to promote that you were joining us later today.
Okay. Oh, that's always nice.
I think you've got my colleague later. So before we move on, and I introduce hi Nadine and Naheed. Thank you for joining.
Hi.
Both.
Hi.
I'm gonna get my usual plug in now. So it's 6 o'clock. As you know, today is the Dementia Research Chatathon Live. I've been doing this hoping that you'll sponsor us by talking to 60 researchers over 12 hours to raise money for Alzheimer's Research UK. Donating £50 will fund specialist equipment to study cells, and whether it's £50 or £1, every donation you make today will make a massive difference to help. All the details on how to make donations, including the schedule as well, on who we're going to be talking to over the next 3 hours, all details of all the researchers you've seen today can still be accessed on our website at chatathon.uk. So please do donate if you can, and have a look at the schedule there as well. We are also recording. Well, we're recording from about an hour and a half in, when I remembered to press record. So I will be releasing these sessions later as well, for people to watch who can't catch up. And I think the YouTube live then turns into a video, so you can probably watch this as well back. And you can rewind on there as well if there's a session you've missed. So please do donate what you can. I'm now going to update the board. Dun, da, da, da. Have either do any watching today? Have you watched, or are you just going for your sessions?
No, I've been in the hospital. I've been doing my clinical work, so I've only just got back, and now I'm
I'm impressed by your opulent surroundings, Nadine. That's some awesome woodwork there.
Yeah, that is quite impressive. Are you in like,
you've got
actually no, I'm just moving
your manor house?
I'm impressed compared to my side. Okay, so we had 2 people just then, so we're up to 46 people talked to so far, and we're up to 9 hours into the 12. Thank you ever so much for everybody that's found time to watch. Also as well, we've had 1,000 people watch so far today.
Oh, that's amazing.
Which is great. And right now we've got 60 people watching right now as well. So hello to everybody that's watching. We're going to update our fundraising total. I'm going to hit refresh on this page, and I've got my drum roll machine here. Oh, woo! So we're now up to £2,604.
Amazing.
604, which means we've raised over 100 quid in the last half an hour. So thank you.
Brilliant.
Everybody who's made a donation throughout today and in the last half hour as well. Still got £2,400 to go to meet our target. So please do give what you can. Chatathon.uk. But thank you. £2,604 is amazing. I'm really excited. And I've been forgetting to update my coffee total. I am now on my 2nd can of Red Bull and my 3rd coffee. So that is at least 2 more for the coffees and 2 more for the Red Bulls. So 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a 5. Ooh, we're up to 8 shots of caffeine so far. That's not bad. That's not even 1 hour. And during the last half an hour, I did manage to eat a pack of mini cheddars.
All right. How are you managing to fuel yourself while interviewing? That's the...
I haven't. I've just been surreptitiously turning off my camera once in a while and eating really quickly.
Okay.
Oh my God.
I've had 2 cheese sandwiches. They were nice. A pack of mini cheddars, 2 smoothies, and a banana. So we're doing all right. That's not bad for an average day, right? That's the same as I'd have had anyway. Right. I should properly introduce you because you've been here for ages now. So I'm joined by Dr. Naheen Muqaddam, who is a senior research fellow at the Division of Psychiatry at UCL. We've had several people from UCL Psychiatry today. Did I completely butcher your surname there?
No, that was all right.
That makes a change. And we also have Nadeem Mirza, who's a postgraduate researcher from the University of Manchester. It is Doctor. Sorry, do you know what? I had you down as Dr. Nadeem Mirza, and then I took it off because your Twitter.
No, it's not doctor. I don't know why it's saying doctor.
It's doctor there too.
Oh my God, it's like aspirational. Like one day.
Well, yeah. Well, what is it? Dress for the job you want, right?
Exactly. Furnished for the job you want.
Yeah. Well, you're already consultant or professor with that backdrop. Is this your house as well?
It's my parents' house.
I was gonna say that looks like a
very
parent's
nice
backdrop.
Thank you.
Is your dad a consultant or a professor?
He's a doctor, so he's a consultant.
Thank you very much both for joining me. So why don't let's do proper introductions. So Nadeem, could you introduce yourself first?
So I'm a PhD student at the Centre for Primary Care at the University of Manchester, and I've been doing research around ethnic minorities and specifically British South Asians' experience of diagnosis in memory clinics and how they access those services in the first place. So I started off my research first by looking at the tests that we use to diagnose and screen with dementia and how those tests are heavily influenced by language and culture. So when you don't match the test for culture and language to the population, you get things like people being diagnosed when they don't have it, or their dementia not being detected. So the first part of my research, which was my master's, was working on developing methods to culturally adapt tests for different populations.
Sorry, I'm going to come back in. I'm going to come with questions. So the South Asian population in Manchester that you were looking at, would these are people that have lived here that have lived in the UK for a long time? It's just that culture is still retained in amongst the family and their extended community.
Definitely.
Sorry, carry on.
Yeah. But it's a good point. It's especially because so many of these South Asians, especially the ones who moved here, they moved as young adults. So their culture is very much ingrained in them already. And as can happen with dementia, you sometimes regress to the first language you ever knew and stuff like that. So I worked on okay, we need to address these gaps with the tests. People shouldn't be, misdiagnosed because the test wasn't designed for them. And then from there, as I segued into my PhD, we're like, okay, let's not just focus on the test. What about the services overall? Is the onus is kind of to blame the ethnic minority communities, there's stigma in their communities and they don't want outsider help, which is partially true. But for the ones who do seek help, the services are very hard to access.
Well, that's what I was going to ask, because there is that stereotypical response, isn't it? That, I'm not even sure I like that term of hard to reach group. There are this group of people, because I don't know if they are hard to reach. We're just not very good at reach, but is there an issue with engaging services in the population in that population you are researching? What is this like? Is there stigma amongst dementia? Is it closed family? Is it something hidden away, or?
Well, there definitely is stigma. This is undeniable. The whole concept of mental health is still stigmatized in ethnic minority communities and very much so in South Asian communities. But
these communities are grasping on to mental health concepts now, especially something like dementia, because when you speak, they all know someone who has it. They're acknowledging it more. They're understanding the biology behind it. And with that, it's more like of course, they have these beliefs that we don't want outsiders to take care of our family. We feel we're responsible for them. If anything, services should facilitate that then. Can we have a relationship with both family and outsider help? And then the actual educational materials that exist in these services on dementia, they're often in English. When they are translated, the translations are very, very poor. It's honestly, like some of the Urdu translations I've seen are the equivalent of like old English. So imagine like you're reading about dementia, it's like thou, thy, and all of that. I mean, you're not gonna it's gonna be very hard to understand that. So the people are trying to engage with services. They realize they need help, but the services are not reciprocating.
So I'm going to come to you, Nahid. You're a little bit further along your career. I guess you might have been research. Is this something you've also been looking at for some time? Tell us about your work.
Yeah. My research career so far has been looking at inequalities really in dementia, and that's across the board from the help-seeking pathway to experiences within memory services, and also now more recently looking at prevention and post-diagnostic support. So I'm really interested in what Nadine's saying about her work, and I'd like to hear more about it, because it does seem like it's sort of it's very much sort of complementary to some of the stuff that I've been looking at.
I was going to ask, when you were talking about your work there, so when you talk about differences, are we talking about particular ethnicity differences, or could this be about people with I don't know, that have got low incomes, or different family, different communities, or there's been a lot of talk about kind of traveller communities and things like that. I mean, which population?
Yeah, sorry, so I just should specify. Yeah.
Or
No, so it started off being relatively broad, so looking at minority ethnic groups, and primarily so African or Black African and Afro-Caribbean populations, as well as the South Asian population. And then for my PhD, I focused on the South Asian population specifically, primarily because peer review, when I was trying to do all of it, was saying you really need to narrow this down. So looking at inequalities with regards to ethnicity specifically. And of course, I think, as we've seen from COVID, there's, being from a minority ethnic group has a lot of confounders associated with it, in that, the socioeconomic status as well, and where you live, these can all, these are all confounding factors, but I've been very much looking at ethnicity and how that plays a role in, whether you seek help and then your experience you have.
So interesting. Obviously, I know, and Dean, you specifically looking at South Asian populations, in slightly different groups. So how did you find that? I mean, is there are people less likely to seek help if you're from one of these groups, one of these minority groupings?
So certainly from my research, I found that people from minority ethnic groups tended to delay help seeking. So they recognize that that symptoms of dementia are not normal. It's a change in their family member, but there was more of a delay in seeking help compared to the white British population, for many reasons. Partly because not thinking this was an illness that needed to involve a doctor. Partly stigma. Partly the sense of familial responsibility. So that led to the delay in seeking help. And as a result, one of my studies looking at electronic health records found that for people presenting to memory services, that their MMSE scores were lower at the time of presentation, indicating that their dementia may have been at a more advanced stage.
Longer to go.
But that they were actually younger when they were diagnosed with dementia. So that indicating that there's actually more of a greater susceptibility to dementia amongst minority ethnic groups.
That's interesting, because I saw your work looks at risk and things as well. So suggesting that there's a higher likelihood of getting it younger, but then waiting longer before, so it ends up about the same. You end up both going and they're about 70 years old, except somebody's had it longer.
Yeah, that's right. And so, and you know, when you're presenting later, often the presentations tend to be, you know, more in response to a crisis. So it's, you know, it's more distressing for the person with dementia, their family members. And then if you're presenting at a later stage, there may be less that the memory service can provide for you, you know, at a later stage in the disease. So I think it's really important to, you know, to raise awareness, reduce the stigma, and, you know, encourage people to come earlier so that the diagnosis can be given in a timely manner.
How does that compare to, say, somebody who has a more acute, you know, somebody, I'm thinking about memory as this subjective thing that, you know, if somebody hurt themselves in some way, are they more likely, or are they also still less likely to engage with services? Is this something that's unique to dementia, or actually we're talking about health services as a whole?
Yeah, actually, I think so. So maybe acute injury is probably not as similar enough, but for things like diabetes, for example, or other health conditions, there, you know, there is evidence that actually in South Asians that help seeking is delayed for those as well. So, and it's difficult to tease out, you know, whether it's above and beyond that for dementia. Certainly, the stigma around, you know, mental health conditions indicates that it might be even worse for dementia. But yeah, but there is, you know, this sort of reluctance for other health conditions as well.
How does that play into your work, Nadine?
I mean, it seems to be exactly what I've
Same in
heard.
Manchester, because your research is in London, Nahid.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. So sort of the same sort of stories you hear from people in Manchester, and they absolutely decide, like you mentioned with the diabetes, they are seeking help a lot later into the progression of these diseases, unfortunately. And I know that for some people, it's sometimes a mistrust in health services as a whole, sometimes, due to things like racism and stereotyping and stuff like that.
Yeah,
So,
and that's definitely come out with my research as well, yeah.
So it leads to not really trusting, you know, the physicians your life is in the hands of.
And I think as well, I mean, you'd like to think, wouldn't you, that family members that perhaps have that kind of second generation of family members that kind of went to school in the UK and grew up, it would be encouraging to engage with services in the same way. But I think the communities retain those cultural differences, and so you can't assume that just because your kids grew up and went to school in Manchester that they'll be as engaged as, you know, the middle class white family from down the road as well.
Exactly. I've had, when I was doing public engagement work in community centers, and I would be talking to people of all ages, and it's almost like this passing down of horror stories, like, oh, when I went, this has happened to me, don't go.
When we would, so a lifetime ago, I did some work in Slough that was looking at sickle cell disease. I mean, this is a very long time ago, 20 years ago. And looking at how they were raising a population to come out for, I can't remember if it was screening or to come out and to look at this in Slough. And one of the things that made a big difference there was when the local doctor was from the same ethnicity or was from the same community, that doctor's services were massively used more than anybody else. And so I don't know if you find that the same. Is this the same with dementia? If your GP is also, you know, from that community, do people trust more do they trust more in that way? Are they more likely to go? Is that something you managed to look at?
Yeah, I think there is that element of trust. I mean, my husband's a GP, and certainly he finds that for treatment of chronic health conditions in his Bangladeshi patients, that he finds that there's sort of better engagement with him, and you know, my patients and people from the community that I've spoken to have said that you know, when they're thinking about going to a memory service, you know, it's really important for them that someone from their culture, someone that they can identify with is there, that that they feel that they'll be be a good fit.
So having we've talked about this on carers and things earlier, in nursing home staff, but perhaps encouraging people from different groups to work in those services that are supporting the patients in the first place could mean that there'll be more access and reduce some of these disparities. Perhaps, I mean, clearly there's a more fundamental science thing going on here. If people are getting this earlier, looking at those lifestyle factors, and I know there is research going on to look at how dementia affects different ethnicities, although not as much, I suspect, as they ideally would like to be. But this comes back to the point that we made earlier, that we just need more researchers. It's not that to be working on this as well.
I do have an interesting counter. It's kind of, so I definitely have noticed, and I've read the literature and spoken to people, that it definitely helps to have people that represent you in the service. But at the same time, I also met people who said they might be initially quite wary, because what if it's someone from within their close-knit community? And that again comes to the stigma idea, like, oh, what if they tell somebody that I know this information is going to spread? I'd rather not risk it.
You might lose the anonymity.
You might lose the anonymity. So it's almost a double-edged sword, because when you don't have representation, you miss out on a lot of information. When you do have representation, there is a fear of being stigmatized in your community.
So what changes, I mean, in the research, Nahid, I'll come to you first. What just a reminder for anybody watching that we do have time for questions, so please do post your questions if you have them. You can do them in the Q&A box on the Zoom, or you can post them in the chat section on YouTube. What's your research suggesting we could do to improve that situation, Nahid?
In terms of help seeking?
Well, I mean,
or just across the board?
Across the board. I mean, for each of these elements, because obviously you look at both care pathways and diagnosis in care. I mean, we haven't talked much about care here post diagnosis. I mean, we've just obviously been talking about access to Admiral services and admissions to A&E post diagnosis, or accessing support, and I guess even thinking about dementia cafes and things like this, which you just get a sense of won't be accessed as well as they could. What's the research suggesting we could do to improve this?
So many things. So I think starting even at prevention, I think raising awareness about the link between cardiovascular risk factors and dementia, encouraging people to take up their midlife health check, because we know that diabetes, obesity, hypertension, these are all much more frequent in the South Asian population compared to the white British population. And then, so my work on raising, awareness about help seeking suggests that people respond to storytelling. So seeing the point of help seeking, that actually it's something helpful that you're doing for your family member. And the point of it is that you go, you get assessed, and that, it might not be dementia, you could rule it out. And then if it is dementia, then you get the help and support that you and your family needs earlier, which means, you can plan better for the future, prevent crises, and manage your health better. And then I think within memory services as well, I think there just needs to be greater inclusivity, really thinking about the diagnostic tools we use. Are they culturally appropriate? Do they take into account someone's educational background, their language? Are you missing something, or are you giving people from diverse ethnic groups as good a quality service as you are for the majority population? And then once someone is diagnosed, what support and help do they have available, and is it culturally appropriate? Is it being delivered in a language that they can understand? Are you engaging their family members and their support network in an appropriate way? So I think it's really, throughout from midlife, thinking about prevention of dementia all the way through to post-diagnostic support. I think there's a lot more that we can be doing in memory services and in GP practices, and also in raising awareness in the community about these important issues.
disappointing it needs raising, isn't it? Because you'd like to think that this is a no-brainer, right? I mean, this isn't the first time that this has been discussed. Kind of trying to encourage and support access to health services, whether that is from, you know, your working class population that don't really engage with things, through to different ethnic minorities as well, is getting better. It's sad that we still need to be talking about this. You'd hope it would have been addressed by now, but it hasn't. And it's not just a case of translation. This isn't making your materials available in Bangladeshi.
Yeah.
Which I think is often, even that in itself is overlooked because, oh, well, that's more expensive. That's expensive. We've got to do translation. What about you, Nadine? How are you? What's your, obviously you're still doing your PhD. What year are you in? I should have asked.
So I'm in third year, but sorry, oh my God, now I'm in fourth year, but third year barely counts.
And are you doing this over 5 or over 3 and you're late?
It was supposed to be 3.5. Then it got extended to 4. It's probably going to go more than 4 now, given everything that's happened.
So you're writing up though. You've got some findings.
I've got some findings, but I'm going to be conducting more interviews. And because a huge stage of the research that I wanted to do, it got scrapped because of COVID. So we need to replace it with something else. Yeah.
So what are you finding so far? I mean, obviously you've told us about, but I mean, what in terms of what we could do to improve?
Well, Dr. Naheed really covered everything there is about, like, you know, the outreach that we need to do in communities and the work that we're doing in the health services. A part of my research was also looking at what we need to do in research to recruit and include ethnic minorities, because I was reviewing the literature. I did a systematic review on this, and the representation of ethnic minorities is very poor across UK-based dementia research, because obviously it's not mandatory here to recruit ethnic minorities, but then the products of that research is being applied to populations with ethnic minorities. So I think we need to train researchers to, again, it's that whole, oh, they're a hard to reach population, they're very hard to recruit from. But how are you recruiting? Are you going, you know, is it enough to say, oh, I went to
default, is it? I think that's
it's not going to happen.
You are going to have to, if you want to increase ethnic minorities in your research studies, you are going to have to go out of your way to try.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can't just put out an advert and people will apply. And so it has to be a concerted effort to do that.
Yeah.
And you get a sense that, I don't know, do you think people are just going, oh, do you know what, recruiting's hard enough without
doing this? But I think in a way that means your research is compromised, because then you see in the paper, oh, we can generalize. No, you cannot generalize this to the population. And you see people, they say, oh, we went to such and so community center, we gave a talk, we gave out flyers. But what we've known time and time again is going in once isn't enough. You need to go there. You need to establish trust with these people. You need to, like Dr. Naheed said, apply that storytelling concept. Listen to them first. Give them what they want before you start taking them for your labor. And similarly, this is such a small thing, but again, like it comes, translation is not enough. I was making information sheets. And when I translated them into Urdu, just because there are some words you cannot translate directly into Urdu, like encryption. So you have to literally explain it in like 2-3 sentences. And my 4-page information sheet became a 9-page document. And I was thinking, nobody is going to read this. They're not going to want to. They're not going to care if it's in their language, and nobody is going to read it. It's going to put them off immediately.
So, I mean, does that mean could ethics panels, for example, help with this? They could be more understanding. Are there enough? Because I can imagine that there are very few people from ethnic minorities sitting on ethics review panels either.
I genuinely think that's the case, because I had to use this argument because I really simplified my language. You know, instead of saying confidentiality, I literally explained it. I really simplified it, and I created a summary version as well. And they sent it back to me, and they said that since you've already translated, we don't see the need for you to have such easy terms. Why can't you still use the difficult terms? I'm like, that's very simplistic thinking. You need to understand that that population is not going to understand what you're trying to ask of them, especially when you're working with elder South Asians with dementia. They're not going to understand. It's going to be very confusing for them.
Wow. Well, honestly, I mean, we're out as ever. We're out of town, and I feel we've only just touched the surface of how this conversation could go. Because also as well, there are so many other people that you'd want to reach through this, and I feel the differences are there. So I hope there are opportunities for you to both collaborate. I don't know how much this is talked about in other conferences and in other venues, but it's an important topic that you feel, I definitely feel needs more exposure and more coming together of minds to try and address this, and maybe learning from other health services as well about how they've engaged. Thank you very much, Nadine, Mirza, and Dr. Naheed Mukadam for joining us today.
Thank you so much, Adam. I think it's a really wonderful thing that you're doing, and I'm impressed that you're still going so many hours into this this chatathon, but hang in there.
The coffee's definitely kicking in.
That Red Bull.
Thank you so much.
Thank you both very much for joining. Please do keep up the good work and keep applying for those grants and making that money work, because you're putting it to really good use. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Okay.
Bye.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so it's 6:30, and coming up over the next half an hour, I'm going to be joined by Tim Rittman and Sana Suri. Hi, Bo. Hi, Tim.
Hiya. You're right.
And we're going to be
Hello.
talking about making use of pictures of the brain, which is my simplified version of trying to pick on the fact that you both use imaging as part of your work, but I've got a feeling that that's not the only thing you do. But by the time I got down to my 20th session to try and describe, I might have not picked on the most appropriate titles. But before we do that, it's the half an hour point where I am going to remind everybody that the purpose of today is to raise money for Alzheimer's Research UK. They're doing fantastic work. It costs £2,500 to buy synthetically made amyloid, and that's the stuff that built up in the brain for one reason or another, and people develop dementia. And so your money today will make a massive difference to help continue the work of the researchers we've been speaking to throughout the day. So please do consider donating. Every penny you donate will make a massive difference. Details on how to donate, details on the guests that you've been seeing throughout the day, and the schedule for the remaining 2.5 hours of the Chatathon today are available on our website, which is chatathon.uk. Do click the Just Giving link at the top of the page, and please donate whatever you can. I'm going to update our board. Half an hour in. So we've just spoken to 2 more people, so we go from 46 to 48. The big countdown. This is going to hit 60, and then we're going to end today. And we've just been talking for another hour, so we're at 9.5 hours. Our fundraising total half an hour ago was £2,604. I'm going to refresh the page. 2604 to 2692.86. We've got an odd 86 pence at the end there. 26.
Every penny counts.
92.86. Honestly, even if we just get somebody donates another 14 pence to make that round that up, that would be great. So we've made 2,690, and given we started the day on about £600, that means we've raised around £2,000 already today, which is fantastic. Thank you very much, everybody that's given. I know many of the researchers that have been talking to us today have made donations themselves, as well as so many of the guests that have, and Twitter has just been crazy. There are so many people tweeting and sharing this on Twitter. So thank you, everybody that's donated so far, everybody that's sharing on social media. We do still have 2.5 hours to go. Hopefully to try and get closer to our target of £5,000. So continue to give what you can, and do tell people as you're all getting home from work now, you can listen on Periscope if you're cooking in the kitchen, flip open your iPad and turn on YouTube. There's no point in I'm telling people this, but of course they can't do it because they're not listening, so they won't do it.
It's been a long day, isn't it, Adam?
So if you're now leaving to go home, or you've just got home, give up. Just watch. We've got 2.5 hours to go. Don't turn on the telly or pick up that book. Listen to us instead. Okay, so hello. I'm pleased to be joined by Dr. Tim Rittman. Tim.
Hiya.
Tim is a senior research associate, and do you know what? You were awkward because you've got such a long job title.
It's a ridiculous job title, yeah.
You made me go on to. Do you know what? I'm one of these people that hates things when they go onto 2 rows, and you were really hard to get onto 1 row.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Yeah.
Senior research associate and consultant neurologist at the University of Cambridge, but also Cambridge. Are you at the hospital as well, aren't you?
Yeah, so I spend part of my time as a neurologist. I've been in clinic all day today, actually. So it's a shame I haven't been able to see any of this because I've been in clinic.
Well, you can watch back.
I remember
I'll have to record at about 2 hours in. So we missed. But also, well, I think on the YouTube, I think it'll go live and stay in YouTube, and you can rewind it there. So
so part of what I do is,
well. I'm also delighted to welcome Dr. Sana. Have I said that right, Sana Suri?
Yeah, that's right.
Hey, who is an Alzheimer's Society Research Fellow at the University of Oxford. We've had a few people from Oxford today. Big up for Oxford. Yeah. We've got Oxford and Cambridge today, so this is a competition. Who is best?
This is.
I didn't realise that.
One right answer.
I should have done some preparation then, shouldn't I?
Who's going to win? Could you virtually arm wrestle? No, I'm teasing. There is no competition amongst academia. So, Tim, I'm going to come to you first. So, tell us about your work. Introduce yourself.
So when I'm not in the clinics, I'm a researcher, so I'm an academic. So I work partly funded by the Cambridge Bioresource Centre here and the Centre for Parkinson's Plus syndrome. So I have sort of 2 bits to my work really. So the first bit is trying to understand some types of rare dementia, and the other is trying to use some of the sort of fancy imaging techniques that we have in research and try and take that to the clinic. So the 2 types of unusual dementias that I look at are called progressive supranuclear palsy, cortical basal degeneration. So we often think of dementia as sort of Alzheimer's disease of memory and things like that. In these diseases, it more affects movement, and it affects people in terms of their behaviour and sometimes their language and speech as well. So what I'm trying to do with these sort of brain pictures or brain images is try and work out how the diseases are travelling through the brain. So we know if we look at these diseases under a microscope, we can see this build-up of this protein that's called Tau. And we know a fair bit about what happens to Tau in a Petri dish. And we're starting to understand what happens in a mouse. But actually then translating that up to a whole human brain is a real challenge. So we're trying to bridge that gap. We're using imaging. So sometimes I mainly use MRI scans. So that's magnetic resonance imaging, which is a sort of magnetic scan. It's a long tube that you go into. It's very noisy, but it gives you really nice, beautiful images of the brain. So we can look at the structure of the brain, which bits of the brain shrink away. But I'm also very interested in conversations within the brain, so what we call brain networks. So there's different conversations going on between brain regions, and you can build up all those conversations. You think about lots of people being on the phone to each other, a whole sort of a network of telephone conversations. It's very similar in the brain. And you can look at how that changes in dementia. And we know that these sort of brain networks are sort of templates, if you like, for how the diseases spread through the brain. So when we look at where in the brain the disease pops up, it's very similar to these networks. But also we know that these networks can help stave off some of the symptoms. If you can organise your networks in an efficient way, it can stave off some of the symptoms of dementia. So I'm trying to understand those 2 things really. And the other part, we're sort of trying to use some of those sort of fancy imaging techniques that we're using to say, well, actually, if we can look at these brain networks or brain structure, can we use things like artificial intelligence and machine learning to actually give information to clinicians, to doctors like me in the clinic that we might not otherwise have, to help us with diagnosis and predicting what's going to happen to someone in the future with their dementia.
You'd like, I mean, you'd expect that clever modeling and creating those kind of, well, as we all know, that as the brain's complex. I was just thinking about Elon Musk's latest news article last week. I think he's suddenly learning, isn't he? Rocket science is easier than brain science. So, I mean, how close do you think we are to being able to replicate some of those networks using artificial intelligence and machine learning, or are they just too dissimilar?
Yeah, I think it's a good question. I mean, I think trying to sort of replicate what the brain does on a computer is very challenging, because the brain works in lots of clever ways, and it doesn't really work in the same way as a computer. I mean, some people would argue the brain is just one big guessing machine, really. It makes a guess and then it sort of sees if it's right and then adjusts it a bit, and sort of goes back and sort of makes another guess and sees if that's right. That's very different to the way a computer works, which is sort of very precise and sort of digital. So people are trying to do that. I think we're much better at trying to actually use some of those artificial intelligence and machine learning methods to answer the questions that we've got, because when you've got a brain image, it's loads and loads of what we call little voxels. It's like taking your TV screen, and each little point on there is a point of the brain. That's a lot of data. And then if you take something like the UK Biobank, which we're looking at, which has got 40,000 people who've had brain scans in, that's a huge amount of data. So we need those kinds of fancy models actually to understand the data.
And being able to process that data all together and overlap those is where computers are great, right? I mean,
yeah, exactly. Yeah, and the way that artificial intelligence, machine learning is going, there's, we can answer questions which we just couldn't answer 10, 15 years ago. And what's great about working in imaging as well, I'm sure Sana will say the same, is that people are very collaborative and work together. So people have been able to put together these massive data sets from loads of different parts of the world. So rather than working on 10 people that you've recruited from your clinic, you're suddenly working on 1,000 people from lots of different centres around the world.
That's fascinating. And sorry, Sana, we'll come to you next. Tell us about your work.
Hi, Adam. Hi, Tim. Thanks very much for having me on today. So my work, well, I've just started my research group called the Heart and Brain Group in Oxford. So my research sort of does exactly what the group name says. I'm mainly interested in how the health of our heart in midlife, when we're about 40, 50, 60 years old, affects our brain and cognitive health when we get older. So, we've already heard from previous sessions today that there are certain lifestyle factors, such as having high blood pressure, having diabetes, high cholesterol, or being obese, doing low levels of exercise or smoking. In midlife, all of these things can affect the health of our heart, but we also know now that they increase our chances of getting dementia when we're older. And so my research uses a number of different brain imaging methods to understand what causes this heart-brain link in Alzheimer's disease particularly. And there are many sort of specific kinds of brain imaging methods that I use. So I'm most interested in methods that measure the blood flow to the brain. So because I think that this sort of link between heart health and brain health may lie within the amount of blood and the quality of blood that's supplied to the brain under different conditions. So I use a range of different brain imaging methods that can tell us different sort of complementary bits of information about blood flow to the brain.
Fascinating. And blood flow to the brain must come in. That's something you look at as well, is it, Tim?
Sorry, say that again.
Blood flow to the brain is that part something you're imaging at the same time?
Yeah, it is. I mean, I'm not specifically looking at sort of how the blood sort of changes in the blood system, but actually when we're looking at these what we call functional imaging, which is what we build up from these networks, actually we're looking at things indirectly there, and that directly measures blood flow. So when you're thinking hard about something and a bit of the brain is active, actually the blood gets diverted to that. And that's how actually we pick up the activity of the brain, because the blood gets diverted there. So yeah, it's, I think, I always say what's good for the heart's good for the brain. So I think it's a really important area, actually.
Yeah, that old adage is true. Just coming back to a point you made before, Tim, about looking at the reorganizing brain networks, and this has come up a few times before about the importance of continuing to learn and things like the brain training games and things like that. I mean, is this something that's been looked at as well there? I mean,
yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's something I'm really interested in looking at further, actually. And this comes back to this concept of like cognitive reserve. So what that means is if you're well educated, if you're a very social person, then your brain becomes a bit more resilient to dementia. We don't quite know why. My suspicion is actually it makes the brain networks a bit more efficient. So if your brain networks are more efficient, then you can withstand a bit more damage to the brain, if you like. So we know we sort of looked at this in some genetic forms of dementia. So it's an amazing study called the Genetic Frontotemporal Initiative, run by some guys at UCL, which looks at people who have this genetic form of dementia. We can see that they lose brain volume, so they lose brain cells 10 years before they have symptoms. But actually, from what we've looked at, their brain networks stay pretty stable until they get symptoms. So my suspicion is actually this cognitive reserve, if you can build that up, makes your networks efficient, makes you more resilient to dementia. Whether you can then get that later on by brain training and things like that, I'm not so confident about, but it's possible. You know, who knows?
Well, I guess does it come back to this idea, as long as you're putting in more than you're taking out, perhaps. So if you can continue to try and learn as maybe it just slows down the progression rather than perhaps.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it's not sort of conclusively proven yet, but I mean, people often ask me about, oh, if I learn a second language, will it stop me getting dementia? Well, I say, well, that's fine. Maybe, but don't learn it for the sake of stopping getting dementia. Do it because you want to learn a language
anyway, just because it's interesting. Yeah. And Sana, so you say you're setting up an entirely new lab then. So what's the underlying this? I mean, what are you hoping to achieve through this new lab?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think it sort of builds on what Tim was just talking about, the concept of cognitive reserve. So I'm interested in cerebrovascular reserve. And that's how much your body can sort of boost up its blood flow to the brain whenever the demands for blood in the brain start to increase. So we use this very specific kind of brain imaging to measure a proxy marker of vascular reserve called cerebrovascular reactivity. It's a bit of a mouthful, but really what we're doing is putting people into the scanner. They just got to lie in this bed. They wear a little face mask on and they breathe normal air that you would sort of normally breathe in the room. And then for small periods of time, we sort of slightly increase the amount of carbon dioxide that we deliver to them. And the reason we do that is we're trying to mimic the effects of light exercise. So the carbon dioxide acts as a sort of stress test to see how much your body can boost up the blood flow to the brain whenever the demand for energy in the brain increases. And we know that in people with Alzheimer's disease, this sort of compensation response is a little bit impaired. And so what I'm interested in and what we're going to be doing over the coming years is looking at whether people who are also at risk of Alzheimer's but don't show any symptoms yet, whether they also have changes in this carbon dioxide response while they're in the MRI scanner, and whether their blood flow is impaired in this area.
So that's just a normal scanning machine.
It's just a normal scanning machine that's fitted with a few extra tubes to supply air while you're in the scanner. And we're sort of also using another technique called ultrasound. And we're using that to study the health of the large blood vessels in the neck and in the heart that end up supplying the brain. So sort of doing a bit of heart imaging as well, and then trying to link those two types of imaging methods to get a sort of holistic picture of what's going on with this heart-brain link.
So who are the people that you would be subjecting that to? Who are the research subjects for that work?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So we're starting out with sort of a normal elderly population, so a wide range of cognitive presentations, but also people who've had histories of heart disease, diabetes, and all of the other sort of vascular lifestyle risk factors for dementia, but not people who have dementia just yet. So we're hoping to first establish some sort of associations or see if there are any associations within this group, and then move on to a more clinical population in the coming years.
So, and would that be people with different types of, because of course, I can't help but think about the links between this and whether you're thinking about vascular dementia particularly, because of course we know.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is you know, one would go straight to vascular dementia, but there is such a large overlap in the risk factors and the clinical presentations and the underlying pathology for both Alzheimer's and vascular dementia now that, you know, we're seeing more and more cases of mixed dementia where the diagnosis is a little bit blurred. And so I think that what we would like to do eventually is to scale this up in populations of both Alzheimer's as well as vascular dementia.
And I guess, what are you expecting to find? I mean, are you expecting to find that better blood flow to the brain will improve, and so exercise more? I mean, tell me what.
Yeah, exactly. I think one of the key things, and the reason why this is so interesting to me, is that a lot of the blood flow changes to the brain, they're not permanent. And so we can reverse them through, there are some very preliminary findings to show that exercise, as you just mentioned, can increase blood flow to the brain. And, you know, so impairments in blood flow can be modified and targeted really early on in life so that we can maintain this sort of reserve, as we've talked about earlier, to sort of offset the you know, later sort of cognitive decline that may come. And so, you know, if we can show that there is some sort of association and that people who have these risk factors also have impairments in blood flow, then maybe targeting these risk factors through exercise or sort of modifying lifestyle can help maintain that blood flow and brain health as we get older.
And I suppose, is it likely, do you think, that the effect is going to be over long-term, you know, over the long-term reduction of blood flow to the brain, as opposed to somebody had a long period of, say, ill health or something like that impacted that?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So we're still not very clear whether it's sort of these small bursts of large impairments of blood flow, or whether they're sort of sustained, very sort of chronic changes in blood flow over the lifespan that may help, that may cause some of the changes that we see in Alzheimer's disease. And so, you know, what my study is doing is looking at people over a really, really long period of time. So when they were starting from when they were in their 30s, they now have brain imaging scans when they're in their 70s. So we have lifespan worth of cardiovascular health data on them. And we can sort of trace back to see how their brain health when they were 70, how does that relate to their heart health when they're 30? And that can sort of give us a little bit more of a longitudinal story there.
Oh, that's exciting. So you've got access to longitudinal. So is this through something like the Dementia Platform UK?
Exactly. So it's the Whitehall cohort, which in the UK, which is now part of the Dementias Platform UK as well. So we get access to this wealth of lifespan data, which is so unique and so rare for a researcher to get their hands on, that it really tells us a nice story about the lifespan rather than just a sort of snapshot in a time point in someone's life.
And these are people, as well as having, so only despite, because this is one of the challenges, isn't it? I guess is if you want to do a longitudinal study now, the problem is if you recruit now, it's 30 years time before you're going to get the results,
exactly.
which is so far away. So being able to start a study now that can hit the ground running, so to speak.
Absolutely, it's cost efficient, it's time efficient, you know, it sort of ticks all the boxes really.
But I'm guessing none of this is perfect. There's still be information that you would have liked to have had that you haven't got.
Yeah, I think that's the case with any study where there's sort of retrospective data. You know, you think, oh, I wish they had 30 years ago collected this one extra measurement, and you know, but I think those you sort of trade off the you know, positives and the downsides of it really.
So that's probably a timely moment to plug some of the longitudinal studies that we know are ongoing now, for example. So I'm thinking about the PROTECT study, which is out of King's and Exeter, which is Clive Barwell's study. I think there's a website called PROTECT, which you can sign up to, and they'll send you a genetic cheek swab through the post, and they have some online cognitive tests that they ask you to do regularly. This is a study that I think anybody over the age of 50, I want to say, can participate in now for the PROTECT study. Craig Ritchie, an academic from Edinburgh, has the PREVENT study as well, which is anybody over the age of 40 can participate in that, and they invite you in for an MRI every couple of years and take some spinal fluid from you if you'll donate that. Tim, is that because the PROTECT study is in Cambridge now as well? Is that something you're involved in? The PREVENT?
Yeah, it's not directly actually, no, but I've heard that there are definitely people here involved with PROTECT and PREVENT. And to be honest, to set up these kinds of studies now, it's a national effort. So you find that there's always someone just around the corner who's involved with one of these studies, which is great. And as I said earlier, people are so willing to share and put in the effort to get the data and then share it and make it widely available. It's a real change in culture, I think, over the past sort of 15, 20 years to do that. You know.
So the easiest way to, I mean, obviously you can go to their websites, but also anybody watching, if you sign up to join Dementia Research, I know both those studies recruit through that website. So if you sign up to joindementiaresearch.nhr.ac.uk, it asks you some information when you sign up about your health, your age, your demographics. And then at the end of registering, it'll show you if you're eligible for any of the studies that are recruiting right now. And these are studies, you know, I'm over 40, I can say, and I think there are more studies for people over the age of 40 than younger people, perhaps. But do sign up anyway, because I think there are studies, and the participants for these, we're looking for people increasingly younger, because that's the demographic of people looking for. So
yeah,
Tim,
it's hard actually to recruit younger people generally than older people, because you know, people are retired, they have more time. So the younger population is more difficult. Yeah.
We have got a question which I think is probably one for you, Tim.
Yeah, do you want me to answer that? Yeah.
Chris asks, is imaging still the gold standard of diagnosis for dementia, or is there an alternative accurate diagnostic method, perhaps one less resource or time intensive?
Yeah, so to be honest, imaging has never been a gold standard for dementia diagnosis. The diagnosis is what we call a clinical diagnosis, really. So that's talking to the patient, doing some memory and thinking tests, and seeing from that information, you know, examining the patient, what do we think the diagnosis is then? The main role traditionally for imaging has been to rule out some other cause of memory or thinking problems. So has there been a stroke? Has there been a brain tumor, something like that? So it's actually only relatively recently, I mean, Nick Fox at UCL really sort of kicked off the idea that you can look at the hippocampus in Alzheimer's disease particularly, and see if that's shrunk and whether that's you know, associated with Alzheimer's disease, which it does seem to be. But actually, it's not good enough to tell you that's your diagnosis. And the question also asks about, you know, PET scans and post-mortem. So yeah, if you want a definite diagnosis of dementia, the only way is to take a bit of your brain out and look at it under a microscope. Most of my patients strangely don't go for that option.
No, not if they're hoping for treatment. But I think it's interesting, isn't it? Because I think, again, NHS Care services vary. I know some NHS services, an MRI scan is part of the, it usually does go along with it, whether that's to verify or to have another look or to see. But
yeah,
some places do an MRI scan routinely and others don't.
Yeah, we're just starting up. We've just started a study here in Cambridge called Quantitative MRI in the NHS Memory Clinics, or QMIN-MC for short. And anyone who comes through here who needs a scan, we get them over the road to our research scanner, and we get some of these sort of fancy scans so that we can see, well, if you do a more fancy scan, do you get more information? And can you, rather than just saying, oh, well, we're doing the scan to make sure you haven't had a stroke, can we actually say, well, we can use the scan in a more positive way and say, well, this is pointing towards a specific diagnosis. I know there's people in Oxford doing the same. Actually, I'm trying to arrange a meeting at the moment with some people in Oxford so that we can sort of work on that together. And there's a few other memory clinics around the country doing the same sort of thing. So I think we can start to use imaging in a cleverer, better way, using some of these fancy
absolutely
methods.
And then using the data you've got as well. I mean, as you know, research information, and it's all right. But I guess it comes back to the cost. Scans. Yeah. I don't know, what's the scan cost, Tim?
Yeah, it's about, I think it's 320 quid on the NHS. That's the sort of tariff for an MRI scan. In the grand scheme of things, it's not a huge amount of money, but it's still, you know, a lot of people. So we reckon from Cambridgeshire we could potentially recruit 10,000 people a year to have an MRI scan. So it's a lot of people, and you multiply that across the country. But you know, people need a scan anyway. So if you're going to do it, why not do it properly? Because you save then on people coming backwards and forwards to clinic appointments, having extra expensive things like PET or lumbar punctures, which are invasive. If you can do it properly with an MRI scan, I think that, you know, make a more definite diagnosis early on. I think that would be beneficial actually and worth the cost.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't remember, it's the AAIC conference, the Alzheimer's Association International Conference, a couple of years ago now, looking at a study that looked at the proportion of people whose diagnosis was changed if they were given an MRI along with their later on.
Yeah.
And it was a lot of people's diagnosis was changed if it came with if they had an MRI retrospectively compared to not.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I mean,
I can't remember who it was. I mean, this is a couple of years ago now, but
yeah. I mean, it's interesting. I think you just want, as a clinician, I want all the information that I can get, to be honest. And then I just it's like putting together a lot of jigsaw pieces. You know, the scan won't give me a diagnosis. The cognitive test on its own won't give me the diagnosis. The lump puncture won't give me the diagnosis. I've got to put all that with the history and just sort of work out, well, does this look like Alzheimer's disease or something else? You know,
make
it's a puzzle.
That big guesswork that you talked about right back at the start, the brain making its
exactly. Yeah.
Thank you very much. We're out of time and our next guest has arrived. Thank you very much. Good luck in setting up your new lab, Sana. It sounds
thank you very
really
much.
Interesting work. I live in Oxford, so if you're looking for an old bloke with multiple risk factors, I'm your man.
Thanks very much, Adam.
Yeah, thanks so
More
much,
power
Adam.
to you. You're still going strong. Well done.
Yeah,
thank you.
Keep it up.
Thanks very much, Dr. Tim Rittman, Dr. Sana Suri. Thank you very much for both joining us today. Keep up the good work. Thank you.
Bye.
And hello to Claire and Eric. Woo!
Hi, Adam. Amazing job. My goodness, you must be so tired now.
I'm all right. You were dropped in this amazing. You look like you've dropped in straight from a sci-fi movie. Not only are you wearing, you've got the sci-fi uniform. It looked rather uniformed, and then you've got the image behind.
I mean, honestly, I could be a Star Trek captain right now.
I was ready for that. You're straight out of that. Right, we're gonna. Oh, I've got to remind everybody first of all. So it's 7 o'clock. Over this 12-hour period, the whole event is to hope you'll sponsor us in raising money for Alzheimer's Research UK, who are a charity that fund a lot of research across all of the UK, and they've been hit particularly hard by COVID. There is research this year that won't happen as a result of the pandemic, and every pound you can donate today will make a big difference to helping to continue much needed research to carry on. Thank you very much to everybody that's donated so far. We've got 2 hours to go. The full schedule of who we're going to be talking to over the next 2 hours and the discussion points we're going to make are available on the website, as are all the details on how to donate and the link to the Just Giving page. And remember to gift aid your donations as well if you're a UK taxpayer. Details are available at chatathon.uk. Going to update our board. Right, so let's give this a wipe down. So 2 more people down, which takes us up to 50. I'm just trying to think though, with 2 hours to go, does that mean I've still got 10 people to talk to? That seems like a lot. Either that or perhaps I've miscounted, and we're up to 10 hours down. Yay! And I'm going to be excited now to press refresh on our funding page. We were at 2692.86 half an hour ago, and we are now at 2692.86. So we've stalled over the last half an hour. But don't worry. Please continue to give anybody what you can, and thank you everybody who's already made a donation today. Thank you very much. Okay, so coming up over the next half an hour, we're going to be talking about beating tau and amyloid. So tau and amyloid have been talked about numerous times today, often thinking about these as concepts of something in the brain and in cells and something we're trying to recreate and work out how they work. And I'm interested in both of your research now to look at this, because I know Eric has a rather unique, Eric and I have spoken before because he did a great webinar for us recently. And so let me introduce you properly. I'm joined by Dr. Claire Durant, who is a Race Against Dementia Fellow at the University of Edinburgh. and not yet.
Dr. Pending.
And Eric Dine, who is a PhD student at Kent State University in Ohio in the USA. Hi, Eric. Hello, both.
Adam, how are you doing?
Do you know what? I'm not bad, actually. This is the home straight now, right? Last 2 hours, every half hours to go. I don't think we've had too many awkward silent moments where half an hour is the perfect amount of time that everybody's just left wanting a little bit more, and I didn't have any awkward moments where I had nothing else to ask.
Right. It's really impressive, Adam, all the work that you've done today with this. I've been watching since before the sun came up today, and it's incredible how much you're doing for this. I really appreciate your dedication to the Alzheimer's community and our research.
That's very kind of you to say, Eric. Honestly, it's not felt like a chore at all. It's felt like a real pleasure because I've met so many. I know a lot of people I already talked to today I already knew before, but hearing about some of the fascinating work and the variety that's going on is really inspiring. So honestly, if anybody's watching this who isn't a researcher, do think about this. If you're still at university, do think about dementia research as a career because it's fascinating. And what you should have taken away from today, if nothing else, is that this is not a done deal. There is so much still to learn and so many new things are emerging all the time. We're going to talk about your work in a minute, Eric, but I mean, Eric is a key example of somebody who's doing something that I don't think many other people are doing anywhere. But before we go to that, I'm going to come to you first, Claire. Do you want to introduce yourself? And I'm going to ask you to tell us, I'm going to pick on you to tell us about the Race Against Dementia program, mostly because I am amazingly envious of you because you've gotten to meet some awesome people that I think are brilliant and gotten to kind of part of that fellowship is so innovative. Anyway, I'm going to shut up and let you talk. Tell us.
No, absolutely. Well, thank you so much for the amazing opportunity and really lovely to meet you, Eric, from across the seas. So fantastic opportunity. So yeah, my name's Dr. Claire Durrant. I'm a Race Against Dementia Dyson Fellow working at the University of Edinburgh. So for those of you that aren't familiar with Race Against Dementia, this is our logo here. It was set up by Sir Jackie Stewart in honour of and for really his wife, who very sadly is suffering from a rare type of dementia called frontotemporal dementia, which, if you've been listening, is a type of dementia generally caused by tau pathology within the brain and tends to have more behavioural and memory symptoms, a bit like Alzheimer's disease. Now, Sir Jackie is an incredible icon in Scotland and around the world as a hero of Formula One. And the way he works is he takes risks and he thinks differently, and he wants us to do the same in science. And he really believes in a kind of different way of thinking, and that actually we've been studying Alzheimer's disease for many, many years. And whilst we have made progress, we're still missing that magic key to tell us really how we can improve lives of people currently living with the disease. We don't yet have a disease-altering treatment for Alzheimer's disease. So what he wanted to do is said, I don't want to fund projects that kind of build on what we've seen before in very kind of minute and small ways, which yes, are safer and that they'll probably lead to publications and they'll probably lead to your career progressing. He wants to take that big dive into dark, into the brain, and really look at some very strange, very out there projects using some of the best minds from across the world. So a lot of what we do in Race Against Dementia is collaborating with different groups all around the world. We work together to look at things like leadership programs, how we can think and how we can do research differently. So obviously Formula One is a big influence of ours, and we look at how their team mindset and the really sort of focus on the end goal of the winning attitude constantly in Formula One. So Alzheimer's, every piece of research we should do is looking at that final goal, which is a treatment. And if we're ultimately not researching something that will benefit patients, is that something that we should be researching? So really that's
no research for the sake of it. This is
exactly
because it interests you. It's got to keep in that
absolutely
focus.
And that doesn't mean basic science isn't important. My work is very much basic science. It's just that those basic questions we have to fit into a jigsaw of a bigger picture and go, if this works, would it help someone? And if the answer is no, at the moment, we need a cure, and we need something that can improve the lives of patients. And all of the research I've seen today and around Alzheimer's Research UK and Race Against Dementia, that is our core principle, and that's what we should be working towards. So yeah, it's a fantastic scheme and really focused on promoting early career researchers and giving us that chance to spend 5 years doing some awesome science with some awesome people.
I mean, bringing that approach to science, I'm not aware of this happening in any other disease area.
No, it's super innovative. And I think we're really lucky that we have someone like Sir Jackie who's really flagshipping this. He's going on all of the TV programs and he's telling people we should be funding dementia. He's not afraid to tell politicians that it's outrageous that we're not funding more research into dementia. I know Alzheimer's Research UK had a campaign recently to try and get our government to spend just 1% of what it costs to care for people with dementia on actually trying to find a way of preventing or curing or treating or improving the lives of people with dementia. And I think that's quite a small ask. And I think people like Sir Jackie and Alzheimer's Research UK are really pushing that forward.
And I love how hands-on this has been. This isn't, Jackie Stewart's not been somebody who's just put some money in and then gone away and sat back, right? I mean, he's
no, absolutely
continued an interest in.
No, so he's met with all of us personally. He has us with mentors in Formula One. We're doing lots of leadership training. For example, we've got this program called HINSA, where we get given a personal coach to talk about, motivation and working without burnout, and even things down to nutrition. He really sees it as, working on the person as much as the research. So it's
treating scientists like drivers. I mean, these are the same things they do for drivers, right?
And I mean, for him, it's all about the team, and the team is different in research in that it's often you're working in your own silo. That's quite a common way that we all work. We have our own project. We need our first author publications. But he's kind of trying to make us rethink the idea of team, and that we're a team in our own labs. We're a team within people working in Alzheimer's research, and we're a team with people who are invested in research. So stakeholders like people who have Alzheimer's disease, people who have loved ones with Alzheimer's disease. We should all be pushing towards the same goal. And I think that mindset that comes from Formula One, which is the team and the engineers are the people who put the driver on the podium. We must never forget that. And whole institutions are just as important as individual scientists for changing that culture and saying, how can we all move faster in this really devastating disease?
I honestly, I love that approach, and I wish, some of the institutions that fund research across the UK and elsewhere in the world would take a new look at it, and if that means, I don't know, maybe next year they can learn from this and say, hey, we should, rather than funding more, we'll just give the Race Against Dementia Fellowship. We'll just give you guys all the money and you can do a better job with it.
I mean, well, any new researchers, any young PhDs about to finish, the next round of applications is now open. So the deadline for that is in January. So I really, really say go for it. If you have an idea, if you have a vision and you're passionate about Alzheimer's, really just go for it. I never thought.
I saw the fellowship programs extended in Australia as well, isn't it? Are they working with
exactly.
Alzheimer's Australia to fund a fellowship program in Australia as well?
Yep. So he's really has a very global mindset. He doesn't believe that Alzheimer's is going to be cured in a single institution. It's going to be cured by a collaboration of the best minds in the world. And I think he wants to use early career researchers as a kind of catalyst for sort of changing that and bringing these great minds together, and also developing our own skills such that in 5 years' time, hopefully we can be the ones who are driving these big consortiums and saying how we want Alzheimer's disease research to work.
Whilst you don't want to lose that kind of, I think there's that combination between age and experience and youth and enthusiasm.
Yes.
I think whilst age and experience is valuable to keep around, I think, there aren't many old Formula One drivers either, are there? Not because of physical demands, Max Verstappen was, not even 20 or whatever. And this leads me nicely into talking about you, Eric, because Eric and I have met a few times, and I'm Eric's biggest fan. I can't help but think this, Eric, but that fellowship sounds perfect for you, right? I mean, you're looking for a fellowship, your research, nobody else is doing what you're doing. This is interesting stuff. And if you're looking for something that's a bit out there, So why don't we start? So I'm going to come back to you in a moment, Claire, to tell us about your actual work, but thank you for sharing details of the fellowship. Eric, tell us about your research.
Right. And so I'd also like to say, I think that Sir Jackie's approach to dementia research is fantastic. I've had a similar thought, which is sometimes people are so focused on the end result and trying to get that nice paper that there are times where I just say, well, you know what, maybe this doesn't fit in my grant, but I want to do this because I think it might actually work. It may give us direction. So I think that's fantastic. And so with my research, what I use is nanoparticles, something that my classical training through the sciences up until the point of grad school hasn't really included use of nanoparticles. So I joined a group at Kent State University, and we're using nanoparticles to target beta amyloid. And by taking these nanoparticles and putting them within the beta amyloid fibrils, we can apply an alternating magnetic field that will interact with the nanoparticles and then create a localized heat that is mild hypothermia. So what we've found is by using these nanoparticles and targeting them to the beta amyloid plaques, we can basically fragment them into something much smaller. And then we use human microglia to attack these new fibrils, these new small fragmented fibrils. And we look at whether or not there's a difference between the phagocytosis of the large fibrils that, of course, the ones we see in the Alzheimer's brain, and now these newly fragmented ones. And so we found that there's an increase in phagocytosis of these newly fragmented beta amyloid peptides. And also there's a decrease in neuroinflammation. So this is just fantastic in terms that maybe beta amyloid isn't the driving factor. I personally think it is, but of course with the whole tau beta amyloid hypothesis, there's always going to be that argument. But I think that if we can prove that targeting beta amyloid decreases neuroinflammation, that maybe downstream we're going to see other effects, such as the appearance of tau. Maybe if we can slow it a few years, perhaps that will slow the pathogenesis of Alzheimer's disease. So that's basically what we're working on right now. And it's almost like I see it like a tree, that the tree was, the stem of it is using the nanoparticles to break up the beta amyloid, something that immunotherapy has been working towards for a while, with aducanumab and some of the other monoclonal and polyclonal antibodies that they've taken to clinical trial. They haven't, some things have worked, some things haven't worked. And of course, aducanumab is going towards a second attempt, I think. They're trying to get FDA approval in the United States. But this is another way to do it. And we've shown that there is mild toxicity. The microglia can handle this. The neurons, I've read the literature has shown this is not necessarily dangerous to the neurons. So it's a safe approach to targeting beta amyloid. And now that we've done this, there's so much we can do now looking at what happens when we target beta amyloid. What is the effect of neuroinflammation in the long term? How does phagocytosis of beta amyloid affect later amyloid deposition? Does it slow tau progression? So that's what I do, and it's been really exciting. We're putting our first paper out very soon. I'm just putting the last edits on the draft, so we're going to be submitting it pretty soon, so you can see about this research. But there's so much to it. I would love to talk about it for 3 hours, but of course, we don't have 3 hours. But that's the gist of what I do. I use nanoparticles to target beta amyloid non-invasively.
That's super cool.
Thank you. That's right. It's not just me. I mean, and you've got to tell us about your machine that does this.
So we have this monster. I've always been wanting to put up a photo of it. I haven't gotten it yet, but we have this very large alternating magnetic field generator that all this energy then goes to this coil, and then we put in our sample, be it an animal or be it the cell, like the microglia with the nanoparticles within it, or the beta amyloid fibrils. We turn it on and we induce this very powerful electric field, and then afterwards we see the fragmented beta amyloid. But if we put a piece of metal in it, it just immediately turns red. It is so powerful. It's super cool to work with. I'm always like telling people around the lab, like, watch out, I'm about to turn this on. Don't bring your keys in here.
Oh, that could make a good cheese sandwich, though.
Yeah. Right. It's been a very exciting process, and there's something definitely off the beaten path. It's something that we don't hear about very much, using nanoparticles to target beta amyloid using heat.
So if anybody is interested, Eric very kindly recorded a webinar for us talking about his research in more detail with slides and proper explanations and everything. So if anybody's interested in that, if you're watching via YouTube, if you scroll down a few pages, you'll find a link to Eric's webinar in there. It's only half an hour long. It's fascinating. Do go take a look, and don't steal his ideas, because he needs that fellowship. He needs that fellowship. And you're quite happy to come and work in the UK. That's right, Eric. Let's just get that out there.
Absolutely.
Edinburgh's a pretty good place to work, I gather.
Edinburgh's an amazing place. Let me just say, the weather might not be, but the landscape, the people, the science can't be beaten. So.
I don't know if you can hear, but we have monstrous thunderstorms today in Ohio. So I'm just like, oh, this, I guess I get used to the UK weather.
It would take too much adapting. So Claire, and Eric, thank you very much for sharing that. Claire, so you very kindly told us about the approach, this amazing new approach, and the Race Against Dementia Fellowship or Foundation. And so tell us particularly about what they're funding you to do.
Yeah, so my work's kind of a bit of the opposite end of the spectrum to Eric. So I'm really interested in the protein Tau, that I'm sure other people have heard is one of the proteins that forms these sticky clumps inside nerve cells as it progresses through Alzheimer's disease. But one thing I'm really interested in is that Tau is not going to be a villain by nature. It's present from birth, it's present throughout our life, and it's even been found as early as sharks and lampreys and sea anemones within our evolutionary tree. So Tau does not equal bad. But why does Tau turn into this kind of nasty predator, if you like, in our brain that we know can kill nerve cells and we know can destroy the connections between nerve cells called synapses? Now, these connections I'm most interested in Alzheimer's research because they allow nerve cells to talk to one another. And if we break down that connection so they can no longer talk to one another, we get the symptoms that we associate with dementia. So things like memory loss, or forgetting your family members, and behavioral changes. That ultimately comes down to whether or not these nerve cells can talk to one another. And one of the things I'm interested in is that normal Tau, so Tau that's not in this sort of clumped mass, might be quite important for keeping these synapses healthy, for keeping them talking to one another. And actually the processes that cause dementia and cause Tau to go into this big sticky mess could also disrupt this normal function of Tau. So I'm really interested in trying to understand what this protein normally does, why it goes wrong in Alzheimer's, and whether that could lead to loss of these connections between the nerve cells. Now, Eric's already really kindly mentioned a really cool cell type that I'm very interested in called microglia, which are the resident immune cells of the brain. Now, they're known to destroy synapses under some circumstances, but recently some signals have been discovered which can sit on the surface of the synapse that effectively are massive stop signs. They say, "Don't eat me." And if you have these signals on the surface of the synapse, microglia don't touch them. Now, interestingly, in Alzheimer's disease, it looks like we might be losing these signals. And one of my theories is that normal Tau might be important in preserving those signals at the synapse. And if we lose normal Tau, it rushes into these big clumps. We lose those "don't eat me" signals, and the microglia go crazy. So I've sort of been listening in and out all of today, and you've been talking a lot about how we study Alzheimer's. And my favorite model system is something called the brain slice culture. You can see the thing that looks a little bit like a planet on my right-hand side. This is actually a section of mouse brain that we can keep living in culture dishes for several weeks. So this is actually 12 weeks old, this culture. And you can see the nerve cells in green are all kept in this beautiful sort of spiral architecture. Now, obviously, there's issues with modeling Alzheimer's in mice in that we have to give them something artificial in order to really say it's Alzheimer's. So my project has sort of taken my expertise from my PhD, which is working on these mouse models of Alzheimer's, to say, well, can we do this in humans? Now, to get living brain from a human is a bit of a tricky thing. Most of us don't want to donate our brain, but there are groups of people who need to have pieces of their brain removed whilst they're alive. So this is my neurosurgeon's end of book case. So some people with, for example, epilepsy or brain tumors, when the neurosurgeon has to go to remove that area of pathology, so for example, if you have epilepsy in part of the hippocampus, or if you had a brain tumor, say, sitting here, in order to actually get their tools into that section, they have to cut out a normal piece of brain. Normally, this just gets thrown behind the surgeon into a bin and disposed of. But with permission from the patient, with informed consent, we can actually take these pieces of brain to the lab take very thin sections of them and keep them alive for several weeks in culture dishes. So real living pieces of human brain with all the different cell types that we can then test drugs on. We can add amyloid like Eric and see what this does to synapses and look at how affecting different drugs and affecting microglia or tau might influence those synapses. So as you might have guessed, this image on the left, this is a living human brain neuron from a patient who had epilepsy surgery removed. So effectively, my work is trying to use more kind of human models, but obviously complementing that with the mouse, which is a lot easier to do in sort of bigger numbers, to really try and understand what's going on at the synapse and how can we appropriately target tau so that it doesn't lose normal function, but gets rid of toxic. So it's all about a balance, like a bell curve in my head.
So I've got a couple of questions here, but before I ask them, I'm going to remind anybody watching on YouTube or Zoom, you can post your questions to us. You can use the comments box in YouTube, or if you post using the Q&A box in Zoom, you can do that. I will also check Twitter. If you're listening on Periscope, you can post a question on hashtag Chatathon in there. So two questions. First of all, one is a bit simplistic for what you've just described, but so are many people, I mean, are there, because you're the first person today to talk about working on living tissue that's been collected in this way. Is this something that there are many people working on, or is this, again, back to you're looking at unique approaches? I've not heard of that before.
It's a very new technique. So I'm very lucky I have a fantastic collaborator in Germany called Dr. Henner Koch, who works on this technique, and he's been doing it a lot as an epilepsy researcher. But really, the first publications of this were only out sort of 2-3 years ago. So it's a very new technique, and it's one that's still very experimental. So unlike working with mouse, where if you follow a certain procedure, you know that it's going to work 99 times out of 100, the human tissue you get is a lot more varied. So you would never want to put an entire project just on this. There's lots of complications, but with that sort of hanging fruit of that temptation of if you can actually get this piece of brain to work, and if you get a really nice surgical sample, sometimes you're lucky and you can get 200 slices, 200 dishes from a single sample, because you can get quite large chunks of brain sometimes in these operations. And that gives you a huge opportunity to test different drugs in the same biological tissue. So you know that, even if there's variation between individuals, you can still see, does this drug treatment increase or decrease synapses in this person? So
yeah, so getting as many slices from one person is obviously valuable. And do you have to then respond with your studies quickly to that, or can this be, because this can't be frozen, I guess. This is
no. So it's not something you want to do if you have a very strict schedule of other things you want to do in the lab. So I've had a call at 6 p.m. the day before to say that we've got a surgery coming in the next day, and then it's a whole day of procedures to obviously make sure everything's ready. You've got to wait outside a surgery room. You don't know when the surgery will be finished, and then a surgeon hands you a piece and you've got to run back to the lab. So it's a very much like it's a stressful, involved process. And yeah, you have to drop everything when the human tissue comes through, because it's fairly unpredictable. The very nature of neurosurgical operations is
Uh-oh, looks like we lost her.
Uh-oh, we've suddenly lost you. I don't know if you've frozen up, Claire, if you know you've frozen, but I do.
Such that, if the patient's not healthy the night before, won't operate. I can hear you guys. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can now. You're back with us.
Fantastic.
So I had another question now then. Again, dumb questions, but so people donate organs and they're kept alive, but so you can't collect a brain donation before it's too late by then. You can't collect a brain donation in the same way like you can heart, liver.
I mean, it would have to be pretty quick, and I think by necessity, post-mortems, there's things that need to be done. There's a sort of a process. So really, you really want to minimize the time from collection to harvesting. So it might be possible, but I'd be very concerned that the post-mortem process would affect it. And obviously, the absolute priority in any human tissue work is the patient. Wait 5 hours and the tissue doesn't come because the patient is the priority. That's fine, and this is how we do research, and I think, again, with post-mortem, the most important thing is the family or the legal processes that happen. And, maybe one day we'll develop a technique that can go around that, but ultimately research should never come before,
no.
sort of keeping patient dignity.
I'd love a crack at that challenge, though, trying to resolve that logistical issue of getting you more donations. That sounds like
absolutely
an interesting challenge in its own right. And do you have enough? I mean, I'm assuming, is there more tissue? If there's somebody happens amongst the 70 people that are watching us right now, that is there a particular procedure that people are having that if they know, they could ring up and go, you know what, I really want my bit of brain to go to Claire?
So usually if someone's having part of their brain removed for epilepsy procedures, so to stop seizures, or brain tumor operations, those tend to be the two most common. But again, it will be a case of neurosurgeons within your centre, if they're collaborating with someone like me, they'll have specific forms and things.
They'll have a pathway for that. And I had one more question, which is those signals that you said in the brain that weren't, do we know how to change those? If it turns out those signals are incorrect, is there already a known mechanism to change those signals, or is that something we'll have to learn as well?
It's something we'll have to learn as well. I think, as Eric probably knows, microglia signaling, we have some idea of how they neurons, but there's a huge black box in there that we're still trying to work our way through as well.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you very much. Our next guests have arrived, and honestly, I've said this a lot today, but I really do feel like we've only just scraped the surface. And Eric, I know we didn't get as much chance to talk, but honestly, if anybody's interested in Eric's work, that webinar will tell you all you want to know. It's in the YouTube channel along with our other ones. It is fascinating. Thank you.
I mean, nanoparticles sounds absolutely awesome, so I'll definitely check it out.
Thank you. Your research also seems really fascinating. I love that. I love the organ in a dish concepts, and we're learning so much. It's the greatness of 21st century science.
Absolutely.
You should make contact with each other, and Eric, go find out about that Race Against Dementia Fellowship. I've got a feeling that could be
you get badges. Well, thank you again, Adam, and again, anyone watching, please do donate, because every penny really makes a difference to people living with dementia and researchers like us. So thank you for watching, and thank you for donating.
Thank you, Dr. Claire Durrant and Eric Dine, for joining us there. Thank you very much.
Bye.
Okay, so it's 7:30. Coming up next, we're going to be discussing what population studies tell us and how evaluating services is raising standards. Hello, Terry and Fiona.
Hello.
So you'll have to just bear with me a second while I give my regular plea. So as you've just heard from Claire and Eric, your donations really do count. It costs £20,000 to supply dementia information to all the GP surgeries and libraries across the country. And I think that helps raise awareness, and this is just one of the ways Alzheimer's Research UK use the funding that you very kindly provide to them as a charity, as well as funding really innovative research there. We talked about the Race Against Dementia Foundation there, which is partnered with Alzheimer's Research UK as well. So all the donations you make really do have the potential to fund a breakthrough. So please do donate whatever you can. Every pound helps. Details on how to donate, details on all of today's speakers and what we're going to be talking about over the next 2.5 hours can be found on our website at chatathon.uk. Thank you very much. Go ahead and have a look there, and it's time to update the board. I'm slightly losing my mind now. Here is the board. So we're up to 52 people spoken to, and in terms of the time count, we're up to 10.5 hours in. Yay! And coffees, I didn't have a coffee this half hour, and maybe I need one though. I need one of you two to agree to. Fiona, you've got slides, haven't you?
No.
You've got haven't you got slides?
Not that I know of.
Oh no, that's Fiona Marshall, not Fiona Oh, Fiona. Oh yeah, wrong Fiona. But she had slides. That was earlier today.
You can create a virtual distraction if you need to get to the kitchen.
If you could just. So
how to panic someone. Yeah.
You can. What? Where are your slides? Everybody had to have slides. Did you not get? You haven't got slides. Okay, and we're going to update our fundraising total. So half an hour ago we were at £2,692.86. I'm going to refresh the page and update that. And where's my little Oh, here it is. So now we're at £2,742.86. Oh no! Wrong button. I'm going to do that at the end of the day when I don't hit my target. £2,742.86. Wow, so that's fantastic. That's another 50 quid in the last half an hour. That's really great. Thank you very much to everybody who has already donated, and to all the researchers that have given up their time to come and talk to me today. Please do, as I said before, continue to donate what you can. And if you can't donate, just sign up to join Dementia Research. Go have a look at the AIUK website. Time's tight for everybody. And even if you can't give any money, there are lots of other things you can do to help. So thank you very much, everybody. So hello, Terry and Fiona. So moving on, I've got another piece of paper here. Now, in this next half an hour, from 7:30 to 8 o'clock, we're going to be talking about population studies and what they tell us and how evaluating services is raising standards. Hello to Fiona Matthews, who is a professor of epidemiology at Newcastle University. Hello, Professor Matthews.
Hello, Adam.
And also Dr. Terry Quinn, who is a senior lecturer and consultant. So this medical consultant.
Yeah.
Neurologist, psychiatrist.
I'm a geriatrician.
Geriatrician
For older people.
So consultant for older people as well at the University of Glasgow, and I'm guessing in the NHS as well.
Yeah, I'm in my NHS office at the moment. Just finished the weekend on call.
And you, of course, also work with Cochrane.
Yeah.
Which we're going to talk about as well. Oh, and in fact, I have a separate piece of paper for you. You sent me an email. I didn't get a chance to copy out the notes before. Thank you very much for both joining us. So we're going to chat now over the next 25 minutes. Fiona, could I perhaps come to you first to ask you to initially introduce yourself?
Yeah, so I've worked over for a rather a long time, a lot longer than some of these early career researchers who've been chatting in the last half an hour. Fantastic. In terms of population studies, so that's trying to go to large numbers of older people, not just those with dementia, though we do some studies just on people with dementia and their caregivers. But actually, we, across the spectrum of older people, and look to find dementia not necessarily with people who will have a clinical diagnosis of dementia. So trying to really understand the disease and where it fits on what is a continuum of normal life from a complete older population perspective. And so we tend to do the complete opposite of your last two speakers. We do studies with very large numbers of people. The larger, the better, to get a better population representation. And so we sort of knit at the other end of the spectrum, and then look into those people's lives, and then think about how is that going to impact on the health of the public health. Moving forward and project forward and think about the numbers of people with dementia that are going to come into the clinics, into the health system, into the care system over the next 20-30 years. So that's what we do in the population health sphere.
I mean, and that's important in itself, isn't it? Because I mean, helping to, sorry, I'm wheeling over a piece of paper. To help shape those services so that they're not suddenly surprised when the number of people start to double coming into memory services, for example.
I mean, it's really important. I mean, things that we know, obviously, you know how many roughly 65-year-olds, 75-year-olds, 85-year-olds there are going to be over the next 10, 20, 30 years. And actually, so we can sort of start to plan the numbers of people who we'd expect to get dementia based on what we know now. But what we equally know is that each generation's risk of getting dementia and these risk factors and lifestyle factors that I know guests have talked about and things like that are different for each generation. And so the next generation might not have the same numbers. And so you have to understand that each time so that we can plan over a longer term, a short term and a longer term, so that we can really think about what services do we need, where do we need them, when do we need them, and for who do we need them? And that's the crucial part. And you know, it's exciting to think about you know, potential. Then we also think about, well, what is the potential of a treatment effect might have on that, or what is you know, changing, say, the number of people who get strokes, how will that then impact on what happens with services, what happens with people with care? You know, what's the obesity epidemic that we're seeing in midlife now going to do in 30 or 40 years to the people with dementia in the future? And so that's what we do as epidemiologists, and try and understand those trends and think about what they might mean to what the population is going to do.
And is that something that is that something that somebody, I mean, I guess, I asked the same question of Martin Knapp earlier, is this something that somebody would commission and come and ask you to do as well? I mean, do you do this service is this something you have to seek funding for and then you publish and share, or do people ask you to do it? Is this a commissioning thing?
A bit of a combination. So we have, so setting up the studies in the first place is usually we want to do the population-based study. So we set up the base and go and get all that. Interviewing people in their own homes, trying to find people with dementia, people with cognitive impairment, people with or the whole spectrum, because what you need to do is you need to follow people from as they age. So we need to do this as longitudinal studies. So we go back to the same people over after a couple of years or a year maybe, and then we see them again, and then we can track what normal aging behavior is. And this is one of the frustrations of an epidemiologist, is people age quite slowly, and I age at the same time. So if I'm setting up a study now, it's sort of in 20 or 30 years time, I wouldn't be seeing the results of it, but that doesn't mean that it shouldn't be set up and it shouldn't. So this is what we did. But then sometimes things like we have worked for Public Health England, which has been in the news recently. It does chronic diseases as well. We've worked for Public Health England to help them with understand what the dementia rates are in the population and how that is being diagnosed at the moment.
But is that where would you be one of those people that's kind of using new technology to cheat and skip ahead? This whole idea of artificial intelligence and machine learning allows you to not have to wait and see what happens or if check you're right, because I've seen it on movies. You can just press a button and it'll show you a map and it'll just exponentially grow, and you can tweak a little factor and it'll model it. Is that sci-fi?
Yeah, so we model it, but you don't know in my lifetime if I'm right or not. But yeah, I mean, you have to model the scenarios, and you have to model how things might work within some areas of confidence. So we can't say in 50 years' time there'll be an exact number of people with dementia. There will be a range of values, and it's up to the services to then be able to say, well, that might be 960,000 people in 2 years' time. It might be 960,000 or 1 million people in 5 years' time. So you have to sort of think about exactly what range you're going to be able to cope with, and it's then explaining that sort of error, as it were, that uncertainty, as we in statistical terms, to clinicians, because we can't tell you exactly what's going to happen, we can and never can, but you need to understand that for understanding the different services and things. So it is about prediction. Yeah, we predict as machine learners also predict. I'm a statistician actually by training, but it's a similar thing. We predict how many we think there are, and confidence around that.
And I love I mean, I don't know how much of this you managed to do, but going from that kind of general down to the specific, because one of the things that I've always been excited by, so I've worked with memory clinics and things like this over the last few years in trying to encourage them to support more research and right down to GP surgeries. And when you start to unpick things down to the individual numbers that I really like, when you start to say to somebody, well, you need to start talking to patients, and you bring this down and say, well, you're saying this is too much work, but it's you see 6 people, you don't see 600. It's 6 people a month, and I find, I don't know how down to local communities and specific your modelling can go.
Well, we sample the population. We've always sampled the population from GP surgeries, and I've always been thankful for the GP surgeries that are happy for us to go to their patients, because they're not ill. A lot of them, they're not people with dementia. They're not people necessarily with a dementia diagnosis, but you can plan down to the level of a surgery in terms of, the age and the demographic and the sex breakdown of that surgery. So you could say to them, we would expect you to find X number of people within this, but actually, it could be 3, it could be 6, it could be 2, it could be 8, and GPs, that's not really, it's not a target. We're not saying to people and saying to GPs, we think you've got 5 people with dementia in your surgery, go and find them. That's not what this is about. This is about, finding the whole population and working out where are the changes, where have we seen changes, and then looking at what people have, their lifestyles, their lives, and thinking about what might have contributed to that risk of getting a dementia, which is, as we know, is multifaceted, and there's it's not one thing that's going to have meant, okay, right, tomorrow because you've done that today, tomorrow or in 50 years time you're going to get dementia. It's not like that. It's a multifaceted disease,
and having the numbers is important. I mean, I know that's been used recently by the NHS, for example, to try and understand, to get its benchmark on how many people are diagnosed and how many is going to be improved. And I'm guessing numbers are important to raising standards as well, Terry, because I'm going to ask you now because I know you're involved in the Cochrane work on dementia, and I'm guessing having underlying good, reliable statistics and modelling numbers has to be one of the things that underpins raising standards as well. Tell us about, can you tell us a bit about Cochrane and the reviews and what they do?
So I guess like Fiona, what you're going to hear from me is very different from nanoparticles and some of the other things that other speakers have been talking about. So
I'm sure you're all equally as likely to get your Nobel Prize.
I've not heard from the Nobel Committee yet, but so in Cochrane, what we do, I would call meta research. So it's research that's using research as the building blocks. And what we are particularly interested in is pulling together and collating the research that's out there and trying to synthesize that and to make sense of it, and make sense of it in a way that can be helpful to clinicians, to researchers, to people that write guidelines. Because we always say, and people today have been saying to you, that there's not enough dementia research, and I would absolutely agree with that, but it wouldn't be true to say that there's no dementia research. There's actually lots of research out there. There's an exponential increase in the amount of research. Every few seconds a new research paper is published. So what we try and do in Cochrane is pull that together for people. Pull together research on a particular theme or on a particular question and make a sense of that. Appraise the studies, separate the good studies from the bad studies, and bring it all together to give a message or a recommendation. And so you mentioned numbers. One of the reasons why Cochrane is important is traditionally in dementia research, and I'm not talking about Fiona's work here, but in other studies, numbers can be quite small. Trials of treatments in dementia sometimes only have small numbers of people living with dementia included. So in Cochrane, what we're able to do is take 4, 5, 6, 7 different papers, different studies that have looked at an intervention and pull them together. And by pulling them all together, you start to increase your numbers. And then you start to increase the power that you have to maybe see if there's a treatment effect there. Something that might have been lost in each individual paper can be found by bringing them all together.
That sounds like hard work. I mean, one of the things that's come up, one of the things I've tried to pin people down a little bit about today, because if I was watching this Chatathon today as a member, I'm a bit of a research insider, because obviously we do research as well. I do research where I work at UCL. As much as I'm doing this on my own time, if I was a member of the public, one of the things I'd be trying to pin us down to is what's the point? What if you finished your PhD? How is what you learn over that 3 years, and that we've been telling everybody it costs £30,000 a year or £15,000 a year to fund a PhD student. So over that £45,000, that cost to put somebody through a PhD, how is that being used? And it's been quite hard sometimes, and that's not because the researchers as individuals, but their job came with so much funding to find out what they needed to find, and then putting that to use is tricky, and getting organizations to do that. Is that one of the things that Cochrane can do, is to pick out those bits and say, look, this finding is important, this is what, is that something they do?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the things we do. It's not the only thing we do, but it's certainly one of the things we do. So in that huge tsunami of research that's being published all the time, we will prioritize certain questions that we think are important to clinicians for guidelines, and we will take out all the papers that are relevant to that particular question and try and pull them together. So we know that within your example of a PhD, we know that within a PhD, you're unlikely to have a finding that's going to completely change practice, but it's a building block. And we take those building blocks together to try and make something that's bigger than the sum of the parts.
Yeah, I guess when you're getting an overwhelming number of results that come back and saying the same thing, that's, it's by putting them all together that's going to. And so how do they go about prioritizing?
Yeah, so we get priorities from various places. We work with guidelines and commissioners. So bodies like NICE and SIGN will sometimes say an area that they are interested in. But increasingly, one of the things we're doing, and this is something that you'll be interested in, Adam, is we're working with people that are living with dementia. And we're asking them, look, what's important to you? Because I think we've maybe missed a trick in the past by being guided by the researcher's agenda. And even within Cochrane, I think we've maybe been guilty of that in the past. But actually, if you ask the people who are living with dementia at the moment what's important to them, you can use that to choose the questions that you want to try and build evidence on. And if we go to the evidence and we find that there's nothing there, that's still an important finding, because we can then say to funders, look, this is important. We've searched the literature. There's nothing there at the moment. This is where you need to be putting your money.
And I think that's a tricky one then, though, isn't it? Because it depends, depending on who you ask will influence the results you get. I mean, I remember, it's quite a long time ago now, but Alzheimer's Society asked, working with the James Lind Alliance to do the research priority setting partnership for dementia, and they also did one a little while later for Parkinson's disease. And you couldn't help but notice that when they did this for dementia, a lot of people were asking for care to be received the priority. And that's because I guess a lot of the people that filled this in were family carers, and they were, struggling to deliver good care or know what was best to do, and that's what they want. When you looked at Parkinson's, where many of the people who feel this were people who are living with Parkinson's themselves, treatment was one. And do you find different populations will influence then what they want researched? Family members and people who are at risk are more likely to say, tell me how to prevent ever getting Alzheimer's, whereas if you go and survey or ask a bunch of people over 75 willingly, they're going to talk about care rather than treatment.
But people always will, won't they? And that they want to know the answer to the most important thing to them. And it's up to us as researchers to listen to what is the most important thing to them, and then put that. If you ask enough people, you'll get a real range of views. And that's the thing, is that, if you're going to involve the members of the public in your research, as I think you should do, that actually you can't just ask one person, because you'll only get one answer, and it's such a complex issue that different things will be of interest. And what's great about the Cochrane, as Terry said, was that actually it doesn't matter whether the answer comes back saying yes, we know the answer, or the answer's complicated. It's the mixed results. There's no answer there to be had. That's all of it is useful for the next generation of researchers, because we either move straight into the clinical guidelines, or you've got, well, this is an interesting question that needs answering that nobody's looked at yet, and that moves us on to the next thing. And I think that's why we've been doing a study down in Exeter with, I think you might have had Catherine Quinn on from also involved in the IDEAL study, where actually we've got a cohort of people with dementia and their carers, and we're actually following them as dyads, so that actually that relationship between the carers' needs and the person with dementia, and how to live well with dementia is being looked at by both viewpoints. And actually we don't always involve both viewpoints within the research on dementia, and that's also really important, that the carers get their side of the story across as much as the person with dementia. And I think that they will also have some interesting questions that they want answered, you know, and we need to involve all of them, really.
Yeah, I don't think that there's a competition between research looking at care, research looking at cure. There's room in the dementia research world for all of those things. So we have streams in Cochrane that look at diagnosis, we look at prognosis, we look at prevention, we look at treatments, and we look at living well with dementia, and we look at care and care-related issues.
And I think this, I mean, and that continues to, you know, to add to the great thing about the mix of funders we have, that the funders are all funding different things, which means that all of this can continue to happen. That's why I've been lucky enough to have so many people representing different fields of research to join today. A lot of the people that have talked to us today are early career researchers. In fact, the majority of them, I'd say, are early career researchers, which I think is fantastic. Anybody who's been to a dementia conference in the last few years can't help but notice that the number of young people, or people under the age of, I'm going to pick anybody under the age of 35, under the age of 30, the number of people falling into that group, there are more people, I'd say, under the age of 35 now at the conferences than there are, you know, older people over that age. How does Cochrane work with early career researchers?
Yeah, so unfortunately, I'm not within your definition of an early career researcher anymore.
No, but you look under 35.
I still remember those days. So, I mean, supporting early career researchers is something that I feel very passionate about, and it's something that we've been doing a lot of in Cochrane Dementia. We have fellowships that allow people to come and work with us. We have people come and work in our main offices in Oxford. That's something that I did a long time ago, and that's how I got involved in Cochrane. And then, you know, I became more involved over time. We also have, I mean, the beauty of Cochrane is you can work on systematic reviews from anywhere that you have access to a computer. So we try and have researchers from across the world working with us. And although I'm obviously biased because I'm such a Cochraneite, I think anyone getting involved in research, it would do them no harm to work on a systematic review. And if they want to work with us, that would be great, because through working on the review, you learn about dementia, you learn about your topic, but you also learn things like how to read a paper properly and how to really critically analyze that paper and see which aspects of the methodology are good, which aren't so good, and how to put that in the context of everything else that's happening in a particular research space.
Well, and they're essential, you know, those are lifelong skills for an academic. So is coming to work for Cochrane something you can do on a short-term basis, or is this something you have to apply to do and do for, you know?
It's not a life sentence. So you can get involved as much or as little as you want. So at one end of the spectrum, one of the information scientists that works with us, Anna Noel-Starr, has set up a platform called Cochrane Crowd, and you get some online training, and then you're part of a crowd of thousands of people that help us to pick out dementia-specific titles. And if you want to get involved in Cochrane Crowd, you can just Google Cochrane Crowd and get enrolled there. If you want to move up a level, and then if you're really interested and if you get the bug, you can lead your own review, and we're always looking for new author teams to work with us.
So that sounds, and I guess the information on how to get this is Cochrane's got a website. You've been, I mean, also a social media presence. You've been so incredibly supportive of the event over the last week or two in sharing on social media. I swear so many people have joined today just thanks to your own promotion and your own very generous donation as well, Terry. So thank you ever so much for getting colleagues to there to promote this. If anybody has any questions for Terry and Fiona, please do post them now in the YouTube comments box or in the Q&A box. We do have a question already. It came in, and this is a familiar name to me. This is somebody I worked with a few years ago, I think. But Dominic McGrath, also known as Terry McGrath, who used to do the patient and public involvement work for Dendron back when the Dementia and Research Generation Network was a thing a while ago, asks, do you have a, he's a famous, he just posts to remind me he's a famous actor now. He left to work to retire and to take up acting. So tell us, do you get a sense of whether dementia service standards are worsening or improving? Now remember, this is independent. You can say what you really think. Are they getting better or getting worse? Go on, Terry, you take that one first.
Okay. So a disclaimer, I wouldn't say that assessment of dementia services is a thing that I do a lot of. I mean, thinking about when I first got interested in dementia clinically, I've seen big changes and I've seen big positive changes. I guess I'm worried about the effect of COVID, as is everyone, but I'm worried about the fact that it's now difficult for me to see patients in person. I'm having to do assessments over a video call like this or over the phone, and I fear that we're missing something through that. And also a lot of the support that's there in the community for people living with dementia also is on hold at the moment because of social distancing. And I really am worried about the isolation that's causing, the effect that might have on dementia. So I guess up until the beginning of 2020, I was very happy with how services were progressing. I'm worried now.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's very insightful and a very honest answer as well. I think memory services, provision, waiting times, diagnosis has definitely improved. There's no getting away from that. But the long-term effects, and depending on how long this pandemic, the restrictions on population because of the pandemic continue, will remain to be seen. There was a question now from Chris as well, who says, does Cochrane do reproducibility research in dementia, i.e. checking the reproducibility of trials and analysis, and is this active in open science culture? I'm going to say no. I'm wrong.
I would like to think it's getting better as well, but there's still, there's work to be done. I guess what we do in Cochrane is we pull together lots of studies on the same theme, and we'll look to see if there are differences between those studies. What you often find is that the study that makes the headlines that everyone knows about, the one that had the big effect, is just one of many studies on a particular topic. And when you look at those other ones, they maybe didn't have such a big effect. And by pulling them together, you get closer to what the real value is, to what the truth is. So I guess in that way, we're sort of doing reproducibility research.
But yeah, through the comparison, even if you're not trying to replicate the trials, that makes absolute sense. We're out of time. Thank you very much, Dr. Terry Quinn, Professor Fiona Matthews as well, for taking your time to join me this evening, particularly at the end of, clearly you haven't even gone home yet, Terry. Are you on a night shift or are you heading home now?
It's home time now.
Go home and get some dinner. Thank you very much for finding time to join me both. And if anybody's got any further questions or follow up, all the information on Cochrane is available on our website. We've also been retweeting them as well. And you can find profiles and their Twitter names on our researchers page on the website. So please do get in touch. Thank you very much, both of you.
I'll just get a quick plug. Anyone that's interested can also email me directly if they want to get involved.
Oh, go on. Yeah, go on. Share if you want.
Okay. Bye now.
Thanks very much, Terry. Woohoo! And our next guests have arrived. We've got a 3-person panel coming up. I really am going to have to use the bathroom soon. But luckily for me, I know that Anna's really good at talking. So I'll get a good toilet break, I feel sure. Nobody really needs to know that, do they? Okay, so that's the end of our 7:30 session. Before we move on to 8 o'clock, I want to remind everybody that the purpose of today, as well as sharing all this fantastic information about dementia and some of the research that's taking place with the 56 researchers that have joined us, is also hoping you'll sponsor us to raise money for Alzheimer's Research UK. They've been really hard hit through lots of cancellations of fundraising events over this year because of the pandemic. And already, in all honesty, I've had to cancel funding calls this year. And that means that there is research that won't happen without more donations. And so thank you very much to everybody who's donated so far. Please give what you can. Every pound will help to fund raising information, raising awareness of some of the disease through distribution of materials, through funding PhD students, early career researchers, funding new equipment, the drug discovery fund we've heard about, research networks that are bringing researchers together. They're funding the Dementia Research Institute that's housing, you know, hundreds of researchers in Cardiff and Edinburgh and Imperial and UCL and so many other places across the country, as well as having an information line that the public can phone and get information about research. They support Join Dementia Research as well. They really are putting your money to work. So please do donate what you can. Details on how to donate, again, at chatathon.uk. There you'll also find information on all the speakers from today and information on the very last 2 sessions of the day, which the first one I'm going to come into. So over the next half an hour, we're going to be talking about speech language diagnosis and depression with Anna, Lindsay and Natasha, who are joining up. Hello everybody. Before we do that though, got to update the board.
Yay.
I'm excited now as we get to the last one. I might have miscounted, you know, because, oh no, wait, that's 2 more. That makes 54. You are 3 of you. That'll make 57. And have I got 3 in my last panel?
Don't know.
I haven't. I've only got 2 in my last panel.
Have you included yourself?
No, I'm 61. So I think I've miscounted. This should be 55. Somewhere along the line, there are definitely 60 people.
Yeah.
But you are 3 of you would make 58, and then there's 2 in the last group, which will make me up to 60. So I miscounted. So we're at 55. It's not bad.
And how much money have you raised?
Let's just give me a second. I've got to get there.
So exciting.
And we're up to 11 hours. Way. Okay, so at 7:30 we're at £2,742.86. The odd 86 pence there. I'm going to hit refresh now, and I'm not going to hit the whack whack oops button when I do it like I did last time. So let's hit refresh. We are now at £2,987.53p.
Yay! Well done, Adam.
Wow. So that's 207. No, it's not. It's 7, 8, 9. That's 240 quid in the last half an hour. Thank you so much, everybody. That's really generous of you. Brilliant. Thank you ever so much. Let me add our new total on here. 2987. 2987.53. So our aim, our fundraising target was £5,000. We might get a miraculously crazy generous person over the next half hour, but honestly, it doesn't matter. But the target was neither here nor there. £2,987 is a fantastic sum of money. I'm really thankful to everybody that's donated today. You can continue to donate after the day, of course, as well. We will be recording. We have been recording, and we will publish all these videos. So please do give what you can. Honestly, every pound will make a big difference, and I'm very, very grateful. Money's tight for everybody, and so even giving up a pound is really welcome. Thank you very much, everybody that's donated. Okay, so we've got an hour left. Is it wine o'clock yet? I feel like it should be. I'm amongst friends now. I know all of you. And look, Anna's wearing a Chatathon t-shirt.
Oh yeah, it's really soft. It's like jammies.
And it arrived in time. Has it got the right sleeves? It's got 3.
Yeah, it's the 90s kind of version.
Like a baseball one.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with it.
I'm feeling slightly guilty that some people did order one and they didn't come. Anybody who was listening through Periscope, I'm sorry, Periscope seems to have just suddenly decided 11 hours continuous is too much and it's disconnected me. Honestly, nobody's been listening through Periscope anyway. However, we are now we've got 65 people online joining us across Zoom and YouTube. So thank you very much for sticking with us. and I really feel like I should particularly give a special mention to Erin Partridge. Erin Partridge was one of the very first people to tweet saying I think Erin is in the US. I want to say she's in the US. She's in California. So Erin Partridge is in California. She's been watching since the start, and I swear she's tweeted on every session we've had all day.
Live tweeting,
so,
amazing.
Erin has stuck with us throughout the day. Thank you very much, Erin, for showing your dedication and bearing with us and watching all these sessions, and for all the tweets that you've done and sharing what you've been seeing and hearing through the day. Thank you very much. You deserved a special mention. I should mention all the researchers and everybody that's shared on social media and tweeted so far has been brilliant. And all this time, I'm wasting 10 minutes of your good information time, which is not enough for the three of you anyway. I'm joined by Dr. Anna Volkmer, who's a speech and language therapy researcher at UCL. Everybody knows what UCL stands for, honestly, now. If they didn't at the start there, they do now. And University College London Hospitals NHS Foundation Trust. I also have Natasha Clark, who's a PhD student at St George's University of London. Hi, Natasha.
Hello.
And Dr. Lindsay Sinclair, who is a clinical research fellow at the University of Bristol. And you're also another one of those jobbing NHS proper doctors as well, right?
I am. I work clinically for the Avon and Wiltshire Mental Health Partnership.
Well, and we've talked about brain banks quite a few times today as well, and you work with the brain bank in Bristol as well, I believe.
I do. I'm very lucky. It's an amazing resource and a brilliant group of people to work with.
We've been encouraging people earlier today to consider donating to Brains for Dementia research, and Claire Durham was with us earlier explaining how they're taking pieces of the brain removed from people and using those that live tissue, which is amazing. So I do need to take a quick comfort break. Anna, I'm going to ask you first of all, can you just tell us about your research? We've had quite a few people from FTD join us today, and I know that's something you look at as well. And somebody asked a PCA question, but I'm going to have to go away and find it. So tell us about your work.
Of course. Okay. So I am a speech and language therapist. I trained clinically, like Lindsay, but in speech and language therapy, probably about 20 years ago now. And I was working clinically with people with dementia and trying to deliver therapy for people with dementia. So many people ask me, what do speech therapists do for people with dementia? So the main things we do are we work in the area of communication, and we also assess people's swallowing. We assess people's swallowing to check that they're safe and not things aren't going down the wrong way and they're not at risk of chest infections. But what I was particularly interested in was communication, which is an area we also provide therapy in for people with dementia and their families. And often people say to me, well, not only what do people do, but kind of what's the point? But actually, what we know in speech therapy is that you can practice words, sentences, conversations in order to maintain speech and language and communication. So a lot of what we do is support people to do some practice, but also develop strategies to get around the kind of barriers and issues that arise when people have a communication difficulty related to dementia. And we work often, therefore, with the person around or the people around the person with dementia. So often with their partners and family members. And that's where my research is sat, really. So I became particularly interested in this area clinically because there was very little research evidence about the effectiveness of this or even the feasibility of doing this with people with PPA. Yet, well, I say PPA in a throwaway term. So what Adam was referring to earlier is that I am particularly interested in doing research working with people with language-led dementias, so where the communication difficulties are the kind of leading symptom, which is also known as primary progressive aphasia, so where progressive deterioration in aphasia, so language impairment, is the leading symptom, and these are related to the frontotemporal dementias. And what I did during my research is I've developed a communication partner training program for people with PPA, also with this type of language-led dementia, and their family members. And we've developed it with people themselves. And interesting, when Terry was speaking earlier, so 20 minutes ago or so, he was referring to the fact that a lot of dementia research hasn't always kind of worked with people with dementia alongside them. It's often kind of just the researchers and the clinicians have decided what to do and done it. But what we've tried to do in our research is actually combine forces with people to co-develop an intervention that meets people's needs. So that's the intervention that I've developed, and we're actually piloting it in Avon and Wiltshire NHS Trust. So we're piloting it across about 11 NHS sites with speech therapists delivering it in an NHS setting. And that's just coming to an end. Well, it's kind of in the last throes of collecting data at the minute, but we've collected quite a bit of data by speech therapy standards so far.
Thank you, Anna. I mean, you obviously you have so many fingers in so many pies that you've got so much going on. We could do an entire half an hour just with you. And in fact, if anybody is interested in knowing more about Anna's work, you have recorded multiple podcasts with us. But most recent one was only a couple of weeks ago, wasn't it, when you were talking to your colleague about your latest research. So please do check out our podcast. You'll find it on iTunes and Spotify, or you could even ask your smart home device to play the Dementia Researcher podcast, and you'll find it there. So look for Dementia Researcher and you'll find Anna there multiple times, and a blog this week as well. God, Anna's just so prolific, and she's got 12 kids as well, and she does clinical work and she researches. She's superwoman.
It's an occupational hazard. I just can't stop talking.
Which, although your research very nicely segues me into talking to Natasha. So looking at your work, Natasha, you're looking a slightly different look at speech to help with diagnosis. Tell us about it.
Yeah, so I'm really interested in language, as you say, from the perspective of spotting signs of Alzheimer's disease. Which may sound a bit strange because people think of Alzheimer's as something that just affects memory, but actually we know that it affects people's language as well for some people very early on. And you've had a lot of guests today talking about biomarkers, so biological markers of disease. So we could do a brain scan or take a lumbar puncture or a blood sample and look for signs of Alzheimer's disease in the brain. With this research, instead of collecting a sample of blood from someone, the idea is to collect a sample of language, so a sample of their speech or their writing, and then we can analyse that and see if they are showing any signs of Alzheimer's disease. And that's really exciting because, for example, brain scans can be very expensive, lumbar punctures can be quite uncomfortable for patients, and even a blood sample requires that individual to notice a problem and actually go to their doctor and present for tests. But with language, we're producing more language than ever before. As you just mentioned, we're talking to our devices, our mobile phones every day. We're writing lots of emails. So it's a really vast sort of resource that we could potentially use to spot people with early signs that we can then look at prevention or offering them clinical trials to find disease-modifying treatments, things like that.
Fantastic. So, I mean, you say it's expensive to do that, but I imagine doing this with language sounds time consuming. Or do you have software you push that through and it's been trained to spot the differences? Or I'm reminded of that Moorfield's Eye Deep Blue study where they trained a computer to look at retinopathy eye scans to be able to spot problems there. Can you do the same with speech?
Yes, so that's the idea, that you can use computational methods. So you could use a computer that would take that sample of language and analyze it for you. So there are people, sort of linguists, who will do a more sort of human approach, but the research that I'm interested in, as you say, is training a machine to spot patterns in that sample that we wouldn't be able to spot as humans because there's too much data, and so so it's an automatic process, and there's a lot of work into automatic speech recognition. So can you take that sample and directly sort of transcribe it as well? Yeah.
And how, two questions before I come to Lindsay. The first one is how reliable is this so far, and who would you take a sample from? Is this somebody who already thinks they might have a memory problem, or is this just somebody over a certain age?
So at the moment, we're still really in the research stage. It's more being used, it would probably be offered in the first stage, and I think it's already being done in some fields in clinical trials. So for screening, sort of a very low cost way to screen people, as opposed to someone who is in their own home. We're a long way away from that, but that is the general idea. So, and I know you've had people on earlier talking about, collecting different types of information. So it could be offered as part of a sort of flag raising system to then show who might need further tests. And in terms of how reliable it is, again, we're still at an early stage where we're collecting data, and there's a lot of work being done on particular data sets. And what we really need to do is branch out so we can look at other people who haven't been studied yet, because language can be very sort of personal. So we need to, we do need to sort of branch out and look at other data sets. But research shows that this could be very reliable. Yeah.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because our podcast I'm recording next week is also looking at gait, for example, as a way to differentiate. And it's quite interesting to see these different, what the public might perceive as quite unexpected things that are influenced by dementia, that then are able to support improving diagnosis, or then even potentially identifying treatments. Lindsay, I'm going to come to you next. So the thing you use is also just as interesting. So you've been looking at depression particularly.
Yes. So like Anna, I'm a practicing clinician, and I think what drove me into research was just my frustration with having people in front of me and not having all of the answers, and sometimes not even knowing what treatment to try first, or which one might work, and if that doesn't work, which one to go for next. So that's what drove me into research. And being an older adult psychiatrist, and I'm also qualified to treat younger adults, so people from the age of 18, I got really interested in how psychiatric symptoms change as people age. And it certainly seems that there are some psychiatric early symptoms in dementia. And particularly depression is quite a thorny problem, because it's something that we look for when we're in a memory clinic seeing someone with memory problems. Because if it's depression that's messed up their memory, we can treat that. And then they might not get a diagnosis of dementia, might not go down that pathway, got all those horrible memory treatments, that kind of thing. So it's well worth looking for. But equally, we know that some people who develop depression later in life, it's an early sign of Alzheimer's disease. So certainly studies have shown that in a year before someone gets a dementia diagnosis, there are a fairly hefty number of people who develop depression. And we don't know if it's people noticing that things are going wrong and their memory's less reliable, so that affecting their mood. We don't know if it's something biological in the brain that's causing all of that. So it's a really knotty problem, and we don't know if it's a risk factor or an early warning sign. So my research is starting to try and untangle that.
That's fascinating. And then does that leave you with the issue about whether, is it untreated depression? If you can treat the depression early, might that have a knock-on effect to somebody's going on to develop this, or is it just a biomarker?
I don't know, and the evidence base is really conflicting on this. So there's some suggestion that if you treat depression more aggressively, then it might reduce the conversion to dementia, but we just don't know.
And whether, I suppose, and how you treat that as well. We've already got a couple of questions actually, so let's go take the questions while we have them. Hector Perez asks, he finds this interesting: do you use semantic language classification like ontologies or any other tool of AI? I'm guessing this is for you, Natasha.
Yes, so my research is looking at all different features of language. So there's lots of different features in our speech. For example, the different words we use, so semantics, what do those words mean? We can also look at syntax, so how complicated our sentences are structured. We could look at the emotion of the word that we're using, and that has actually been found to be interesting in depression research as well. So yeah, so I look at all of those different features, including semantics, and I'm particularly interested in a sort of a kind of more novel way to look at semantics, which uses very large collections of words to kind of model what each word means, depending on the words that surround it. So depending on the words that appear around a word, that tells you what this word means. And we can sort of represent that the meaning of that word in a computational way. And that means that we could sort of summarize someone's speech, exactly what are they talking about, what are the semantics of that. We could summarize that in sort of in a number, basically. So that's sort of where I'm coming from.
Thank you very much, and thanks for the question, Hector. I hope that answers it. And Anna was nodding away there. So do you do the same thing, Anna, but you just do that in your head? You don't have a computer?
Yeah, I do it in my head every time I meet a patient. No,
as a trained professional. That's
right, exactly. No, I mean, that is what we do, a lot of that. So when we meet a patient, often we do picture description tasks. I engage in conversation. I get them to name object pictures or verb pictures, or I ask them to follow single words, so we provide them with pictures and get them to select between semantic and phonological distractors. Also at a syntactic level, I would ask them to point to pictures, and I give them sentences and look at whether they're reversing sentence meanings or having problems with passive grammar, all of that kind of stuff. And it helps us build a picture. So for example, you know, a hallmark of a person with semantic variant PPA dementia would be that I would be looking for that person I will show them an object picture, ask them to name it, and they will say, I don't know what that is, you tell me. Or there's some kind of hallmark things you can tune into, or that people who have logopenic variant PPA, which also are kind of associated with an Alzheimer's pathology, will often make phonological errors in their output as they're describing things. And you listening out for that's really helpful. Or people with non-fluent variant will make agrammatic errors, so they often end up with lists in their speech. So yeah.
Could your model then be varied, Natasha, to not only to spot this, but to start to look for those different signs, like the FTD, the PCA, the things that we've been talking about, that you can distinguish between?
Absolutely, yeah. There's another really interesting project at St George's that's creating a mini linguistic state exam. So it's kind of a version of the more well-known mini mental state exam, so a language version. And that looks at all of those sorts of things that Anna's talking about. So you could, yes, and so you could then look at where people's difficulties lie and say classify them into particular subtypes of diseases. Yeah.
So Lindsay, I mean, just I'm not picking up on your work, but to thinking about the practical use of tools like this as a clinician working in a mental health trust, could you see this being something that would be easy to put, to do yourself?
I suppose one of the issues that we have in busy memory clinics is that it's very useful to be able to give people a precise diagnosis, but very hard to do, particularly when you've only got an hour and a half with the patient and their relatives, and they've got things which they want to get across, which are really important to them. We've got questions that we want to ask, which are important to us. We also need to check people over physically. So squishing all of that into a short period of time can be very, very challenging. So anything which could help refine our diagnoses in a kind of rapid, we could do it in a short clinic appointment kind of way, that would be really helpful.
Particularly if kind of done reliably as well to that accuracy level we're talking about. There is another question from Chris. Actually, there's a point here, first of all, from somebody called G. Martin Cooper, which I'm going to take, actually. He says, if Natasha spots early onset dementia, what then? If there's still no cure or even treatment, what early diagnosis is useless in this case? I'm going to pick back up on that, because I think if anybody who's been watching today would know anything, that one of the most valuable elements of early diagnosis is that there are treatments being worked on and lots of trials that are looking for people at various stages of the diseases with reliable diagnosis of certain kinds. And that early diagnosis may not give you a treatment right now, but it certainly will enable you to be placed into the right clinical trial or studies that could be useful to you. Plus as well, I think we know that there are, having a diagnosis of FTD or other things, you know what to expect in the future, and there are various other things that you can do to help depending on what that is. And knowing the diagnosis, knowing whether this is a dementia or not, is equally as important. That's why we've talked before about stroke, of making sure that this isn't just somebody having a stroke, or this isn't something else. I mean, that's comes up. It's come up quite a few times, hasn't it, Lindsay? I'm going to come back to you there. That argument for saying there's no treatment, what's the point, is one that's been played out quite a lot, hasn't it?
So what I generally tell my patients and their relatives is it's important to know, to be able to plan. There are things that you can put into place. So I often talk to my patients when I first made a diagnosis about things like lasting power of attorney and having really clear conversations with their relatives about what they would want later on in their illness. Because if you do all of that really early on, when people are still very able to say, this is me, this is what I want, then it makes things an awful lot easier for the relatives later on, and also ensures that the individual gets the care which they would have wanted.
Absolutely. Okay, there are 3 quick questions which we're going to have to take because we're already out of time. That's mostly because I did all that prattling on at the start. So Chris says, hearing impairment came out as a larger than expected risk factor for dementia in the Lancet Commission, as hearing and speaking language are connected. Do you think linguistic biomarkers may be linked to hearing impairment findings? Ooh, Anna. Do you want expecting me to put that to you, were you?
No, but this is probably Chris Hardy, because that's exactly the type of research he does. Yes, is the answer.
Tell him what he wants to hear.
Yeah.
Yes, it probably is. Thank you for your question, Chris. Elaine says there are studies looking at speech problems in BVFTD. Or are there studies looking at speech problems in BFTD? I'm a carer. I think I'm a carer and was not prepared for the dramatic loss of speech that occurred in her husband. But this is where your research, I know, looking at communication as this bigger thing, that there are other ways to communicate which aren't looking that beyond speech, aren't they? I know from doing podcasts last year in Sydney, that looking at communication as a whole beyond speech, that there are things you can learn to do, and you're getting better at understanding communication as a wider thing beyond speech.
You're addressing me, Adam?
Yes.
Yeah, I think, and just to flag, actually, I think more and more behavioural variant FTD and PCA, for posterior cortical atrophy, we're realising that actually communication is often the second or third biggest issue with these rarer dementias. And even with the more typical Alzheimer's, more and more people are flagging problems with word finding and communication. So I think that across the board, across the dementias, people have language and communication difficulties, and people don't expect them at all. Often the carers in particular, it's quite a shock. It impacts on their relationships, and often we look at non-verbal communication, we look at alternative means of communication, so we can really support the interaction element. That's a lot of what I do, is focusing on interaction.
And do you know of any studies looking at speech problems?
Not off the top of my head.
But have a look on sign up to Join Dementia Research. I've said this various points throughout today. If there are studies looking for people, quite often one of the mechanisms they'll use to find people is through Join Dementia Research. So if you sign up there, register and give all your details, so you can see if you match to anything. And also reach out through FTD Talk, the website we looked at earlier. That will put you in contact with researchers at UCL that are working on FTD. And I'm sure if there's something more locally, or if you're not in the UK, they can signpost you to somebody else as well. Terry Blatter asks, fascinating speech and language. Academics use their hands with their speech. This may not be a platform question. Is it known as the Lease? Is it known how Lee Silverman can be accessed? Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
Go on then.
Lee Silverman is a therapy that's been developed for people with Parkinson's disease, and we are using it for people with different types of rarer dementias that impact on speech, and we are seeing clinically, anecdotally, an impact more and more, particularly with the ones that, for example, the non-fluent variant. So yes, so it works on voice and speech.
This is wonderful. Thank you ever so much. Our next guests have arrived, so we're out of time.
Thanks,
Lindsay,
Adam.
I'm sorry
Well
we didn't get
done.
to talk to you as much as I would have liked, but thank you very much to Dr. Anna Volkman, Natasha Clark, and Dr. Lindsay Sinclair for joining us. Keep up the good work. Well done. Thank you, Lindsay, for continuing to provide those services in the NHS, and you as well, Anna, keeping care going during COVID. You really are very grateful for that and for taking the time to join me today. I know you must both be tired as well, coming to the end of your day. And Natasha, you're not tired at all because you're just chilling at home, right?
Just writing.
No, I'm teasing because aren't you writing up right now as well?
I am, yeah.
So thank you very much, all three of you, for taking time out of your busy days to come and talk to us. Thank you.
Thanks, Adam. Thank you.
Bye.
Take care. If anybody's interested in more, particularly about Anna's work, you can find she's done various blogs and podcasts for us, which I mentioned earlier. You can find on the Dementia Researcher website. Okay. Hello to Keely and Petra. I'll come back to you in a second as we enter the last half an hour of the session. So in the coming half an hour, we're going to be coming back to, again, topics come up a few times throughout the day, which is looking at reducing the risks and what does our blood and brain and research tell us. So that's what we're going to be talking about over the next half an hour. Before we come to that, I've got my note here to remind everybody once again, the purpose of today, as well as sharing information about research, is to also raise much needed funds for Alzheimer's Research UK, who are going to spend that on so many helpful ways, as I mentioned half an hour ago, through funding drug discovery, through understanding how Alzheimer's is caused in the brain and all the other different dementias in the first place, through funding research networks that connect people to make sure that efforts are combined and researchers have opportunities to collaborate, through funding the Dementia Research Institute, raising awareness through GP surgeries, through helplines. They really do put your money to work. They're a very effective charity, and also very good with the money. They spend every penny very effectively, as you'll have heard from Tim, who chatted to me at lunchtime today. So please do give what you can to Alzheimer's Research UK. Details on how to give are on our website at chatathon.uk. There's a donation link at the top of the page that takes us through to Just Giving. And if you donate in Just Giving, I gather the money really quickly finds its way into their bank account. This isn't sat on for ages, so please do, and tick the box for the gift aid as well, if you can. So thank you very much, everybody. We're going to update our board now. Last half an hour. Ta-da! Okay, so that took us up to 58 people we've spoken to so far today, and we're up to 11 and a half hours. And so half an hour ago we were at £2,987.53, and I have opened another can of Red Bull, so 2 more ticks there. And I have drunk a whole 500 ml of water today. That's not enough, though, is it? You're going to check with us. Okay, we're going to refresh the fundraising page and see what we're up to now. Our new grand total is £3,058, and it's been, somebody's very kindly rounded it up to stop me having to work with those odd pences. But honestly, even if all you do is donate 50 pence or 10 pence, not only, every penny counts. So thank you very much to the 108 people that have donated. That's an amazing sum of money. 61% of our target. Please do continue to give. You've still got half an hour left today, or the rest of the day. We'll be releasing the videos as well, so you can continue today. Thank you very much. I'm really grateful. Half an hour left. Hello. I'm going to introduce now my last but not least guests of the day, who I'm delighted to introduce Dr. Keely Brooks, who's a lecturer at Nottingham Trent University. Hi, Keely.
Hi, how are you? Congratulations, you're almost done.
I know, and honestly, do you know what? This has flown by. It doesn't feel like 10 minutes since I sat down. I swear I could easily do another 3 hours. Come on, bring it on. Just ring me up. We'll take questions for 3 hours. Also, guest researcher number 56, guest number 60 of the day, Dr. Oh, come on, you would get me out with a tricky surname last.
Have a go.
Really? I'll murder it. Dr. Petra Priitzi.
Priority, almost correct.
Priority.
Almost correct. I've heard worse.
Dr. Petra Priitzi, who is an Alzheimer's, and quite fitting for the end of the day as well, that you are an Alzheimer's Research UK postdoctoral research fellow at King's College London. Hello, both. Thank you.
Hello, and well done. Amazing achievement.
That's honestly, as I say, it really has been easy, and all the researchers I've spoken today have made it easy because you've all been so fantastic and sharing and very eloquent, and it's easy to talk to people that are comfortable talking. There's been no awkward silences until now, unless you two are about to let me down. Are you awkward? Am I going to have to ask loads of questions to fill this next 21 minutes?
Yeah.
You have to try us.
Keely, I'm going to come to you first. So we're back to the hard science. You work in DNA extraction and genetic analysis, which Brains for Dementia research. Again, do you know what? BDR has come up so many times today.
Yeah, it's a wonderful cohort.
Please go on, tell us about your work.
Okay, so I've been working with the BDR for the last 5 years, and I've kind of been in charge of DNA extraction. So as they are collecting samples, both blood and brain, our lab has been taking sections of those samples and using it for DNA extraction. And then we have been using that for genetic analysis. So we've been doing some whole genome sequencing, some exon sequencing, RNA sequencing, and some genotyping on the neurochip, and doing what is now a very popular analysis called polygenic risk score, trying to find the genes, the genetic variants that may be able to predict how likely you are to get Alzheimer's disease, even as young as 30. And we've heard from several of the researchers today that actually we're now looking at prevention, and the damages occurring to the brain decades before the symptoms are showing. So we can find a simple, cheap way of identifying those at high risk. We can follow those up, maybe get them some interventions before the symptoms even start.
So you're not just looking at the brains of people who've gone on to, you're looking at not just people who've gone on to develop Alzheimer's.
No, that is the beauty of the Brains for Dementia research cohort. It's voluntary, and we have a large number of controls. And because we get the tissue post-mortem, we have neuropathology on all our samples. So we know the level of plaques, we know the level of tau, we have cognitive scores for them, we have diagnosis for them. So we have a large number of controls, and super controls, if you like, where they have no amyloid or tau pathology. And then we've got really detailed pathology on people with Alzheimer's, but not just Alzheimer's. We've got Parkinson's, we've got FTD, we've got vascular, Lewy body dementia. We've got numbers of everything. So it's a really nice new cohort. I think there's 3,200 people enrolled in it. I have the DNA of about 1,200 people so far. So we've got 2,000 left to go, and I'm hoping that we'll get funding to continue that work.
So this is connecting the DNA from people while they're still alive, and
yeah, so some of these people are still alive, and I believe they are taking they're involved in other studies to do with maybe diet, exercise, lifestyles, imaging, and so the genetic data is available for that on the, well, it will be on the Dementia Platform UK. I'm hopefully getting it up there this month, so that the genetics, which can be the backbone of so many things and how the body responds to different things, people can actually get that data and put it into their analyses to hopefully try and fill the gaps.
That's fantastic. So it is actually do you actually work for the Brain Bank? Are you just their biggest fan?
No, I'm just there. I was employed on. I was employed as a postdoc on by the Alzheimer's Research UK for 5 years. This funding came to an end last year, or kind of. But then I got a permanent job at Nottingham Trent as a lecturer, and I'm just aiming to carry on this work and keep it going, essentially.
So do you mix lecture now? Are you having to mix lecturing with your? You still get to go in the lab as well?
Yes, yes. So I have my small little lab, which I'm still trying to build up. And most of my samples and everything are still at University of Nottingham, which is where I was previously. So I'm working in collaboration with Professor Kevin Morgan there, carrying on doing the DNA extractions and the genetic analysis, so we can have a really nice cohort with the data out there freely shareable to all the other researchers, so that together, collaborating, we can actually find some way forward.
That sounds to me like quite a unique role. I can't imagine there are many people that are mixing those two things that you're doing. I mean, are the students you're lecturing also working in the same space?
Not necessarily. I do have a couple of project students every year that do some of the bioinformatics for me, some of the analysis for me. In the past, I've had students do PhD students do some of the lab work with me, but yeah, I'm juggling both roles now, so
that's
a lot of work.
Challenging. Petra, so coming over to you. Are you doing anything similar? Tell us about your work.
So there are some similarities actually, and I'm really happy I'm here with Kelly, to be honest, because we are using BDR a little bit. So I'm focusing on multi-omics predictors of Alzheimer's disease mainly, and I'm focusing on metabolites. So would you like me to elaborate a bit on metabolites, what they are?
So metabolites, they can sit on the skin as well, right? And because I remember there's a study published, was it a couple of years ago, where they can diagnose Parkinson's from metabolites.
So they are very small molecules. They're small molecules and they're present in every cell in your body. Yeah. And so usually the type of metabolites we are interested in are lipids, for example, cholesterol, triglycerides, amino acids, or vitamins. And they are very interesting because they are the final products of biochemical reactions in your body. So they are controlled, for example, they're affected by your genes, and they're also by environmental influences, for example, your diet. So they are actually very near to what we call the phenotype, so what we actually see. So they can provide something like a snapshot or a fingerprint of early dementia, or what happens before dementia or during dementia. So I'm very interested in metabolites, especially those in blood, because they're very easily accessible and they're very relevant. For example, lipids are very relevant and important in Alzheimer's pathology, and also because they are potentially modifiable. So what we do is we use Alzheimer's disease cohorts, or we use preclinical population studies, and investigate whether metabolites or combinations of metabolites are associated with Alzheimer's disease or with cognitive decline in midlife. And then we try to see how they may interact with other types of other biological layers, for example, your genes, your proteins. And then what I think that may have some overlap also with Kelly's work is what we try to do is we try to use statistical approaches to tease out a bit cause and effect. So because an association does not necessarily mean causation, so we try to see any of these differences we see in Alzheimer's disease, for example, are they because metabolites sit in the causal pathway to Alzheimer's disease, or are they a result of Alzheimer's disease? And then we try to use, again, statistical approaches such as polygenic risk scores, or another approach called Mendelian randomization, to try and disentangle this, because if you are to intervene, you must be sure that something sits on the causal pathway. And also we are trying to see whether they also explain other things like the association of established risk factors, such as education. Would it be that because of your education, your diet is different, and then you've got changed on your metabolite levels, and then you may have Alzheimer's disease? So this is, in a sort of nutshell, what we're doing, but we are moving a bit from blood, also looking at brain, and we are using BDR, for example, to look at metabolites in the brain, and try to, we want to embark on a study where we actually will be able to use the same individuals before and after, if possible, to see changes in metabolites during life and in postmortem.
Oh, well, so that was one of the questions we're going to come back to, because for people who are watching who aren't scientists, it's come up so many times today about various tissues that you can and can't get from people that are alive. We've talked to people using blood and CSF and growing from stem cells from skin cells, but one of the underlying factors was the cells and things from the brain were quite hard to access. So metabolites are something you can gather, you don't have to gather those post-mortem.
No, it would be post-mortem, yeah.
Oh, it's still all,
yeah.
So all the metabolites you gather are all.
So we actually work with blood metabolites, and you can actually have metabolites from tissues, from like iPS cells. So these are things people have started now using, but so far our work is on postmortem brain tissue, in terms of brain tissue, yes.
But also from blood from living people.
And from blood mainly from blood from living people. So yes, which is it's a type of biomarker. So this is very easy and easily accessible, and we've got local data sets at King's, or we collaborate with UCL, and also UK Biobank is about to provide a big data platform of metabolites as well.
Yeah, I mean, you can see how Brains for Dementia research collects blood from people while they're alive as part of their regular data gathering before.
Yeah, I think it's every couple of years, and they do cognitive tests as well. So they're following up people, so they can actually tell when there's a decline in cognitive ability, if it happens, if not.
So what are you hoping to find, Petra? What will be the, I mean, what's going to be the exciting thing in the next year for you? What are you hoping to discover?
So we've got lots of projects going on. So what we are working on is try to establish a list of metabolites which are associated both with Alzheimer's disease or with cognition in midlife. And then what we try to actually establish is whether they are actually on the causal pathway. So if they are on the causal pathway, this means that in the future intervening on these metabolites may have downstream effects on Alzheimer's disease. So that's what we are at now. We are trying to using different cohorts to refine our list, and then try to understand whether how they sit on the causal pathway.
So thinking right back to what Chris said at the start, thinking about causal pathway. So we're talking about this pathway of somebody that there's a point when somebody goes on and that risk factor becomes higher, and then they're going to go on to develop a dementia of some kind. And so trying to get these metabolites early on, I guess, so you can understand what they're telling you. Is that,
Yes. So one of the things we're doing is try to get them early on. So we are investigating them in middle life. So try to see, and then because we've got population studies where individuals have been followed up for a number of years, so we can see whether they're associated with later on dementia or cognitive decline, but also because of the use of big genetic studies and big metabolite studies as well, we can actually use some statistical approaches which can tell us in a sort of mathematical model whether metabolites are actually causally associated with Alzheimer's disease. So in that scenario, you don't necessarily need a longitudinal study. You can just have a case control study.
So I'm just trying to think about how some of the questions came earlier. So other people earlier have explained how microglia were cells that were swimming around in the fluid of the brain, and they were going to eat up the bad bits, and how the protein gathered in certain ways, and we've had those things explained to us. Can you explain to us where a metabolite sits within that? Is a metabolite a part of that cell, or is this something else that's going on in the brain?
It depends on the yes. So it depends on the metabolite. So for example, you've got different lipids such as sphingomyelins, you've got ceramides. So some of the lipids are part of the membrane. So it actually really depends on when they are. And we know, for example, that there are some genes which are associated they are sensing these metabolites, and they're interacting with these metabolites.
That's perfect. That's what I wanted to get from you there, was about the lipids, and I think people will understand that as well. We have actually got a couple of questions, so that's perfect timing for this question that's just come in from Chris, which says, given metabolites and lipids research, do you think that there may be more targeted nutritional or interventions for dementia? Can you see the question as well?
I think potentially yes. It's quite complicated, but we do see a lot of associations from the studies we have between metabolites and different nutrients. So this is something definitely that is very possible and something we are investigating actively.
He asks about neurocortical interventions.